The world's gone to hell, demons rule everything, and one guy's still fighting to take it all back. Dragons and monsters fill the blackened sky, marking the end of an era. Below the chaos sits a fortress of nightmares, surrounded by rivers of molten lava and guarded by stone gargoyles. Inside the great hall, the silence is heavy, broken only by the sight of a shattered wall looking out onto the burning wasteland. The legendary hero Vermouth and his 4 companions fought their way to the heart of the demon realm, Helmut. They've already slaughtered 3 of the 5 demon kings, and now, the final showdown is at hand. Monsters pour from the shadows, but this squad doesn't flinch as they charge straight into the maw of death. A literal sea of demons stands in their way, their eyes glowing with bloodlust as they swarm the heroes. But Vermouth is in a league of his own, his golden eyes locking onto his targets with icy precision. With a single blinding flash of his blade, he cleaves through the demonic ranks like they're nothing but paper. The sheer pressure of his aura leaves the monsters frozen in fear as he carves a path forward. A massive explosion of light erupts as Vermouth unleashes his full power, vaporizing everything in his vicinity. This is the man the world calls the Great Vermouth, a warrior who stands at the absolute peak of humanity. Right behind him is the team's magical powerhouse, charging her staff as the shadows close in. She doesn't show a hint of fear, even as the monstrous horde tries to overwhelm her. She laughs with pure excitement, shouting that she can finally let loose with her magic against these numbers. Light surges from her staff, gathering into a devastating point of pure energy. A cataclysmic blast of elemental magic rips through the battlefield, turning the earth into rubble and ash. She is Senya the Wise, a mage whose brilliance is matched only by her destructive potential. Across the field, a holy presence begins to radiate, calming the chaotic winds of the battle. Clasping her hands in prayer, the party's saintess prepares to drop a blessing on her allies. A blue demon lunges at her from the blind spot, its claws inches away from her face. But before it can land a hit, she swings a heavy flail with bone-shattering force, ending the creature instantly. Meet Anise the Faithful. She might look like a saint, but she fights like a demon. The ground shakes under a massive weight as another demon is slammed into the stone floor with a sickening thud. With a roar that could wake the dead, the team's tank prepares to swing his colossal axe. He spins like a whirlwind of steel, turning every demon in his path into a red mist. As the gore rains down on him, he doesn't even bother to wipe it off, just soaking in the thrill of the hunt. This is Moron the Brave, a man who lives for the front lines and never knows when to quit. And then there's our main guy, Hamel, gritting his teeth as he watches Vermouth's back. He curses under his breath, furious that Vermouth is once again pulling ahead of him. He charges forward, his twin blades trailing blue light as he weaves through a forest of spears. He screams at the monsters to get out of his way, his face twisted in a mask of pure rage. His swords become a blur, carving a geometric pattern of death into the air as he shreds the demonic army. The history books call him Hamel the Foolish, the one who was always chasing the hero's shadow. He stands amidst the corpses, huffing with exhaustion but refusing to let his guard down for even a second. Hamel was always jealous of Vermouth's perfection, claiming to be his rival even though the world saw it differently. Looking around at the cleared room, Hamel thinks they've finally finished off the small fry. Suddenly, his eyes go wide as he senses a lethal threat coming straight for Vermouth's blind spot. A massive, dark energy blade slices through the air at a speed that's impossible to dodge. Vermouth is caught off guard, his eyes tracking the strike as it closes in on his neck. Hamel doesn't think, he just moves, throwing himself in the path of the strike and taking the hit full force. Blood sprays as the dark blade pierces Hamel's chest, leaving Vermouth in a state of rare shock. The Demon King mocks them, reaching out with a clawed hand as Hamel staggers, clutching his terminal wound. Hamel collapses to his knees, his life spilling out onto the cold stone floor while the monster looms over them. The Demon King cackles, but his victory is short-lived as a surge of righteous fury erupts from the heroes. Vermouth's eyes turn cold, his aura exploding outward as he prepares to end this once and for all. He launches himself off the wall, moving faster than the eye can follow as he closes the distance. His sword flashes once, twice, slicing through the Demon King's defenses with surgical precision. A pillars of white light consumes the room as the Demon King is finally erased from existence. The battle is won, but the cost is devastating as the rest of the party rushes toward their fallen comrade. They gather around Hamel's broken body, the silence of the room reflecting the heavy weight of their grief. Vermouth looks down, his voice cracking as he tells Hamel that he didn't need to die like this. Hamel just smiles through the blood, joking that dying as a hero is a pretty honorable way to go. In his final moments, Hamel regrets not being more honest with his friends, but he uses his last breath to tell Vermouth to finish the job. Vermouth grips Hamel's hand, swearing on his name that he will massacre every last Demon King in the world. With a final, peaceful grin, Hamel's eyes lose their light as he passes away in the heart of the enemy's castle. Anise closes her eyes in prayer, her usual sharp tongue silenced by the weight of the loss. Moron stands tall, his face a mask of grim respect as he calls Hamel the bravest warrior he's ever known. Senya can't hold back her tears, the reality of losing her companion finally breaking her stoic mask. Hammel's last thought was a confession he never got to say, that he actually liked them. Wait, what? A young boy suddenly wakes up, screaming at a book that he never said any of that mushy stuff. He's shaking with rage, wondering which idiot wrote this fairy tale version of his life story. He can't believe he's being called Hammel the Foolish while everyone else gets cool titles like the Great or the Wise. He tosses the book aside in disgust, wondering why his old companions let his honor be dragged through the mud like this. But then he stops, the reality of his situation sinking in. They probably never imagined he'd reincarnate with all his memories. His name was Hammel, and he died 300 years ago in the middle of a war that should have ended with his death. Now, he stares at his reflection, seeing the face of a young, silver-haired boy looking back. He looks up at a massive portrait on the wall, the gold frame shining in the light of his new home. It's official, the legendary Hammel has been reincarnated as Eugene Lionheart, a 13-year-old descendant of his own rival, Vermouth. Turns out, the great hero Vermouth was busy in his old age, leaving behind a massive family tree with plenty of concubines. Eugene finds it hilarious, wondering if the stoic guy he knew just lost his mind and started chasing women in his final years. The Lionheart family is split, only the first wife's kids are direct line, while Eugene's family is just a side branch. The rules are strict, branch families aren't even allowed to train with real mana or swords until they prove themselves. So, Eugene's been stuck with a wooden sword for years, but he tells himself that today is the last day he plays by their rules. He unleashes a flurry of strikes on a training dummy, his movements so fast and powerful they create shockwaves. With a sharp crack, his wooden sword finally snaps under the pressure of his insane strength. He doesn't stop, delivering a devastating final blow that completely shatters the heavy training equipment. He lands perfectly, the dust settling around him as he stares at the destruction he's caused with just a piece of wood. His father stands in the doorway, his jaw practically hitting the floor as he witnesses his son's monstrous power. He sighs, realizing Eugene has broken another set of equipment, while Eugene just gives him a bored look. Eugene calls out to his dad, his golden eyes glowing with an intensity that's definitely not normal for a kid. Underneath his shirt, Eugene's body is a temple of scars and hard-earned muscle, the result of a training regime that would kill a normal man. His father is low-key terrified, thinking to himself that he'd probably lose a fistfight to his own 13-year-old son. He sees no innocence in Eugene's eyes, only the cold, calculating gaze of a veteran who has seen too much blood. It's eerie. Even when Eugene lost his mother at a young age, he didn't shed a single tear, almost as if he'd already felt all the grief he could handle. Eugene kicks a piece of the broken dummy away, complaining that the town's blacksmith is selling absolute trash. He tells his father he's too generous, suggesting the blacksmith should be whipped for making such flimsy equipment. His dad just coughs awkwardly, promising to give the smith a warning while trying to keep his cool. He changes the subject, reminding Eugene that the blood succession ritual, the biggest event in the clan, starts tomorrow. Eugene narrows his eyes at the mention of the ritual, a tradition he clearly thinks is complete garbage. Every 10 years, children from the entire Lionheart bloodline gather at the main house to compete. It's a brutal survival of the fittest to see who is truly worthy of carrying the legendary name of Lionheart. Eugene knows the game is rigged. The main family kids get real swords and mana training, while the branch kids are forced to struggle with nothing. His father looks at him with a mix of pride and pity, thinking that if Eugene had only been born into the main house, he'd be a god. He starts to tear up, blaming himself for being a talentless father and holding his son back from his true potential. Eugene catches him crying and asks what's wrong, but his dad just tries to brush it off. Our guy isn't buying it for a second, knowing exactly how much his dad is beating himself up. His father grabs his shoulders, his expression turning dead serious as he looks Eugene in the eye. He begs Eugene not to compete with the main family kids, warning him that talent can't overcome the advantage of mana and real weapons. Eugene gives him a fake smile and agrees, but inside, he's smirking. The thought of losing to a bunch of 10-year-olds is actually insulting. He breaks down the competition. 3 kids from the main house and 6 from the branch families are the ones to watch. The main house has the first wife's son and a pair of twins from a concubine, while most of the branch kids are just fillers. He practices one last time, a wooden blade becoming a lethal weapon in his hands as he imagines his upcoming opponents. He's got a predatory grin on his face, dying to see if the descendants of his great rival actually have any bite. The next morning, a fancy carriage arrives at their modest home to escort them to the Lionheart estate. As the carriage rolls along, Eugene reflects on his past life as Hammel, when he genuinely believed he was a once-in-a-century genius. He was a natural at everything he tried, quickly rising above his peers and dominating every fight he entered. In a flashback, we see a young, arrogant Hammel demanding to know what someone just said about him. It's Vermouth, looking down at him with a bored expression, telling Hammel it's a shame he isn't trying harder. Hammel explodes in anger, shouting that he's already swinging his sword with everything he's got. He realized then that he wasn't the true genius. There was someone else who made his effort look like child's play. That man was Vermouth the Great, a warrior nicknamed the God of War because he mastered every art known to man. Vermouth was a duke who gave up his title to save the world, staying a humble hero until the very end. Eugene leans back in the carriage, thinking about the rest of his bastard companions and what they achieved. Senya became the youngest magic tower master in history, her name feared across the magical kingdoms. Anise, that woman with a rotten inside, was literally canonized as a saintess with her own scriptures. And Moron? That idiot actually went and founded his own kingdom, becoming a king in his own right. Eugene taps his knee, realizing that everyone he knew lived a long, glorious life until the day they died. Which brings him to the million-dollar question: if they were all so great, why is the Demon King still alive? He grits his teeth, remembering Vermouth's promise to massacre all the Demon Kings, a promise he clearly didn't keep. The war didn't end with a final victory, it ended with a mysterious promise between Vermouth and the Demon King of Incarceration. That deal brought a fragile peace that has lasted for 300 years, but Eugene knows better than to trust a demon. The carriage continues its journey through the lush forests of the Lionheart territory. A stuffy official sitting across from Eugene notices his intense expression and assumes the kid is just nervous. The man, Lord Gordon, gives a smug, fake-kind smile as he folds his hands. He tells Eugene that if he's already shaking now, he's going to have a nightmare of a time once they reach the Patriarch. Eugene puts on his best innocent kid mask and thanks him for the advice, internally rolling his eyes. The carriage passes through the massive iron gates marking the start of the Lionheart main property. Gordon tells him not to get ready yet, boasting about how massive the estate is, while Eugene wonders what he's so smug about. Eugene asks if it's inconvenient to have a house this big, and Gordon explains they have personal warp gates all over. Our boy immediately claps back, asking why he's stuck in a carriage if they have warp gates, and the silence that follows is deafening. They finally pull up to the Lionheart mansion, a structure so huge it looks more like a royal palace than a house. Eugene steps out, his eyes sharp as he prepares to step into the lion's den. The courtyard is vast and spotless, with the Lionheart flags fluttering proudly in the breeze. Eugene smirks to himself, knowing there's no way a lowly branch family kid like him is getting a welcome ceremony. He takes in the sight of the massive pillars and fountains, realizing just how much wealth Vermouth's name has gathered. The Lionheart crest, a roaring lion, is everywhere, a constant reminder of the hero who started it all. Eugene touches his own chest, noting that only the direct bloodline is allowed to wear the crest over their hearts. Gordon informs him he's the first to arrive and offers to lead him to the guest house. The guest house turns out to be a luxury manor that's probably nicer than anything Eugene has ever lived in. A young maid bows low, introducing herself as Nina and promising to take care of all his needs. She offers him a small handbell, telling him to just ring it if he needs absolutely anything. Eugene is actually impressed that they gave him a personal maid, but he can see she's nervous. He asks how old she is, and Nina replies she's 16 and has just finished her training. He realizes they've assigned him a rookie on purpose. If he messes up, they'll blame the country kid for being difficult. When he asks about the other family members, Nina tells him they should all be there within the next 4 days. Eugene doesn't want to sit around and wait. He demands to be taken to the training grounds immediately. Nina is taken aback by his bluntness, stuttering an okay as she leads the way. As they walk through the estate, the sheer scale of the place continues to baffle the local staff. In a nearby corridor, a young boy asks his sister what the newcomer's name was. His sister giggles, saying his name is Eugene and he's the same age as them. The boy, Cyan, sneers, saying Eugene is from some backwater town and is probably better at using a rake than a sword. He laughs, imagining Eugene's carriage must have been covered in animal filth, and says they should go check on him. His twin sister Ciel claps her hands in excitement, eagerly suggesting they go scold the newcomer. Cyan corrects her with a smug grin, saying they aren't scolding him, just giving him a much-needed warning. They look out the window and spot Eugene already out in the training courtyard. They head down, Ciel skipping with anticipation as they prepare to bully the peasant relative. Eugene is already mid-workout, his focus so intense that his eyes seem to glow with an inner fire. Cyan stops in his tracks, his eyes bulging out of his head as he sees what Eugene is actually doing. Ciel watches from the window as Eugene puts on a display of strength that's completely impossible for a 13-year-old. She lets out a small puff of breath, her smirk returning as she realizes this might be more interesting than she thought. Eugene is wielding a massive, heavy spear, spinning it through the air with terrifying speed. He's got sandbags tied to his arms and the spear itself, forcing his body to work 10 times harder. The spear whistles through the air, creating gusts of wind that kick up dust all around the courtyard. He brings the weapon to a dead stop with a sharp thwack, his control over the massive weight being absolute perfection. He thinks back to his life as Hamel. He was never lazy, but he knows he has to train this new body even harder to reach his old peak. The spear becomes a blur again, a cyclone of wood and steel that would crush anyone who got too close. Eugene notes that this new body is incredible. No matter how hard he pushes it, he never gets sick and his injuries heal in record time. He grips the shaft of the spear, the wood groaning under the pressure of his hands. He sweeps the ground, the force of the move clearing a wide circle around him in an instant. He's ecstatic, realizing that with Vermouth's blood in his veins, his potential is even higher than it was in his past life. Nina stands back, her mouth hanging open as she watches him move like a seasoned warrior. She's internally screaming at how impressive he is, realizing he's doing all this while being heavily weighted down. "Hey!" A sharp voice cuts through the air, and Nina nearly jumps out of her skin as Cyan and Ciel approach. Nina bows frantically, addressing them as Lord Cyan and Madame Ciel while she trembles with fear. Cyan ignores the maid, pointing a finger at Eugene and demanding to know what he thinks he's doing in their courtyard. Eugene slams the heavy spear into the ground with a loud thud, not even looking at them. He asks if Cyan is blind, stating the obvious, that he's practicing with his spear. He calls Cyan an idiot under his breath and turns back to his training, completely dismissing the direct descendant. Ciel's eyes light up with mischief as she whispers to her brother that the country kid just called him an idiot. Cyan's face turns bright red, his veins popping as the realization of the insult sinks in. He screams at Eugene to apologize immediately, his voice cracking with pure, unadulterated rage. Eugene stops and gives a flat, deadpan "I'm sorry," without a single hint of sincerity. Cyan loses it, shouting that wasn't a real apology and demanding that Eugene bow down properly. Eugene just sighs, asking why he should have to bow when they're the same age. Aren't they supposed to be friends? Cyan is disgusted, shouting that just because they share a name doesn't mean a branch kid is ever an equal to the main family. Ciel suddenly remembers their original plan and whispers to her brother about the carriage. Cyan points a shaking finger, ordering Eugene to go clean the stinking carriage he arrived in since he's used to farm work. Eugene just stares at him with a look of pure, concentrated boredom that's more insulting than any words. He turns to Nina and asks if she's his personal servant, and the poor girl stammers out a yes. Eugene gestures toward the gate and tells Nina to go clean the carriage for him. Nina is frozen in terror, and Cyan's jaw drops as Eugene uses a servant to bypass his direct order. Cyan's aura turns dark as he steps closer, his voice dropping to a dangerous growl. He asks if Eugene is really trying to disrespect a direct order from a Lionheart heir. Eugene just waves a hand dismissively, saying, "Yeah, I'm Eugene Lionheart, nice to meet you too." Ciel giggles and waves back, introducing herself while Cyan stands there fuming like a volcano about to blow. Cyan's eyes turn cold, and he mutters that there's no point in being nice to someone who ignores his authority. He spots a wooden training sword lying on the ground nearby. He snatches it up in a blur of movement, the wood whistling as he grips it tight. Surrounded by a literal aura of flames, Cyan points the sword at Eugene and screams that since he's been dishonored, he's requesting a duel. Cyan is screaming at the top of his lungs, demanding a duel to regain his wounded pride. He's got a wooden sword in hand and a face full of arrogance. Eugene just looks at him with a tired smirk, thinking to himself, "Oh boy. Here we go again." Our guy leans on his spear, casually telling Cyan that he shouldn't throw the word duel around like it's a game. Eugene just wants to be left alone to finish his workout, but Cyan is convinced that Eugene is just shaking in his boots. The look in Eugene's eyes changes. It's that cold, golden glare of a man who's killed more monsters than Cyan has had hot meals. Cyan keeps barking, telling Eugene to bow his head and apologize if he's too scared to fight. Eugene stands tall, flat out telling him he's not scared and he's definitely not apologizing for nothing. That's the breaking point. Cyan insults Eugene's parents, claiming they never taught him what honor is. Suddenly, a heavy thud echoes through the courtyard as Eugene drops something into the dirt. Cyan flinches, confused, as Eugene starts unbuckling the weights from his wrists. Eugene tosses a heavy sandbag into the air like it's a feather, telling Cyan that if he wants a fight, he's got one. He starts stripping off his weighted gear, his movements light and fluid now that the training shackles are off. The heavy cloak hits the ground with another massive crash, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Cyan and Ciel are frozen, the sheer weight of the gear Eugene was wearing finally sinking in. Cyan's sweating now, realizing that Eugene has been training with insane weights this whole time just for looks. Eugene picks up his spear, kneeling down to check the tip with a terrifyingly calm focus. Cyan is panicking internally, but he knows if he backs out now, his sister will never let him live it down. He tries to hype himself up, pulling out a red silk handkerchief to signal the start of the match. He throws the silk into the air, officially declaring the duel between a direct heir and a lowly branch kid. The fabric floats slowly toward the ground, the tension in the courtyard reaching a boiling point. The moment the silk touches the dirt, Eugene's eyes lock on, and he simply says, "I accept." Ciel's eyes go wide. She's the only one fast enough to realize that Eugene is already gone. Boom! Before Cyan can even lift his sword, Eugene's spear tip is buried deep into his gut. Cyan coughs up spit, the air completely leaving his lungs as he's lifted off his feet by the sheer force. Eugene doesn't let up, swinging the spear and sending Cyan flying across the courtyard like a ragdoll. It's over in less than a second. Eugene stands over him, casually declaring his victory while the dust is still settling. CL rushes to her brother's side, her playful attitude completely replaced by shock and worry. Cyan is clutching his stomach, looking like he's about to lose his lunch right there on the pavement. And... yup. He lets out a gross blech, vomiting on the ground from the sheer impact of the strike. CL turns to Eugene, her face twisted in a mix of fury and disbelief. She screams that the duel was cowardly and dishonorable because he moved before her brother was ready. Eugene just crosses his arms, telling her it's Cyan's own fault for letting his guard down the moment the signal hit the floor. She points a finger at him, accusing him of illegally training his mana to get that kind of speed. Eugene shuts her down instantly, reminding her that branch families aren't even allowed to touch mana yet. CL is stunned. She knows that strike was so fast that even if Cyan was ready, he still would have been cooked. Eugene gives her a dark, knowing smile, realizing she's actually smart enough to see the skill gap. She tells him he's got a foul mouth, and Eugene just shrugs, saying he's heard that one a lot in his past. He actually gives Cyan a tiny bit of credit, noting that the kid instinctively stepped back to avoid being impaled. But deep down, he's disappointed. Cyan is nowhere near the level a descendant of the Great Vermouth should be. Cyan is shaking, trying to stand up while gasping out threats about how Eugene dared to hit him. He's a mess, covered in vomit and tears, still calling Eugene a coward for winning too fast. Eugene just laughs, telling them they really are twins since they both use the same lame excuses. He walks right up to the shivering air, his presence looming over him like a shadow. He tells Cyan that if he's a true Lionheart, he needs to learn how to take a loss with some actual dignity. Cyan just stares at the ground, his face burning with a mix of shame and pure hatred. Eugene wonders for a second if he went too far, thinking the direct line might actually try to make his life a living hell for this. Suddenly, a man comes sprinting across the lawn, shouting for the young master. It's a sharp-looking man with a mustache, and he looks like he's about to have a heart attack seeing Cyan in this state. Eugene eyes him carefully, realizing this guy is a professional knight and actually knows his stuff. Cyan starts crying for real now, reaching out for the man like a lost puppy. He sobs into the knight's coat, lamenting that he lost to a country bumpkin in front of everyone. It's pathetic. He's literally wailing about the duel while his vomit is still fresh on the ground. The knight, Hezar, looks at Eugene with a stunned expression, trying to process how a branch kid did this. The two of them share a long, silent look, the veteran knight sensing the monster hiding inside the boy. Hezar composes himself and introduces himself as the man in charge of Cyan's training. Eugene doesn't flinch, introducing himself simply and stating he's from Gadol. Hezar recognizes the name, realizing Eugene is the son of Gerhard, a man he likely considers a low-tier knight. Eugene confirms it, while Hezar looks around at the broken ground and asks what exactly happened here. Eugene doesn't sugarcoat it. He tells him Cyan picked a fight and insulted his father. Cyan tries to lie through his teeth, but Eugene shuts him down, repeating the honor insult word for word. Eugene's eyes go cold again, asking Hezar if that's not a valid enough reason to accept a challenge. Hezar is a man of honor himself. He sighs and admits that Eugene's reasons for fighting are completely valid. He picks up the sobbing Cyan, telling him they need to get his injuries treated before he dies of embarrassment. Seal waves goodbye to Eugene with a huge fake smile, saying she hopes to see him again very soon. Eugene just waves back with a bored bye, before heading straight to the dining hall to stuff his face. While he's eating a massive turkey leg, Nina approaches him with a notebook full of info. She reports that the other branch heirs, Hansen, Deacon and Huis, are arriving tomorrow at noon. Eugene chews thoughtfully, realizing the ritual is starting way earlier than he expected. He steps out onto the balcony, the massive estate stretching out before him under the afternoon sun. He looks up at the sky, his mind drifting back to his old rival, Vermouth. He tells the ghost of his friend that he's going to screw his descendants over, and he better not be mad about it. He clenches his fist, reminding himself that he never asked to be born into this family. It's just a damn reincarnation, he smirks, ready to take everything this family has to offer. Inside a lavish room, the atmosphere is freezing. The twins are standing before their mother, who looks like she's about to snap. She stands by the window, her back to them, as the silence stretches out uncomfortably long. She finally turns, her fan snapping shut as she asks if it's true that her son lost to a collateral brat. Hezar bows his head in shame, confirming the news while Cyan stares at the floor, terrified. She calls Cyan over with a voice that sounds like sweet honey dipped in poison. Cyan approaches his mother, trembling with every step as the tension in the room spikes. "Teach whack!" She slams her fan into his chest, screaming that losing in a single strike to someone without mana is a disgrace. She leans in close, her eyes glowing with a terrifying light as she tells him to stay still. She ignores her son's pain and turns her icy gaze toward the knight, Hezar. She demands to know if he's absolutely sure that brat Eugene hasn't secretly trained with mana. Hezar insists that there wasn't a single trace of mana in Eugene's body. It was all pure, raw physical talent. She turns to CL next, asking for the play-by-play of how her brother got humiliated. CL explains that Eugene was just too fast. Cyan tried to retreat, but the spear was already there. The mother's face goes pale with rage, realization hitting her that the fight was over before it even began. Cyan tries to apologize, his voice small and pathetic as he looks up at his mother. Slap! She strikes him across the face, the sound echoing through the room like a gunshot. She screams at him for losing to a lowly being and bringing shame to the direct line. She's spiraling, worrying about what the patriarch will say and how her rivals will mock her for this. Cyan is on the verge of a breakdown, sobbing and apologizing as he clutches his bruised cheek. She turns back to Hezar, her voice trembling with barely contained fury. She tells him that if he wasn't her husband's favorite knight, she'd kill him herself right now. She orders him to take Cyan away and train him until he's unrecognizable so he never shames her again. Hezar leads the weeping boy out of the room, both of them looking completely defeated. The heavy doors slam shut, leaving the mother alone with her daughter in the quiet luxury of the room. She snaps her fan open again, the sound sharp and aggressive in the sudden silence. She takes a deep breath, trying to calm her racing heart while staring out the window. Her expression shifts from rage to something much more calculating and dangerous. She calls out to CL, who is standing quietly in the corner, watching her mother carefully. She tells her daughter to stay close to that boy Eugene and keep a constant eye on him. CL is confused, asking why she'd want to befriend someone her mother clearly wants dead. The mother's eyes narrow, thinking that if Eugene died now, she'd be the first person the family suspects. She mentions the Guardians of the Familial Code, a group that doesn't mess around when it comes to internal murders. She tells CL that the best way to handle an enemy you can't kill is to keep them close and learn their weaknesses. CL gets a wicked glint in her eyes, agreeing that she'll befriend Eugene to see what makes him tick. The mother gives a sinister smile, her plan already moving into motion. The next day, the other heirs of the collateral lines finally arrive. Deacon, Hansen, and Little Huis. A pair of boots hits the ground running, dust flying as someone sprints across the estate. It's Eugene, still grinding through his morning workout, sweat dripping from his brow as he pushes his limits. Nina runs up to him, panicking as usual, telling him he needs to stop training immediately. Eugene thinks the other branch kids are just early, but Nina's face says it's something much bigger. She screams that the head of the family, the patriarch himself, is here. Eugene's golden eyes sharpen, he's finally going to meet the current version of Vermouth. Nina tries to drag him away to change into something decent, but Eugene knows he's already late. He just wipes his face with a towel, saying it's better to go sweaty than to keep the boss waiting. The main gate is lined with rows of knights and servants, a massive show of power for the patriarch's return. Eugene stands among the other kids, standing out like a sore thumb in his workout clothes while everyone else is dressed to the nines. The twins are there with their mother, Anicilia, who looks perfectly composed despite the chaos. The woman in front of her is Theonis, the legal wife, and she looks even more intimidating. Beside her is Iode, the eldest son, who looks like he's carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders. Two figures on horseback gallop through the gate, their capes billowing in the wind as they approach the mansion. The man in the lead has long silver hair and a presence so heavy it feels like the air itself is thickening. This is Gilad Lionheart, the patriarch, and he looks every bit like the legendary hero's direct descendant. Following him is his brother Gion, who looks younger and much more approachable. Iode stands stiffly as his father approaches, looking like he's terrified of making a mistake. Gilad reaches out and pats his son's head, asking if his skills have grown along with his height. Iode stammers out that he's doing his best to meet expectations, his voice trembling slightly. Gilad's expression turns serious, his sharp eyes scanning his eldest son for any sign of weakness. He turns to the rest of the family, his gaze eventually landing on the twins and their mother. He smiles warmly at Cyan and CL, noting how fast they've grown while the kids greet him with practiced grace. He then addresses another man, Guilford, with a nod of recognition. He apologizes for not being there to celebrate the birth of Guilford's son, showing a surprisingly kind side. Guilford bows low, insisting that the patriarch shouldn't worry about such small things. Finally, Gilad turns his attention to the children of the collateral lines, his eyes landing on Eugene. He invites everyone to have a meal together, his voice booming with authority. He announces that during the meal, they will finally discuss the details of the bloodline continuation ritual. The family dinner is a massive affair, with a table long enough to host a small army under a giant crystal chandelier. The direct line sits at the head, looking like royalty, while the tension in the room is thick enough to cut with a knife. The branch kids sit across from them, most of them too nervous to even touch their water. Eugene eyes the two kids next to him, Gargus and Desira, who seem much more confident than the others. He realizes these two are from high-authority branch families and are the real competition. Suddenly, he notices a blonde man sitting at the table who doesn't look like a Lionheart at all. CL is staring at the guest too, her curiosity clearly piqued by the stranger's presence. She asks her father who the guest is, breaking the formal silence of the dinner. Gilad starts to explain, but the blonde man just leans in with a mischievous grin, saying it's fine to introduce himself. Eugene takes a sip of his tea, watching the stranger closely as the man prepares to speak. The man bursts out with a cheerful "Hello, children," and introduces himself as Levelian from the Red Tower. The name hits the room like a bomb. The collateral kids are absolutely floored to be in the presence of a tower master. Eugene is so shocked he literally spit-takes his tea all over the table, coughing as he tries to process the news. He's hacking and wheezing, everyone staring at him as he tries to recover from the surprise. Levelian leans over, asking if he's all right, while Eugene frantically waves him off. Eugene is panicking internally. He realizes this guy isn't just a mage, he's the disciple of Sienna's disciple. In a flashback, we see Sienna 300 years ago, the youngest Tower Master who literally rewrote the world's magic books. She was a legend who taught the other Tower Masters and is still worshipped as the Grand Master by all mages. Eugene is reeling, thinking how crazy it is that he's meeting someone connected to his old companion in this life. Gallade interrupts his thoughts, calling out to him and confirming he heard his name was Eugene. The Patriarch's voice turns cold as he mentions he heard from his wife about what happened in the courtyard. Cyan is sweating bullets, looking like he wants to vanish into the floorboards. Eugene stays cool, admitting that the fight happened but saying he doesn't hold any grudges. Gallade asks why, and Eugene bluntly tells him it's because he won the duel. He adds that even if he lost, he'd have to endure the shame for being too weak to defend his own honor. A slow smile spreads across Gallade's face as he tells Eugene he's already better than his own son. He turns his gaze toward Cyan, whose head is hanging so low it's touching his chest. He tells Cyan he's not ashamed of the defeat, but he's disappointed that Cyan is too busy feeling sorry for himself to apologize. Cyan is trembling, the weight of his father's disappointment crushing him in front of the whole family. Gallade points out that the whole mess started with Cyan's insult, and yet he still hasn't manned up and said sorry. Cyan tries to stammer out an excuse, but his father's glare shuts him down instantly. He reminds Cyan that the name Lionheart comes from vermouth, and carrying that blood means honoring your opponents. He forces Cyan to look Eugene in the eye, the silence in the room becoming unbearable. Cyan finally chokes out an "I apologize," his face bright red with humiliation. Eugene thinks to himself that the kid is clearly forcing it, calling him a fucker in his head. Gallade turns back to Eugene, admitting that he's never even heard of Eugene's father, Gerhard. Eugene isn't offended, agreeing that his family lives in the middle of nowhere anyway. When asked who taught him to fight, Eugene lies and says his dad taught him the basics, but he learned the rest himself. Ciel is staring at him, thinking it's impossible for a kid to train that much without a master. Gargus is also eyeing him, wondering how a self-taught kid managed to stomp a direct heir. Gallade smiles, saying this ceremony is going to be very entertaining to watch this year. The tension breaks as the maids wheel in massive carts of food, including a whole roast pig. The table is suddenly covered in lobster, turkey, and every delicacy imaginable. The spread is incredible, a feast fit for the most powerful family in the empire. Gallade gestures for everyone to eat, his tone finally lightening up as the meal begins. As night falls, the moon shines over the Lionheart mansion, but the atmosphere inside is still buzzing. The plates are cleared away, and the real business of the night is about to begin. The table is spotless again, the heirs sitting at attention as the Patriarch prepares to speak. He explains that he brought them all here to reveal the new rules of the bloodline continuation ceremony. The branch kids lean in, their faces tight with nerves. Gallade admits that he believes the traditional methods of the ceremony are extremely discriminatory. He points out that branch kids have no chance when they aren't allowed to use mana or real weapons until the day of the fight. He mentions his 3 children who are participating, including his eldest son who looks a bit pale. He declares that the ceremony should prove you're a descendant of vermouth, and in the face of that, direct and collateral are meaningless. Eugene stares at the table, thinking about his old friend Vermouth and the legacy he left behind. He smirks, thinking that Vermouth's descendant is actually a much kinder man than the hero himself was. Gallade introduces Levelian again, saying they've requested outside help to make the ceremony fair. Levelian winks, looking like he's ready to have some fun with the group. With a snap of his fingers, a holographic map of a massive maze erupts from the center of the table. Levelian explains that the heirs will enter different parts of the maze and must fight their way to the center. He points to a tiny holographic goblin, explaining they'll have to get through traps and monsters to reach the boss. He clarifies that everything inside is a magical illusion, it'll feel real, but nobody's going to actually die. He calls it an action-packed adventure, his blue eyes shining with magical power. Eugene is impressed, realizing Levelian is using high-level mind control and summoning magic simultaneously. The goal is simple, whoever defeats the boss monster wins, and everyone gets points based on their performance. Hansen nervously asks if it's okay if they don't even manage to finish the maze. Levelian laughs, saying they can stay at the entrance if they're scared, but they'll get 0 points for it. Eugene pipes up, asking the question everyone wants to know, what do we get if we win? Gallade folds his hands, a proud smile on his face as he looks at the group. He declares that the winner will be allowed to choose any single item from the family's underground treasure vault. Eugene's eyes light up with pure greed, looking like he's already seen a mountain of gold. After dinner, he walks down the hallway alone, his mind already racing with the possibilities. He's already decided he's going to win, now he just has to figure out which legendary artifact he wants to take. His expression turns serious as he realizes he might finally find something belonging to his old life in that vault. He stops in his tracks as two figures block his path in the dim hallway. It's Gargus and Desira, the elite branch kids, and they don't look like they're here to be friends. The real competition starts now. Gargus stands his ground, crossing his massive arms as he demands to know if Eugene really took down a direct heir like Cyan. Eugene doesn't even blink, giving him a simple yeah like it was no big deal. Our guy is already bored with the conversation and starts walking away, telling them to beat it if they don't have any more questions. Gargus is left hanging, totally confused by how a kid from the countryside can be this dismissive. He looks at Desira, who's just as baffled by Eugene's don't care attitude. Later that night, under the full moon, Eugene is back at it, training alone in the quiet courtyard. He's swinging a wooden blade with such force that you can hear the air screaming as it cuts through. He spins into a full circle strike, his movements a perfect blend of speed and raw power. He suddenly stops, sensing two figures watching him from the shadows of the pillars. It's Gargus and Desira again, and they look like they've been standing there for a while, just soaking in his form. Eugene is annoyed, wondering why these two won't just leave him to his workout in peace. Gargus marches forward, his bulk casting a huge shadow as he prepares to say something intense. He stands right in Eugene's face, the size difference making it look like a mountain is looming over a hill. Without warning, Gargus rips his shirt off in a blur of motion, his muscles practically bursting out. He stands there half naked, steam literally rising off his shredded physique. He flexes with a grunt, showing off every single vein and muscle fiber he's built up over the years. Eugene just stares at him, looking completely dead inside as he watches this weird display. Our boy is literally thinking, is this guy actually a dumbass? Gargus proudly tells Eugene he can touch the muscles if he wants, but Eugene hits him with a hard, no thanks. Gargus doesn't get the hint. He starts bragging about a secret muscle growth medicine his family uses. He claims it's the ultimate cheat code for strength without needing mana, and it supposedly has 0 side effects. He asks if Eugene wants in on the secret, but Eugene asks if he's trying to sell him literal snake oil. Desira finally speaks up, calling out Gargus for lying, apparently that miracle medicine makes everyone grow a thick beard, even the women. She turns her focus to Eugene, asking why a spear specialist like him is currently training with a wooden sword. Eugene tells her he's a master of both, which Desira finds hard to believe. To prove her point, she kicks her own spear up into the air with insane precision. She catches it mid-fall, her eyes sharpening, as she prepares to test Eugene's claims herself. She tells him the spear is her life, and she challenges him to a duel right here, right now. Eugene thinks to himself that she's at least easier to handle than the muscle-obsessed beard oil salesman. He gets a wicked smirk on his face, curious to see what the elites of the branch families are actually capable of. They face off in the dark courtyard, the distance between them crackling with competitive energy. Gargus jumps in, announcing that he'll be the judge for this fair match. He strikes a dramatic pose, demanding that everything stay honorable and clean. Eugene looks at him and sees the ghost of his old friend Moron. This guy is definitely a moron descendant if he's ever seen one. Eugene tells him to hurry the hell up, while Desira gets into her combat stance. She thinks Eugene is a joke for thinking he can master 2 weapons at once. She's determined to show him that true spearmanship isn't something a country kid can just half-ass. Gargus screams, "Start," and the duel is on. Desira lunges forward instantly, knowing that whoever strikes first usually wins the fight. But as she closes in, Eugene's eyes track her every movement with the cold accuracy of a predator. Her spear grazes the ground as Eugene sidesteps the strike with a millimeter to spare. A heavy blue aura starts to radiate from Eugene as he prepares to counter. Desira freezes. She looks into his eyes and realizes there isn't a single opening in his defense. Eugene just stands there, casually gesturing for her to come at him with everything she's got. She grits her teeth, frustrated that a nobody is making her feel this much pressure. She charges again with a battle cry, her spear becoming a blur of wood and wind. Crack! The 2 weapons collide, sending a shockwave through the air as wood slams against wood. They bounce back, both of them regrouping as the intensity of the duel cranks up. Desira's face is a mask of pure concentration, her eyes wild with the thrill of the fight. She tries a low sweep, but Eugene blocks it perfectly, his spear not moving an inch. She's huffing now, her mind racing as she realizes she's being completely outclassed. Eugene unleashes a flurry of thrusts, forcing Desira into a desperate defensive retreat. He notes that her potential is actually great for her age, but he's already thinking 3 steps ahead. He gives her a confident smirk, letting her know she's nowhere near his level yet. He knocks her spear aside with a casual flick, leaving her wide open for a finishing blow. Desira screams at him to shut it, furious that she can't even land a single hit on him. She's terrified. He hasn't even moved from his original spot, blocking everything with 0 effort. She launches one final, all-or-nothing thrust, aiming straight for his chest. Eugene's spear becomes a wall of light, parrying her strike with a series of lightning-fast clicks. He redirects her momentum, sending her stumbling past him as he maintains his perfect stance. She spins around, trying to find another angle, but Eugene is already there. She laughs maniacally, betting that he can't block her next strike from this awkward side angle. She leaps into the air, bringing her spear down like a guillotine. Eugene's foot moves in a blur, his boot catching the air as he prepares a counter-maneuver. He steps right onto the shaft of her spear mid-swing, pinning it to the ground with his full weight. Slam! The force of his landing creates a small crater, leaving Desira dangling from her own weapon. She's gasping, her eyes wide with shock as she realizes the duel is over. Eugene brings the tip of his wooden spear right to her throat, the duel decided in one humiliating move. They stand there in a stalemate, Gargis watching in stunned silence as the country kid wins again. Gargis finally calls it, declaring Eugene Lionheart the winner of the duel. Gargis immediately gets down to business, telling Eugene that the branch kids need to combine their strengths to win. Later that night, Gargis literally breaks into Eugene's room while he's in bed to keep the recruitment pitch going. Eugene is fuming, asking if he really woke him up just to talk about some stupid team-up. Gargis doesn't care about personal space, he wants an answer right now. Eugene points out that they're all starting at different entrances, so a team-up is basically impossible. Gargis explains that even with different starts, the center is the same, and the twins from the main family will definitely be working together. Eugene clarifies, "So you want to meet at the boss and jump it together?" He scoffs, telling Gargis he's being way too full of himself. Eugene is confident he can solo the whole thing. He looks over and sees Desira leaning against the door, listening in with a serious face. She admits Eugene is strong, but she insists that they need him if they want to guarantee a win over the boss. Eugene asks why she's so desperate to kill it, and her answer is full of drive and ambition. She explains that in the history of this ritual, a branch family member has never won. With Gargis, herself, and the guy who stomped Cayenne, she believes this is their only chance to finally make history. She leans in, asking if he doesn't want the satisfaction of finally beating the direct line at their own game. Eugene just looks at them, his mind already calculating the fastest way through the maze on his own. Meanwhile, in another part of the mansion, Anasilia stares out the window at the moon, her mind full of dark plots. She watches Levelian through the glass, realizing he might be here to take the eldest son, Iode, as his student. Iode was always a bookworm who preferred magic over swords, even training in secret when he was a toddler. If Iode leaves to become a mage, the twins will have more room to grow and take over the succession. But the blood succession ritual is the only thing standing in the way of her perfect plan. She knows her kids will always be seen as born from the second wife, but her confidence has kept them in power until now. She grips her fan until her knuckles turn white, still furious that Cyan was defeated by a mere collateral child. She thinks to herself that if Eugene manages to break through the labyrinth first, he'll humiliate the entire direct line. She's terrified that Eugene's victory will overshadow everything her children have worked for. 3 days later, the ritual finally begins as the group gathers before a massive, glowing blue portal. Levelian steps forward, magic energy swirling around him like a tidal wave. He unleashes a massive burst of mana, the sheer scale of his power leaving the children in awe. The direct heirs, Cyan and Ciel, feel the magic wash over them, their faces tight with focus. The branch kids are equally stunned, realizing the real trial is about to start. Levelian instructs them all to close their eyes and mold the magical light into whatever weapon they can imagine. The kids start concentrating, orbs of blue energy forming in their hands as they try to manifest their gear. Ciel is the first to succeed, a beautiful, ornate rapier manifesting in her hand, with a burst of light. She looks at her weapon with pure joy, thrilled that her imagination actually worked. She gives it a test swing, the magic blade humming as it cuts through the air. Levelian laughs, explaining that since the maze is magic, these weapons will never break as long as they're inside. One of the kids asks if they can make an animal or a doll instead of a weapon. Iode asks why they aren't allowed to create living life with magic. Levelian explains that creating life is a beautiful authority that belongs only to nature. It's the ultimate taboo of magic. Iode is mesmerized, his fascination with magic growing even stronger as he listens to the master. Gargis manifests a massive, glowing greatsword, the weight of it causing him to grunt with effort. He starts bragging that it's just like his favorite sword from home, while the others just ignore his shouting. Desira manifests a sleek, golden spear, looking every bit the lethal warrior she is. Cyan goes for a classic longsword, giving it a smug look as he prepares for his redemption arc. Iode creates a thin, elegant rapier, his hands shaking slightly as he holds the magical construct. The other branch kids struggle to keep their focus, their weapons flickering and dimming as they lose concentration. Then there's Eugene. He manifests a standard sword and a round shield, choosing utility over flashy looks. Ciel walks up to him, asking what he'll do if they run into each other inside the dark tunnels. She asks with a playful wink if he's actually going to fight her, while Cyan watches from behind. Eugene looks at the patriarch, asking if PvP is actually allowed in this ritual. Jaleid smiles and confirms it. Competition is the core of the ceremony. But he adds that judgment and cooperation matter too. He emphasizes that they're all family who share the Lionheart blood, trying to instill some unity. CL gives Eugene a look that is definitely not family-friendly, her eyes glowing with a mischievous intent. Eugene finds her gaze incredibly unpleasant, thinking to himself that she's probably the most dangerous one there. Levelian hands out small blue necklaces to everyone, telling them to put them on immediately. He places the necklace on Desira, who looks ready to sprint into the cave. He explains the necklaces are linked to their consciousness and will react if they feel too much stress or danger. The Tower Master's expression turns serious as he explains it's a safety mechanism. If it glows red, he's intervening. Eugene looks at the gem on his chest, realizing this maze might be more intense than he initially thought. Levelian adds that if they want to tap out, they just have to shout "Help ME" and they'll be warped out instantly. The explanations are over. The master points to the dark maw of the cave and tells them to go in together. He gives a final chilling smile, warning them that the moment they step inside, the paths will split them all up. The 9 heirs march toward the entrance, the weight of the Lionheart name resting on their young shoulders. Seal waves to Eugene one last time, telling him to hang in there, and he gives her a dry, "Yeah, you too." Eugene is the first to cross the threshold, his body dissolving into the blue magical energy of the portal. His boot hits the stone floor of the labyrinth with a sharp clack as he officially enters the trial. He finds himself in a dark, narrow corridor that feels like it goes on forever into the gloom. Eugene smirks, thinking about how many labyrinths he explored in his past life until he was literally sick of them. He looks up and notes that the ceiling is completely blocked off, making it a true test of navigation. He gives his magic sword a practice swing, testing the weight and balance in the cramped space. The blade slices through the air, hitting the stone wall with a spark to test its durability. He realizes the space is too constricted for long weapons, which is why most of the kids are going to struggle. That's exactly why he chose the sword and shield. It's a generic combo that can handle any surprise the maze throws at him. He knows this labyrinth was made for children, so the difficulty level is probably something he could do in his sleep. "Let's go," he mutters, his eyes glowing in the dark as he ventures deeper into the lion's den. Deep in the tunnels, a group of angry-looking slimes bounce toward their first victim. One of the branch kids, Hansen, is screaming in terror as he swings his sword wildly at the green blobs. He's quickly overwhelmed, falling to the floor and screaming, "Help! Help!" at the top of his lungs. Levelian appears out of thin air, looking totally bored as he steps in to save the kid from a group of low-level slimes. With a flash of light, the boy is warped out of the maze, his participation in the ritual officially over. Only an hour into the ceremony, and 3 of the 9 participants have already tapped out from fear. Jaleid watches the survivors through a magic screen, his face unreadable as he tells the failures to go rest. The kids who failed are sobbing, their dreams of glory crushed before they even saw a real monster. Levelian has 5 screens open, showing the remaining heirs as they navigate the different levels of the maze. Jaleid strokes his chin, watching the contrasting styles of the kids who actually have a spine. Gargus is charging through a corridor, his face set in a mask of pure, stubborn determination. He runs into a pack of goblins, his massive magical greatsword glowing with power as he prepares to swing. He puts his entire weight into a horizontal slash, his eyes wide with the effort of the move. The blade creates a massive arc of light, but it's a bit clumsy, missing the goblins and smashing into the stone wall. A goblin cackles as it ducks the strike, while Gargus's sword gets stuck deep in the masonry. But Gargus doesn't panic. He lets out a roar, using his raw physical strength to rip the sword and part of the wall out at once. The impact shatters the stone and sends shards of rock flying everywhere like shrapnel. The goblins are flattened by the sheer force of his unrefined power as he continues his relentless march. Eugene watches the screen and notes that while Gargus is clumsy, his push-forward energy is actually pretty effective. He admits that Gargus isn't having much trouble with the basic monsters because of his insane physical build. On another screen, Desira is moving through the tunnels like a ghost, her spear held low and ready. She encounters a group of slimes, her expression tightening as she analyzes the best way to handle them. She moves with incredible agility, leaping over the blobs and using her spear to keep them at a distance. She realizes that poking a slime is pointless. She needs to find an opening to just sprint past them. Slimes are hard to fight with blades, she thinks, her eyes scanning for a gap in their formation. She waits for the perfect moment and then takes off, her speed leaving the slow-moving monsters in the dust. Eugene notes that Desira is smart. She's focusing on getting through the maze and avoiding combat when it doesn't benefit her. Then the screen switches to Cyan, who is standing in a hallway looking much more confident than he should be. He's staring at a wall with a bunch of suspicious-looking holes, sensing a trap is nearby. His mom secretly gave him a full map of the labyrinth before the ritual even started. Cyan smirks, picking up a rock and preparing to trigger the trap from a safe distance. He tosses the rock, and a rumble echoes through the hallway as the wall prepares to fire. A hail of arrows shoots out, but Cyan is already safely around the corner, laughing at how easy this is. He starts running, thinking he's a genius for having the answers to the test. Eugene watches him and thinks Cyan is too timid. It's his hesitation and fear that's actually helping him avoid the traps. Next up is Ciel, who finds herself face to face with a massive, grinning goblin warrior. The goblin roars, swinging a crude hammer that would crush a normal kid instantly. But Ciel just giggles, dodging the blow with a graceful spin that looks more like a dance than a fight. She lunges forward, her magical rapier glowing as she delivers a precise thrust to the monster's throat. The goblin explodes into golden magical dust, Ciel looking totally unbothered by the kill. She starts skipping down the hall, her ponytail bouncing as she enjoys the game. She hits a dead end, and just sighs, deciding to head back to the last split in the path. Eugene notes that she relies entirely on instinct and moves quickly, but she's still way too childish to be a top-tier threat. Finally, the screen shows Iode, who is shivering in fear as a goblin looms over him. The goblin is armed and dangerous, his eyes glowing with the magical intent to harm. Iode is amazed, his love for magic taking over his fear as he realizes the monster is a perfect magical construct. He blocks a strike, his eyes wide with the realization of how advanced the summoning magic is. He starts countering with his sword, but his form is shaky and his mind is clearly on the spells rather than the blade. He lands a finishing blow, the goblin dissolving into the usual golden sparks. Iode stands over the dust, looking like he's just seen a miracle rather than survived a fight. He's beaming with joy, his genuine passion for the arcane shining through his nervous exterior. Levelian notices Iode's reaction and comments that the boy seems to have a real, deep interest in magic. Jaleid admits Iode has loved magic since he was a baby, even refusing to learn anything else for years. Levelian is curious why he stopped, and Jaleid's expression turns bitter. He explains that Iode gave up on his dream because he felt he had to become the next patriarch to satisfy his mother and the family tradition. Jaleid sighs, saying that while magic has infinite possibilities, it's a path the Lionheart family doesn't usually value. He reveals his true hope, that Iode will follow his passion and become Levelian's disciple to escape the family pressure. Levelian is hesitant, telling the patriarch he can't make any promises without seeing more. He says he'll take Iode as an acquaintance, but if the potential isn't there, he won't make him a formal disciple. Jaleid agrees, simply wishing for his son to finally be able to pursue his own dreams. He mentions that Iode actually reveres the legend of Sienna the Wise even more than his own ancestor, Vermouth. Levelian smiles, remembering the stories of how Sienna would pull a new, world-saving spell out of her hat whenever the party was in trouble. Jaleid reveals that his favorite character in the hero legend was actually someone else entirely. Levelian is surprised, asking who could possibly be better than the two main icons. Jaleid is about to answer, but his eyes suddenly lock onto the center screen. He points at the monitor, his voice dropping to a whisper as he tells the Tower Master to look at that. On the screen, Eugene has finally reached the center of the maze and is facing down an elite giant goblin warrior. Eugene stands perfectly still, his sword and shield ready as the monster looms over him. The giant goblin lets out a deafening roar, raising a massive club-like fist to smash the intruder. Clang! Eugene blocks the massive blow with his shield, the impact creating a shockwave that cracks the floor. He doesn't budge an inch, the sheer stability of his stance proving his body is built different. He launches into a counterattack, his movements so fast they leave trails of light across the Elder's screens. Levelian is sweating now, his mouth hanging open as he asks, "Just who is that boy?" Jaleid is equally stunned, his eyes wide as he mutters a single word, "Amazing." Eugene lands a devastating blow, his sword buried deep in the giant's leg as he uses his shield to bash the monster's face. Our guy looks up with those glowing golden eyes, and you just know he's about to finish this. The name's Eugene Lionheart, and he's not just here to participate, he's here to dominate. The giant troll lies in a pool of its own green blood, absolutely dismantled after the brutal encounter. Eugene stands over the remains, his golden eyes glowing with a cold, piercing intensity that doesn't belong on a kid. Up in the observation room, the Patriarch and the Tower Master watch the mana screen in total silence. Jaleid can't hide his grin, noting how Eugene didn't just survive the troll, he completely neutralized it without breaking a sweat. Levelian is even more stunned, explaining that the troll was meant to be an unbeatable trap, yet Eugene treated it like light exercise. The Patriarch realizes they aren't just looking at a talented kid, they're looking at a natural-born monster. Levelian leans back, the realization hitting him hard as he prepares to say the word. He calls him a genius, seeing the shadow of the great Vermouth himself looming behind Eugene's confident gaze. Suddenly, we flash back to Gargus, who is getting absolutely hammered by a massive green fist. A shockwave rips through the stone floor as Gargus narrowly dodges a strike that would have crushed his skull. He's sent flying through the air, coughing up blood while arrows are still buried in his back from previous traps. The giant troll towers over him, eyes glowing red with murderous intent as Gargus struggles to stand. But Gargus isn't done. He lets out a primal scream, his eyes flaring with a golden light as he taps into his last reserves. He charges forward, dodging a massive fist that shatters the ground right behind his heels. With a desperate horizontal swing, his blade cuts a trail of blue light through the air. The strike connects, and green blood sprays everywhere as the troll is forced back by the sheer force. Gargus leaps high into the air, using the environment to launch himself for one final, decisive blow. He slams his sword down with everything he's got, the impact creating a massive explosion of mana and dust. The monster lets out one last agonizing roar as Gargus carves right through its chest. The troll's massive hand twitches one last time before it finally loses its grip on life. Gargus stands victorious on top of the beast's head, his sword buried deep as the victory sinks in. But the cost was high. He's gasping for air, covered in blood and sweat, his body finally reaching its limit. He lets out one final shout of triumph toward the ceiling, his spirit burning bright even as his strength fades. A flash of golden light erupts around him, signaling that his part in this ritual might be over. He collapses to his knees, his vision blurring as the adrenaline finally leaves his system. He thinks to himself that the troll was way stronger than expected, having broken his ribs and cut through his tough muscles. Gargus stumbles forward, realizing that if he's this messed up, the other kids must be having an even worse time. With a heavy thud, the musclehead finally passes out, his body hitting the cold stone floor. Elsewhere in the maze, Cyan is creeping through the shadows when a massive silhouette looms over him. He freezes, sweating bullets, as he realizes there's another troll blocking his path to the center. He tries to stay calm, deducing that this monster isn't meant to be fought, but avoided. Thinking he's slick, he tosses a rock to the side to create a distraction. The troll's head snaps toward the sound, its tiny eyes searching for the source. Cyan takes the chance and sprints past the beast as fast as his legs can carry him. He celebrates his brilliant move, thinking he's a tactical genius for outsmarting a pile of muscles. He continues running down the dark corridor, confident that he's the first one to make it this far. Suddenly, a voice calls out "Big Bro," and he sees Seal standing there, looking perfectly fine. Cyan is genuinely surprised to see his sister already here, his eyes wide with shock. Seal realizes that since they've met up, they must be getting really close to the center of the labyrinth. Cyan puts on his cool big brother act, telling her to just follow him and she'll be fine. Deep down, he's fuming about his earlier loss to Eugene and sees this as his big chance to fix his reputation. Ciel looks up at him with a mischievous spark, asking him a loaded question. She mentions that since this whole maze is an illusion, literally any kind of monster could show up. Cyan brushes it off like it's no big deal until she specifically mentions ghosts. Cyan's face goes pale instantly, a cold sweat running down his neck as his bravado evaporates. Ciel notices his reaction and starts teasing him, asking if a brave warrior like him is actually afraid of ghosts. He tries to play it off, telling her not to worry because her big brother will handle anything. Suddenly, a bloody glowing eye stares out from the darkness behind a nearby wall, fingers clutching the stone. Cyan lets out a high-pitched scream, his soul practically leaving his body from the fright. It turns out to be Desira, who screams right back at them, while Ciel just stands there looking amused. Cyan points a trembling finger at Desira, demanding to know why she's trying to scare him. Desira snaps back, saying Cyan's sudden shouting was way scarier than her ambush. Cyan notices the blood on her and accuses her of planning a sneak attack, but she claims it's just from maze traps. She clenches her teeth, secretly annoyed that her first attempt at an ambush was such a fail. Cyan points behind her, distracted by something else moving in the distance. Ciel shouts that Desira is trying to make a break for it, her eyes wide with excitement. Cyan is furious, realizing he's been made a fool of yet again in front of his twin sister. He declares that he won't forgive her and orders Ciel to help him chase her down. The three of them go into a full-on sprint, their footsteps echoing loudly through the stone halls. Desira knows she can't win a 2-on-1 fight and desperately looks around for her partner Gargus. Unfortunately for her, the musclehead is still out cold on the floor, surrounded by his broken sword and arrows. Desira keeps running until the floor suddenly starts collapsing right under her feet. "A trap?" she gasps, her eyes widening as the ground gives way into a dark abyss. She uses her spear to vault over the falling debris, showing off some high-level acrobatics. With a desperate leap, she barely makes it to the other side of the massive gap. She doesn't stop to breathe, immediately continuing her sprint as Cyan and Ciel reach the edge of the pit. Cyan skids to a halt, looking at the distance and wondering if he needs to find a long way around. He sees Ciel watching him with those judgmental eyes and realizes he can't look like a coward here. He narrows his eyes, deciding that he has no choice but to reveal his trump card early. Cyan begins to channel his mana, a bright blue aura erupting around his body like a torch. With a powerful shout, he launches himself across the gap, propelled by sheer magical energy. He clears the distance with ease, landing perfectly on the other side while Ciel follows right behind him. He keeps his momentum, running with the blue flames still flickering around his limbs. Cyan reaches back with his hand, heroically telling Ciel to jump so he can catch her. But Ciel doesn't need his help. She's already flying through the air, her own mana aura glowing brightly. She lands gracefully on her feet, barely even ruffling her clothes as she passes him. Cyan tries to play it cool, giving her a smug compliment while secretly being annoyed that she's just as good as him. They decide to continue their game of cat and mouse, racing toward the final objective. The three of them finally burst into the central chamber and freeze at the sight of a massive, blue-skinned minotaur. Desira and Cyan gasp in unison, realizing they've finally reached the boss monster of the labyrinth. Suddenly, a voice asks why they're all arriving together, and they see Eugene leaning casually against a wall. Cyan is speechless, his jaw dropping as Eugene explains that he's just been hanging out, waiting for them. Eugene gives a smirk, telling them he was curious to see who would actually manage to make it here first. The three of them stand there, staring at Eugene like he's an alien while he just chills with his shield. Eugene confirms that Seal was technically the winner of their little race, much to Cyan's annoyance. Desira asks if him waiting means he's finally ready to accept her offer to team up. Eugene scoffs, telling them he's not joining a team, he's actually yielding the boss fight to them. He claims he could finish the boss in seconds, but that would be too sad for them after all their hard work. Cyan loses it, his face turning red as he demands to know what Eugene just said. Eugene ignores the temper tantrum and explains that the Minotaur won't attack as long as they stay back. He dictates the order of the fight, telling Desira to go first, then Cyan, then Ciel. Desira is stunned, asking if he's seriously suggesting she take on that monster all by herself. Eugene points out that she's already pretty beat up, and if she's scared, she can just quit now. Desira's pride flares up as she rips off a piece of her sleeve to tie back her hair. She tightens the makeshift headband, her eyes burning with a new level of determination. She steps forward alone, her spear leveled at the massive beast while the others watch from the sidelines. Cyan turns to Eugene, asking if he's really not going to help out at all. He arrogantly claims that Eugene won't even get a turn because he'll be the one to kill the boss. Eugene smirks and makes a bet. If Cyan actually wins, Eugene will call him Big Bro for the rest of his life. Cyan gets a creepy, confident grin on his face, telling Eugene he better not forget those words. He sits down on the floor to rest, trying to look cool but clearly needing a breather. The three of them watch the Minotaur, which is a monster synonymous with deadly labyrinths. Cyan admits the thing looks huge, even bigger than the troll he barely dodged earlier, but he tells himself it's just a big target, and compared to an ogre, it shouldn't be that aggressive. The Minotaur sits perfectly still, its massive horns gleaming under the dim magical light. Suddenly, one of its eyes snaps open, glowing with an intense predatory amber light. The beast rises to its full, terrifying height, towering over Desira like a mountain of muscle. Desira looks like a tiny ant compared to the monster, her spear appearing more like a toothpick. She mutters that it's huge, the sheer scale of the task finally starting to sink in. She grinds her teeth, telling herself there's no way she's backing down after coming this far. With a fierce battle cry, she charges forward, her footsteps thundering on the stone floor. She ducks under a massive hand, her movements precise as a huge shadow falls over her. The Minotaur's fist smashes into the ground, sending chunks of stone flying as Desira barely rolls away. She goes on the offensive, spinning her spear in a blur of motion and launching a series of rapid strikes. She thrusts her spear with all her might, aiming for the beast's thick hide. The spear tip hits the monster's skin, but instead of piercing through, it barely makes a scratch. Desira's eyes widen in horror as she realizes the Minotaur's hide is way too tough for her weapon. Before she can recover, a massive shadow looms over her as the Minotaur's hand reaches down. The beast grabs her mid-air, its giant fingers wrapping around her entire body like a vice. She lets out a choked gasp, thinking to herself that this is the end. Instead of crushing her, the Minotaur simply tosses her across the room like a piece of trash. Desira skids across the floor, her spear clattering away as she loses consciousness. She lands right at Eugene's feet, defeated and broken, while Ciel watches with a concerned look. Ciel asks why the monster didn't finish her off, confused by its behavior. Eugene explains that it's not a real monster. The moment it caught her, the simulation decided she had lost. Cyan stands up and draws his sword, his face twisted into a confident, arrogant sneer. He tells Eugene to watch closely as he proves that the direct bloodline is on a whole different level. Eugene just gives him a wide, mocking grin, clearly enjoying the show. Cyan walks toward the beast, thinking that Eugene is a cocky bastard who's about to be proven wrong. He begins to flare his mana, a massive aura of blue energy swirling around him. He focuses all that power into his blade, the steel starting to glow with an intense, vibrating light. A brilliant blade of pure mana extends from his sword. He's actually manifested Sword Ki. Desira, having woken up, watches in shock, noting that creating Sword Ki usually takes 10 years of training. She realizes with a sinking heart that the gap between her and the main family is even wider than she thought. Even Eugene is mildly impressed, admitting that seeing Sword Ki at this age isn't half bad. Cyan smirks, knowing he can't hold the form for long, but it's more than enough to slice this monster apart. Suddenly, the blue light flickers and vanishes with a pathetic pop sound. Cyan stares at his empty blade in total confusion, wondering what the hell just happened. We see a vision of Gilade, who wanted to test the true quality of the heirs without any bloodline prejudices. Levelian reveals the catch. He designed the center of the labyrinth so that mana attacks are completely disabled. Without their fancy sword key, both the branch and the main family have to fight on totally equal terms. Cyan is panicking, shaking his sword and wondering why his mana isn't working even though he has plenty left. Eugene calls out from the sidelines, mockingly telling Cyan to just come back if he's too scared to fight fair. Ciel starts giggling while Eugene leans back with a smug face, absolutely loving Cyan's misery. Cyan's face goes dark with rage, declaring that he doesn't need sword key to beat a shitty monster like this. He lets out a desperate roar and charges at the Minotaur, swinging his powerless sword with all his might. The Minotaur doesn't even move, letting out a heavy breath as it prepares to swat the annoying human away. Cyan swings, but the monster effortlessly blocks the strike with its gold-plated bracers. A series of high-speed clashes follow, but Cyan's strikes are doing absolutely zero damage to the beast's armor. He realizes that small cuts won't work and decides he needs to dive in and aim for the legs to bring it down. He lunges forward, his sword trailing a faint blue light as he puts everything into one low strike. He thinks he's got it, a victory grin spreading across his face as his blade nears the target. Suddenly, the Minotaur's knee comes up like a lightning bolt, smashing into Cyan's chest. Cyan's eyes bulge as the air is driven out of his lungs, his face contorted in sheer agony. The Minotaur grabs him by the back of his shirt, lifting him off the ground like a helpless kitten. With a bored expression, the monster hurls Cyan through the air, his scream echoing through the hall. Cyan hits the ground hard, tumbling through the dust until he stops right next to his sister. Eugene looks down at him with a savage grin, simply stating the obvious, "You lost too." Cyan grinds his teeth, his face buried in the dirt as the humiliation of his defeat burns through him. Eugene turns around, looking at Ciel and asking if she's ready for her turn. Ciel crosses her fingers in an X shape, flatly refusing to fight since she can't use her mana anyway. Eugene thinks to himself that she's definitely the smart one of the pair, unlike her hot-headed brother. He walks over to his equipment, picking up the simple sword and shield he chose at the start. He straps the shield to his arm with a practiced motion, his eyes narrowing as he locks onto the target. Ciel asks him if he can actually win this, watching as Eugene calmly approaches the mountain of muscle. Eugene doesn't even look back, telling her that he's not sure if it's even possible for him to actually lose. He gives them one last cocky grin before stepping into the kill zone. The Minotaur stands up, its massive shadow completely swallowing Eugene as he stops right in front of it. Eugene looks up at the beast with a predatory gaze, wondering exactly how he should dismantle it. The Minotaur doesn't wait, throwing a massive punch that whistles through the air like a cannonball. Eugene blocks it perfectly with his shield, the impact creating a massive shockwave that shatters the floor around him. Instead of being pushed back, he uses the force to launch himself onto the monster's giant arm. He sprints up the beast's bicep with incredible speed, dodging another grab with a mid-air twist. The Minotaur tries to slap him off, but Eugene is too fast, weaving through the attacks like a ghost. He lands on the monster's shoulder, his movements fluid and precise as he prepares his next move. The beast lets out an angry snort, trying to catch the tiny human that's dancing all over its body. Eugene uses the Minotaur's own horns as a platform, leaping high into the air above its head. The monster roars in frustration, its massive mouth open wide as it tries to track its target. Eugene dives down, his eyes focused and his sword held tight in a reverse grip. In a blur of motion, he unleashes a flurry of strikes, the blade moving so fast it looks like multiple swords are attacking at once. Cyan and Ciel watch with their jaws on the floor, unable to believe what they're seeing. Desira realizes that Eugene is focusing his attacks with terrifying precision, aiming directly for the monster's vitals. Eugene swings his blade in a massive arc, the steel singing as it cuts through the air. He lands a devastating strike right on the beast's throat, green blood erupting in a massive spray. The Minotaur clutches its neck, its eyes bulging as Eugene delivers the finishing blow. The monster stumbles back, its massive strength finally failing as it begins to collapse. The ground shakes as the Minotaur hits the floor, kicking up a massive cloud of dust and debris. Green blood splatters across the stone tiles, marking the end of the final boss. Eugene stands over the fallen beast, casually flicking the blood off his blade with a bored expression. He turns back to the group, a smug look on his face as he asks if they were all watching. Cyan is staring at him in total shock, his mind unable to process how Eugene just did that without any mana. Eugene gives them a dark, satisfied smile, simply saying, "I got him." Cyan tries to recover his pride, shouting that if he just had his sword key, he would have done it easily too. But deep down, he knows he's lying. He admits to himself that he never could have fought that smoothly. Cyan feels a strange sensation in his chest. It isn't just fear, it's a wild, pounding excitement. He clutches his heart, wondering what this overwhelming feeling is as he stares at Eugene's back. Suddenly, Eugene's sword and shield begin to glow with a bright golden light, dissolving into mana. The entire arena starts to break apart into golden particles, the illusion finally coming to an end. Ciel notes that the ceremony is finally over as the magical world fades away. Outside the maze, the massive magic circle in the sky begins to dissipate into the forest. Jaleid lets out a loud, genuine laugh, his eyes bright with pride and excitement. He tells Levelian how amazing it is that a kid from a branch family, with 0 mana training, could be this strong. Levelian agrees, but he looks a lot more concerned than the patriarch. He explains that the Minotaur was never meant to be beaten alone, it was a test of teamwork and strategy. The boss was designed to force the kids to work together and try different tactics to win, but Eugene just bypassed every rule and every trap with pure, overwhelming ability. Jaleid gives a knowing smirk, clearly seeing Eugene as the greatest discovery of the decade. He reveals that his investigators found out Eugene has done nothing but train like a maniac since the day he was born. Jaleid declares that Eugene was born to fight, and his combat drive is a perfect match for his body. Levelian leans in closer, asking the patriarch if he's really not disturbed by all of this. He bluntly states that Eugene is already vastly superior to Jaleid's own children, and the gap will only grow. Jaleid just smiles, saying that's a reason to celebrate because Eugene will make the Lionheart name shine even brighter. Levelian drops the hammer, asking what happens if Eugene decides he wants to become the next head of the family. The patriarch goes quiet for a second, the weight of the question finally sinking in. He firmly states that the position must belong to the greatest of the Lionhearts, regardless of bloodline. If his own children are too weak to defend their birthright, then they aren't worthy of leading the clan. Levelian sighs, apologizing for overstepping his bounds as an outsider to the family. He snaps his fingers, and the two of them are surrounded by a swirl of golden magical energy. But as a longtime friend, Levelian gives him one final piece of advice: adopt Eugene into the main family. Jaleid looks genuinely surprised, the word adopt echoing in his mind. Levelian explains that a branch kid beating the direct line could cause a massive civil war within the clan. Jaleid strokes his beard, admitting that it's an incredibly attractive offer to secure the family's future. But first, he says they have some congratulations to hand out to the winners. They watch as the group of exhausted kids walks out of the forest, the blood succession ritual finally at its end. The ritual is finally over, and the 9 children stand in a line as the patriarch and the tower master look them over. Jaleid's gaze lingers on the kids, his expression a mix of pride and calculation as he assesses their performance. Iode stands with his head down, looking absolutely crushed because he couldn't even reach the center of the labyrinth. The patriarch is clearly disappointed. Iode let himself get distracted by curiosity and lost sight of the goal. Cyan and Sail look much more composed, even though they couldn't take down the boss on their own. Jaleid lets out a booming laugh, telling the kids that overall, they all did an incredible job. He explains that he watched every second of their struggle and was genuinely impressed by their tenacity. His voice drops as he singles out Eugene, calling his name in front of everyone. Jaleid bluntly tells him that he was the most outstanding child out of all 9 gathered for the ceremony. Eugene gives a respectful bow, keeping his face neutral while the other kids probably want to die of envy. The patriarch highlights Eugene's battle with the troll, noting how he won head-on without taking a single scratch. Gargus, who was nearly pulverized by the same monster, looks like his world just turned upside down. He stares at Eugene's relatively small frame, wondering how that weak body could pull off such a feat. Gargus immediately starts imagining Eugene on his family's muscle medicine, picturing a buffed-out version of the MC. Levelian chimes in with a smirk, admitting that he fully expected the kids to be stuck in his maze for at least 2 days. He realizes that even though they're young, the blood of the Great Vermouth isn't something to be underestimated. The patriarch tells them all to go get some rest, mentioning he wanted a banquet today but couldn't prepare it since they finished so fast. He instructs Levelian to send the children back, but he has a different plan for our protagonist. The kids start walking away, exhausted from the mental and physical toll of the labyrinth. But before Eugene can follow them, Jaleid puts a hand on his shoulder and tells him he's coming along. Seal stops and looks back, her eyes wide with surprise as she realizes what's happening. The patriarch tells her there's no reason to wait, he's giving Eugene his present right now. Ciel is burning with jealousy, thinking about the legendary underground vault she's been begging to see for years. She can only watch as Eugene walks side by side with the most powerful man in the family. The sun begins to set over the Lionheart estate, painting the forest in shades of deep orange and gold. As they walk, a heavy silence hangs between the two, with Jaleid seemingly lost in thought. He breaks the silence by praising Eugene's proficiency with multiple weapons during the ritual. He points out that Eugene used the sword, shield, and even a spear with high-level skill against his rivals. Eugene realizes the patriarch has been keeping a very close eye on him even before the maze started. Jaleid notes that while the sword is the symbol of the current Lionhearts, their ancestor was different. He talks about the Great Vermouth, a man who was so skilled with every weapon he was called the Master of All. But then he brings up Hamel, calling him a great master who was second only to Vermouth himself. Eugene feels a bit awkward, mentioning that the storybooks usually just call him Stupid Hamel. Jaleid laughs it off, saying those stories would be boring if Hamel wasn't a bit of a troublemaker. Then, he says something that stops Eugene in his tracks. To be honest, I liked Sir Hamel more than Sir Vermouth. Eugene stares at him, genuinely stunned, and asks the patriarch why he'd say such a thing. Jaleid explains that while Vermouth was like a perfect god, Hamel felt much more human and relatable. He admires how Hamel struggled with his inferiority but never fell into despair, always pushing past his limits. He emphasizes the ultimate hero move, Hamel sacrificing his own life to save his friends in the end. Eugene looks down, realizing that even if the storybooks exaggerated things, the message still hit home. He looks at the patriarch's back, feeling a strange sense of warmth he didn't expect. With a rare, genuine smile, Eugene admits that he also likes Sir Hamel quite a bit. The patriarch gives him a knowing, gentle look, clearly seeing a bit of that legendary spirit in the boy. They arrive at a small, heavily guarded stone building deep within the estate grounds. The heavy doors groan open as the guards stand aside for the head of the family. Inside, a massive staircase leads deep into the earth, disappearing into the darkness below. They descend the stairs, the only sound being their footsteps echoing against the cold stone walls. Jaleid mentions that Eugene is the first person who isn't a family head to ever step foot in this place. Eugene asks for confirmation, making sure he's actually allowed to enter this sacred ground. The patriarch confirms it, noting that he already cleared this with the Lionheart Senate elders. Eugene thinks about the Senate, a group of powerful old warriors who keep the family's traditions alive. Jaleid explains that the vault holds inheritances built up over hundreds of years, including Vermouth's own gear. Eugene's eyes light up as he asks if the legendary holy sword is kept down here as well. The patriarch says they do have it, but he immediately tells Eugene he won't be able to take it. He shows a vision of the blade, explaining it's a family symbol that no single person can truly own. Eugene acts disappointed, but he's secretly just curious about the state of his old rival's weapon. Jaleid adds that since the time of Vermouth, not a single person has been acknowledged by the sword. He tells Eugene he'll understand what that means the moment he tries to hold the blade himself. They reach the bottom of the stairs, standing before a massive circular vault door with intricate carvings. The patriarch bites his thumb, preparing to use his blood as the final key to the lock. He lets a drop of blood fall into a golden pedestal as Eugene watches with intense curiosity. The golden lion head on the pedestal glows with a blinding blue light, signaling the lock is disengaged. A series of heavy mechanical thuds echo as the massive gears within the door begin to turn. The circular door rotates and slowly slides back, revealing a path into the heart of the vault. Mist flows out from the chamber as the seal is finally broken after years of being shut. Jaleid gestures for Eugene to go in alone, surprising our guy once again. He says he'll wait outside so Eugene can choose what he truly wants without feeling pressured. Eugene bows deeply, thanking him for the consideration before stepping into the room of legends. The doors slowly begin to close behind him, sealing him inside the treasure room. Eugene stands in the dim light for a second, his shadow stretching out across the floor. Then, he gets a wicked, excited smirk on his face, ready to see what's been hidden for 3 centuries. The vault opens up into a massive hall, with the holy sword standing on an altar in the very center. The blade glows with a divine golden radiance, looking just as powerful as it did in the old days. Eugene cracks his knuckles, deciding he might as well give the legendary sword a little test pull. The holy sword is more than just a weapon, it's a gift from God that defined the origins of an entire empire. History says that after being sealed for ages, it only ever acknowledged Vermouth as its true master. This is the same blade that pierced the demon king of slaughter 300 years ago in the heart of Helmut. Eugene grins, remembering how after the war, the holy sword was mostly just used as a fancy torch. He kneels before the altar, reaching out toward the glowing hilt with a look of pure challenge. He grips the hilt tightly, his hands enveloped in the warm golden light of the blade. With a determined shout, he puts all his strength into pulling the sword from its pedestal. He strains until his face turns red, but the blade doesn't move a single solitary inch. Eugene lets go, panting for breath as he realizes the thing won't budge even for him. He decides to give up on it for now. Even if he pulled it out, he wouldn't be allowed to keep it. He walks past the main altar, entering the rows of other legendary weapons kept in the vault. His eyes widen as he spots a familiar jagged red blade floating in a stasis field. It's Aspel, the Sword of Gluttony, a weapon he knows all too well from his past life. The blade seems to hum with a dark energy, its edge looking sharp enough to cut through reality. Aspel can consume the mana of anything it cuts, turning the enemy's own power against them. Eugene knows he can't handle it yet. Vermouth could only use it because he was a master magician. He keeps moving, his boots clicking on the floor as more familiar weapons come into view. He sees the draconian spear Carbos, a weapon that can spit flames rivaling a dragon's breath. Next is the Stormblade Winneth, a beautiful silver sword blessed by the spirit king of wind. He spots the rampaging thunder bow Pernoa, capable of striking down targets with lightning from any distance. The flying elusive sword Jabel floats nearby, a weapon that can turn into a whip made of hundreds of blades. Finally, he sees Gadon's shield, an artifact that can literally brush any attack into a void of nothingness. Eugene is surrounded by god-tier loot, realizing he wouldn't regret taking any single one of these. But he notices something is missing. He doesn't see the Moonlight Sword or the Demon Spear anywhere. He gets annoyed, thinking the Lionhearts probably hid the cheat-level weapons somewhere even more secure. He considers taking Winneth. It's an easy choice since it allows the user to manipulate wind elementals effortlessly. Usually, spirit magic is nearly impossible to learn, but with this sword, even a novice can command the Wind King. But before he commits, he decides to look around the non-weapon sections of the vault. He passes by cases filled with ancient crowns, teapots, and mysterious magical accessories. He thinks most of these are just useless trinkets for a warrior, until something catches his eye. Our guy freezes, his golden eyes going wide as he stares into one of the glass display cases. He smashes his hand against the glass in shock, his heart racing as he looks at a simple red stone. He pulls it out, staring at the exact necklace he wore as Hamel in his previous life. This was the only keepsake he had from his parents, who were killed and eaten by monsters when he was a kid. Eugene is overwhelmed, wondering why Vermouth would bring such a personal, worthless item back home. A wave of complicated emotions hits him. He realized his old comrades didn't just forget about him. He thinks about the mysterious promise between Vermouth and the Demon King of Incarceration. He remembers his old team, Vermouth, Sienna, Milan, and Anise, all drinking and laughing together. They had all sworn to take down the 5 Demon Kings together, yet 2 are still standing today. Eugene clenches the necklace, his teeth bared in a snarl as he wonders what kind of deal they made. He specifically questions Vermouth's motives, his anger flaring up at the thought of a betrayal, but then he softens, thinking that maybe they just lacked the power because he died halfway through the war. He decides he doesn't want to resent his old friends yet. They must have had a reason they couldn't finish the job. He looks back at the Hall of Legendary Weapons, the most powerful artifacts in the world. But he knows what he has to do. He won't let Hamel's only legacy stay locked in a Lionheart vault. Eugene walks back out, and Gallade looks at him with pure confusion when he sees what's in his hand. With a bright, almost innocent smile, Eugene tells him that he really liked this necklace. The Patriarch is stunned, asking if he's being sincere when there were literally hundreds of better treasures inside. Gallade asks to see the item, clearly confused why a genius would pick a piece of junk. He looks it over, noting it's just a crude stone with no elegant craftsmanship or valuable gems. He mutters that it's just a cheap necklace and wonders how it even ended up in the high-security vault. He holds it over the pedestal, but the magical detection system doesn't even react to it. The golden lion remains silent, confirming that the item doesn't have a magical signature. The Patriarch admits it's strange. The necklace isn't even registered as a treasure in the family records. He concludes it shouldn't be in the vault at all, since it has zero value to the Lionheart clan. He tells Eugene he couldn't even sell it for a cheap training sword, yet Eugene still insists he wants it. "Yes!" Eugene shouts, his eyes shining with a determination that Gallade can't ignore. The Patriarch sighs, saying if he wants it that much, there's nothing he can do to stop him. However, he says he'll have Levelian appraise it first, just in case there's a hidden spell on it. Eugene asks if he can definitely have it back once the mages are done looking at it. Gallade gives his word, his expression softening as he looks at the boy's strange attachment to the item. He adds that technically, since the necklace isn't a family treasure, it doesn't count as his reward. He tells Eugene with a wink that he can go back in and pick a different real treasure. Eugene's jaw drops, his eyes practically turning into gold coins as he realizes he just got a freebie. The Patriarch confirms the deal, sticking to the original promise of giving him 1 vault treasure. Eugene gives a quick bow and then sprints back into the vault as fast as his legs can carry him. He's laughing to himself, thinking Gallade is way more sensible than the by-the-book Vermouth ever was. He doesn't waste a single second, heading straight for the weapon he already had his eye on. He reaches out and grabs the hilt of the Stormblade Winneth, a bright light erupting from the blade. Eugene pulls it from the air, the cold steel reflecting in his eyes as a massive whirlwind starts to form. The wind howls around him, and Eugene gets a wild, triumphant grin on his face. He holds the legendary blade high, declaring that it now belongs to him and him alone. Later that night, the moonlight shines over the training grounds as the ritual finally winds down. Desira is screaming at Eugene, demanding to know why he didn't pick the legendary spear instead. Eugene just shrugs her off, telling her it was his choice and he's just as good with a sword. Gargus leans in, squinting at the new blade and commenting that it looks way too light for his taste. He tells Eugene a real warrior should have picked a hammer or an axe, but Eugene just repeats that it's his choice. Gargus then flexes, inviting Eugene to visit his family for as much muscle medicine as he can drink. Desira pushes the musclehead away, telling Eugene to just ignore the idiot for a second. She gets a serious look in her eyes, ordering Eugene to draw the new sword so she can see its power. Eugene sighs, but he sees the genuine curiosity in their eyes and decides to give them a show. He draws Winneth from its sheath, the blade letting out a sharp metallic shing that cuts through the night air. Desira and Gargus lean in close as the silver blade starts to glow with a faint, ethereal blue light. Eugene explains that the sword is blessed by the Wind King and he'll be able to summon him once he trains his mana. Desira looks impressed, but still clenches her fists, admitting she still would have gone for a spear. Eugene asks her if she actually saw the legendary spears while they were in the maze, causing her to jump. She starts gushing about the draconian spear Carbos, which supposedly shoots a dragon's breath with every thrust. Eugene plays dumb, acting like he's never even heard of such a high-tier weapon before. Then Desira brings up the demon spear Ruintis, calling it the strongest weapon in Vermouth's arsenal. Gargus corrects her, saying Ruintis was actually the spear used by the Demon King of Brutality. Eugene's expression goes cold for a split second at the mention of the Demon King of Brutality. He thinks back to the dark history of 300 years ago, when 5 demon kings ruled over the land of Helmut. At the top was the rank 1 Apocalypse, followed closely by rank 2 Incarceration. Then came rank 3 Frenzy, rank 4 Brutality, and finally rank 5 Slaughter. Gargus argues that Desira is wrong, claiming the strongest weapon was actually the Destructive Crusher hammer. He shows a vision of a massive, dark hammer that looks like it could flatten an entire city in one swing. Desira snaps back that the Demon King of Brutality was stronger than Slaughter, so his weapon must be better too. Eugene watches them bicker, secretly knowing that there was never any weapon called the Destructive Crusher. He realizes only 2 of Vermouth's weapons were actually taken from the Demon Kings they defeated. The 2 kids are literally shouting at each other now, arguing over which legendary weapon reigns supreme. Eugene facepalms, thinking they're both being incredibly childish and missing the point entirely. He admits that both those weapons were great, but he wouldn't even need to think to pick the true strongest. He thinks about the Moonlight Blade, a weapon that is literally destruction, in the form of a sword. He remembers a vision of Vermouth, using that blade's light to slay both the Demon Kings of Brutality and Slaughter. Eugene stands in the quiet night, holding his new sword and feeling its weight in his hand. He realizes that for the first time in this new life, he's finally holding a real, legendary blade. He begins to move, the silver steel cutting through the darkness with a faint blue trail of light. Desira and Gargus stop their arguing, their eyes widening as they watch Eugene start a practice routine. Eugene moves with a grace that shouldn't be possible for a 13-year-old, his every step perfectly balanced. He spins the blade in a low arc, the wind starting to swirl around him as he taps into the sword's spirit. The blue light intensifies, following the path of his strikes like a living ribbon of energy. He performs a high-speed sequence of thrusts and parries, his body becoming a blur of motion. He lets out a sharp exhale as he delivers a final, powerful slash that creates a visible wave of pressure. He finishes the routine perfectly, the blue light fading as he brings the sword back to a resting position. Gargus is left breathless, admitting that he's never seen swordwork that beautiful in his entire life. Desira is stunned into silence, her ambition flare up as she realizes how much more she needs to train. Meanwhile, back in the Patriarch's office, Gallade is sitting at his desk as Levelian enters the room. Levelian is holding Eugene's red necklace, his hands glowing with blue mana as he performs his analysis. He sets the necklace down on the desk with a disappointed look on his face. He tells the Patriarch flatly that there isn't a single drop of magic or any hidden spells on the item. He even asks if Gallade is absolutely sure this was actually found inside the high-security treasure vault. Gallade confirms it, but he looks just as confused as the mage about the necklace's origin. Levelian wonders if Eugene was somehow tricking them, but the Patriarch doesn't see why he would. He realizes that if he hadn't let Eugene pick a second item, the boy would have walked away with nothing but junk. The Tower Master bites her lip, noting that picking a worthless item over legendary weapons was a huge gamble for Eugene. Levelian decides they need to do a much deeper check to find out where this thing came from. He says even if it isn't magical, he's going to dig into its history since it was important enough to be in the vault. Gallade asks how he plans to do that when there are no records of the item existing. Levelian gets a confident smirk, mentioning a secret magic created by their Grand Master, Sienna the Wise. He explains that since mana exists in everything, he can use a spell to read the memories of the mana inside the necklace. The Patriarch tells him to go ahead, his golden eyes filled with curiosity about the boy's secret. Levelian holds his hands over the red gem, a bright blue aura starting to envelop the entire necklace. The light grows more intense as he dives deep into the object's past, searching for any traces of its history. He sees flashes of the capital streets from about 100 years ago, seeing where the necklace was bought and sold. He pulls back, gasping for breath and admitting that he can't see anything further back than that. Gallade notes that since it was only 100 years ago, there's nobody left alive who would remember its origins. Levelian looks at him, asking what the Patriarch intends to do now that they know it's just a normal item. Gallade says since it isn't dangerous, he'll give it back to Eugene, as promised. The Tower Master smiles, noting that the Patriarch seems to have taken a serious liking to the boy. Gallade gives a dark, proud smirk, his eyes reflecting the moonlight coming through the window. He stands up and walks over to the window, looking down at the training grounds where Eugene is still practicing. He asks why he wouldn't like a child who has that much drive and talent. Then, he drops the bombshell that will change the family's history forever. Levelian looks at him in shock, realizing exactly what the Patriarch is about to propose. Gallade declares with total confidence that he is going to adopt Eugene Lionheart. "As my own son," he says, as we see a vision of Eugene readying his blade for the future that's about to hit him. A silver-haired man walks up with a casual wave and a bright hi, looking more like a wanderer than a noble. Nina nearly jumps out of her skin, stammering out a greeting to Sir Jian, while Eugene just stares him down. Eugene's internal radar goes off immediately as he locks eyes with Jian Lionheart. He remembers the rumors. This guy is Gilead's youngest brother, an oddball who refused to marry and spent his life traveling with the patriarch. Eugene introduces himself formally, but Jian just laughs it off with a smirk. Jian grabs Eugene's shoulders with a terrifying amount of energy, calling him the collateral kid who embarrassed the main family. Eugene tries to shake him off, asking if he's here to drag him away to the patriarch's office. Jian admits he hijacked the job from another knight just because he wanted to see the family's new monster for himself. He gives a genuine, toothy grin, telling Eugene that he's been hearing a lot of hype about him lately. Jian admits he missed the actual ritual, and he looks a bit bummed about not seeing the fight in person. He mentions that usually, only the head of the family is allowed to watch, though the Red Tower Master got a VIP pass this time. He quickly clarifies he's not holding a grudge against his brother for it, he just thinks the traditions are a bit stiff. Jian leans back casually, telling Eugene he doesn't care about the rules, and neither does the patriarch. He gives Eugene a thumbs up, his personality radiating a level of freedom you don't usually see in these high-class estates. Eugene thinks to himself that this guy has a presence as great as his looks, and his free spirit is probably why he's still single. The two of them walk through the lavish hallways of the mansion, illuminated by massive crystal chandeliers. Eugene asks if the patriarch called him in just to give him a pat on the back for winning. Eugene notes he's already heard enough praise to last a lifetime, and senses there's a real reason behind this meeting. Jian gets a mischievous look, admitting he has a pretty good idea of what's coming, but says it's not his place to spill the beans. They stop at a massive ornate door, the tension in the air finally starting to thicken. Jian looks down at Eugene, telling him he's looking forward to seeing a lot more of him around the main house. Eugene gives a confident smirk, telling Jian that the feeling is mutual. The young warrior stands before the door, taking a deep breath and announcing his arrival. Gilead's deep voice booms from the other side, giving him permission to enter the inner sanctum. Jian pushes the heavy door open for him, giving our guy one last supportive look. The older man gives a cheeky wink and a smile that screams, "Good luck, kid, you're gonna need it." Eugene thinks Jian is a good guy, but he's definitely a bit overbearing and a lot to handle. He enters the room and sees Gilead standing by a massive window, the sunlight framing him like a living statue. The patriarch apologizes for the sudden summons and gestures for Eugene to have a seat. They sit at a table loaded with tea and fancy cakes, a very civil setting for a very heavy conversation. Gilead slides a familiar red stone across the table, the necklace Eugene picked from the vault. He explains that he had the Red Tower Master check it out, but the result was that it's just a completely normal necklace. Eugene acts surprised, but internally, his mind is already racing to figure out the discrepancy. Gilead adds that they even used high-level magic to read the memories of the mana inside the object. Eugene's eyes widen. He knows exactly whose magic that is. He remembers Sienna, the greatest mage of the old era, who was the one who actually invented that memory-reading spell. He asks what the mana told them, desperate for any clue about his past life. The patriarch says the magic showed the necklace being sold on the streets of the capital roughly 100 years ago. Eugene's blood runs cold as he realizes there's no way that's true. He wore that thing every day for decades, 300 years ago. He knows Levelian has no reason to lie, so he wonders if the Tower Master actually failed to read the mana correctly. Or maybe someone even more powerful, like Vermouth himself, painted over the item's history with a fake memory. He goes quiet, leaning his head on his hand as the mystery of his old rival's actions gets even deeper. He decides to put those thoughts aside for now. There's no way to get answers in this room. Putting on a bright, innocent face, he asks if this means he's finally allowed to keep the necklace. Gilead smiles, reminding him that a promise is a promise, and the item belongs to him now. Eugene is genuinely thrilled, tucking the keepsake away as if it were more valuable than all the gold in the house. He feels a sense of relief holding on to his last link to his original family, his eyes shining with actual happiness. But then the patriarch's face goes serious, clearing his throat as he prepares to drop the real reason for this meeting. He tells Eugene that what he's about to offer is going to change the entire course of his future. Eugene's eyes narrow, his battle instincts flaring as he prepares for a political ambush. Gilead leans in, hands clasped, and asks Eugene if he's willing to join the main family. Eugene's brain takes a hard left turn, immediately assuming Gilead wants to set up a political marriage with Seal. He thinks he's cracked the code, remembering how friendly Seal was and concluding the whole ritual was just a setup for a wedding. He stares at Gilead, thinking the guy seemed nice but was actually plotting some grand marriage scheme behind his back. Eugene awkwardly tries to decline, saying he's too young for marriage and would need his father's permission. Gilead looks absolutely baffled, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead as he realizes what Eugene is thinking. The patriarch looks like he's just seen a ghost, while Eugene sits there looking like he's just escaped a trap. Eugene realizes he's totally barking up the wrong tree and wants to bury his head in the sand for even thinking about marriage at 13. He wonders if having a child's body is actually making his brain go soft as he tries to recover his composure. Jaleid finally clears things up, stating clearly that he wants to adopt Eugene as his legal son. Eugene's jaw drops, his face twisting into a look of pure, unadulterated shock. He realizes this is actually a smart move for the clan. It's a perfect way to tie a potential rival down to the main family forever. He stammers that it's too sudden, the weight of being a direct heir finally hitting him. Jaleid lets out a small chuckle, admitting that his proposal was at least better than the marriage idea. The patriarch adds a sweetener to the deal. If Eugene agrees, he'll bring his birth father Gerhard into the main family as well. Eugene hesitates, realizing that this would mean he'd technically have two fathers, which is a bit of a headache. Jaleid reassures him, saying it just means Eugene's entire line becomes part of the main Lionheart family. He insists he isn't trying to steal a son from Gerhard, he just wants to give Eugene the resources he deserves. The patriarch promises to treat Gerhard with the same respect as his own siblings once they join the inner circle. Eugene looks down, his golden eyes filled with a heavy calculation as he weighs his ambition against his loyalty to his dad. Eugene grips his teacup, asking the million-dollar question, what happens if he just says no? He looks Jaleid in the eye, asking if his father Gerhard would lose the patriarch's respect for refusing the offer. Jaleid doesn't hesitate, giving him a warm, honest look and telling him, of course not. The patriarch stands up, his massive frame casting a shadow over the table as the atmosphere lightens. He admits that he's not a childish person who would take a rejection personally. He tells Eugene that if he refuses, it would be regrettable, but that would be the end of it. He promises to respect whatever choice the boy makes, and still wish him the absolute best for his future. Eugene admits he can't make this decision alone. He needs to talk to Gerhard and see what his father thinks. Jaleid agrees to wait until after the upcoming banquet, promising to send an envoy to Gadol to bring Gerhard to the estate. Eugene takes a sip of his tea, finally letting the tension drain from his shoulders as he processes the massive offer. He looks up again, curious about the patriarch's earlier comment about this being good for his future. He demands to know exactly what kind of benefits come with being the son of the head of the Lionheart family. Jaleid gives a knowing smirk, clearly prepared to list out all the perks of joining the elite. Firstly, he mentions that the main family has the best knights in the world who would be lined up to teach Eugene everything they know. Eugene gets a sharp, hungry look in his eyes, stating that if he's going to learn, he only wants to learn from the absolute strongest. With a cheeky grin, he asks the patriarch if he himself would be the one to personally train him. Jaleid looks a bit taken aback by the boy's boldness, but he finds the ambition refreshing. Eugene thinks to himself that he's genuinely curious about how strong the patriarch of the current era actually is, as the conversation shifts to the deeper mechanics of the Lionheart strength. Jaleid admits he could teach him, but says there's actually someone else even more fitting of the title strongest. Eugene's eyes wide in shock. He can't imagine anyone being ranked higher than the current family head. The patriarch names his brother Gion, explaining that while he was stronger in the past, Gion has since surpassed him. Eugene remembers the laid-back guy he just met and realizes his instincts were right, that Fellow is a true powerhouse. Jaleid then changes the subject, asking if Gerhard has started teaching Eugene how to use mana yet. Eugene says, not yet, claiming he told his dad he didn't want to learn because he was afraid of training it unconsciously. The patriarch notes Eugene has been training like a maniac every day since he arrived, and he knows why he's holding back. He shows a vision of a mana stone, a rare crystal found in high-ranked monsters that is essential for proper mana access. He explains that high-tier mana stones are insanely expensive and requires an expert to help a beginner use them safely. The patriarch knows that Gerhard's branch family simply doesn't have the resources to provide those kinds of high-tier tools. He realizes that staying in Gadol is actually holding Eugene's natural talent back from truly blossoming. Jaleid decides he can't say this to Eugene directly because he doesn't want the boy to grow to hate his own family. He finishes his tea and tells Eugene that he's said his piece and is open to talking further if needed. Eugene gives a charming smile, showing he's perfectly happy to keep playing the social game for now. The two of them finish their meeting in the massive, sun-drenched room, looking like a perfect father and son duo. Only crumbs and empty teacups remain on the table as the weight of the future hangs in the air. Eugene bows and prepares to leave, but the patriarch offers to have someone escort him back. Our guy declines, saying the separate building isn't far and he'd prefer to take a solo stroll through the palace. Eugene walks alone through the silent, massive hallway, the scale of the Lionheart estate feeling even larger than before. Suddenly, his nose twitches as a strange, shimmering pink mist starts to drift through the air. He realizes it's the scent of a very specific, high-end perfume, and his eyes go sharp. He senses someone lurking behind a nearby corner, their presence hidden but still giving off a faint magical signature. He notes they aren't moving and deduces that this person is specifically waiting for him to pass by. He keeps walking as if he hasn't noticed a thing, his footsteps steady on the red carpet. A lavish dress hem appears from behind the pillar, signaling the arrival of a high-ranking noblewoman. Eugene stumbles right into the path of Anisilla Lionheart, the matriarch of the family. She puts on a look of fake surprise, calling out, "Oh my, Eugene," as if this were just a random encounter. Eugene is not impressed. He knows she's been camping here for him, and his internal monologue is just one long eye roll. He prepares himself for the social battle, knowing that with this woman, even a simple hello is a trap. He gives a polite bow, introducing himself as Eugene Lionheart of Godal, keeping his manners perfect. Anisilla comments that he must have been talking to the patriarch for quite a long time, her eyes searching his face for clues. Eugene looks her straight in the eye and bluntly asks if she has something specific she wants to say to him. The matriarch hides her mouth behind her fan, thinking that this child is insanely daring and way too arrogant. She tells herself it's expected since he's a country bumpkin who managed to beat a main family child and win the ritual. She realizes that Eugene is going to experience explosive growth, and it's better to have him as a puppet than an enemy. She thinks back to her plan of tying him down with a political marriage to seal, which is why she pushed the two together. She asks with a sweet, dangerous voice what exactly he and the patriarch were discussing in private. Eugene shuts her down instantly, stating that he shouldn't be sharing private matters that concern the head of the family. Anisilla laughs it off, claiming she isn't interrogating him, but says she has one more thing to address. Eugene tilts his head, wondering what this snake could possibly want from him now. She brings up how Cyan was disrespectful to him a few days ago, acting like she's a concerned, benevolent mother. Eugene cuts her off again, telling her there's no need for apologies since he already settled things with Cyan himself. She fake praises his maturity and benevolence, but the look in her eyes is anything but friendly. She promises to give Cyan a good warning and hopes the two of them will get along well in the future. Eugene gives a wide, toothy grin, saying of course they'll get along since they're family sharing the same surname. The word family makes Anisilla's eyes twitch, a dark, murderous aura briefly flaring up behind her. Eugene keeps his cool and asks if he may finally take his leave and get some rest. She puts her fake smile back on, apologizing for holding him back and telling him to go rest quickly. Eugene turns his back and walks away, but he can feel her cold, calculating gaze burning into his neck. He thinks about Anisilla, realizing she's been openly against him from the start just because of his branch family blood. His final thought is that he needs to avoid getting involved with that woman unless he wants a knife in his back. 2 days pass, and a lavish carriage rolls through the golden gates of the main estate. Gerhard Lionheart steps out of the carriage, looking small and overwhelmed compared to the massive Gion standing beside him. Gerhard is sweating bullets, his mind racing with the impossible news that his son actually won the entire ritual. Tears start to well up in his eyes as he thinks about Eugene actually beating the children of the main family. He remembers Eugene's early talent and feels a wave of guilt for not being able to support his son's potential. He admits to himself that he thought Eugene would fail once he faced the reality of the gap between the branch and main lines. He wipes his eyes, feeling like the luckiest father in the world as he walks onto the main grounds. Suddenly, a familiar voice shouts "Father," and Gerhard freezes in his tracks. Eugene is running toward him with a massive, genuine smile, looking like a normal kid for once. Gerhard doesn't hesitate, scooping his son up into a massive, bone-crushing hug. He buries his face in Eugene's hair, while Gilade watches the reunion with a respectful, satisfied look. Gerhard is full-on sobbing now, telling Eugene how incredibly proud he is of him. Eugene gives him a smug little grin, reminding his dad that he promised to bring back good news before he left. Gerhard apologizes through his tears, admitting that he was wrong to doubt his son's incredible talent. He suddenly notices the patriarch standing there and quickly tries to pull himself together. He stammers out an introduction, bowing low and identifying himself as Gerhard Lionheart from Godal. Gilade introduces himself with a warm smile, apologizing for the sudden and forceful invitation to the capital. The two men shake hands, with Gerhard still looking like he can't believe he's touching the hand of the patriarch. Gilade gives a knowing look, saying he doesn't want to take away their family time, but he needs to have a private chat inside. Gerhard agrees instantly, his face a mix of excitement and nervous energy as he follows the most powerful man in the world. Eugene watches them walk away, knowing that the real battle for his future is about to happen in that room. We see a golden lion statue in the office, a symbol of the strength that's about to be negotiated. Inside, Gerhard looks like he's about to faint, echoing the word adoption, in total disbelief. Gilade calmly sips his tea, confirming that yes, he intends to make Eugene his legal son. He explains that if the adoption goes through, Gerhard and his entire line will be officially part of the main family. Gerhard is speechless, the weight of the social jump finally sinking into his emotional brain. He stands up suddenly, his hands trembling as he looks at the patriarch with a look of pure conflict. He bows deeply, apologizing if he comes off as disrespectful to the head of the family. He tells Gilade that he appreciates the high regard for his son, but as a father, he's terrified for Eugene's future. Gilade looks curious, asking what kind of worries could possibly come from such a massive promotion. Gerhard explains that while Jaleid has good intentions, he knows the other main family members will harass Eugene endlessly. He points out that Jaleid already has 3 children, and Eugene would be seen as a rolling stone who doesn't belong. The patriarch strokes his chin, admitting that he understands the social friction this would cause. Gerhard is dead serious, saying the main family takes bloodline purity very seriously and won't accept a branch child in their midst. He adds that Eugene wouldn't even be able to succeed as the next head, which would lead to a lifetime of bitterness. But then, he imagines a future where Eugene gets closer to the other children and flourishes with all the family's resources. Jaleid agrees that Gerhard is correct about the risks, the room falling into a heavy silence. Gerhard asks for permission to talk it through with Eugene first, before giving a final answer. Outside, Eugene is in the middle of a training session, his sword cutting through the air with practiced ease. He moves like a blur, his strikes trailing blue mana as he continues to push his physical limits. Gerhard watches from a distance, seeing his son's sheer dedication and the power he's already mastered. Eugene stops and turns, simply saying "Father" as he notices Gerhard approaching. Gerhard looks like he's aged 10 years in a single meeting, his expression filled with a deep, weary sadness. Eugene sees the look on his face and knows the adoption talk must have been a massive shock for the old man. He asks what's wrong, trying to sound casual while his mind is already 2 steps ahead. Gerhard looks at Eugene's belt, his eyes landing on the legendary sword he won from the vault. He realizes that's the Stormblade Winneth, a weapon that their family could never afford even if they sold everything they owned. The realization hits him that his son is already operating on a level far beyond the world of Godol. Gerhard finally says the words, telling Eugene that the head of the family wants to adopt him. Eugene just shrugs it off, telling his dad that Jaleid already told him the news days ago. Gerhard pleads with him, saying it's in the best interest of his future to become the patriarch's son. He clenches his fist, whispering that if he does this, Eugene is going to have to go through some very rough times later. Eugene just scratches his head, giving a nonchalant probably as if he's just talking about the weather. He gets a wicked, confident grin, telling Gerhard that he's known him since he was little and should know he'd never let anyone get the better of him. Gerhard's eyes fill with tears again as he realizes his son is more mature and stronger than he ever was. He grabs Eugene's shoulders, telling him never to forget that he and his late mother were the ones who named him. Eugene smiles warmly, telling him that even if he's adopted, his only real father will always be Gerhard Lionheart. Gerhard collapses into another sobbing hug, his heart bursting with both pride and the pain of letting go. Eugene thinks to himself that the adoption is a pain in the neck, but the gains are too big to pass up. He admits he has no intention of becoming the family head, though he knows nobody in the main family will believe him. He thinks about the 2 wives, Theoness and Anasilla, who are already sharpening their claws to keep him in check. He looks at Gerhard walking away and knows there are 2 ways to deal with the hostility that's coming. He can choose to ignore it, or he can take the more Hamel approach to problem solving. Eugene draws his sword, a cold, predatory look returning to his golden eyes. With a fierce, triumphant grin, he decides that if anyone gets in his way, he'll just have to destroy them directly. The Lionheart estate is glowing tonight. Patriarch Jaleid has thrown a massive banquet to celebrate the kids who survived the ritual, turning what should have been a moment of shame into a victory for the branch families. Our boy Eugene's birth dad, Gerhard, is finally getting the respect he deserves, being addressed as Sir Zahar by the high-ranking members. Gargus's father, who is basically a mountain of muscle, approaches him, offering a muscle accelerant secret item because clearly, this family is obsessed with gains. The branch family heads are all vibing and flexing, trying to form their own little alliance now that Eugene has put them on the map. Eugene watches from the sidelines, sipping his drink and realizing that joining that group would just lead to a headache of annoying attention. But the mood shifts as the first wife, Theoness, enters the room with her son Iode, looking like they just walked out of a gothic horror novel. Iode looks absolutely miserable, sweating under the pressure of his mother's presence and the gaze of the other nobles. Theoness grips his shoulder, her aura turning cold as she demands he shows some confidence. Over in another corner, Anasilla, the second wife, is drilling into Cyan's head that he's going to be compared to Eugene for the rest of his life. She reminds him that the world is laughing because a lowly branch family kid beat the direct lineage for the first time in history. Cyan can only look down in silence, the weight of his defeat finally sinking in as he realizes his status doesn't mean a thing if he can't back it up. His mother tells him to feel that embarrassment and use it, but warns him never to fall into despair because he's still a Lionheart. Cyan's eyes are empty, his spirit completely crushed by the pressure his own mother is putting on him. She tells him that since Eugene can't technically become the patriarch, Cyan needs to work even harder to secure the spot. Then she drops a bombshell. She wants Cyan to actually become friends with Eugene. She explains that building a brotherly bond now is a tactical move so that Eugene becomes a powerful ally for Cyan's future reign. Cyan agrees, but you can tell the word friendly tastes like poison in his mouth. He tries to imagine giving Eugene a gift and playing nice, but he has absolutely no clue how to actually be a decent human being. Meanwhile, Ciel is busy stuffing her face with cake, completely unfazed by the political drama as she notices Eugene nearby. She chases after him, demanding he call her Nuna now that they're officially siblings. Eugene shuts that down immediately, pointing out she's only a few months older than him. Ciel doesn't care about logic, she wants that big sister respect, and she wants it now. She gets right in his face, but Eugene just gives her a smug look, clearly enjoying how much it bothers her. Calling a 13-year-old brat Nuna? Our MC would literally rather die than let that happen. Later, the Red Magic Tower Master, Levelian, makes it clear he won't be taking Iode as a student just because of his name. He explains that Iode needs to be tested for aptitude in Aroth first, since summoning magic is the Red Tower's specialty. Iode asks what happens if he actually has the talent, looking a bit hopeful for the first time. Levelian tells him bluntly that Aroth doesn't care about the Lionheart name. Unless his talent is undeniable, he's on his own. The rejection stings, and Iode's confidence takes another hit. However, Levelian softens the blow, saying he'll give Iode opportunities because he's an old friend of the Patriarch. He promises to protect the boy from discrimination and help him find the perfect environment for his magic type. Iode's eyes light up with genuine excitement, his heart racing at the thought of finally escaping his mother's shadow. He doesn't even care about being a mentee, he's just hyped to leave this suffocating family and finally learn magic. He looks over at the Patriarch, seeking a final bit of approval before making his choice. Gilade gives him a rare, warm smile, telling Iode that the choice is entirely his to make. Iode is stunned, realizing that his father actually supports his dream of being a mage instead of a swordsman. But then, his mother interrupts the moment, her voice cutting through the warmth like a blade. She tells him to take the opportunity gratefully, reminding him that he chose magic over the sword and spear long ago. She grabs his shoulder with a grip that looks painful, the atmosphere turning heavy and dark. Her eyes glow with a terrifying intensity as she whispers that he is the one who must become the Patriarch, even from across the world in Aroth. Gilade snaps at her, sensing her overbearing aura and trying to pull her back. Theonis quickly pulls her hand away and plays the concerned mother card, acting like she was just giving him a pep talk. Internally, she's fuming, knowing that with Iode gone, Anasilla will be celebrating her victory in the succession race. She feels like she has no choice but to send him away to gain power that the Lionheart family can't offer. She thinks Iode is too weak-willed and lacks the warrior's blood, so making connections with powerful mages is his only path to the throne. She leaves him with a final, cold reminder that he is the legitimate son of the Lionhearts. Iode just bows his head, the brief spark of joy he felt earlier completely extinguished. The day after the banquet, Levelian and Iode set off for Aroth, leaving the main estate behind. The other branch family children head back to their homes too, the ritual officially over. Eugene and his dad Gerhard move into an empty outbuilding on the main estate, and Gerhard is making himself a little too comfortable on the fancy bed. But Eugene has no time for lounging. Today is a massive milestone. It's time for him to learn mana for the first time in this new life, and there are two ways to do it: breathing or body training. Breathing is about pulling mana from the air while still, while body training is about collecting it through movement. Neither is easy, but breathing is usually the standard. In his past life as Hamel, he used body training first before switching to breathing on the advice of Sienna and Vermouth. The Lionheart family's secret technique is a unique breathing method, and Eugene is ready to master it. He meets his uncle Gion in the woods, ready to start the real work. Gion greets him with a smirk, telling him it's time to head to the training grounds. They head deep into the forest to a mana vein, an area where mana is naturally concentrated, created artificially by Vermouth 300 years ago. Eugene thinks to himself that making an artificial mana vein is proof that Vermouth was an absolute monster even back then. When Gion asks if he's nervous, Eugene flashes a huge, innocent smile and says he's just excited. Gion warns him it won't be easy, and that he'll probably struggle to even feel the mana at first. He mentions that even geniuses like Cyan and Ciel took 4 days to sense mana, and Iode took a full week. For regular branch family kids, it can take up to a month just to get a tiny spark of sensation. Gion tries to be encouraging, saying it might be faster for Eugene since they're at the vein and he's helping. When Eugene asks how long he thinks it'll take, Gion guesses maybe 10 days. Eugene laughs it off, but internally he's calling BS on that estimate. With his past life experience and this high-spec body, he knows it won't even take him 10 minutes. They arrive at a secluded cabin in the woods, the perfect spot for a monster to awaken his power. Sunlight filters through the trees as Eugene and Gion enter the quiet training cabin. They step inside the humble wooden structure, but the real training ground is hidden away. Gion points towards a back room, leading Eugene deeper into the facility. They head down a flight of stone stairs, the air getting cooler and heavier with every step. They reach a massive underground chamber with a large golden seal etched into the floor. Gion tells Eugene to take a seat right in the middle of the seal. Eugene drops into a cross-legged position, his golden eyes scanning the complex magic circle beneath him. Jian explains that the mana training technique they're about to use was inherited directly from the Great Vermouth. Branch families are usually only taught the Red Flame ritual, which is just a watered-down version of the original. But since Eugene is now a direct heir, he's getting the real deal, the technique passed down only through the main line. Gion ignites his own mana, and a massive surge of energy erupts from his body. This is the legendary White Flame ritual. The mana manifests as flickering white fire, making Gion look like a god of war. Eugene is stunned. He remembers that unique form vividly from his past life. Vermouth used to be surrounded by this high-density mana that looked like the glowing mane of a lion. Even as Hamel, Eugene never knew what those flames were truly capable of, or how Vermouth achieved them. Gion tells him to start by just concentrating on his breathing, since sensing mana for the first time is usually a nightmare. But Eugene looks up and calmly says, "I can already feel it." Gion smiles, thinking Eugene is just imagining it because he's focusing so hard. He decides to play a little game to teach Eugene a lesson about how difficult this actually is. Gion creates a tiny orb of mana and starts moving it silently around Eugene's body. He smirks, telling Eugene that if he can't sense this, he's definitely just dreaming. Without even opening his eyes, Eugene points to his left and says he can sense it right there. He follows the orb perfectly as Gion moves it up, then behind him, and then to his right. Eugene opens his eyes with a mischievous grin, asking Gion how much longer he plans on playing around. Gion is absolutely floored. Sensing mana this instantly is unheard of, even for the legendary Vermouth. He lets out a nervous laugh, rubbing his head as he realizes he's dealing with a literal freak of nature. He drops down to Eugene's level, his expression turning serious. Since the sensing part is done, they can skip the weeks of meditation and get straight to the white flame breathing. Eugene closes his eyes again, ready to dive into the deep end. Gion places his hands on Eugene's, guiding him to breathe slowly and rhythmically. A bright blue light begins to glow between them as Eugene starts pulling the atmosphere's mana into his body. Eugene visualizes the flow of mana, guiding it through his internal pathways directly to his heart. Gion feels the mana surging into Eugene's body at an alarming rate and pulls his hands away in shock. He tells Eugene he's doing great, but internally, he's screaming. This isn't just good, it's impossible. Eugene is already fine-tuning the mana inside him, circulating it with the precision of a master. Gion watches as Eugene's body begins to glow with a steady, powerful light. The sheer amount of energy Eugene is absorbing is causing the air in the room to vibrate. Even Eugene is surprised. He knew he was good, but this body is accepting mana like a thirsty desert. He can feel his mana reserves growing with every single breath, expanding way beyond what he could do in his old life. But he senses a limit. His young body can only hold so much before it starts to break. His heart pulses with a blinding light as the first mana core finally forms and solidifies. Eugene opens his eyes, a bead of sweat rolling down his face as he takes his first breath as a true mana user. Gion is standing over him, looking like he's just seen a ghost. The size of the core Eugene just created is massive. Most people start with a tiny spark and train for years to get to this level. Gion reaches out a hand, calling Eugene a straight-up monster. Eugene takes it as a compliment, flashing a confident grin. They head back out, with Gion still trying to process the fact that his student just skipped a year of training in 10 minutes. The sky is bright and clear as they walk back through the forest. Gion explains that the White Flame ritual is special because of core splitting. Normally, you can only ever have one core. But with this technique, once you reach a certain level, your core splits naturally into multiple units. These split cores are called stars. The Great Vermouth was the only person in history to reach 10 stars. Gion proudly mentions that he and his brother Jaleid are currently at 6 stars. Cyan, Ciel, and Iode are all currently at 1 star, though the twins are close to splitting their second. It took the twins 8 years of constant training just to get from 1 star to 2. Eugene asks what he should expect for his own progress. Gion tells him he'll be much faster than anyone else as long as he doesn't get lazy. Eugene pumps his fist, promising to do his best with a happy, innocent look that Gion totally falls for. But internally, Eugene is losing his mind with hype. A better body and Vermouth's secret technique, he's going to be unstoppable. He wonders if he can hit 10 stars and decides he'll just rewrite the technique to fit himself better as he goes. He sends a silent thank you to Vermouth, realizing that his old rival actually left him something useful. They arrive back at the main estate, the sun high in the sky. Gion tells Eugene to get some rest, while he goes to report this absolute madness to his brother. Eugene agrees with a smile, acting like a tired kid who just finished a long day. But as soon as Gion walks away, Eugene's expression changes. Sleep? Not a chance. He knows a little fatigue will vanish after he tests out the one thing he's been waiting for. He runs into his maid Nina, who looks like she's about to have a heart attack seeing him back so soon. Eugene ignores her panic and calls her over. He tells her to go to his room immediately and bring him the spirit sword, Winneth. A moment later, he's standing in the courtyard, gripping the legendary blade. He wonders if he has enough mana to actually wake the thing up. He pours his newly awakened mana into the hilt, and the sword begins to hum with terrifying power. Suddenly, a massive shockwave of air erupts from the blade, catching Nina completely off guard. She screams as she's nearly blown away by the sudden, violent gale. A massive tornado begins to form in the center of the courtyard, spiraling high into the sky. A voice echoes through the wind, asking a question that stops Eugene's heart. "Is it you, Hamel?" Eugene looks up into the storm, his eyes wide with shock. He knows that voice. It's the Spirit King of Wind himself, Tempest. The massive whirlwind continues to howl, the voice of the Spirit King vibrating through Eugene's soul, asking if he's really reincarnated. Eugene is stunned, asking how on earth a spirit could possibly recognize him after 300 years and a face transplant. A massive, ethereal face forms in the wind. Tempest tells him that he would never forget the soul of Hamel, the comrade of Vermouth. He explains that it's been ages since he was summoned through Wynneth, and he felt Hamel's unmistakable soul the moment the mana touched the blade. Eugene doesn't waste time on pleasantries. He looks up with fury and asks the one thing that's been eating him alive. He demands to know why Vermouth didn't kill the remaining demon kings after Hamel died. Tempest admits he doesn't know Vermouth's true intentions, but confirms that in the final battle, Vermouth simply sheathed his blade. Eugene is losing it, the news hitting him like a physical blow. A flashback shows the brutal battle at the Demon King's castle, a hard-fought war that seemingly ended with a whimper. Vermouth stood before the Demon King of Incarceration, but instead of finishing him, he walked away. Eugene's teeth are bared in rage, his eyes glowing with a murderous light as he yells at the spirit to stop messing with him. He demands to know the details of the deal Vermouth made with the demons. Tempest tells him he knows nothing about the deal, which only makes Eugene even more furious. The Spirit King explains that only those who were present in that final room know what was said, and he was shut out the moment the fight ended. Eugene screams that everyone else was unconscious, so there's no one left to ask but Vermouth's corpse. Tempest tells him they're running out of time, the connection is too weak to maintain. He forced the door open just to meet Hamel again, but now it has to close. Eugene curses at him as the spirit fades, telling him to come back when he's actually strong enough to handle the power. The wind dies down, and Eugene stumbles, his body trembling from the massive mana drain. He collapses onto the ground, his energy completely spent. Nina runs over, screaming his name as she finds him unconscious in the dirt. Eugene is out cold, his body slick with sweat after the most intense conversation of his 2 lives. He wakes up later in a plush bed, the soft light of the moon shining through the window. He stares at the ceiling, the Spirit King's words echoing in his head. He sits up with a groan, clutching his head as a massive migraine sets in. He realizes he's suffering from mana exhaustion. He literally squeezed out every single drop just to talk to Tempest for a few minutes. But he has one major takeaway. Spirits remember souls, not faces. He'd been worried that maybe he wasn't really Hamel, but just some kid with Hamel's memories forced into his brain. But Tempest calling him Hamel confirms it. He's the real deal, the same warrior who fought 300 years ago. The door creaks open, and Nina peeks in, looking relieved but also terrified. She rushes to his side, asking if he's all right after passing out like that. Eugene brushes it off, asking how long he's been out. She tells him it's been half a day, and he's missed a lot. She mentions that the Patriarch and Master Jian have been waiting outside to speak with him. Jaleid and Jian enter the room, their expressions a mix of concern and intense curiosity. Jaleid says he heard the story from Nina about a massive storm appearing the moment Eugene drew Wynneth. He asks directly if Eugene managed to call forth an elemental on his first try. Eugene hesitates, realizing that telling them the Spirit King recognized him as an ancient hero is probably a bad move. He decides he needs to reveal some of it since so many people saw the storm. He tells them that the Elemental King of Wind appeared to him. Jian's jaw literally drops, his eyes wide with disbelief. Eugene flashes a grin, telling them the king just wanted to see who was using his sword since it had been so long. Jian is shaking him, asking if that's really true, because nobody since Vermouth has ever summoned the king. Eugene lies smoothly, saying the king told him he wasn't strong enough yet and would come back when he's grown up. Jaleid starts laughing, the shock turning into pure pride. He looks at Eugene with genuine awe, calling him a truly fascinating child. He mentions that he also heard from Jian about Eugene forming a 1-star core on his first day using the White Flame method. That alone was enough to make him a legend, but attracting the Wind King's attention is on another level entirely. Eugene just gives them a cute, embarrassed look, playing the part of the humble genius perfectly. Jaleid tells him to rest for a few days, and then Jian will continue his training. He admits he was planning to leave for his own training, but now he thinks helping Eugene blossom is more important. Eugene tells them he doesn't want to take up too much of their time. Jian winks at him, making it clear he's hyped to be the one teaching a potential god-tier warrior. He mentions that he'll also be training Cyan and Seal alongside him. Jaleid gives a wise smile, thinking about his other 2 children. He hopes that having Eugene around will inspire them to stop being lazy and actually reach their potential. Later that night, Ciel finds Cyan and tells him the news. Eugene hit Fern Star in a single day. Cyan says he already knows, but his voice is tight with frustration. Ciel points out that it took them forever to reach 1 star when they were kids. Cyan snaps that it didn't take forever, and a month is actually considered a record in family history. But compared to Eugene's 1 day, they look like snails. The two twins immediately start sparring. The fire of competition finally lit under their asses. Back in his room, Eugene is still wide awake, his mind racing. He waits until he's sure everyone is gone before sitting up. He reaches for a regular training sword on his bedside table. He stands up, his expression cold and focused. He pours mana into the blade and a soft blue glow begins to swirl around it. He manages to summon a low-level wind elemental, a tiny, glowing fairy. It's a sylph, the weakest type of elemental, and it's all he can manage with his current mana. He asks the little spirit if she heard anything from her king. The sylph just stares at him with empty, glowing eyes, clearly not capable of high-level thought. Eugene sighs, realizing his current mana pool is too small to even communicate with the spirit world properly. He tells the sylph to go back and tell Tempest that if he lied about the deal, Eugene will personally hunt him down. The little spirit looks offended by the threat, but prepares to leave. She vanishes in a puff of wind, heading back to the elemental realm. Eugene watches the sparks fade, his mind returning to the mystery of the past. He's the only one of the original party who died at that castle. The other 4 returned safely, but only Vermouth and the Demon King know why the war actually stopped. He realizes that one day he's going to have to venture back into the demon realm of Helmuth. But it's not just Helmuth. He needs to visit Aroth, Eurus, and Luhar, the homes of his old comrades. If he goes there, he can find out what happened to Sienna, Anise, and Molan after he died. He can't go yet because his body is still too weak for the journey, but he clenches his fist, promising that one day he'll uncover the truth. 4 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and our boy Eugene isn't a scrawny kid anymore. He spent every single day pushing his body to the absolute limit, carving out a physique that would make a Spartan jealous. At 17 years old, Eugene Lionheart has officially become a beast, his golden eyes sharper than ever. He checks himself out in the mirror, acknowledging that he's built a top-tier body, but he knows muscle alone won't be enough for what's coming. He's already hit 3 stars in the White Flame method, a speed that would make the ancestors roll over in their graves. Even with all this progress, Eugene feels like he's still lacking something essential to truly reach the top. He realizes that to fully unlock the potential of this elite body, he needs to expand his horizons beyond just what he knew as Hamel. The sun shines over the massive Lionheart estate, but for Eugene, this place is starting to feel a bit too small. He drops a bombshell on himself. He's going to the Magic Kingdom, Aroth, to master the art of magic. Cyan looks like he's about to have an aneurysm, completely baffled by Eugene's sudden plan to ditch sword training for magic. Eugene casually explains that while training this morning, he realized he could already do this. Cyan's eyes go wide, a cold sweat breaking out as he senses a terrifying amount of mana concentrating around Eugene. Our MC gives him that signature smug smirk, knowing he's about to shatter Cyan's ego once again. The mana core inside Eugene pulses with power, the 3 stars within him resonating with blinding light. White flames erupt around him, much more intense and controlled than they were 4 years ago. Eugene stands tall as the white fire dances around his body, looking every bit like a young Vermouth. Cyan collapses onto his butt, stuttering in total disbelief that this is even possible. He's losing his mind because Eugene started training 7 years later than him, yet he's already at 3 stars while Cyan is still stuck at 2. Eugene sheathes his sword with a satisfied grin, confirming that his progress is just on another level. Cyan bluntly tells him he wants to kill him, but Eugene just laughs it off, reminding him that fraternal murder is generally frowned upon. Cyan grumbles about how Eugene beats him to a pulp every single morning during their spars. Eugene points out that Cyan is the one who keeps asking for the beatdowns, so he shouldn't complain. Cyan blushes in frustration, unable to find a comeback because deep down, he knows he needs those spars to get stronger. He shifts the topic back to Aroth, asking if Eugene has forgotten what happened to their other brother, Iode. A flashback shows Iode and Master Levelian. Iode went to Aroth with high hopes but failed to become a disciple because his talent was too low. Cyan explains that even after 4 years, Iode hasn't achieved anything and is basically just mooching off the Red Tower's resources. Eugene's aura turns dark for a second, scaring the crap out of Cyan for talking trash about his own brother. Cyan tries to warn him that if Eugene leaves for Aroth, things will change, and it's not just about training. He looks away, mumbling that Ciel is going to be incredibly sad if Eugene actually leaves. Eugene laughs it off, remembering Ciel as the girl who barely spoke and always trained alone until recently. He casually says good for her and starts walking away, completely oblivious to the emotional damage he's leaving behind. Cyan yells after him, asking where the hell he's going now. Eugene looks back with a sharp glint in his eye, saying he's going to report his 3-star status to the Patriarch and get permission to leave early. Cyan watches him go, looking like a kicked puppy as he realizes Eugene is moving at a pace he can't even dream of. In a fit of rage, Cyan kicks a training sword, cursing Eugene for always acting like a know-it-all. He's left alone in the dirt, the gap between them feeling more like a canyon than ever. Inside the study, Patriarch Gilade looks absolutely stunned, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. Eugene stands before him with total conviction, repeating that he wants to go to Aroth to learn magic. Gilade can't believe it. No one has ever hit 3 stars at Eugene's age, and he tells the boy that if he keeps this up, he'll hit 4 stars before he's even an adult. Eugene explains that reaching 3 stars today made him realize that just staying here will stall his growth. He wants to see mana from a different perspective, believing that learning a new discipline will give him the edge he needs. His gaze is intense as he promises that this experience definitely won't be meaningless. Eugene bows deeply, showing respect to the man who gave him this chance while firmly making his request. Gilade is silent for a moment, clearly impressed by the kid's ambition and maturity. He tells Eugene to raise his head, a look of deep contemplation in his eyes. The patriarch smiles, saying that as the head of the family, he can't bring himself to suppress such a burning desire to learn, but his expression turns dead serious as he makes Eugene promise one thing: never touch black magic. He warns him about Aroth's Black Tower, where magicians dabble in dark arts that are tolerated but still dangerous. He reminds Eugene that the Lionhearts are the direct descendants of Vermouth, and they have an unwritten law to always oppose the darkness. Eugene thinks to himself that he knows exactly how disgusting demons and black magicians are. He fought them in the mud for years. He looks Gilade in the eye and tells him he has absolutely nothing to worry about. With a cold, determined smile, Eugene says that he hates black magic even more than the patriarch does. Later, Eugene walks down the fancy halls of the estate, preparing his things for the long trip. He hears a soft knock on the door, interrupting his thoughts. He looks out and finds a shadowed figure standing there, asking for a moment of his time. Eugene recognizes the person immediately and tells them to just come in if they have something to say. It's CL. She steps into the room, looking uncharacteristically somber as she asks if he's really going to Aroth. Eugene confirms it, and she mentions that Cyan already told her about his insane 3-star breakthrough. She tries to convince him to stay, saying he can learn spirit magic here or even hire a personal tutor from the capital. Her voice trembles slightly as she points out that if he leaves, Cyan and her might actually catch up to him. Eugene just laughs, saying that would be great because then their spars would actually be entertaining for once. He leans in with a playful, arrogant look, mentioning how much he misses beating them up. CL's eyes are fixed on him, her face flushed with a mix of anger and something else as she asks if he'd stay if she sparred with him every day. Eugene shuts her down without a second thought, telling her he's still going and calling her awful for trying to hold him back. She asks how long he'll be gone, and Eugene casually says it'll probably be a few years at the very least. CL grips her hands tightly, her heart breaking as she realizes just how long he'll be away from her. She asks about his birth father, Gerhard, trying to find any reason for him to stay. Eugene smiles, thinking of how his dad is living the dream now, hunting every day and getting back into knightly shape. She says Uncle Jian will be sad, and Eugene agrees, but his mind is already halfway to the Magic Kingdom. CL mentions that Cyan didn't want him to go either, though he was too proud to admit it. Eugene doesn't care, he's a man on a mission, and nothing in this house is going to stop him. He looks her in the eye and tells her to train diligently while he's gone, so she doesn't fall too far behind. He walks out of the room, leaving CL standing there in the shadows. She peeks through the door as he walks down the hall, tears starting to well up in her eyes. Eugene waves back without even looking, a casual gesture that cuts deeper than any blade. CL bites her lip, whispering that he's absolutely awful as she finally lets the tears fall. The door closes on her, her heart heavy, with the one secret she couldn't say. She doesn't want him to go, because she's fallen for him. Before leaving, Eugene has one final sit-down with his dad Gerhard in a sunlit parlor. Gerhard gives him the classic dad advice: stay away from bad crowds and don't slack off on his studies in Aroth. Eugene fires back with a grin, telling his dad not to get lazy with his workouts just because his son isn't there to nag him. Gerhard laughs, standing up and realizing with a start that Eugene has actually grown taller than him now. Our boy looks like a true nobleman now, his confidence radiating off him in waves. Gerhard grips his son's shoulders, his eyes full of pride as he tells him to take care of himself. The whole family gathers in the field as a massive warp gate begins to hum with blue energy. Gilade asks one last time if Eugene is sure he doesn't need a guard detail for the journey. Eugene flashes a sharp smile, saying he's more than confident in his ability to defend himself. Gilade watches him, thinking that Eugene is truly a different breed compared to his other son Iode. The mood is heavy. Anasilla and the twins are watching in silence, while the maids are already starting to sniffle. Eugene looks back at them one last time, his face a mask of calm determination. Suddenly, Gerhard loses his cool and starts bawling like a baby, much to Eugene's absolute embarrassment. Eugene yells at him to stop crying, asking if his dad can at least send him off with a smile instead of a river of tears. Gerhard tries to wipe his face, struggling to hold back the overwhelming emotion of seeing his son head into the world. He finally manages a tearful smile, a father's pure love shining through the sadness. Eugene gives a soft, genuine smile back, the last one they'll see for a long time. He turns his back on the family and steps firmly into the swirling blue light of the warp gate. With a flash, the Lionheart estate vanishes, replaced by the sights and sounds of Pentagon, the capital of the Magic Kingdom Aroth. The city is a marvel of magic and engineering, with 5 massive towers forming a perfect pentagram around the central castle. Eugene finds himself in a flying carriage, soaring over the bustling streets of a city that looks like it's from the future. He gazes out the window, thinking about how much Aroth has changed since he visited in his past life. He's amazed by the floating stations, massive structures held up by ancient magic that make travel convenient and profitable. A young tour guide in the carriage notices his awe and asks if the view isn't just incredible. The guide is a professional Pentagon tour guide, and he's clearly very proud of his city's culture. He explains that all 15 floating stations were created by the legendary Senya the Wise. Eugene is hit with a wave of nostalgia, wondering if even this carriage was something his old friend Sienna designed. The guide reassures him with a laugh, saying that even though the magic is centuries old, it's well maintained. He jokingly adds that the accident rate is very low, though Eugene notes that low isn't the same as zero. The guide starts listing off the best tour spots in the city, eager to show off the local landmarks. Eugene cuts him off, saying his first stop has to be Senya the Wise's mansion. The guide approves, saying that the mansion, the towers, and the night view are the holy trinity of Pentagon tourism. They soar through the air, passing other flying carriages as they head toward the outskirts. The guide explains that 300 years ago, Madame Senya became the youngest tower master ever after returning from the demon realm. He tells the story of how she stayed in this mansion until 200 years ago, when she vanished, leaving only a retirement letter. Eugene asks if really no one knows where she went after that. The guide confirms that her disciples and all the mages of Aroth searched for years but found absolutely nothing. He drops a creepy detail. The day she disappeared was actually her birthday. He shares his own theory. He thinks she went back to the demon realm, Helmuth. The guide says that year marked exactly 100 years since her companion, Hamel the Foolish, died in battle. He believes she was still grieving and went to the demon realm to finally take her revenge. Then he drops the ultimate cringe fest. He claims it's common knowledge that Lord Hamel had a massive crush on her and confessed his love on his deathbed. Eugene's face turns into a mask of pure, unadulterated rage, his grip tightening as he tells the guide to stop spouting such absolute BS. The guide is terrified, completely caught off guard by the sudden murderous aura coming from his customer. Eugene realizes he overreacted and tries to play it cool, though his face is still twitching with embarrassment. The guide nervously guesses that Eugene just hates cheesy romance stories, and Eugene just lets him believe that. The guide continues, mentioning there are other theories about where she went. He points out the Dark Magic Tower, explaining that Sienna absolutely hated dark mages and fought against the tower being built. Some people think violent dark mages assassinated her because she was blocking their progress. Eugene scoffs at that, his eyes cold as he says there's no way a lowly dark mage could ever kill Sienna. The guide agrees, saying that theory was mostly rejected back in the day because of her insane power. Eugene thinks to himself that a dark mage couldn't do it. But what about a demon king? He knows Helmuth is still sponsoring the Dark Magic Tower, and Sienna's existence was definitely a major problem for the demons. His gaze is heavy with suspicion as he realizes they would have had every reason to want her dead. The carriage finally lands, and Eugene steps out into a massive square in front of a grand estate. He looks up at the home of his old friend, his heart full of unspoken questions. He stares at the mansion, silently asking if she's really dead, or just hiding. The square is packed with desperate students praying and begging for a chance to pass the Magic Tower exams. Eugene is surprised by the crowd, and the guide explains these are all tower hopefuls. He notes that most can't even get in because the entry fees are astronomically high. When Eugene asks why it's so expensive, the guide says it's because people are desperate enough to pay it. Apparently, there's a myth that praying to Sienna's portrait inside will guarantee you pass the exams. They reach the gates, and the guide hands a card to a heavily armored guard. The guard's eyes bulge as he reads the card. It's the official identification of the Lionheart family. The guards immediately snap to attention, shouting for the doors to be opened for Sir Eugene Lionheart. The guide stays behind, telling Eugene to enjoy his viewing as the massive doors creak open. Eugene steps into the mansion, the heavy sound of the doors closing behind him echoing through the halls. He flashes a sharp, predatory grin, ready to uncover whatever secrets this place is hiding. He looks up at the grand staircase, thinking it's finally time to see how that wench lived after he was gone. Eugene walks through the silent, opulent halls of the mansion, his footsteps echoing on the expensive carpets. He's amazed by the sheer scale of the place, thinking about how Sienna actually spent a full century living here. A memory hits him, a flashback to his past life where Sienna asked him what his plans were for the future. Hamel was busy wrapping his hands for battle, looking scarred and weary from the constant fighting. Sienna told him he needed to find some happiness after the war was over instead of just working himself to death. Hamel admitted he'd never even thought about it. His entire existence focused on survival and the next fight. He joked about Molen, that dumbass moron who claimed he was going to be a king. Hamel laughed at the idea of a crazy bastard like Molen actually ruling a country, but Sienna looked at him with a soft, melancholic smile, saying that people should be allowed to dream. Hamel was genuinely confused by her sentimental mood, asking if she was drunk. He physically cringed at her words, his hands shaking from how uncool he thought she was being. Sienna snapped at him, calling him a piece of garbage and demanding to know what he actually wanted. Hamel was caught off guard, the question finally forcing him to look at her properly. She admitted that she just wanted an average life, to get married and have a kid like a normal person. Back in the present, Eugene stands before a massive portrait of a much older, more dignified Sienna. In the memory, she said she eventually wanted to become a grandma and live in peace. Eugene stares at her picture, thinking she should have just met a good guy and lived that peaceful life she wanted. He reaches out his hand toward the portrait, a rare moment of genuine vulnerability on his face. Suddenly, a guard barks at him, telling him he's absolutely not allowed to touch the exhibits. Eugene pulls his hand back, looking incredibly annoyed that his emotional moment was just ruined by some grunt. He turns away, deciding that looking at pictures is a waste of time, and heads for the massive library in the basement. The library is an architectural masterpiece, filled with ancient clocks and thousands of magic books. Eugene starts scanning the shelves, hoping Sienna left some kind of secret clue or message for him here. The guard follows him closely, barking again that he's not allowed to touch the books either. Eugene is fuming, realizing he can only skim the titles that catch his eye without actually opening them. He thinks about the necklace from the treasury, the one with overwritten memories that wasn't even registered. He holds the red jewel, wondering if it only showed up for him because it recognized Hamel's soul. He's convinced someone messed with the process of his reincarnation, and if it was Sienna, she definitely would have left something behind for him to find. He walks back to the portrait, feeling a growing sense of frustration and confusion. He's searched every room in this massive house, the library, the bedrooms, everything, and found absolutely zero clues. He grips his hair in frustration, unable to figure out what her game plan was. He gets angry, thinking that if she wanted something from him, she should have just told him properly instead of these mind games. He looks at the guard, then back at the portrait, his patience finally hitting zero. Eugene flashes a wicked grin and flips the middle finger to Sienna's portrait, telling her to come find him herself if she doesn't like it. He stands there for a second, almost expecting the painting to react, but it's just silent oil on canvas. He turns his back on her and walks away, determined to find her if she's actually still alive. Night falls over the mansion, and the floating stations in the sky begin to glow with magical light. The tour guide is waiting outside, looking exhausted after waiting until sunset for Eugene to finish. Eugene casually tosses him a gold coin as a tip for making him wait, and the guide's mood flips instantly. The guide offers to take him to a restaurant, but Eugene tells him to head straight for the red magic tower. They soar through the night sky in the flying carriage, the city of Pentagon glowing beneath them like a sea of stars. Eugene breaks the silence, asking the guide a serious question. He asks if the guide knows anything about Iode Lionheart, his older brother. The guide's face turns pale, saying that there isn't a single young mage in the city who doesn't know that name. Eugene explains that they haven't spoken since he was adopted, and he wants to know the rumors so he doesn't mess up their meeting. He leans in, his golden eyes reflecting the moonlight as he demands to hear everything. The guide gulps, clearly hesitant to speak ill of a Lionheart to another Lionheart. Eugene reassures him, saying he needs the truth so he knows what he's walking into. He promises he won't get angry and swears on his own name that he won't tell anyone what the guide says. But then he lets his aura leak out, his eyes turning cold and terrifying as he tells the guide to start talking. The guide stammers, saying he doesn't know much, but the rumors are pretty bad. He mentions that Iode is said to spend every single night seeking pleasure outside the magic tower. Eugene thinks it's normal for a 19-year-old to want to have some fun, but the guide's expression tells him it's worse. The guide starts to say a word, his voice trembling with embarrassment. Eugene is confused, prompting him to finish the word. The guide finally blurts it out, succubus. Eugene's face turns into a mask of pure, unbridled fury, his teeth bared in rage. He screams at the top of his lungs, wondering why the hell there's a succubus in Aeroth when they aren't even in the demon realm. The guide frantically tries to calm him down, explaining that the dark magic tower has attracted a few demons to the city. Eugene grips his face in his hand, unable to believe that the eldest son of the Lionhearts is playing around with a literal demon. The guide explains that every city has its neglected alleyways that serve as a necessary evil. He says there's a place famous for its black market, where succubi serve as waitresses in impure shops. Eugene demands to know where it is, and the guide tells him it's Bolero Alley, which only turns corrupted during full moons. Our MC was planning to keep his distance from Iode, but this news has completely changed his plans. He's disgusted that a descendant of Vermouth would stoop so low as to play around with the very things they are meant to hunt. The guide begs him to keep it a secret, and Eugene promises he won't tell, for now. He decides that since it's just a rumor, he has to refrain from slapping the shit out of him until he has clear evidence. He looks out at the moon, thinking about the next full moon and the secrets of Bolero Alley. The carriage continues toward the Red Magic Tower, but the peaceful study trip Eugene planned is clearly over before it even started. Our boy Eugene arrives at the Red Magic Tower, standing before the massive gates where a young mage is already waiting for him. The girl introduces herself as Hera, looking a bit starstruck as she confirms she's speaking to the famous Eugene Lionheart. She leads him inside, explaining that the Tower Master was supposed to greet him personally, but things got a little explosive. Hera looks nervous, mentioning that a minor problem occurred upstairs that the Master has to handle immediately. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the tower, sending debris flying and proving that minor is definitely an understatement in the world of mages. Eugene shields his eyes, asking the obvious, did someone just blow the place up, or is this just a Tuesday at the Red Tower? Hera explains that the Red Tower specializes in summoning magic, which, fun fact, has the highest failure rate of any magical discipline. Upstairs, the minor problem turns out to be two terrifying shadow beasts that were accidentally summoned and are now on a rampage. But before the monsters can move an inch, two massive magical hands made of pure energy snatch them out of the air. The shadow beasts let out a final, pathetic screech as the energy hands crush them into purple dust instantly. Roberian drops down from the ceiling like a total boss, surrounded by a swirling aura of mana that screams high-level mage. He looks absolutely fuming, his eyes glowing with an intense blue light that would make any apprentice wet their pants. He sarcastically praises his students for being geniuses, asking how they managed to summon shadow beasts using a circle meant for low-level imps. He screams at them, explaining that those beasts have zero intelligence and would have started hunting the citizens of the capital the second they got out. The students are trembling on the floor, offering a pathetic apology that clearly isn't going to save their skins. Roberian doesn't want to hear it. He barks at them to pack their bags and get the hell out of his tower immediately. He takes a deep breath, trying to calm his raging mana as he remembers he has an important guest waiting. Roberian floats down to the entrance, his dramatic cape billowing behind him as Hera and Eugene watch from below. He lands perfectly in front of our MC, the destructive Tower Master persona vanishing in an instant. He greets Eugene with a massive, friendly smile, noting just how much the little kid from 4 years ago has grown. Eugene quips back that Roberian looks exactly the same, which is a pretty bold way to talk to one of the strongest mages in the world. Roberian laughs, admitting that his youthful looks are just a perk of high-level magic maintenance. Eugene looks at him with his golden eyes, realizing that now that he's trained in mana, he can actually sense just how monstrously strong Roberian really is. He estimates that Roberian is a titan in the magic world, but still not even close to the level of the legendary Sienna. They get down to business, and Roberian asks if Eugene is truly serious about giving up the sword to study magic. He warns him that magic is a charming but brutal subject to learn, though he's sure a Lionheart will figure it out eventually. Suddenly, Roberian's expression shifts as he senses someone approaching the tower doors. He looks back with a sharp, suspicious glare, his aura flaring up again as the heavy doors begin to creak open. A disheveled, pathetic-looking figure stumbles into the light, letting out a startled yell when he sees who's waiting for him. Eugene's face twists into a mask of pure disgust as he recognizes the older brother he's been hearing so much about. Internally, Eugene is fuming, remembering the rumors that this failure of a Lionheart has been bragging about his adventures with succubi all over town. Roberian calls out to Iode, suggesting he should probably greet his younger brother instead of looking like he's seen a ghost. Iode stammers and fumbles, looking like a complete mess as he tries to find something, anything, to say to the kid who's already surpassed him. Eugene gives him a cold, terrifying stare, saying he looks forward to working with him in a tone that sounds more like a threat. Iode can barely squeak out a yeah as he avoids eye contact, the power dynamic between them painfully obvious. Roberian has seen enough. He tells Iode that if he has nothing useful to say, he should go back upstairs and actually open a book for once. Iode scurries away like a kicked dog, vanishing into the darkness of the tower hallways. The doors close, leaving Roberian and Eugene alone to talk about the real reason our MC is here. Roberian apologizes for the sorry sight, clearly embarrassed that a Lionheart has fallen this low under his watch. He notes that Eugene apparently refused to learn magic directly from him, which is a bit of a slap in the face to a Tower Master. Eugene explains that he doesn't want to bother a busy man and knows that a direct apprenticeship would cause too much political drama. With a determined look, he says he wants to study the basics on his own first, to see if he even has a spark for it. Roberian agrees to his terms, saying he won't expect anything from Eugene but also won't interfere with his hobby. He tells Eugene that if he needs anything at all, he should just ask Hera, who's basically been assigned as his personal guide. He offers Eugene a room in the tower, noting it's not as fancy as the main estate, but it's better than a tavern. Eugene's first request? He wants to visit the tower library immediately to start his research. 1 month passes in the blink of an eye at the Red Magic Tower. Every single day, without fail, Eugene is the first person in the library and the last one to leave. He spends his days buried in ancient texts, absorbing 3 centuries of magical evolution at a rate that would make a scholar cry. But he's not just a bookworm. He wakes up hours before dawn to train his mana and pushes his body until he's drenched in sweat every night. He's barely sleeping, but his high-spec body is so tough it just deletes fatigue in a few hours of rest. He closes the last book on the shelf, a predatory grin on his face as he realizes he's officially read every magic book in the tower. He thinks back to 300 years ago, when Sienna first defined the modern procedures for magic that everyone in Aeroth copies today. The foundation of modern magic is the circle, a method of connecting and cycling mana within the body to manifest spells. As a mage grows stronger, their circle expands and eventually splits into more circles, each one representing a massive jump in power. 300 years later, almost everyone still uses circles, except for weirdos like spirit mages and those disgusting dark magicians. Eugene walks toward the training hall, ready to put his month of theoretical study into actual practice. Hira is waiting for him, curious to see what the genius swordsman has actually learned from his books. Eugene asks if they're going to start with the standard circle method like every other apprentice. Hira confirms it, saying that even though there are other formulas, the circle has been the most effective way for 300 years. Eugene drops a bombshell. He wants to change it up a little and modify the core formula of magic itself. He explains that he wants to incorporate the Lionheart family's unique mana management into the magic circles. Hira stares at him with wide, worried eyes, her face going pale at his insane suggestion. She frantically explains that mana management for martial arts and magic are completely different, and you can't just mix them together. She warns him that if the mana goes unstable, it could explode, causing permanent injury or even a very messy death. Eugene just smiles, looking totally unbothered by the prospect of exploding. He tells her that he read every book in the library specifically to figure out if this would work, and his math is solid. Hera sighs, realizing that 17-year-olds are stubborn as hell and he won't learn until he sees the consequences for himself. She allows him to try but pulls out her staff, her magic circle igniting with an intense golden glow. She prepares her staff, warning him that if she senses even a tiny bit of danger, she's going to shut his mana down immediately. She adds that if he gets hurt, the Tower Master will kill her, so he better not mess this up. Eugene takes his stance, his body beginning to glow with the familiar white flames of his family's ritual. Hira watches in awe as the sheer density of the mana he's releasing begins to distort the air around them. The training hall is vibrating with power as Eugene ignites his mana, the white flames roaring around him like a bonfire. Eugene keeps his eyes closed, thinking about how the white flame ritual and magic circles are basically the same thing at their core. In his family's technique, mana is handled through stars in the heart, pulsing with high-density energy. In traditional magic, mana is handled through a hook in a circle, meant to catch and cycle energy from the environment. He decides to just replace the circle entirely with his stars, allowing him to bypass the limits of standard magic. Hira is gasping for air, her jaw hitting the floor as she sees Eugene controlling a massive amount of mana with zero effort. She can't believe it. The mana looks like it should dissipate or explode at any second, but Eugene is holding it in perfect, terrifying balance. A blinding orb of light begins to form between Eugene's hands, its core glowing with the heat of a miniature sun. The orb morphs into a massive, swirling fireball, its flames tinged with the white energy of the Lionheart ritual. Eugene effortlessly manipulates the fire, moving it with the grace of someone who's been casting spells for centuries. With a flick of his finger, he changes the spell's structure, the fireball instantly compressing into a concentrated beam of blue light. Hira is losing her mind. He just performed high-level calculations in his head and swapped spell types without even dispelling the first one. Eugene creates a tiny magic missile on the tip of his finger, looking bored as he notes that it's not bad for a first try. He looks over at Hera and asks if she can summon something tanky so he can actually test the impact of these modified spells. Hira stammers out a yes, still trying to process the fact that she's watching a literal god-tier talent in action. She slams her staff down, a massive magic circle erupting from the floor and bringing forth a mountain of stone. She's summoned a Cabrium Golem, a beast with an exterior so hard it's used as a defense mechanism for top-tier mages. Eugene's eyes light up with excitement as he aims his finger at the massive stone monster. He releases a concentrated blast of mana that cuts through the air like a lightning bolt. The impact is deafening. The stone exterior of the golem, which should be indestructible to a beginner, is blown apart into a million pieces. Roberian arrives just in time to see the dust settle around the ruined golem, his expression a mix of shock and pure terror. He asks Hera if it's true that Eugene just used the white flame ritual to manifest a magic circle. Hera confirms it with a shaky voice, saying that Eugene's offensive magic strength is already way above the level of a third circle mage. Roberian stares at Eugene's back, his internal monologue admitting that at this point, he's not just impressed, he's genuinely scared of this kid's potential. He realizes that if Eugene's 3-star ritual is equivalent to a third circle mage, he's basically just skipped a decade of magic training in a month. Later that day, Roberian finds Hira alone and asks where their resident monster has disappeared to. Hira reports that Eugene left the tower early this morning, saying he had plans in the city. Roberian's expression turns serious as he asks Hira if she thinks it would be unreasonable to write Eugene a recommendation letter. Hira's eyes bulge. He's talking about the Royal Library Acreon, a place reserved only for high-ranking mages and royalty. Roberian snaps his fingers, summoning a magic quill as he decides that Eugene's talent is too massive to be ignored. He reasons that since the kid mastered introductory magic in a month and obliterated a Cabrium golem, he's more than qualified. He starts writing the letter with a look of grim determination, saying that someone with this much talent deserves to be treated like the elite they are. Hira worries that the other mages in the kingdom will have some major complaints about a swordsman getting such exclusive access. Roberian cold-heartedly replies that if they complain, it just proves they've lost to jealousy and are blind to the truth. He pauses, wondering what kind of plans a kid like Eugene could possibly have in a city where he doesn't know anyone. Hira mentions that Eugene said he was going to meet an old friend, which sounds innocent enough. Roberian looks suspicious. Eugene has lived in a remote town his whole life, so who could he possibly know in the capital? The scene shifts to Marivane Square, a bustling area in the heart of the city named after the legendary Sienna. A massive stone statue of Sienna towers over the crowds, her face frozen in a triumphant, joyful smile. Eugene stares up at the statue, a melancholic look in his eyes as he remembers that she used to smile exactly like that whenever she succeeded with magic. Suddenly, a massive, muscular shadow looms over him, blocking out the sun. A booming, deep voice asks, "Is that you, Eugene?" And the air around them seems to vibrate with pure testosterone. Eugene turns around and his face goes pale with shock as he looks up at the mountain of muscle standing before him. It's Gargus Lionheart, the Branch family kid from the ritual, except now he has a full, bushy white beard and a physique that looks like it's about to burst out of his clothes. Eugene is baffled that an 18-year-old can have a beard like that, while Gargus just laughs and notes that Eugene has grown a shit-ton since they last met. They share a bone-crushing handshake, the ground beneath them practically cracking from the sheer power behind it. Gargus's eyes narrow as he notes that he can tell just by holding Eugene's hand that he's been training his body like a maniac for 4 years. But then, Gargus's expression turns serious as he pulls a small glass vial from his pocket. He presents his family's secret muscle growth supplement, glowing with a suspicious purple light, and tries to shove it on Eugene. Eugene shuts him down immediately, telling him to stop trying to poison him through his father, Gerhard. He shifts the topic, asking Gargus why the hell he's really here, since he definitely didn't travel across the kingdom just to peddle vitamins. Gargus's tone drops to a whisper as he asks if Eugene knows anything about a place called Bolero Alley. Eugene's gaze turns sharp. He knows that's the place where Iode has been spending all his time. Gargus drops a truly insane rumor apparently, a giant's testicle is going up for auction there tonight. Eugene's brain literally short-circuits for a second, his face twisting into a mask of pure confusion and, "What the hell did you just say?" Gargus shouts it again with total confidence, and Eugene screams back, asking why on earth anyone would want a giant's private parts. Gargus explains that it's a high-value ingredient among mages and alchemists, and he wants to use it to create a custom super supplement for himself. He begs Eugene to go with him, admitting that even though he brought a lot of money, it might not be enough to win the auction alone. Eugene starts to refuse, but his eyes widen as he realizes this is the perfect excuse to get into the alley without raising suspicion. Gargus drops to his knees in the middle of the crowded square, his massive body causing people to stop and stare. He begs Eugene with dramatic flair, looking like he's about to start crying if he doesn't get his muscle juice ingredient. Eugene yells at him to get up, his face red with embarrassment as he realizes Gargus is attracting way too much attention. Gargus stands up with a heroic look, swearing on his name as a Lionheart that he'll pay Eugene back with interest. Eugene sighs and agrees, but warns Gargus that he better not start acting like a weirdo once they get there. Gargus notes that Eugene probably isn't interested in the other auction items since he already has a legendary sword like Wynneth. Eugene looks toward the distant skyline, his expression turning cold as he says he's more interested in the street itself than the items. A flashback shows Eugene spotting Iode in a tower hallway recently, looking like a total addict going through withdrawal. Eugene clenches his jaw, his golden eyes reflecting a dark purpose. This full moon, he's definitely heading to Bolero Alley to see the truth for himself. Windows of the Red Magic Tower as the day of the full moon finally arrives. Eugene walks down the silent grand hallway, thinking about the urgent summons he just received from Roberian. He doesn't mind the interruption since he was planning to ask the Tower Master about Iode's situation anyway. He enters the Master's private study, a room filled with floating artifacts and ancient scrolls that feel like they're alive. Roberian greets him with his usual calm, welcoming smile, motioning for Eugene to take a seat at the central table. The two sit across from each other, the table etched with a glowing magic circle that seems to hum with ancient power. Eugene cuts straight to the chase, asking why Roberian called for him so suddenly when he should be preparing for the night. Roberian smirks and slides a single, elegantly written piece of parchment across the table toward him. Eugene picks up the paper, his eyes scanning the ornate seal and the flowing magical script that shimmers with blue light. His jaw drops as he realizes he's holding a formal recommendation letter for the Royal Library Acreon. Acreon is a legendary place where the true essence of Aeroth's magic is recorded, a vault of knowledge far superior to anything in the magic towers. Eugene acts humble for once, saying this might be something he can't handle yet given how new he is to formal magic. Roberian leans forward, his gaze intense as he tells Eugene that now is actually the perfect time for him to access the library. He explains that since Eugene isn't polluted by standard magic schools, reading the ancient texts will broaden his unique perspective and make his magic truly flourish. The Tower Master looks like a proud mentor, clearly hyped to see what a monster like Eugene will do with that level of knowledge. Eugene looks at the letter again, his mind racing with the possibilities of what's hidden in those royal vaults. He takes a chance and asks the one question that's been on his mind since he arrived. Does Acreon contain the original works of Siena? Roberian smiles and confirms that while the towers have copies, Acreon holds the holy grail of magic, witchcraft. A flashback shows a young, brilliant Siena writing frantically. Roberian explains that she poured every secret she discovered into those 3 volumes. He notes that only the first volume is currently accessible to outsiders, but that alone is enough to make almost any other magic book look like child's play. Roberian admits that when he first read it, he realized everything he'd learned his whole life was basically a joke compared to Siena's wisdom. He warns Eugene that the letter doesn't guarantee access, as the royal family still has to approve it, but it's a massive first step. With a hopeful look, he asks if Eugene is okay with him submitting the letter and officially endorsing him. Eugene internally thinks obviously, but he plays it polite, thanking Roberian while expressing concern that his lack of skill might cause trouble for the master. Roberian laughs it off, saying that a talent like Eugene's won't cause him any trouble at all. Eugene watches him, hoping the master isn't the type to take back a recommendation if he gets upset later. He decides that now is the best time to pivot the conversation, and brings up the topic of his brother Iode. He tells Roberian about the rumors he heard, that Iode has given up on magic and spends all his time with demons in Bolero Alley. Roberian's face falls instantly, a cold sweat forming on his temple as he realizes Eugene has found out the family's dirty laundry. Eugene catches the reaction immediately, confirming his suspicion that the Tower Master was definitely aware of Iode's degenerate behavior. Roberian sighs, looking old for the first time as he struggles to find the words to explain the situation. He admits it's true and says he's warned Iode several times, but found himself completely unable to stop the boy's downward spiral. A dark flashback shows succubi in the past killing humans by draining their life essence, creating a terrifying reputation for their kind. But Roberian explains that after the borders of Helmuth opened, the Queen of Nightmares strictly forbade her kind from killing anyone. Eugene isn't buying the peaceful demon talk, saying that even if they aren't killers, it doesn't justify a Lionheart acting like an addict. Roberian looks down, asking Eugene to try and consider the impossible pressure Iode has been living under for the past 4 years. Eugene looks confused, prompting Roberian to explain the tragedy of a Lionheart who isn't a genius. Iode arrived in Aeroth with massive expectations, but his raw talent simply couldn't keep up with his family's legendary name. They tried to help him, but the boy was drowning in a sea of hardships and constant failures. Roberian's eyes are full of pity as he explains how the pressure on Iode kept increasing every single day until it became a crushing weight. The master admits he thought it would be okay for Iode to release some stress occasionally, but he never intended for him to become truly entranced. Eugene looks thoughtful, realizing he actually understands the feeling better than anyone after living with the main family for 4 years. He thinks of the moody Theonis, the plotting Anasilla, and the sheer talent of the twins. Iode was always the outcast in a house of monsters. He realizes Iode stays at the tower despite the mockery, because even that is better than returning home to be seen as a disappointment. Eugene clenches his fist on the table, admitting Iode's story is unfortunate, but standing firm that playing with a succubus is taking it way too far. His eyes glow with ancient hatred as he thinks to himself that demons might smile now, but they can never truly mix with humans. Eugene decides that he needs to see with his own eyes exactly what the succubi are doing to his brother before he takes action. Night falls over Pentagon, and the full moon hangs large and bright in the dark sky. Bolero Alley is glowing with a sinister red light, packed with hooded figures and the smells of the black market. 2 mysterious figures in dark robes walk through the crowd, looking completely out of place despite their attempts to blend in. Gargus's voice comes from under one of the hoods, asking why they needed to use disguise magic when he's so proud of his physique. Eugene, also disguised, snaps back that a Lionheart entering an illegal street openly would ruin the family's reputation instantly. Gargus agrees, but the sheer size of his body makes the disguise look like a tent stretched over a boulder as they push through the crowd. Eugene taps a communicator on his ear, asking if the connection is in. The tour guide from earlier answers, saying he's already inside and will give the signal the moment he spots Iode in the alley. Eugene asks if he can locate him easily, wondering if Iode would be smart enough to use disguise magic himself. The guide laughs, saying Iode is too arrogant or lazy to bother with disguises and always wears the same recognizable robes. Eugene curses under his breath, disgusted that his brother actually enjoys the attention he gets from his identity in a place like this. Gargus notices Eugene's intense mood and asks if he's really just here for the auction or if there's other business. Eugene looks toward the red-lit brothels in the distance, his face hard as he says he'll take care of his own business. He pulls his hood tighter, his eyes reflecting the moonlight as he tells Gargus to head for the auction house first. It's time to face the darkness of Bolero Alley. In the dark underbelly of Aroth, money talks and secrets are sold to the highest bidder, but our boy Eugene is looking for something money can't usually buy. The rules in Bolero Alley are simple: keep your mouth shut, stay in your assigned room, and keep your identity a total secret. The masked attendant explains the setup: 3 buttons for bidding or asking for help, keeping everything as anonymous as possible. Eugene and the musclehead Gargus settle into their private box, but Eugene looks like he'd rather be literally anywhere else. Gargus is surprised Eugene even showed up, but our MC just needs a way to kill time while he waits for his degenerate brother to show his face. Suddenly, the stage lights up with a surge of magical energy as the main event finally begins. A flashy auctioneer in a smiling mask welcomes everyone to the full moon auction, and you can tell this guy loves the sound of his own voice. He brags about their inventory, specifically their high-end magical materials sourced directly from the demon realm of Helmuth. The first item is a Balarex's horn, and the bidding starts at a cool 10 million. This place isn't for the light-pocketed. They cycle through rare items like Proscia's fruit and mandrake roots, things that would make any normal mage lose their mind. Eugene's bored out of his skull, leaning back and asking Gargus if the giant's testicle he wants is actually going to appear. Gargus is sweating bullets, praying that the legendary supplement he's been hunting for is actually on the list. The auctioneer brings out a small box, admitting it's an unidentified metal that's been sitting in their vault for way too long. He tries to hype it up, saying only a few true experts might see the value in this mysterious piece of junk. He explains it was found in a demon-infested hilly area. It looks pretty under the moonlight, but it's too hard to craft and won't take any mana. He basically tells the crowd it's a glorified nightlight for rich people to put next to their beds. The bidding starts at a measly 1 million, and the auctioneer looks like he's just trying to get rid of it at this point. But the second Eugene sees that blue fragment, his eyes go wide. He recognizes that light from 300 years ago. Without a second thought, he slams the bidding button so hard it nearly breaks. Gargus is completely caught off guard, staring at Eugene like he's finally lost his mind. Even the auctioneer is stunned that someone actually wants to buy this useless rock. Eugene's heart is racing because he knows exactly what this is, and he can't believe it ended up in a place like this. It's a piece of the Moonlight Sword, a weapon of pure destruction that was never supposed to be recorded in history, a weapon that belonged to his old rival Vermouth, and seeing it here makes Eugene's blood run cold. The attendant delivers the box, and Eugene takes it with a look of intense focus. Gargus is still confused, asking why the heck he'd waste money on something that doesn't even work with mana. Eugene holds the cold blue fragment, confirming his suspicions. It's definitely a piece of the legendary blade. He remembers finding the original sword in an underground dungeon in his past life, and wonders if Vermouth tried to seal it back there. The Moonlight Sword was a nightmare that only Vermouth could control, bringing nothing but ruin whenever it was drawn. Seeing it in pieces, Eugene realizes that Vermouth wasn't satisfied with just sealing it. He actually broke the world's most dangerous sword. He hopes there's still a spark of power left inside, but as he checks it, the fragment feels completely dead. The ominous energy from 300 years ago is gone, leaving behind nothing but a silent, beautiful crystal. Suddenly, Eugene's communication device buzzes. His brother Iode has finally arrived at the Rafflesia shop. Eugene stands up instantly, throwing his cloak on and telling Gargus he's heading out. He tosses Gargus his credit card, telling him to use it if that giant's testicle finally shows up on the stage. Outside, the full moon hangs over the city of Aroth, casting long shadows over the narrow, dangerous streets. Eugene checks the coordinates, heading deep into the northern alleyways toward the Target shop. He finds a sign with a strange flower design. This is the place where his brother is wasting his life away. Eugene stands before the entrance, his eyes narrowing as he prepares to drag his brother back to reality. 2 massive, horned demons block his path, asking if he's here for a good time. Eugene's internal monologue is cold. In his past life, he would have killed these 2 before they even finished their sentence. He keeps his cool and simply states that he wants to enter the shop. The demons demand a massive entrance fee, explaining that the price goes up depending on what kind of dream he wants to buy. Eugene doesn't even blink, pulling out a stack of cash and handing it over without a word. The demons bow and open the doors, welcoming him into their den of vice. The place is packed with demons and humans drinking together, with succubi waitresses serving everyone with a fake smile. Eugene scans the room, but his brother Iode is nowhere to be seen in the main hall. He calls over a waitress, asking where the private dreaming rooms are located. The succubus gives him a flirty look, teasing him for being in such a hurry. She calls him an adorable customer and tells him the dreaming rooms are down in the basement. But first, she tries to push a special drink on him, claiming it'll help him express his honest desires. Eugene brushes her off instantly, telling her he doesn't need the alcohol and heading straight for the stairs. She thinks he's just embarrassed and offers to take him to a private bedroom instead. He follows her down into the basement hallway, the air growing thick with a strange, sweet scent. The waitress keeps up the act, pretending to be scared while explaining that they only take a little bit of his energy. Eugene's already done with the games. He's memorized the layout and he's ready to end this little excursion. He stops mid-hall, shoves another stack of money into her hand, and tells her he's changed his mind about staying the night. The succubus is left standing there with her mouth hanging open, wondering what the hell is wrong with this kid. Eugene demands to know where the back exit is, wanting a path that won't draw any attention. He ends up in a nearby restaurant where a confused demon waiter asks if he had a pleasant dream. Eugene ignores the question and orders the biggest meat dish on the menu, eating like he's refueling for a war. Suddenly, his senses tingle. He feels a familiar, pathetic energy approaching. Across the room, two demons are carrying a hooded figure who can barely stand on his own 2 feet. Eugene's blood boils as he recognizes his brother Iode, looking like a total wreck. Iode is being dragged along like a sack of potatoes, his face pale and his eyes completely glazed over. Eugene is fuming. He can't believe the eldest son of the Lionheart family is not only fooling around with demons, but taking their support. He watches them drag his brother through a back door, and he's not about to let them get away. Eugene slams his hand on the table, leaving his food behind as he springs into action. The demons are hauling Iode through the dark alleyways, completely unaware that a monster is stalking them from the shadows. Eugene keeps his distance, wondering exactly where these creeps are taking his brother. They head toward a secluded building, the moonlight making the whole scene look like a nightmare. The demons usher Iode inside, and Eugene knows this is where the real trouble starts. He leans against a wall, waiting for the right moment to crash the party. He steps out into the open, his face hidden by his hood, ready to show these guys what a real warrior looks like. A group of thugs blocks his path, with a big guy up front telling Eugene to get lost because this isn't a shop. The leader gets in Eugene's face, his expression twisted with rage as he tries to intimidate the kid. Eugene just looks up at him, cold and unimpressed, asking what this place is actually for if it's not a store. The big guy loses his patience and reaches out to grab Eugene by the throat. He yells at Eugene to get lost, thinking he's won, but he's about to have the worst day of his life. Eugene lets out a chilling smirk, telling the guy that his threat sounds more like a joke. Before the thug can even blink, Eugene's fist connects with his gut like a cannonball. The guy is sent flying backward, coughing up blood as he realizes he messed with the wrong teenager. He hits the ground with a sickening thud, and his friends are left staring in total shock. The other 2 thugs pull out their weapons, screaming that they're going to kill Eugene for what he did. Eugene stands calmly between them, looking like he's barely even trying. The guy with the dagger lunges forward, but he's moving in slow motion compared to our MC. Eugene dodges the sword swing from the other side with ease, his movements fluid and precise. He weaves through their attacks, making the 2 experienced thugs look like complete amateurs. With a series of lightning-fast strikes, Eugene dismantles both of them in a matter of seconds. They collapse into the dirt, joining their leader in unconsciousness. Eugene steps on the swordsman's head, his boot crushing the guy's face into the pavement. He asks them what the building is for, but then realizes he hit them so hard they're already out cold. He gives the guy one last kick for good measure, showing zero mercy to these lowlifes. Eugene decides it'll be faster to just go in and take a look for himself. He slams his foot against the door, and the entire entrance explodes inward in a shower of splinters and stone. He walks into the room as the dust settles, his presence filling the entire building with dread. The air is thick with a strange smoke, and Eugene realizes Iode isn't just messing with demons, he's messing with drugs too. A beastman in a suit yells out, demanding to know who Eugene is and how he got past the guards. He points a finger at Eugene, his face pale with fear as he realizes his men outside are probably dead or dying. Eugene claps his hands mockingly, saying it's amazing to see a human, a beastman, and a demon all getting along so well. The beastman orders his goons to get rid of him, and they all charge at once with their weapons drawn. Eugene raises his hands, channeling his mana into a series of powerful magic blasts. The room erupts into chaos as the goons are blasted back, hitting the walls and floor with bone-breaking force. The beastman leader is left trembling on the floor, blood dripping from his mouth as Eugene towers over him. Eugene draws his sword, telling the guy not to bother speaking. He'll just find Iode himself. The remaining demons are terrified, realizing they're facing a monster they can't possibly win against. Eugene raises his blade, channeling his white flame mana into the steel until it glows with a blinding light. With a massive swing, he releases a wave of energy that tears through the room, clearing the path in front of him. The building shakes to its foundations as Eugene's power levels everything in his way. The ceiling starts to crumble, and the sounds of destruction echo through the empty hallways. Eugene stands over the defeated beastman, noting that he's checked the first 2 floors and Iode isn't there. He looks up toward the ceiling, his eyes locking onto the only place left, the 3rd level. He fires a massive beam of mana straight up, punching a hole through the floor above him. Eugene floats up through the hole, surrounded by swirling winds and a terrifying aura of power. He lands on the 3rd floor, his boots clicking on the stone as he prepares for the final confrontation. He senses a presence in the only room on this level. His brother Iode is definitely in there. The door is surrounded by a dark, swirling energy that screams forbidden magic. Suddenly, a wave of dark magic surges toward him, and Eugene pulls out the moonlight sword fragment. The dark energy hits the fragment, and instead of exploding, it's completely absorbed into the blue crystal. The fragment glows with an eerie light as it eats the dark magic, protecting Eugene from the lethal strike. Eugene watches in fascination as the crystal effortlessly neutralizes the curse. He's impressed that even as a broken fragment, the moonlight sword's ability to devour mana is still working perfectly. He looks up at the shadow in the room, asking if that pathetic attempt was supposed to be dark magic. A dark mage in a hood is sweating bullets, staring at the fragment and wondering what kind of defense mechanism could block his killing spell. Eugene remembers the Patriarch's warning about dark magic, and he's disgusted that Vermouth's own descendant is caught up in this filth. He gives the mage one chance, telling him he won't chase him if he runs away right this second. But his voice turns deadly cold as he tells the mage to get the hell out of his sight before he changes his mind. The mage is paralyzed with fear as Eugene's mana starts to flare up like a supernova. Eugene unleashes a massive shockwave of white flame, the power so intense it starts to crack the floor beneath him. He stands in the center of the storm, the white flames flowing around him like a lion's mane. The mage recognizes the signature technique of the Lionheart family and realizes he's in way over his head. 2 massive demons step out from the shadows, their eyes red with bloodlust as they prepare to defend their master. These aren't the low-level thugs from before, these are real demons from the realm of Helmuth. Eugene gives a dark smile, recognizing them as the same creeps who were dragging his brother around earlier. The demons roar, their claws extending as they prepare to tear Eugene limb from limb. Eugene drops into a combat stance, the white flames intensifying as he prepares to end this in one go. He looks them dead in the eye and tells them to come at him with everything they've got. The demons lunges forward with incredible speed, their claws slashing through the air, but Eugene is faster, his movements a blur as he sidesteps their initial attack. He delivers a devastating series of strikes, the impact of his blows echoing through the building like thunder. The demons are sent flying, blood spraying everywhere as Eugene's power overwhelms their defenses. One demon tries to grab him, but Eugene catches his arm and prepares a counterattack. With a flash of his sword, Eugene delivers a lethal strike that ends the fight instantly. A severed demon hand flies through the air, a grim reminder of what happens when you cross our MC. The other demon is pinned against the wall, helpless against Eugene's overwhelming strength. Eugene's face is a mask of pure fury as he prepares to deliver the final blow. He grabs the demon by the face, his hand glowing with the heat of the white flame. With a roar, he slams the demon into the ground, the impact creating a massive crater in the stone floor. The demons are dead, and Eugene turns his attention back to the terrified dark mage. He pulls back his hood, revealing his silver hair and the golden eyes that burn with the soul of Hamel. The mage's jaw drops as he recognizes the face of the family's most famous young prodigy. He stammers out Eugene's name, unable to believe that a teenager could possess this kind of terrifying power. Eugene tells him that since he knows who he is, he should get the hell out of the way. The mage tries to explain, his voice trembling as he begs for mercy. He realizes that Eugene isn't going to stop, and that his life is hanging by a single thread. In a moment of pure desperation, he raises his skull staff and screams for Eugene to die. A burst of dark energy erupts from the staff, but it's a pathetic effort compared to Eugene's flames. Eugene's golden eyes flare as he prepares to silence the mage once and for all. He cuts through the dark magic like it's nothing, his presence dominating the entire room. He lunges forward, his hand outstretched as he prepares to end the ritual. The mage is losing his mind, wondering how anyone could block his strongest spells so easily. He feels the cold steel of Eugene's sword against his throat, and a single drop of sweat rolls down his face. Eugene tells him to stay perfectly still, promising to slice his throat if he even tries to breathe wrong. The mage is frozen in fear as Eugene turns his attention to the center of the room. There, on a stone altar surrounded by skulls and candles, lies his brother Iode, looking like a corpse. In a bowl at the foot of the bed, a collection of glowing, pulsating blue hearts are rhythmically beating. Eugene stares at the goblet, his voice cold as he asks the mage what the hell is inside. The mage admits that they are unicorn hearts, rare and powerful sources of divine mana. Eugene is stunned. Unicorns are sacred creatures, and using their hearts for a sacrifice is a crime against nature itself. He asks if they're trying to write a contract with a demon king using these hearts as a bribe. The mage denies it, saying they're trying to contact Baron Ulfer, a high-ranking subordinate of Duchess Noirjabella. At the mention of Noirjabella, Eugene's memories of the Night Witch Queen from 300 years ago come flooding back. Eugene can't believe his brother is trying to sell his soul to a mere subordinate of a demon he once fought. He's disgusted that Iode is sacrificing innocent creatures while drugged out of his mind. The mage falls to his knees, begging Eugene to believe that this was all Iode's idea. He claims he couldn't reject the orders of the eldest Lionheart's son, and that Iode provided all the money for the hearts. Eugene scoffs, knowing the mage was probably overjoyed to take the money and gain power from the demon. He tells the mage that he would have received a ton of dark power if the contract had actually gone through. Eugene's eyes burn with rage as he tells the mage to shut his mouth and stop blaming others for his own greed. The mage is left shivering on the floor, knowing there's no way out of this mess. Eugene walks over to his brother's unconscious body, his expression a mix of pity and pure annoyance. Iode looks pathetic, drooling and completely out of it, unaware of the carnage that just happened around him. Eugene's temper finally snaps as he looks at the disgrace of his family. He yells at Iode to get up, delivering a massive, open-handed slap that echoes like a gunshot. Iode's head is snapped back by the force of the blow, blood and spit flying from his mouth. He wakes up instantly, staring at Eugene with a look of pure confusion and terror. Eugene towers over him, his golden eyes glowing as he asks if his brother has finally come to his senses. Iode is left trembling, clutching his face and realizing that his little brother is the one who just saved, and nearly killed, him. Iode is cowering on the floor like a kicked puppy, staring at Eugene and wondering how the hell his little brother ended up in this dark basement. Eugene doesn't waste any words. He just looks down at the pathetic wreck of a man and tells him he followed him here. Eugene admits he tried to be understanding about Iode's stress, thinking his brother just needed a break, but this is way beyond a little vacation. He grabs Iode by the face, forcing him to look at the blood and the ritual circle around them, the air getting heavy with Eugene's disappointment. He tells Iode flat out, "You should have never touched dark magic, no matter how desperate you were." Eugene's voice drops to a lethal whisper, reminding Iode that as a direct descendant of the Lionheart family, making a contract with an incubus is a death sentence for his honor. Iode tries to make excuses, stammering that it wasn't something he could control, but he's shaking like a leaf. Eugene loses his cool and delivers another massive slap, the sound echoing through the ritual chamber as Iode hits the ground again. He calls Iode an insane bastard, asking how he could even think about selling himself out like this. Eugene breaks down the horror of dark magic. If you sign that contract, the demon owns your soul, and if it tells you to kill or die, you don't get a choice. He tells Iode that becoming a dark mage wouldn't just ruin his life, it would drag the entire Lionheart name through the mud for eternity. He asks Iode what he'd do if the demon ordered him to murder his own parents and steal the family's legendary treasures. Iode tries to defend his deal, claiming the demons promised he wouldn't have to follow orders that went against his ethics. Eugene yells at him, calling the demon an incubus bitch and reminding Iode that demons aren't noble creatures who keep their promises. He tells him that the only way to disobey a demon is to die, and he asks his brother if he actually has the guts to do that. Eugene looks at him with pure disgust, pointing out that Iode couldn't even handle reality without drugs, so there's no way he could handle a demon king's command. Iode breaks down, looking at the floor in silence as the weight of his own failures finally starts to crush him. Eugene stands over him, his golden eyes glowing with a cold light that makes it clear he's done listening to excuses. Iode starts crying, asking what Eugene could possibly know about the pressure and why he's being so insulting. Eugene gives a dark, sarcastic smile, telling his big brother to go ahead and tell him exactly what his problems are. Iode screams that Eugene has no idea what it's been like for the last 4 years, ever since the MC took all the family's attention. He complains that as an adopted son, Eugene got all the patriarch's support while Iode was left in the shadows. Eugene looks unimpressed, telling Iode he's making it sound like he was being discriminated against when that's a total lie. He points out that Iode got the exact same support, the White Flame method and an apprenticeship with a Tower Master, but he wasted it all. Iode's face is a mess of tears and blood, his eyes bulging as he realizes he can't win this argument with logic. Eugene delivers the brutal truth: he's not better because of favoritism, he's just born better, period. Iode screams that talent isn't something he can just get, but Eugene shuts him down, saying it's not just talent, it's the work you put in. He contrasts Iode's drug-fueled dreams with their siblings, Cyan and Ciel, who are back home training their hearts out every single day. Eugene asks him if he really thought he could become the Patriarch just by taking a shortcut with dark magic. Iode whispered that he doesn't even want to be the Patriarch anymore, his voice sounding hollow and defeated. He claims he wanted to go to the demon realm of Helmuth where he'd be recognized for his value, which is basically him saying he wanted to run away. Eugene doesn't even let him finish before delivering a fist to the face that sends Iode tumbling backward. The impact sends a shockwave through the room, Eugene's power literally blowing the smoke away as his brother hits the wall. Iode is a bloody mess, his nose broken and his pride completely shattered into a million pieces. He collapses onto the floor, barely able to keep his eyes open as Eugene looms over him like a judgmental god. Iode is sobbing, blood and tears dripping onto the stone floor as he realizes there's nowhere left to run. Eugene is disgusted that Iode actually wanted to be recognized by demons instead of his own flesh and blood. He can't wrap his head around how a descendant of the Great Vermouth could be so pathetic that he craves demon approval. He asks Iode if he really thinks those monsters would value anything about him other than his bloodline. Eugene tells him the cold, hard reality. Other than being the first son of Lionheart, Iode has zero value as a human being. The words hit Iode harder than any punch, and his expression turns into one of absolute, soul-crushing despair. Eugene says Iode was given everything anyone could ever want and he's still here whining about his life. Eugene's done talking. He pulls out his communicator and tells Sir Roberian that it's time to handle the cleanup. Guards rush into the room, and Eugene points to the Dark Mage, telling them to take him away immediately. The Dark Mage is dragged out, looking like he's already accepted his fate, while Eugene watches them clear the room. In the shadows, a figure with long blonde hair watches the scene with a pained expression. It's Sir Roberian, and you can see the sheer disappointment in his eyes as he looks at what his pupil has become. Iode sees the Tower Master and freezes, his voice trembling as he realizes his mentor saw everything. He tries to backtrack, stuttering that he didn't actually go through with the dark magic ritual. He's lying to himself and everyone else, screaming that he didn't get into it, even though the evidence is all around him. Roberian's voice is soft but cutting as he reminds Iode that he tried to do it, and that's more than enough. The Tower Master tells Iode that he's shamed the Lionheart name beyond repair. He goes off, telling Iode that he's insulted the Patriarch, the mages who taught him, and Roberian himself. Iode is gasping for air, trying to find one last excuse to save his skin. Roberian's aura flares up, and he tells Iode that if he makes one more excuse, he'll be forced to deliver a punishment right here. He tells Iode to save his breath for Lord Gilade and Lady Theonis, because they're the ones who are really going to judge him. Iode clutches his head, making a sickening gagging sound as the reality of his parents' arrival finally sets in. Roberian tells them it's time to head back, leaving the ritual chamber behind as the candles flicker out. Later that night, the atmosphere in the meeting room is thick enough to choke on as the family leaders gather. Lady Theonis is crying, and Lord Gilade looks like he's aged 10 years in a single night as they sit in grim silence. Roberian announces that there's one more person joining the meeting, and the tension in the room spikes instantly. The doors creak open, and a man in a dark, stylish coat and sunglasses walks in like he owns the place. He bows with a mocking elegance, introducing himself as Balzac Ludbeth, the master of the Dark Magic Tower. Eugene's eyes narrow. He knows this guy is a legend and one of the 3 dark mages who signed a contract with the Demon King of Incarceration. Balzac gives a sinister smirk, his glasses reflecting the candlelight as he prepares to drop a bombshell on the Lionheart family. Lady Theonis is the first to snap, screaming at Balzac and asking how he dares to even sit at the same table as them. Balzac doesn't even flinch, just sitting there in his shades like he's watching a boring play. Roberian tries to keep the peace, telling Theonis to calm down and clarifying that the Dark Tower Master isn't actually involved in this incident. Theonis goes nuclear, pointing out that a dark mage tried to corrupt her son, so how could the leader of all dark mages not be responsible? Balzac calmly explains that his tower doesn't manage every single dark mage in the city, some are just rogue idiots. He reveals that the mage responsible, a guy named Gevid, actually belongs to the Mage Guild, not the Black Tower. Theonis is still hysterical, gesturing wildly as she refuses to believe a word coming out of Balzac's mouth. Lord Gilade finally speaks up, his voice like rolling thunder, asking why the Black Tower Master is even here if he's not to blame. Balzac leans forward, stating that he's here to take some form of responsibility for the mess. He gives a quick history lesson, reminding them that while dark magic used to be a crime, the promise Vermouth made 300 years ago changed everything. He says that now, learning black magic is a right, and he's only here because he respects the wishes of the Lionheart family. Gilade's eyes glow with fury, telling Balzac that his humility is actually an insult to the family's dignity. Balzac's smirk grows wider, admitting he just doesn't want to become enemies with the Lionhearts over a minor incident. He states that the drug-running thugs and the succubi will be handled by Aroth's laws and tossed into a deep dark jail. Theonis demands to know exactly what kind of responsibility a Dark Tower Master could possibly offer. Balzac's expression goes cold as he announces he will personally cut off the head of Baron Hoyne Ulfer, the demon who tried to contract with Iode. The room goes silent as the gravity of that statement sinks in. He's offering a demon's head to appease them. He snaps his fingers, and a ball of purple ghostly flame appears on his fingertip, drawing everyone's attention. He claims that the demon king of incarceration himself has something he wants to say regarding this matter. Eugene's blood runs cold at the mention of the demon king. The name alone brings back every nightmare from his past life. Balzac channels the dark energy, the room darkening as the presence of something ancient and evil starts to seep in. He relays the message. The Demon King is displeased that Vermouth's family, who he supposedly beloves, was targeted by a low-level demon. Because of this displeasure, the Demon King has already decided that the incubus Baron is a dead man walking. Eugene is gritting his teeth so hard they might shatter, his aura starting to leak out in waves of pure hatred. He can't stand the hypocrisy, cursing the Demon King for daring to say he beloves the family of the hero who tried to kill him. Gilade is also visibly shaken, his face twisted into a mask of rage as he listens to a demon dictate terms to his family. Balzac snaps his fingers again, and the dark flame vanishes, returning the room to its normal, tense state. He bows once more, offering his apologies to the Patriarch for the inconvenience caused by his kind. He wants them to know that both the Black Tower and the Demon King are trying their best to stay on the Lionheart's good side. Gilade remains silent, his eyes shadowed as he processes the fact that a Demon King is basically playing politics with them. Balzac turns to leave, saying he looks forward to their next meeting being in a friendlier atmosphere. As he walks out, he catches Eugene's eye, and for a split second it feels like he's looking straight into Hamel's soul. He gives Eugene one last sinister grin, clearly knowing that this kid is anything but ordinary. Eugene glares back with a look that could kill a god, promising himself that one day he'll finish what he started 300 years ago. The heavy doors click shut behind Balzac, leaving the room in a state of absolute shock. Gilade slumps in his chair, covering his face with his hand as the weight of the family's shame and the demon's favor crushes him. He asks Eugene to leave the room for a moment so he can speak with Theonis in private. Eugene bows and says yes, knowing that the real domestic explosion is about to happen behind those closed doors. He walks down the hallway, but he can already hear the muffled sounds of his parents arguing through the thick wood. Inside, Gilade tells Roberian that he's deeply sorry for the trouble Iode caused and blames himself for being a negligent father. Roberian is a class act, telling Gilade not to be so hard on himself, and admitting he might have been too harsh on Iode. Gilade makes a final, hard decision. He's taking Iode back to the main family residence immediately. Theonis looks like she's seen a ghost, her eyes bulging with terror at the thought of her son being recalled in disgrace. She screams that there's no need for that, trying to downplay the ritual as if Iode just tried it a bit like a bad hobby. She begs Gilade to let him stay in Eroth, claiming he'll work harder now that he's learned his lesson. Gilade's voice is cold as ice as he reminds her that in 300 years, the Lionheart main family has never produced a dark mage. He refuses to change his mind, stating that Iode has sullied the name and can no longer be trusted to stay in Eroth. Theonis goes completely ballistic, screaming that there's no place for Iode back at the main house. She points out that Cyan and Ciel have already been acknowledged as the true heirs while Iode was away, and he'll have no standing. She accuses Gilade of never caring for Iode, saying he only dotes on his first wife's children and that adopted son who isn't even blood. Gilade looks at her with a mix of pity and exhaustion, asking if she truly believes he's that kind of man. He states that he gave all his children the same opportunities and only sent Iode here because the boy wanted to learn magic. Theonis slams her hand on the table, the sound echoing through the room like a crack of thunder. She's panting, her face red with rage as she prepares to throw her final tantrum. She blames Gilade for not forcing Roberian to take Iode as a personal pupil and for not sending someone to rein him in. Gilade just asks her to stop, his voice sounding completely broken as he realizes his marriage is as much of a mess as his son. He tells her to stop humiliating the family even more than she already has with her behavior. Theonis screams about shame, admitting the only thing she cares about is that she'll be the one who dies of humiliation if Iode returns. She declares that if Gilade insists on bringing him back, she'll take Iode to her parents' place instead. She'd rather he be a medium-tier mage at her family's house than be a suppressed failure in the main Lionheart estate. Gilade looks away, his expression unreadable as he finally gives in to her demands. He tells her to do whatever she pleases, as long as it's what Iode actually wants. Outside, Eugene is walking through the halls when he senses a presence following him. A voice calls out his name, and Eugene stops in his tracks, his hand hovering near his sword. It's Balzac Ludbeth, and the Dark Tower Master is looking at him with that same unsettling, knowing smile. Balzac approaches smoothly, apologizing for the fact that they couldn't have a proper chat back in the meeting room. Eugene doesn't play along, telling the guy straight up that he has zero interest in talking to a dark magic tower master. Balzac chuckles, saying he can clearly see that Eugene doesn't really like him, which is a massive understatement. Eugene doubles down, stating that he doesn't just hate Balzac, he hates all dark mages on principle. Balzac sighs, admitting that even after 300 years, the world's attitude toward his craft still hasn't improved much. He puts on a fake pained face, claiming he's never personally done anything bad and begging Eugene not to hate him. Eugene just stares at him in dead silence, not buying the innocent mage act for a single second. Balzac clears his throat and changes the subject, mentioning that Eugene's performance at the blood succession ritual was legendary. He praises Eugene's recent magical progress, and the fact that he even got a recommendation for the Royal Library, Acreon. He hints that among the responsibilities he's taking on, there's something that could actually benefit our MC. Eugene's eyes narrow, asking exactly what kind of suspicious deal this guy is trying to cook up. Balzac explains that a recommendation from just the Red Tower might not be enough to get into the highest levels of Acreon. He offers to write a second recommendation himself, using his status as the Black Tower Master to guarantee Eugene's entry. Eugene is suspicious, asking why a legendary dark mage would go to such lengths to help a kid he just met. Balzac admits he's genuinely interested in Eugene's talent and wants to one-up the Red Tower Master because they don't get along. He claims that by helping Eugene, he might finally make a good impression on the Lionheart family and stop being the town's pariah. Eugene thinks it over and tells Balzac that if he writes it, he'll take it, but it doesn't mean they're friends. Balzac's smile turns genuine for a moment, saying it's enough for him that Eugene doesn't hate him more than he already does. The Dark Tower Master turns and walks away, leaving Eugene to wonder what his true endgame really is. Eugene calls out to his retreating back, asking one final time if Balzac really wasn't involved in Eyote's mess. Balzac stops walking, the clicking of his boots the only sound in the quiet hallway. He says he's proud to be a dark mage, and that's why he'd never help an unskilled idiot like Eyote. He claims an unskilled dark mage is a shame to the craft, and he'd never give someone an opportunity unless they were truly talented. He asks if that answer satisfies Eugene before disappearing into the shadows of the palace. Eugene thinks about his pathetic brother Eyote and the way he cried in that ritual chamber. He calls him a pathetic bastard one last time, turning away and putting the whole drama behind him. Later, Eugene is back in his room, sitting alone with the bowl of unicorn hearts he confiscated from the ritual. The hearts are still glowing with a soft blue light, pulsing with an incredible amount of pure, divine mana. Jaleid told him he could keep them as a reward for stopping the ritual, and Eugene isn't about to let them go to waste. He knows several ways to use them, but he decides on the most direct and effective method for a warrior. He begins to absorb the raw mana directly from the hearts, a cold blue fire starting to swirl around his hands. He notes that for a monster's heart, these are incredibly pure and have very few impurities to filter out. The mana surges into his body, glowing veins appearing on his arms as he forces the power into his mana circuit. Eugene feels his strength skyrocketing, thinking that at this rate, he'll hit 4 stars before he even turns 20. He knows the Lionheart elders would lose their minds if they heard that, since no one has ever reached 4 stars as a minor. The Patriarch and Gion are only at 6 stars, and that status alone makes them some of the strongest people in the entire world. Eugene clenches his fist, determined to push himself to the absolute limit and aim for 5 stars. He promises to put everything Hamel was into the white flame method that Vermouth created, merging his past and present. The next day, Gargus busts in, screaming about the fact that the giant's testicles cost him a whopping 30 million sell. Eugene looks at him with a mix of shock and, "I'm done with you," unable to believe someone would pay that much for, well, balls. Gargus is in a panic, saying they have to hurry to the bank before the auction house sells them to someone else. They arrive at Pentagon's public bank, and the contrast between the huge muscular Gargus and the young Eugene is hilarious. Eugene hands his black card to the bank teller, and the guy looks like he's just seen a miracle from heaven. The teller starts groveling instantly, asking if Eugene wants a private account or literally anything else to make him happy. Eugene just says no and leads the way out, wanting to get this weird errand over with as soon as possible. Gargus is hyped, telling Eugene it's a once-in-a-lifetime chance to see a real giant's equipment in person. Eugene looks like he's regretting every decision he's ever made, asking if Gargus is actually insane. He sighs and decides to just go along with it, mostly because he's curious about the technique Gargus uses. Gargus even offers to share some of the essence with him, but Eugene turns that offer down faster than light. Eugene clarifies, he doesn't care about the testicles, but he is interested in the red flame method Gargus uses. He wants to see how it differs from his own white flame, always looking for ways to improve his combat style. As they walk through the crowded square, Eugene's instincts suddenly flare up, making him stop mid-step. His golden eyes widen as he catches a glimpse of someone in the distance, a familiar color flashing through the crowd. Gargus is confused as Eugene suddenly leaps over a nearby wall, moving with a speed that looks like a blur. He lands on the other side and starts sprinting, weaving through the people with an expression of pure shock. He's thinking to himself, could it be? Is it really her after all this time? His heart is pounding against his ribs, every nerve in his body on high alert. He shoves through the crowd, nearly knocking people over as he desperately tries to keep his target in sight. He knows he wasn't mistaken, that unnatural purple hair is a sign of someone with a truly tremendous amount of mana. His boots skidded on the pavement as he finally caught up to the mysterious figure. He sees her from behind, a girl in a large witch's hat, walking calmly through the bustling city. Eugene's voice is barely a whisper as he utters the name of his old friend, Senya. The girl starts to turn around, and as the light catches her purple hair, Eugene's entire world seems to stop. Our boy Eugene is frozen in his tracks, staring at the purple-haired girl who looks exactly like the woman he died for 300 years ago. His mind is racing, he's got a million questions, but his heart is pounding so hard he can barely find the words to speak. Senya looks exactly the same as she did 3 centuries ago, but Eugene's got a whole new face, making him realize she won't even know who he is. He thinks about telling her the truth, but then realizes she'd probably just tell him to cut the nonsense and punch him in the gut. He gathers his courage and calls out her name, Senya, his face softening with a look we've never seen from the tough MC before. He reaches out to touch her shoulder, his hand shaking as he tries to reconnect with his oldest friend. But as his fingers close in, they pass right through her like she's made of mist and starlight. Eugene's eyes go wide with shock as he realizes he's grasping at nothing but thin air. At first he thinks he's seen a ghost, but his warrior instincts tell him something much more complicated is going on. He realizes this isn't a person at all, but an incredibly high-level magical hallucination designed to find him. The image of the girl begins to flicker and dissolve, leaving Eugene standing alone in the middle of the crowded street. The world around him keeps moving, totally unaware that a legendary spirit just appeared and vanished in a heartbeat. Suddenly, the hallucination looks back one last time, her expression turning into something sharp and knowing. She gives him a look that's equal parts mischievous and expectant, as if she's challenging him to come find her. Eugene is sweating, his face flushed, as he realizes he's just been toyed with by the world's greatest archmage. The image of Senya lets out a soft, knowing smirk that screams, "I knew it was you." Her lips part as if she's about to say something that could change the world, but before the words can reach him, the magic shatters into 1,000 glowing pieces. The hallucination explodes into a swarm of blue butterflies, fluttering away into the afternoon sky. Eugene is left standing there, watching the last bits of his past fade away into the clouds. He realizes she actually found him. Sienna is out there somewhere, and she's been waiting for him to return. A genuine, hyped-up smile breaks across Eugene's face. He's finally got the confirmation he's been hunting for. He looks up at the sky, his eyes burning with a new sense of purpose, as he tells himself that he's found her too. He whispers her full name, Sienna Maravan, promising that their reunion is only a matter of time. He turns back to the path ahead, walking with the confidence of a man who finally has a clear target. Later, Eugene leans over a balcony, reflecting on the fact that Senya is definitely still alive and kicking. He knows her coming to find him means she's active, but the use of a hallucination means she can't physically be here. He wonders if she recognized his soul the same way the Spirit King did, or if there's something else linking them. He looks at the red necklace he's been carrying, the one Vermouth kept, and realizes it might be a beacon for her magic. The fact that she had to send a projection confirms Eugene's fears. Senya is stuck in a situation where she can't move freely. His expression turns grim as he thinks about the possibilities of what could hold a legendary mage back. He imagines her bound by massive, demonic chains, a prisoner of a power even she couldn't overcome. He suspects the Demon King of Incarceration might be the one holding her, and that thought makes his mana boil with rage. Eugene lets out a frustrated sigh, looking up at the sky and realizing the scale of the fight he's walked back into. He laughs to himself, promising that since she came for him this time, he's going to be the one to bust her out next. Suddenly, Gargus walks up behind him, breaking Eugene out of his deep thoughts. The muscle man is confused, asking why Eugene suddenly sprinted off like his hair was on fire. Eugene brushes him off with a classic "none of your business" and tells him it's time to head back. As they walk, Eugene asks Gargus to show him the red flame method, the secret technique of his branch family. Gargus is surprised Eugene is interested since the main family has the superior white flame, but Eugene is just curious about the variations. Gargus says it's not hard to show off, and he starts preparing to flex his massive mana pool. With a huge grunt, Gargus flexes so hard his clothes literally start to rip from his sheer muscle mass and mana pressure. Eugene looks totally deadpan, asking if he can actually use the technique without doing the whole bodybuilder act. Gargus laughs and says it's just a mental thing to get the fire going, leaving Eugene to just sigh and let him do his thing. Gargus takes a deep breath, his eyes glowing as a literal flame starts to flicker around his beard. Suddenly, a massive burst of orange fire erupts around him, the heat warping the air in the training courtyard. He stands in the center of a roaring blaze, looking like a human furnace as he demonstrates his 2-star red flame power. Eugene watches closely, asking if the mana core also splits into multiple pieces like the white flame method does. Gargus explains that in the original version, the cord doesn't split, but his family figured out how to push it to 5 stars over hundreds of years. He says only a few branch families have ever reached that 5-star level using these derivative methods. Eugene realizes that even though Gargus is a top-tier branch member, the red flame method is limited by its own design. The white flame method is the only one that truly scales to godhood, ensuring the main family always stays on top of everyone else. Eugene thinks to himself that Vermouth wasn't the type to be petty, so there must be a reason he locked the best secrets away. He decides he's seen enough. The red flame has potential, but it's not worth his time compared to the path he's building. He gives Gargus a casual wave and tells him nice job as he walks away, leaving the muscle man cooling off. Gargus yells after him, saying the giant's testicles supplement is arriving soon, but Eugene just gives him the finger and keeps walking. Later, Eugene is back in his private research room in the basement of the Red Magic Tower. He knows that Sienna's final, most powerful magic texts are hidden deep within the Royal Library, Acreon. He's reading through her witchcraft grimoires, looking for any breadcrumbs that could lead him to where she's sealed. With recommendations from both Roberian and the Dark Tower Master, Eugene is feeling optimistic about cracking the vault. He stares at the moonlight sword fragment, telling the memory of Senya that she's waited 300 years, so a bit longer won't hurt. He stands in his room, looking at the floating blue crystal and preparing to push his training into a dangerous new phase. He knows a single touch from the original sword could break any mana structure, but this tiny fragment is much weaker. He smirks, realizing he can still use it to disperse lower-class magic, and he decides it's time for a live test. He starts firing mana blasts at himself, using the fragment to see if he can withstand the dispel effect. His eyes glow with absolute determination. If his mana can resist being broken by this fragment, his power will exceed any known limit. Upstairs, Hera hears a massive explosion and looks up from her books with a face of pure terror. A younger mage tells her that the basement has been vibrating with constant blasts for several days now. Hera decides she has to go check it out before Eugene accidentally brings the entire magic tower down on their heads. She walks through the grand hallways, the sound of the MC's training getting louder with every step. She knocks on the heavy wooden door, nervously calling out to see if Eugene is even still alive in there. A massive shockwave hits the door from the inside, nearly knocking Hera off her feet and making her jump back in fright. She panics and bursts into the room, screaming his name as dust and smoke billow out into the hall. She finds Eugene in the center of the wreckage, steam rising off his body as he wipes sweat from his face. Our boy is looking absolutely shredded, standing in the middle of a literal crater while catching his breath. Hera is blushing like crazy, asking what the hell he's been doing to cause this much damage. Eugene casually tells her he was just training his mana alongside some basic magic practice. Hera is confused, pointing out that there aren't any magic circles anywhere, which should be impossible for a mage. She looks at the moonlight fragment floating in the air, noticing the room is trashed, but the tiny crystal is perfectly fine. Eugene tells her to watch, raising his hand as he prepares to show her exactly how he breaks the rules of magic. He fires a high-speed mana blast without a single chant, the power surging from his hand like a cannon shot. The energy swirls and pulses with incredible density, far beyond what any first circle mage should be able to produce. The blast hits the wall with a deafening boom, sending chunks of stone flying everywhere as the room shakes. Hera is left staring in total silence, the sheer raw power of the MC making her realize he's playing a completely different game. She realizes he's getting faster and more precise, using his internal core as if it were a physical magic circle. She's baffled, wondering how a basic magic missile could have the destructive power of a high-tier fireball. Hera asks if he's practicing warfare magic, but Eugene says he's just focusing on the unity and density of the mana itself. He smirks, explaining that he's learned how to force his dispersing mana to stay together for a much bigger boom. Hera tells him that's great, admitting she was worried he was going to injure himself from training way too hard. Eugene asks if she came down just to check on him, and she tells him the Red Tower Master is calling for him. He starts putting his shirt back on, asking if Roberian is waiting for him on the top floor. Hera says no, he's already at the entrance of the Royal Library Acreon, and it's time for Eugene's big trial. They head to the center of the capital city, Pentagon, where Aeroth's massive castle, Abram, dominates the skyline. The castle is built in the middle of a giant lake and can only be reached by boat because all flying and teleport magic is blocked. This is because of the massive demon sealing circle Sienna built hundreds of years ago as a gift to the royal family. Eugene looks at the scale of the magic and can only call it crazy, even by his high standards. He's shocked that even after coming to this magic city, he can't wrap his head around how one person could shield an entire lake. Hera asks if he wants to visit the castle, her eyes sparkling at the thought of entering the royal grounds. Eugene says he was just looking, knowing that a place like that isn't somewhere people can just walk into. Hera explains that only tower masters and high-ranking nobility are allowed to step foot inside Abram. She notes that even the tower masters can't use magic inside unless they've sworn absolute loyalty to the royal family. Eugene catches on quickly, asking if that means the tower masters haven't actually sworn loyalty to the crown. Hira clarifies that they have an agreement, but the towers won't obey unreasonable orders from the king. She explains the politics. The towers work with Parliament, while the castle has its own private group of loyal mages. She assures him the two groups aren't enemies, but there's definitely a healthy level of competition between them. They arrive at the gate, and Eugene looks up at the towering spires of the castle, feeling the weight of the history around him. Hira drops a bombshell. 3 high-ranking mages have already voted against Eugene getting into the library. She tells him he needs to win over the Blue Tower Master, the Green Tower Master, and the Mage Guild Master to get in. Hera says her goodbyes, leaving Eugene to face the Council of Masters all on his own. She tells him not to be nervous and shouts good luck, her voice echoing across the courtyard. Eugene just gives her a confident thumbs up and a cocky grin, looking like he's about to go on a vacation instead of a trial. He enters the Grand Council chamber and introduces himself as Eugene Lionheart, standing tall before the elite of the city. The first master is Tremple Wizardor, the captain of the castle mages, looking strict and unimpressed. Next is Sir Roberian, who gives Eugene a supportive nod, clearly hoping his protege can pull this off. Generique Osman, the Green Tower Master, strokes his beard thoughtfully as he eyes the young Lionheart. Hiradoth Uzlan of the Blue Tower looks like a tank, staring down Eugene with a heavy, intimidating gaze. The eccentric Melkith of the White Tower is there too, looking bored and spinning her rings, and of course Balzac Ludbeth is sitting in the corner with his shades on, giving nothing away. Edgar Gyron, the Mage Guild Master, looks like he's already decided that Eugene is a waste of time. The Prince of Aroth, Honain Abram, tells Eugene to raise his head, his voice filled with a calm authority. The prince says he's been hearing Eugene's name for years and has always wanted to meet the genius Lionheart. Eugene remembers the rumors about Honain, a genius who reached the 5th circle before even becoming an adult. The Blue Tower Master speaks up, admitting he's heard plenty about Eugene but still seems highly skeptical. He asks the golden question, isn't swordsmanship and magic completely different? How can a warrior be a library scholar? He's thinking to himself that a 17-year-old kid who just started magic has no business being in Acreon. He suspects that Roberian and Balzac are just using the Lionheart name for political leverage to cover up the recent drug scandal. Eugene stays calm and asks what he needs to do to prove he's worthy of entering the royal archives. Roberian explains the test. Eugene has to demonstrate his magic so the council can analyze his talent and knowledge. The Blue Tower Master mocks him, saying normally he'd need to show research and dissertations, which a kid obviously doesn't have. Eugene just says, all right, his expression turning ice cold as he prepares to blow their minds. He focuses his mana, his eyes beginning to glow as the air in the chamber starts to hum with a terrifying energy. A circle of light begins to form around Eugene, but it's pulsing with a frequency that none of the mages recognize. He stands in the middle of a swirling vortex of white flame mana, looking more like a war god than a student. He looks up at the masters sitting on their high balconies, the light from his power reflecting in his golden eyes. The Blue Tower Master is stunned, unable to hide his shock at the sheer density of the mana the MC is controlling. He realizes that Eugene didn't separate his core from his circles. He's doing something entirely new and impossible. The Mage Guild Master is thinking that for someone who only trained for 4 years, this level of management is purely mental. The Green Tower Master says managing mana is one thing, but truly understanding the soul of magic is another level entirely. Eugene begins to weave complex spells with a single hand, the mana flowing around him like liquid silk. He creates a massive, multi-layered fireball that crackles with white lightning, the heat beginning to singe the carpet. He switches spells instantly, and without a word, his movements so smooth it looks like he's dancing with the energy. The captain of the castle mages is sweating, realizing Eugene perfectly understands every spell he's using without even chanting. He asks the ultimate question, can the kid actually use magic and his sword aura at the same exact time? The Green Tower Master looks over the edge, his face pale as he waits for the impossible answer. Eugene gives a mischievous smirk, looking like he was just waiting for someone to ask him that. He draws his sword in a flash, the steel singing as it catches the magical light of the room. The White Tower Master, Melkith, leans forward, her eyes wide as she senses a massive spike in Eugene's power. The sword begins to glow with a brilliant blue light, a perfect fusion of physical aura and magical mana. Eugene stands there, a sword made of light in one hand and a magical shield in the other, a true hybrid monster. The masters are losing it. His mana unity is so strong that even a high-level dispel wouldn't be able to deactivate his spells. Roberian turns to the council and asks what they think, his voice dripping with "I told you so" energy. The Green Tower Master admits they need to have a serious talk about what they just witnessed. Roberian asks Eugene to step outside for a bit while the council holds their final vote. Eugene bows respectfully, sheathes his sword, and turns to walk out of the chamber. He walks down the long hallway, his footsteps echoing through the silent golden palace. He closes the heavy doors behind him, leaning against the wall and exhaling as the adrenaline finally starts to fade. Back inside, the Blue Tower Master turns to Roberian, his voice booming with suspicion. He asks if Roberian secretly guided the kid or gave him advanced lessons that he's not telling them about. Roberian denies it for the 10th time, stating that Eugene has learned everything just by reading introductory books on his own. The Blue Tower Master can't believe it. Reaching that level of understanding just from reading basic texts is unheard of. The prince, Honain, smiles and simply says, "He's a Lionheart," as if that explains everything. He reminds them that the blood of Vermouth the Great is known throughout the entire continent for its legendary power. The prince admits he could sense Eugene's genius from the very moment the kid stepped into the room. Melkith adds that while the magic was only first circle, its actual power and purity exceeded anything she's seen from masters. She notes that his mana arrangement is so precise that even a fourth circle dispel would probably fail against him. However, she notes that he's still incredibly young, and that's a factor they have to consider. The Mage Guildmaster agrees that he's a genius, but argues that there's no need to hurry his entry into the Royal Library. He suggests that Roberian should just teach him for a few more years until he's undeniably fit for the archives. The captain of the mages interrupts, saying they should think of Eugene as a long-term investment for the kingdom. He points out that while his skills aren't at the limit yet, his potential is literally limitless. He argues that since they're already friendly with the Lionhearts, doing Eugene a personal favor now will pay off massively later. The Guildmaster scoffs, reminding them that Eugene is only an adopted son and won't ever become the patriarch anyway. He says Scion Lionheart will be the one taking over, so investing in the runt of the family is a waste of resources. He mentions Iode is a failure, and he doesn't think the adopted genius will win any fight for the family's future position. Balzac gives a dark, knowing smile, warning the council not to underestimate Eugene's foothold in the main family. The captain adds that even if Eugene leaves the main house one day, that's when Aroth should make its move to recruit him. He envisions a future where a god-tier Eugene is a dependable ally who remembers the favor they did for him today. Balzac mentions that Eugene already proved his worth during the blood succession ritual 4 years ago, beating all the blood heirs. He stares into space, his eyes glowing red behind his shades as he thinks Eugene might become the second coming of Vermouth. The Green Tower Master lets out a short, dry laugh, clearly amused by the heated debate over a teenager. He asks Balzac if these grand statements are his own or if he's speaking for someone else. Balzac plays dumb, tilting his head and asking what the Green Tower Master could possibly mean by that. The Master asks if the Demon King of Incarceration is the one influencing Balzac's praise for the kid. Balzac laughs it off, saying the Demon King is way too busy with the internal business of the demon realm, Helmuth. His tone shifts to something dark and heavy as he says if he were speaking for the Demon King, he'd be using actual power to force his way. The room suddenly feels freezing cold, the shadows deepening as Balzac's true aura briefly leaks out. He quickly apologizes for sounding aggressive, claiming he's just devoted to the Demon King's hypothetical wishes. The prince tells everyone to stop straying from the topic and focus on the decision at hand. Melkith gets up, saying they won't agree anytime soon, so they should just skip the talk and cast their final votes. The prince agrees, saying he'll go first to set the tone for the rest of the council. He gives a bright, confident smile and declares that he officially agrees with the recommendation. The trial is over. Eugene Lionheart has been granted official entry into the most restricted library in the world. The Royal Library Acreon isn't just some place for dusty books, it's a massive fortress of knowledge containing the life's work of every legendary mage who ever left a mark on history. Our boy Eugene looks around, realizing the walls themselves are practically breathing with Aroth's history, making the place feel more like a high-end museum than a library. The library towers up 15 stories, and Eugene knows exactly where he's going. Sienna's personal texts are tucked away on the highest floors, from 12 to 15. Before he can even take a step, a voice cuts through the silence, calling out to him like he's just some random kid. It's Melkith El Haya, the White Magic Tower Master, skipping toward him with a wave and a grin that's way too bright for a place this serious. This woman is a literal legend, the best spiritualist of the era and the first person in history to bag contracts with 2 spirit kings at the same time. Even without her spirits, she's a top-tier mage, but Eugene isn't impressed. He just stares at her, waiting for her to stop yapping so he can move on. She confirms the meeting is over, explaining that if they waited for everyone to agree on letting him in, they'd be arguing for days. So, instead of talking it out, they just went straight to a vote to decide Eugene's fate. The final count was 5 in favor, 2 against, and 1 person who couldn't be bothered to pick a side. Since the majority ruled in his favor, Eugene doesn't waste a second asking if he's finally cleared to hit the upper floors. Melkith gets a bit annoyed that he doesn't even care who voted against him, but Eugene's logic is simple: a win is a win, and the details don't matter. She calls him lame and admits that she was the one who stayed neutral during the whole debate. She claims she wasn't actually against him coming in, she just didn't want to get dragged into a massive headache of an argument with the others. She points out the other masters nearby, noting that even though the vote is over, they're all still fuming and ready to take the fight elsewhere. The Blue Magic Tower Master looks especially triggered, his face twisted in a look of pure grumpiness. He lets out a heavy grunt, clearly not thrilled about a teenager having free reign in the kingdom's most sacred archive. Melkith leans in, whispering that it's actually hilarious because even that Blue Tower Master eventually caved and voted yes. She mentions that even though he acted like he hated Eugene's guts the moment he walked in, he changed his mind at the very last second. She tries to turn it into a game, asking Eugene to guess which two masters were the haters who voted no. Eugene's patience is paper thin as he snaps at her, but she spills the tea anyway. It was the Green Magic Tower Master and the Mage Guild Master. She's genuinely baffled by him, wondering if he's actually 17 because his lack of a reaction is just plain boring to her. She starts throwing a mini tantrum, asking why he isn't pissed off or acting like a spoiled Lionheart heir, but Eugene just gives her a flat no. He turns his back on her drama and starts walking away, but Melkith isn't done with him yet. She calls him back, her eyes locking onto the weapon at his hip, the Windstorm Sword Winneth, blessed by the Spirit King himself. Eugene stops and looks back, basically asking her, "Yeah, what about it?" With his eyes. She drops the act and admits she's been dying to sign a contract with the King of Wind, but the guy is a total ghost who never answers her calls. She's already got the Kings of Thunder and Earth on speed dial, but the Wind King is the ultimate prize who refuses to work with anyone. She starts ranting about how she even sent a letter to the Lionheart main house, but they treated her like a common thief who was going to run off with their treasure. Eugene stays firm, telling her he can't just hand over a family heirloom that technically belongs to the patriarch. Melkith's vibe shifts instantly into something creepy, her eyes glowing as she begs him to just let her hold it for a little bit, promising she won't tell a soul. She claims she only needs it for a day and even offers to let him watch the whole time like she's some kind of desperate salesperson. Eugene thinks back to Tempest, the Wind King, realizing the spirit has been a total couch potato and hasn't answered him once in 4 years. He knows his current mana isn't enough to wake the spirit up, but he looks at Melkith and realizes she might actually be the key. She's the only person alive who can handle 2 Spirit Kings. If she uses Winneth as a catalyst, there's a real chance Tempest might finally wake up. But our MC is a cold calculator. He decides to play hard to get, knowing that if he lets her desperation simmer, he can squeeze a much better deal out of her later. He shifts the subject, asking where he gets his entry card, and Melkith immediately brightens up, offering to be his personal guide. A moment later, Eugene is holding a sleek black and gold card, the official key to everything inside Acreon. The card carries Melkith's personal seal, serving as his high-level ID to bypass the library's security. As they walk, Melkith mentions that the familiar spirits guarding the floors were all left behind by the legendary mages of the past. She points out the spirits of the Mage King who built Aeroth and the father of battle magic, before mentioning that Sienna's spirit is waiting up there too. Eugene goes quiet, the mention of his old friend hitting him harder than he'd ever admit to this eccentric woman. Melkith teases him for being boring again, though she's clearly noticed his weirdly deep interest in everything related to Sienna. She lists off all his recent activities, from touring Sienna's mansion to meeting her descendants, proving she's been keeping a very close eye on him. Eugene is caught off guard by how much she knows, but Melkith just laughs it off, reminding him that he's basically a celebrity in this city. She calls him kind of a jerk when he refuses to lend her the sword again, but Eugene doesn't flinch, shutting her down with a final "I'm not." They finally arrive at a pair of massive ornate white doors that look like the entrance to a palace. Melkith points out a slot next to the door, explaining that his ID card is the only thing that will trigger the elevator inside. Eugene slides the card in with a click, and Melkith smirks, teasing him one last time about how much he clearly loves Madame Sienna. The elevator doors slide open, and Eugene stands inside, asking if she's going to wait for him. She claims she's too busy to babysit him, but then her expression shifts into something much more devious. She starts giggling, warning him that the first time he sees the truth inside, it's going to leave a very messy first impression. She leans in with a wicked grin, suggesting that he might actually need to bring a diaper along for the ride. Eugene is completely confused, staring at her and asking why. She laughs manically, telling him flat out that he might just mess himself from the shock of what's waiting for him. Eugene's face twists in pure annoyance, veins popping on his forehead as he realizes she's just trolling him again. She waves goodbye with a cheerful "have fun" as the elevator doors start to hiss shut, leaving Eugene alone with his anger. The elevator starts moving with a low hum, and Eugene leans against the wall, trying to prepare himself for whatever madness Sienna left behind. The floor indicator clicks through the numbers until it finally hits 12 with a sharp ding. The doors slide open, and Eugene finds himself facing a hooded figure that's already waiting for him in the hall. The figure reaches up, pulling back the heavy hood to reveal a young girl with long, vibrant purple hair. She spreads her arms wide, welcoming him to Senya's hall with a polite but formal smile. She addresses him directly as Sir Eugene Lionheart, her eyes sparkling with a weirdly familiar energy. Eugene is absolutely floored, his breath catching in his throat as he whispers her name. Sienna? He's staring at her in total disbelief, asking if she's really the Sienna he once knew. The girl gives him a blunt nope, popping her witch hat back on and explaining she's just the familiar spirit in charge of managing this floor. Eugene remembers Melkith's warning about the familiars, realizing that even after 300 years, Sienna's presence is still felt through this magical creation. He asks how she already knows his name, keeping his guard up even though she looks like a harmless kid. She points out that he literally just swiped his ID on the first floor, and Eugene realizes he's being a bit too paranoid. She explains that every spirit in this building is synced to the magic system, so they always know who's coming and going at any given time. When he asks what to call her, she beams, telling him that Madame Senya used to call her Mare. Eugene puts the pieces together, realizing Mare comes from Sienna's last name, Marivane, and the spirit is clearly proud of the honorable title. He thinks to himself that Sienna was a total narcissist for making a spirit that looks exactly like her and naming it after herself. He notes how incredibly human-like she acts, but Mare tells him that the other spirits on the lower floors are nowhere near as advanced as she is. She strikes a pose, declaring she's special because she was built using Sienna's own personality as the foundation. Eugene recalls his brother's ritual and wonders if creating a living being isn't strictly forbidden magic. Mare shuts that down immediately, looking him dead in the eye and stating that she's not actually alive. She explains that she lacks a soul, her body is just condensed magic, and her consciousness is tied to Sienna's greatest work. She points toward the center of the hall, where a massive, glowing mechanical sphere is spinning with incredible power. Eugene is mesmerized by the complex device, asking what the hell he's looking at. Mare gets all hyped up, striking a dramatic pose and taking a deep breath like she's about to drop the biggest reveal of the century. She gets a bit too into it, almost falling over as she adjusts her oversized hat while Eugene just watches with a sweat drop. She finally announces that this is witchcraft, the absolute essence of magic that Sienna spent her entire life perfecting. Eugene recognizes the name. It's the legendary series of magic texts Sienna finished right before she disappeared into retirement. He's confused about how a giant floating sphere counts as a book, but Mare tells him he's being narrow-minded for thinking books only come in paper form. Eugene calls it BS, but Mare just smirks at him, basically calling him too simple-minded to get it. She tells him it's no surprise he doesn't understand, considering even the greatest magic tower masters have failed to wrap their heads around it. Eugene stares at her, a dawning realization hitting him as he looks at her arrogant expression. He realizes she's the perfect copy of Sienna, full of pride, wearing a sneer that's basically a middle finger to everyone else. He asks if Sienna stayed this way until the end, but Mare admits that the version of Sienna she's based on was much younger and wilder. She explains that as Sienna aged, she became refined, elegant, and stopped smiling, focusing entirely on her research. Eugene tries to imagine a refined and elegant Sienna and immediately calls Cap, knowing how crazy his old friend actually was. He shifts back to the tech, asking what she means by her consciousness being inside the witchcraft sphere. Mare explains her entire existence is to manage and protect this magic, and she's been doing exactly that for over 200 years. Eugene walks through the hall, his footsteps echoing in the massive chamber while Mare follows closely behind him. He stares up at the swirling rings of magic, feeling the weight of the centuries Sienna poured into this place. He recalls a quote about how reading high witchcraft made all other magic feel like child's play. It's truly on a level of its own. He asks Mare if she knows the real reason Sienna retired so suddenly, hoping for a lead on her current whereabouts. Mare's face falls as she admits that even she doesn't know. Sienna's departure was so discreet that not even her closest servants saw it coming. She recalls how the King of Aeroth and all the Tower Masters practically interrogated her for years, refusing to believe she was left in the dark. She calls them unqualified bastards for trying to hack into her memories every few decades, just to find a clue. Eugene looks at her, a dark thought crossing his mind. He knows these mages didn't just want to find Sienna. He realizes that to a mage, a self-aware familiar like Mare is the ultimate specimen, something they'd kill to dissect and study. He asks if the intermediate and low versions of witchcraft are kept here too, since only the high version is public. Mare explains that this sphere is the original, but Sienna extracted the lower parts to donate them to the library while keeping the true power here. She teases him for being obsessed with Sienna, but Eugene just shrugs it off, saying everyone is interested in a legend. Mare mentions that it's weird to see a Lionheart here, especially since Sienna never met with the family after returning from the war. She reveals that Sienna didn't even meet with Vermouth, which matches the clan records saying Vermouth cut ties with all his friends. Eugene thinks back to the funeral, the only time the survivors, Sienna, Anise, and Moron, were ever seen together again. He finds it incredibly suspicious. Even if Vermouth was a loner, ghosting the people he fought through hell with makes zero sense. He asks Mare if Sienna ever talked about her old companions when they were alone. Mare says Sienna called Moron a dumbass and said Anise was as sneaky as a snake. Eugene hesitates, his voice trembling slightly as he asks the most important question: what about Hamel? Mer lists off a string of insults: idiot, piece of trash, total loser, making Eugene snap and remind her she said Sienna was refined. Mer's expression softens as she explains that even refined people swear, but whenever Sienna talked about Hamel, she looked like she was about to cry. She tells him that out of everyone, Sienna was the one who suffered the most from Hamel's death. Eugene goes quiet, the guilt of leaving her behind gnawing at him before he asks one final question about Vermouth. Mer's face goes blank as she prepares to answer. She reveals that Sienna never praised, insulted, or even judged Vermouth. She acted like the man didn't even exist. Eugene finds himself standing in front of a massive portrait of Sienna, staring at the face of the woman he once called his closest friend. He realizes it's the exact same portrait he saw in her mansion, but something feels off about it. Mer points a finger at the painting, bluntly stating that the smile Sienna is wearing in the portrait is a complete fake. She recalls a memory of her younger self asking Sienna why she was leaving a smiling portrait when she was always so sad. Young Mer was confused why someone who lived in constant sorrow would want to be remembered this way. Sienna's shadow falls over the painting as she explains that it's better for future generations to see a smile than the face of someone who's given up. Mer admits she's never left this hall, but she knows there's a copy of this lie in the mansion for the public to see. She reveals that Sienna actually hated the painting because the artist gave her that smile without her even asking for it. Still, Mer agrees with the sentiment. It's better for the world to remember the hero's smile. Eugene stays silent, looking at the fake smile and feeling the weight of the loneliness Sienna must have carried. Feeling a bit sympathetic, Eugene reaches out to pat Mer on the head, but she dodges him with a sharp tack. She glares at him, warning him not to cross the line, while Eugene awkwardly apologizes for his reflex. She shouts that she's been alive for 200 years and refuses to be babied just because she's short. She moves on, explaining that witchcraft isn't the only treasure here. This hall also houses Sienna's personal gear. She leads him to a pedestal, pointing out a staff that she says was Sienna's absolute favorite. The staff is a gnarled piece of wood topped with a massive glowing red gem. It pulses with a rhythmic, heartbeat-like light that fills the room with a sense of immense power. Eugene's eyes widen as he recognizes the weapon, whispering its name, Acacia. Mer smirks, noting that she knew he'd recognize it, and begins to explain its origin. She talks about a legendary fairy tree that only grows in the center of the Great Samar Forest, the homeland of the elves. The elves believe this tree holds the spirits of their ancestors and literally keeps the world from falling apart. She reveals that those incredibly proud elves actually cut off one of the tree's roots just to make this staff as a gift for Sienna. Eugene knows that Sienna was human, but she had deeper ties to the elves than anyone else alive. A flashback shows a baby Sienna abandoned in a basket in the middle of that very same jungle. A passing elf heard her crying and decided to raise the human child as one of their own. Though they weren't fond of humans, they couldn't ignore her insane talent and eventually taught her the secrets of elven magic. Mer brags that Sienna is the only human to ever own a staff made from the world tree, but she says that's not even the best part. She zooms in on the red jewel at the end of the staff, its facets gleaming with a bloody light. She drops the bomb. That jewel is actually a real dragon heart. Eugene is stunned, his mind immediately jumping to the only other staff in the world that uses a dragon heart: Blood Mary. He recalls that 300 years ago, Blood Mary belonged to a lich named Belial, one of the Demon King's top generals. His blood boils as he remembers the fight, his hand clutching his chest as the phantom pain of his death returns. The battlefield was a literal hellscape. The Demon King of Incarceration was on a completely different level than any other enemy they'd faced. The king had 3 legendary weapons that were feared across the world: the dagger, the shield, and the staff. Eugene remembers the staff of incarceration specifically, the weapon that ended his life. He had managed to break through the shield, but he took a grievous wound in the process that left him wide open. By the time he finished his duel with Belial, there was a literal hole in his chest, and his journey was over. Shaking off the memories, he looks at Mer and asks if he can try holding Acacia. Mer smirks, telling him he can touch it, but he won't be able to use a single drop of magic with it. She explains that Acacia is picky, it only recognizes Sienna as its owner, and every mage who tried to claim it after her retirement was rejected. Eugene reaches out and grabs the staff, his hand closing around the ancient knotted wood. Suddenly, a massive burst of blue mana explodes from him, swirling around his body like a hurricane. Despite his power, the staff doesn't budge. It's like trying to pour water into a sealed stone. It completely ignores his mana. He's frustrated, thinking that since he saw Sienna's image before, the staff might recognize him, but it's a total no-go. Mer teases him again, saying he really does have a crush on Sienna, but Eugene just sighs and lets go. She calls him a liar, pointing out that his eyes sparkle every time he looks at Sienna's stuff like he's a kid in a candy store. Eugene tries to play it cool, claiming he just likes old stories and history. Mer lights up, telling him that if he likes stories, she has a specific book that he is absolutely going to love. She scurries off toward the bookshelves, leaving Eugene wondering what kind of secret text she's about to pull out. She hops onto a small stepladder, reaching for a dusty, worn-out volume on one of the higher shelves. She pulls down a brown book with a simple cover, its title written in an old, elegant script. Eugene's face goes pale as he reads the title, Warrior Vermouth's Great Adventures. He knows exactly what this is, the world-famous picture book that every kid in the world grows up reading. Mur excitedly explains that this is the first book ever written about Vermouth's legends, even though Sienna hated talking about what happened in the war. Eugene snaps, telling her he hates that damn book more than anything else in the world. He rants about how he respects Hamel the most, but this book makes the guy look like a useless, screaming idiot in every single chapter. Mur explains that this is the original version published in Aroth, and it's actually a bit different from the sanitized versions sold today. Curiosity gets the better of him, and Eugene holds out his hand, demanding to see how the original handled his past life. The book starts with a brutal line, Hamel was a total idiot. It describes how he challenged Vermouth to a fight the moment they met and immediately face-planted in the dirt. Eugene is fuming, his face turning red as he shouts that he actually managed to land a hit and make Vermouth bleed a single drop. He realizes the writing style is suspiciously familiar, suspecting that Anise was the one who actually wrote this to troll him from beyond the grave. Mare sees how much he's enjoying the history and tells him to follow her because she has something even more special to show him. They walk deeper into the hall, their shadows stretching across the polished floor as they head toward the back of the chamber. They stop in front of a glowing display that features life-sized magical projections of the entire hero party from 300 years ago. Eugene stands frozen, his golden eyes wide with shock as he finally sees his old family together again, including a perfect image of his former self, Hamel. Eugene stands before the shimmering blue projections of his old comrades, the weight of 300 years finally starting to sink in. Mare explains that these aren't just simple portraits, they are living memories Sienna personally extracted to preserve the true faces of her friends. The first figure is Vermouth the Great, looking as regal and untouchable as ever, exactly how the world remembers him. Next to him stands Anise the Faithful, her eyes closed in a peaceful smile that Eugene knows hid a much sharper tongue. Then there's Moron the Brave, a man so massive and rugged he looked more like a wild troll than a human knight. And finally, there he is, Hamel the Foolish, looking like a total troublemaker with a smirk that says he's ready to start a fight. Mur mentions that Sienna's Hall is the only place in the world where a memory of Hamel's face still exists, but Eugene is distracted by how good-looking his past self was. Mur is horrified, thinking he's calling Vermouth handsome, but Eugene clarifies he's talking about Hamel, making her wonder if he's actually lost his mind. Eugene doubles down with a blush, claiming Hamel had a certain wild beast charm that the history books completely ignored. Mur just gives him a look of pure judgment, and the awkward silence hangs heavy in the air as Eugene tries to play it off. They finally sit down at a research table, surrounded by the literal peaks of human magic. Eugene notes that Sienna's traces are spread across 3 floors, but he's curious about what kind of secrets are tucked away at the very top. Mare explains that the 13th floor is filled with the complex research notes Sienna used when she was literally designing this library. The 14th floor holds even more advanced research, stuff so dense that even a genius would struggle to read it without help. Eugene wonders if any of that could possibly be more important than witchcraft, the legendary magic system he came here for. Mur smiles, telling him it's something he has to experience for himself because words simply can't describe its true power. She leads him back to the glowing mechanical sphere, the heart of Sienna's legacy pulsing with ancient energy. Mare begins explaining that witchcraft is a way to optimize mana circles, amplifying power by stripping away the need for long chance. It's magic manifested through a split consciousness, allowing mana to enter the body and act on its own depending on the danger. She gets hyped up, explaining that this perfect drive is far superior to any normal circle magic because it forces out the absolute maximum output. Eugene's brain is basically melting. He looks at her and admits he didn't understand a single word of that technical jargon. Mur just laughs it off, saying if it were that easy to explain, it wouldn't be the greatest magic book in human history. Eugene skips the lecture and asks the only thing that matters. How does he actually read this thing? Mare tells him to close his eyes, open his palm, and inject his mana directly into the core of witchcraft. He reaches out toward the glowing sphere, the air crackling as his hand nears the source of Sienna's power. As his mana connects, a brilliant flash of blue light erupts, engulfing him in an instant. For a split second, he wonders if he just needs to pour mana in or if he has to manipulate it like a standard magic circle. But before he can think, his vision blurs and the world around him simply vanishes. He wakes up in a void of pure darkness, floating in a space that feels both empty and infinite. It feels like a dream, but the sensations are way too sharp and real to be a simple hallucination. He feels paralyzed, his body refusing to move as if he's stuck in a nightmare without any monsters to fight. He stands there, shirtless and exposed, feeling completely and utterly powerless against the void. Suddenly, a massive tidal wave of energy erupts in front of him, towering over him like a mountain. It's a literal sea of mana, surging with a pressure so intense it feels like it's going to crush his very soul. Eugene is swept away by the current, tumbling through the blue light as the sheer scale of Siena's power hits him. He floats through the glowing depths, his eyes wide as he witnesses the fundamental building blocks of magic. Above him, a massive arc of mana begins to form, glowing with a blinding brilliance that illuminates the entire void. The energy begins to condense, swirling into a perfect, massive ring that dwarfs anything Eugene has ever seen. The ring stabilizes into a giant, glowing circle, the pure manifestation of Siena's eternal whole technique. Inside that massive ring, smaller circles begin to branch out and overlap, creating a complex web of infinite power. Eugene is breathless, staring at the mechanical perfection of a magic system that shouldn't even be possible. He realizes that this isn't just a ninth circle spell, it's a level of magic that has completely broken the limits of humanity. The shock is too much. His mind snaps back to reality as he faceplants onto the library floor with a heavy thud. He gasps for air, kneeling on the ground while Mur just stands over him, watching with a smug little grin. Eugene looks up, panicked and sweating, asking if he did anything weird while he was under. Mur chuckles, telling him that passing out the second you touch the orb is already pretty strange. She tells him not to feel bad. Apparently, most mages literally wet themselves, while Eugene just foamed at the mouth for 2 hours. She drops the gossip, revealing that the legendary White Tower Master and Blue Tower Master both completely lost their cool and messed their pants when they tried this. Eugene recalls Melkith's diaper warning and realizes the woman wasn't trolling. She was actually speaking from her own traumatizing experience. Mare asks him how it felt to see the inside of Siena's mind and her ultimate magic. Eugene admits it was incredibly difficult to wrap his head around, but he feels like he's starting to grasp the core of it. He mentions the drive of the circle, marveling at how those infinite rings were constantly splitting and regenerating. Mare explains that while Siena only had 9 circles when she started, her obsession with magic drove her to keep evolving. She eventually crossed the boundary of human limits, creating the eternal whole, the pinnacle of magic that only she has ever reached. Every mage in history has tried to reach this stage, but for centuries, no one has been able to break past the wall of the 9th circle. The secret is perfect control. By rotating the mana without wasting a single drop, you create a self-sustaining engine of pure destruction. She demonstrates with a tiny spark, explaining that a basic fireball from the eternal whole is more devastating than the most powerful 9th circle hellfire. She declares that the Siena who created this was completely unrivaled, strong enough to have wiped out the Demon Kings by herself. Eugene goes into deep thought, realizing that after the war, his comrades didn't just retire, they became gods of war. Anise, Moron and Vermouth all got significantly stronger, which makes him wonder, if they were this powerful, why did they stop fighting? He clenches his fist, the name Vermouth tasting like ash in his mouth as the mystery of the promise gets even darker. He heads back down to the main hall, but the elevator doors open to reveal 2 familiar faces waiting for him. It's Roberian and Melkith, and they both look like they've been waiting for him to finish his trip down memory lane. Melkith asks him how it felt to finally see the real magic texts of Acreon firsthand. Eugene plays it humble, rubbing his neck and saying it would probably take him years just to understand a single page. Melkith agrees, telling him that even a genius needs a teacher when dealing with the essence of centuries of magic. She goes back to her original plan, begging him to lend her his wind sword and promising to help him master 10 magic texts in return. Eugene isn't biting. He knows magic texts aren't what he needs right now to survive the coming storm. He smirks, telling her he wants something more physical, an item or a treasure that can help him in a real fight. Melkith's grin turns sharp, realizing this kid actually knows how to negotiate like a seasoned veteran. She offers him a powerful magic staff, explaining it will help him control his mana and make his spells way easier to cast. But Roberian suddenly butts in, offering Eugene any of his own legendary staves whenever he wants them, completely ruining Melkith's pitch. Melkith snaps at him, asking why he's being so greedy when he doesn't even have a contract with a Spirit King. She accuses Roberian of being a tiny old man who's just afraid she'll become too powerful if she signs with the King of Wind. She shouts that they've been friends for decades, and he should know by now she doesn't care about Aroth's boring politics. Roberian stays calm, reminding her that people's intentions can change the moment they get their hands on godlike power. Melkith looks him dead in the eye, swearing that she won't change just because she gains control over the wind spirits. Roberian smiles, telling her that since she swore on her own mana, he'll trust her word for now. Melkith fusses at him, calling him a little snake for forcing her into a mana oath just to prove her point. Eugene breaks up the fight, telling them he doesn't actually want a staff because he prefers weapons that can take a hit. Melkith tries to lowball him again, saying she'll only let him use one of her artifacts for a few days in exchange for his sword. Eugene shuts her down instantly, telling her that if the deal is that weak, he's not interested in doing business at all. Melkith is cornered, and she finally cracks, offering him a 1-year rental of an artifact for every single day she uses Winneth. Eugene calculates the math, 7 years of a legendary item for just 1 week of his sword? He asks if she really wants the contract that badly, and she screams, "Of course," at the top of her lungs. She explains that to a spiritualist, the King of Wind is a literal dream weapon because even the great Vermouth had to sign a contract with him. Roberian tells her to shut up and turns to Eugene, realizing the boy has something specific in mind. He mentions that Melkith is hiding a very precious and great artifact that would suit Eugene perfectly. Eugene's eyes glow with curiosity, his predator smile returning as he smells a massive payday. Roberian reveals it's called the Cape of Darkness, and Melkith starts losing it, telling him to stop talking before he gives away the farm. Roberian points out that she hasn't even touched the thing in 10 years, so she has no reason to be so stingy. He tells her it's better to lend it to someone who can actually use it than to let it rot in her closet as a decoration. Melkith looks defeated, her face crumbling as she realizes she's lost this round of the argument. Eugene asks the obvious question, what exactly does this Cape of Darkness actually do? Melkith tries to lie, saying it's just a fluffy winter coat, but Roberian corrects her, calling it a masterpiece of space-time magic. He explains it works like the legendary Shield of Gadon, allowing the wearer to redirect attacks in any direction they want. The exterior is enchanted with high-level defense magic that can stop a fifth circle spell just by being worn, but the real prize is the subspace magic. The cape can hold an infinite amount of gear. Eugene imagines himself pulling out an endless supply of swords and spears mid-combat, becoming a walking armory. Melkith calls Roberian a bastard for spilling her secrets, but the deal is already done in Eugene's mind. He lets out a dark chuckle, realizing this is exactly the kind of versatile tool he's been looking for. He points at her and declares he'll take the Cape of Darkness, though he has to clear it with his patriarch first. Melkith huffs, claiming she hasn't officially agreed yet, but her body language says she's already given up. Eugene ignores her and tells Roberian he's hungry from using his brain too much, asking if he wants to grab dinner. Roberian beams, promising to take him to a high-end spot in the wealthy district with the best view in the city. They start walking away, leaving Melkith standing there in the middle of the hall. She slumps over, the reality of losing her favorite cape sinking in as she mutters a defeated fine. Eugene looks back and asks if she's still hanging around, and she snaps at him. She growls that she'll lend him the Cape of Darkness, her face twisted in a look of pure, agonizing reluctance. Eugene tells her there's no hurry, but his smug attitude sends her over the edge. She lets out a screech so loud and shrill that Eugene thinks a giant crow just flew into the building. A few days later, Eugene gets the word that the patriarch, Gilead, has approved the deal, but with one major condition. A Lionheart supervisor has to be present during the exchange, and Melkith arrives at the meeting spot looking like she's attending a funeral. Eugene's eyes light up when he sees her wearing the heavy, fur-lined black cloak. She tries to flex, asking if it looks cool, but Eugene just tells her it would look much better on him. She calls him a little bastard, but Eugene tells her to cheer up since they finally reached a deal. Melkith asks who the family sent as the supervisor, assuming it's not the patriarch himself. Eugene reveals it's Keon, the patriarch's brother, along with the legendary Guardians of Lionheart. Melkith's face goes serious as she recognizes the name. She calls them Lionheart's Hounds. These are the Black Lions, the elite enforcers of the family rules who answer to no one but the law. Keon joined them a year ago, but Eugene explains that any skilled Lionheart can apply to join this secret order. While the regular knights only serve the main family, the Black Lions are the true ultimate power within the clan. Behind the knights stands the Senate, a group of old monsters who have etched their names into the clan's bloody history. Even Gilead, the patriarch, isn't on the same level as these ancient warriors in the Senate. Eugene realizes he never saw a single one of them during his 4 years at the main estate. They are that secretive. He smirks, his warrior blood boiling as he wonders just how strong these ultimate Lionhearts actually are. Suddenly, a shadow falls over them as a massive, ornate carriage literally flies through the air above the city. The carriage is filled with people whose presence is so heavy it feels like the air itself is being squeezed. The carriage touches down with a loud thud, its massive wheels stopping right in front of the group. Melkith rolls her eyes, calling the flying entrance pretentious and over the top. Eugene teases her, asking if she doesn't respect the legendary family of her hero, Vermouth. She snaps that she respects Vermouth, but she hates how the main family suppresses the branches, and she hates the sneaky Senate even more. Roberian warns her to keep her voice down and not show her contempt to their faces. He tells her that if she actually wants to borrow the windsword, she should avoid doing anything to piss these people off. Melkith scoffs, asking if she's expected to kiss their asses when she's offering them a fair trade. She starts crying over her beloved cape again, and Eugene tells her to keep her snot off it because he still has to wear the thing. The carriage door finally hisses open, and the atmosphere shifts into something cold and suffocating. A pair of boots step onto the stairs, and the power radiating from the figure inside is unmistakable. A woman with long, flowing silver hair and piercing golden eyes steps out. It's Seal Lionheart, looking sharper and more mature than ever. Eugene is genuinely shocked to see her here, her name escaping his lips before he can stop it. He points at her, demanding to know why she's in Aeroth instead of at the main estate. She claims she's just here to buy a gift for their mother's birthday, making it sound like a casual shopping trip. She adds with a blush that she was also wondering how Eugene was doing, her mischievous side finally showing through. Eugene is momentarily stunned by her directness, but the mood is quickly broken by another presence. Ciel's expression hardens as she senses something behind her, her eyes narrowing in annoyance. A shadow looms over her, a man with cold, calculating eyes stepping out from the carriage. It's Keon, and he greets Eugene with a bright smile that doesn't quite reach his eyes. He drops a heavy hand on Eugene's shoulder, a gesture of affection that feels more like a physical threat. He tells Eugene it hasn't even been that long since they last met, but his tone is dripping with hidden meaning. A massive, bearded man with gray hair steps forward, telling everyone to stop the small talk and get to the point. Eugene eyes the newcomer, sensing an incredible level of skill radiating from his posture. He notes the man's build and realizes he's a spear user, likely one of the top fighters in the Black Lions. Another man steps out behind him, smiling in a way that's far too polite to be trusted. This one is a mage, and it makes sense for him to be here to handle the magical contracts for the clan. Eugene's gaze shifts to the final person exiting the carriage, and his instincts scream, danger. The woman's boots click against the stone floor, each step carrying the weight of a seasoned killer. She stands between the two men, her presence so overwhelming that it makes the spear user and the mage look like amateurs. She has long silver hair and golden eyes that burn with a cold, terrifying light. Eugene notices her hand. It's calloused and steady, the hand of someone who has spent decades mastering combat. She's not carrying a weapon, which tells Eugene she's likely a hand-to-hand specialist, and her outfit confirms she's the one in charge. She addresses Roberian, asking if it's really been 20 years since he became the Red Magic Tower Master. Roberian laughs nervously, reminding her that he told her last time he was going to take over the tower soon. She bluntly states that it's been too long and she couldn't care less about his promotions. She turns her gaze to Eugene, and for the first time, our boy feels a chill run down his spine. She introduces herself as Carmen Lionheart, his grandaunt, though she looks young enough to be his sister. Eugene is completely caught off guard, his brain trying to process the family tree. He realizes she must be the patriarch's aunt, a living legend who has stayed at the peak of the family's power for generations. He's not surprised by her youthful looks, but he's baffled that someone of her rank came all the way to Aroth just for a simple item trade. Roberian suggests they move the conversation inside to escape the cold wind. They gather around a massive wooden table, the air in the room thick with the tension of two world powers negotiating. Carmen Lionheart sits at the head, the third captain of the Black Lions, and a woman who chose war over marriage and family. Nathan Lionheart sits to her left, the vice captain of the 3rd Legion and a branch family veteran. Palago Lionheart, the mage from the magic branch, is there to officially oversee the deal with Melkith. Palago summarizes the deal. For every day Melkith has the Windsword, Eugene gets the Cape of Darkness for a year. Melkith confirms the terms, her eyes still locked on the sword lying on the table. Palago conjures a magical contract, the blue light illuminating his calculating smile. The contract floats toward Melkith, filled with the binding magical law of Aroth and the Lionheart clan. Melkith spots a clause about paying fees if the sword is destroyed and asks what that's supposed to mean. Carmen, leaning back against the window, tells her flatly that if she breaks the sword, she'll pay with her life. She declares that Wynneth is a priceless treasure, and if Melkith wants to use it, she has to be willing to die for its safety. Melkith gets defensive, arguing that her own life is worth way more than any piece of metal. Carmen takes a drag of her cigar and cold-bloodedly tells her that while her life might matter to Aroth, it means nothing to the Lionhearts. Palago tries to de-escalate, telling Melkith she doesn't actually need to put her life on the line. He tells her he trusts her skills as a fellow mage and doesn't think she'd ever make an amateur mistake like breaking a legendary blade. His eyes go dark as he warns her that if something does happen, they'll simply discuss the problem at that time. Melkith asks if they're going to try and take control of her then, her voice shaking with anger. Carmen tells her if she doesn't like the stakes, she should walk away, because the family didn't even want to lend it to her in the first place. Melkith scoffs, saying they only came here because she's a tower master and they need her influence. Carmen stands up, checking a massive silver pocket watch tucked into her coat. She reveals the real reason she's in town. She's meeting Balzac Ludbeth in an hour to deal with the Eode problem and interrogate the Dark Mage in Aroth's prison. Roberian's face goes pale. He reminds her that the Patriarch promised to follow Aroth's laws, but Carmen's plan sounds like a declaration of war. Carmen Lionheart makes it clear that she doesn't give a damn about local laws if the Lionheart name has been dragged through the mud. Eugene can't help but smirk, wondering why his grandaunt is carrying around a pocket watch that looks heavy enough to be a blunt weapon. Melkith points out the obvious absurdity, asking why she needs a pocket watch and a wristwatch, and why she's holding a cigar she isn't even smoking. Carmen completely ignores the question, claiming she already paid off the local government to let her interrogate the Dark Mage her way. Eugene realizes the family must have dropped a mountain of gold to get the King of Aroth to look the other way while they extract their revenge. Carmen shifts her focus back to the business at hand, asking Melkith if she's finally ready to sign the contract for the Windsword. Melkith tries to act cool, calculating that it'll only take her a couple of months to secure the contract with the King of Wind. With a determined shout, she officially agrees to the deal, ready to risk it all for a taste of that legendary spirit power. The deal is done, and Melkith follows Eugene out, looking like she's about to cry over losing her favorite cape for the next few years. Carmen catches a glimpse of the Cape of Darkness on Eugene and admits that the design is actually pretty top tier. She especially likes the fur collar, noting that it looks just like a lion's mane, perfectly fitting for their clan's aesthetic. She takes a pretentious puff of her unlit cigar, remarking that the color would look even better on a black lion knight. Eugene just stares at her, realizing his grandaunt is basically a professional-level hater when it comes to fashion. She gives him a side-eye that's colder than a winter storm, making it clear she isn't just making small talk. Seal whispers to Eugene to just give the cape to Carmen, claiming the captain just wants to see how it fits. Eugene is confused since Carmen didn't actually ask, but Ciel reminds him that women like Carmen don't need to use words to get what they want. Carmen stands there with her arms crossed while the other knights help her drape the massive black cloak over her shoulders. Eugene watches as she tests the weight of the artifact, the atmosphere in the room getting significantly heavier. She strikes a series of poses that look straight out of a high-fashion magazine, the cape flowing perfectly with her intimidating aura. She decides the cape is decent, but thinks it would be better with a few more lionheart symbols embroidered on the chest and back. Melkith is fuming in the background, screaming that she's only lending the cape and everyone needs to stop acting like they own it. Carmen ignores the tantrum and checks her watch again, declaring it's time for the Black Lions to head out and handle the real business. Eugene turns to Ciel, noticing her looking a bit more serious than usual as the main group prepares to leave. Ciel gives him a bright smile, promising that she'll be waiting for him after he finishes his business in the library. As they walk away, Ciel drops a bomb, telling Eugene to make sure Cyan gets rid of the bunny ear magazines hidden under his bed. Eugene is stunned by the random tea, while Ciel looks absolutely disgusted, threatening to tell their mother about Cyan's secret stash. Eugene tries to defend his bro, but Ciel turns it on him, asking what kind of ears he personally prefers on a woman. She blushes when Eugene says he likes normal ears, quickly changing the subject and dragging him toward the market to buy a gift. Eugene complains about being a third wheel on a shopping trip, but Ciel insists he follows her because she knows exactly what he likes. Eugene argues that he doesn't need to be there just to follow her around like a lost puppy. Ciel shoots him a look that says she's 1 second away from a meltdown if he doesn't shut up and keep walking. She calls him a jerk, asking if he's really going to make her wander around a foreign city all by herself. Eugene points out that she's a trained knight, not some defenseless kid, but his logic falls on deaf ears. He eventually caves, knowing that Ciel will hold a grudge for the next 50 years if he doesn't play along with her shopping spree. They talk about his birthday, and Eugene admits he spent the whole day reading in a dusty library without a single party or present. Ciel gets a bit jealous when she hears a female mage named Hira wanted to give him a gift, her overprotective sister instincts kicking in. Eugene asks why she's so focused on his social life when she should be focused on her training with Lady Carmen. Ciel blushes again, annoyed that Eugene is so quick to catch on to her real motives for visiting Aroth. She admits she wants Carmen to be her mentor because she has zero interest in becoming the next patriarch or playing house at the estate. She reveals her mother is already trying to set her up with arranged marriages, and she'd rather fight a dragon than get married. Eugene looks at her, realizing for the first time that his twin is actually trying to carve out her own path, just like he is. She declares she isn't going to spend her life acting like some delicate lady trapped in a mansion. Eugene asks if that means she's aiming for a spot in the Black Lions, and Ciel confirms she's going to do whatever it takes to get Carmen's attention. She's surprised when Eugene actually compliments her, his words hitting her harder than any physical blow. He tells her it's good that she's actually trying to do something for herself, instead of just leeching off the family name. Ciel mentions that Cyan talks about Eugene all the time, apparently obsessed with knowing how many stars Eugene has reached. Eugene bluntly says he's at 3 stars, and he's not surprised to hear that Cyan is still struggling at level 2. The conversation turns dark as Eugene asks if there's any update on their disgraced brother, Iode. Ciel explains that Iode is under house arrest, and their mother is already looking for a private tutor to keep teaching him magic. Eugene finds it hilarious that they're still trying to polish a turd, but Ciel points out that it's just their mother's way of coping. Ciel shakes off the bad vibes and drags Eugene toward a restaurant, claiming she's starving after all the family drama. Eugene warns her that the food in Aroth won't be half as good as what they have back at the Lionheart main house. Ciel gives him a mischievous look, saying she doesn't care about the taste as long as she gets to eat out with him. As they walk through the city, the scene shifts to a much darker part of Aroth, the deep, cold dungeons. A blood-stained hand hangs limp in the darkness, the signs of a brutal interrogation evident on every wall. Nathan Lionheart stands over the body of the dark mage Gevid, confirming to Carmen that the man is finally dead. Carmen smokes her cigar, annoyed that the mage didn't spill a single secret despite all the torture they put him through. She finds it suspicious that a low-ranking nobody would have the guts to contact a direct Lionheart heir for a demonic contract. She assumes the mage was just desperate enough to ignore the consequences of crossing the most powerful family in the world. She notes that Gevid had been failing at dark magic for decades and was probably terrified of his soul being claimed by demons upon death. The mage likely thought selling Ioti out would give him enough power to escape his debt to the demon realm. Carmen mentions that a high-level demon like Noirzabella wasn't involved, which leaves only one other suspicious candidate. A shadowy figure with glowing red eyes and a sleek suit appears in the doorway. It's Balzac Ludbeth, the dark magic tower master. The tension in the dungeon skyrockets as the elite knights of Lionheart face off against the most dangerous mage in the city. Balzac tries to play it smooth, acting hurt that Carmen is blaming him for the whole messy situation. Carmen doesn't buy the act, telling him flat out that it makes way more sense for a genius like him to be the mastermind. Balzac chuckles, adjusting his glasses and asking what he could possibly have to gain from sabotaging the Lionheart heirs. He argues that if he were actually the villain, he would have been smart enough to cover his tracks so no one could ever trace it back to him. Eugene and Nathan stand behind Carmen, their eyes locked on the Dark Tower Master as the air fills with killing intent. Balzac mentions that he enjoys the trust of the Demon King of Incarceration, but that trust has made him a lot of enemies back in the demon realm. He suggests that one of his rivals likely set this whole thing up just to put him in a difficult political spot with the humans. He laughs it off, noting that while there's no proof he did it, there's also no proof that the Lionhearts themselves aren't being targeted. Carmen gets in his face, warning him that while he's free to yap, he better be ready to face the consequences of his words. Balzac swears his loyalty to both his king and the Lionhearts, claiming his cooperation in the investigation has been 100% sincere. But he adds a jab, saying that as a human, he can't help but feel a bit insulted by Carmen's baseless accusations. His aura explodes into a swirl of dark purple mana as he reminds them that he is a tower master and won't tolerate being disrespected. Kion reaches for his sword, the pressure in the room becoming so intense that it feels like the walls are about to cave in. Balzac offers to clean up the mess in the dungeon so no one else in Aroth finds out about the Lionheart's brutal methods. Carmen shuts him down with a cold threat, telling him that for things to stay quiet, his head needs to stay firmly on his shoulders. Balzac just whispers something back, his smile never wavering even as Carmen prepares to strike. She considers the possibility that someone from within the Lionheart clan might be trying to ruin the family's prestige from the shadows. She looks at the mutilated body on the wall, realizing the cleanup was too perfect, which only makes her suspect Balzac even more. Balzac corrects himself with a smirk, mocking the idea that he would ever leave any evidence behind if he were truly guilty. Carmen surprisingly backs down, saying she believes him for now, but the look in her eyes says the fight is far from over. She asks about the incubus who tried to trick Iode, and Balzac's expression turns into one of pure, dark amusement. He tells Carmen that he's seen plenty of disgusting things in his life, and there's even one standing right in front of him. He raises his hand, and a mass of shadowy demonic energy begins to form between his fingers. With a flick of his wrist, the darkness condenses into the severed, bleeding head of the high-ranking demon. The demon's face is frozen in a mask of agony, its horns cracked and its eyes dull and lifeless. Balzac reveals that the Demon King already took the creature's soul and offers to let Carmen have the head as a souvenir. He tosses the head toward her like it's a piece of trash, his eyes glowing with a sinister red light. Carmen doesn't hesitate. She launches a high-velocity kick that shatters the demon's head into a spray of blood and bone. The impact is so powerful it creates a shockwave that echoes through the entire dungeon, painting the walls in fresh gore. Balzac stands there with blood splattered on his face, his calm smile making him look more like a monster than the demon he just killed. Carmen turns her back on him and tells her knights it's time to leave, having seen enough of this freak show. She throws one last warning over her shoulder, telling Balzac to never, ever try to contact Eugene Lionheart again. Balzac wipes the blood from his cheek, retorting that the only person who can control his desires is his king. Carmen's golden eye narrows to a slit, the silent promise of a future battle hanging between them. Balzac tells her she has zero right to tell him what to do, his voice dropping into a register that would make most men's hearts stop. The Black Lions walk out of the dungeon, the cold stone floor clicking under their boots as they leave the darkness behind. Outside, Carmen asks Kion what he thinks the truth is, and she reveals her main suspect is Amelia Merwin. She suspects the kingdom of Nahama might be behind the move, predicting that a war is going to break out in the next few years. She believes Nahama will attack the neighboring nation of Tarath first, using the chaos to expand their borders. The Lionhearts will eventually be called to the front lines, and Carmen knows they need to be ready for the bloodbath. She admits it could also just be an isolated incident, but her instincts tell her there's a massive conspiracy brewing. She asks Kion what would have happened if she hadn't overlooked Balzac's provocation in the dungeon. Kion admits that if they had actually fought him, everyone except Carmen would have probably died right there on the spot. Carmen teases him for being humble, but Kion sticks to his guns, knowing a human knight is no match for a master of the dark arts. Carmen admits she wasn't confident in the fight either, which is the only reason she didn't paint the dungeon with Balzac's blood. She mentions that Iode will be watched for the rest of his life, his every move monitored by the Black Lions. Iode's right to succession has been officially nullified, and he'll live out his days in shame under constant supervision. Carmen realizes that if someone is behind all this, they might try to use Iode again, so they're letting him keep studying magic as bait. A flashback shows a young, happy Iode loving magic, making the tragedy of his descent into darkness hit even harder. The group reaches the flying carriage, the weight of their mission finally starting to settle on their shoulders. The doors slide open, and the elite group prepares to ascend back to the skies. Eugene and Ciel watch from the ground as the massive vehicle begins its takeoff sequence. Ciel waves goodbye to Eugene, her eyes lingering on him until the carriage is high above the clouds. Roberian stands next to Eugene, watching the Black Lions disappear and breathing a sigh of relief that the city is still standing. Carmen looks out the window, asking Eugene one final question through the air. What do you think about joining the Black Lions? Eugene is caught off guard, while Carmen offers him an immediate recommendation for a high-ranking position in her own division. Our MC doesn't hesitate for a second, bowing politely and refusing the offer, telling his grandaunt goodbye instead of yes. Carmen watches him from the window, her golden eyes unreadable as the carriage accelerates away from Arath. She mutters, "What a shame," though she knows this won't be the last time she sees the reincarnated warrior. The carriage becomes a tiny speck in the blue sky, leaving Eugene alone with his thoughts and his new cape. Roberian asks Eugene if Melkith has said anything about her progress with the wind sword. Eugene smirks, knowing that if Melkith had succeeded, she'd be screaming it from the rooftops of the magic towers. The scene cuts to the top of a lonely tower, where massive gusts of wind are whipping around like a hurricane. Melkith is standing in the middle of the storm, clutching the windsword with a look of pure, desperate madness on her face. She's literally shivering in the cold, holding the blade up to the sky as the wind threatens to blow her off the tower. She curses Tempest, screaming that she sent her message to the spirit world, but the king is acting like she doesn't exist. She reveals she's even stripped down to maximize her sensitivity to the elements, making her look completely unhinged. She shouts at the sky, begging the Master of Hurricanes to appear and form a contract with the greatest spiritualist in the world. Suddenly, a bolt of blinding golden lightning tears through the clouds, striking the ground right in front of her. A massive, glowing bird made of pure electricity descends from the heavens. It's the Spirit King of Lightning, Levin. Melkith is confused, shouting that she didn't call for him, and asking why the hell he's interrupting her wind ritual. Levin lets out a majestic sigh, telling Melkith that Tempest personally asked him to tell her to shut the hell up. Melkith loses it, screaming that she's the only one worthy of Tempest's power and he'd better show himself right now. Levin looks at her with pure disappointment, telling his contractee to have some damn shame for acting like a toddler. Melkith ignores the warning, her eyes bulging as she lets out a primal roar for the Wind King to come out and face her. Levin has had enough. With another sigh, he releases a massive blast of electricity that fries Melkith on the spot. She collapses onto the floor, smoke rising from her body as the lightning spirit disappears back into the clouds. Levin's voice echoes one last time, telling her that she can never give Tempest what he truly wants. He reveals that the hurricane wishes to move northward to conquer the demon realm, a wish that hasn't been forgotten for centuries. 10 days pass, and Melkith finally drags herself back to the library, looking like she's aged 100 years in a single week. Eugene is genuinely horrified, wondering if it's even biologically possible for someone to look that haggard after just 10 days. He asks what happened to the contract, and Melkith's reaction is predictably explosive. She calls him a fucktard for asking a question he already knows the answer to, her eyes twitching with pure rage. Myrrh hops onto the table, while Melkith continues to curse Tempest and the day she ever laid eyes on that sword. Myrrh starts running around, teasing the Tower Master for her pathetic failure. She tells Lady Pissed Her Pants to keep it down, reminding her that a library is a place of silence. Eugene asks if Tempest really said no, and Melkith snaps, asking why she would ever lie about something so embarrassing. Eugene checks his watch, noting that if they wait until the end of the day, it'll technically be 10 years for the Cape rental. He generously offers to call it 9 years, if she just hands over the wind sword right now and stops the whining. Melkith hands the blade back with trembling hands, crying one last time over her lost Cape of Darkness, before Eugene kicks her out. Eugene sits back down with Sienna's book, reading about the legendary chief of the giants, Kamash. Kamash was hundreds of years old and was considered the strongest warrior in the entire history of the giants. The book asks the reader if they'd have the confidence to face an army of hundreds of giants with just a few thousand humans. It claims that numbers didn't matter on that battlefield for one simple reason. Vermouth the Great was there, looking like a god of war as he prepared to solo the entire giant army. A group of arrogant knights from the Rose Knight Order approached him, trying to flex their useless titles. The book mocks them, saying all of them combined couldn't even cut off the giant chief's pinky toe. It declares there was only one person on the entire planet who could actually fight alongside Vermouth and be depended on. Hamel steps into the frame, his spear on his shoulder and a confident grin on his face. Vermouth looks at him and asks if he can take the left arm of the giant chief. Hamel laughs, saying he likes the right arm better because the bastard is right-handed, and he wants to shut him down early. The two legends stand before the towering monster, a battle that would be etched into history for the next 300 years. The book explains that only Vermouth's sacred sword could break through the Demon King's protection on the giant's breath. After Vermouth cut off Kamash's head, the magical shield over the other giants began to fail, leaving them wide open. Finally, the beautiful Senya was able to unleash her true power, raining fire and lightning down on the remaining giants. Eugene stops reading, looking at Mare and asking if Sienna was the one who actually wrote this trashy picture book. Mer's face turns pale with shock, her mouth hanging open at the sheer audacity of the question. Eugene points out that the book is filled with an insane amount of praise for Sienna, calling her beautiful and adorable on every page. Mer shouts that it's an insult to her creator, arguing that no one would be crazy enough to write such things about themselves. She warns Eugene that she won't forgive him for such a low-tier insult, even though Eugene is 99% sure he's right. Eugene lets out a long sigh, closing the book and trying to get the image of a self-obsessed Sienna out of his head. He stands up, and Mare asks where he's going now that his story time is over. He tells her he's going to attempt the witchcraft ritual again, and Mer tells him he's way too arrogant for his current level. Eugene just smirks, saying it feels a lot better to succeed at tasks that everyone else says are impossible. Mer reminds him that he keeps failing and faceplanting, but Eugene has already turned his back to start his training. During the next 10 days after the Black Lions left, Eugene spent every single waking hour inside the library of Acreon. He realized that as a 3-star warrior, he couldn't recreate the Eternal Hole perfectly yet. He'd need to be a 9th circle mage for that. But then he had a breakthrough. He doesn't use magic circles anyway. He uses the white flame method stars. He remembers that Hamel's original mana method was garbage, but he and Sienna had spent years fixing it together. The secret was to grow the core and repeatedly explode the mana inside to speed up the flow around the body. That explosive power was exactly how Hamel was able to keep up with Vermouth and slash through giant armor. A flashback shows Sienna yelling at Hamel for buying such a stupid mana training method with real money. She was baffled that he reached such an insane level of power using a method she considered to be literal garbage. Back in the present, Eugene stands with a resolved expression, his body rippling with condensed mana. He realizes he doesn't pass out anymore when he looks at the Eternal Hole. He can finally see the way the mana moves within the rings. He declares that he can recreate the pinnacle of magic using his own warrior method, and he's going to make it even stronger. The scene fades out as Eugene begins his 2-year isolation, and the next time we see him, he's officially 19 years old and a total monster. Eugene Lionheart's 19th summer has arrived, and the kid who once struggled to fit in has officially become a monster. Inside the quiet halls of the library, the only sound is the scratch of a quill as Eugene pours every bit of his genius onto paper. He's sitting there looking like a young king draped in a massive fur-lined cloak, completely locked into his work. Mer breaks the silence, asking our boy if he's hungry since it's almost time to grab a bite. She's looking up at him with those big curious eyes, clearly bored while waiting for him to finish. Eugene admits he's a little hungry, but he's in the zone. If he stops now, he'll lose the flow of his thoughts. Mer just can't understand why he's in such a rush, acting like a typical bratty kid who wants attention. She lectures him, saying that writing a magic thesis is supposed to be a slow, careful process to avoid any deadly mistakes. But Eugene just smirks, spinning his quill and telling her that he's already revised it and hasn't found a single error. He reminds her that while most mages take decades to write a thesis, he's never really done things the normal way. Mer slams her hands on the table, calling him arrogant and telling him he should spend another 10 years just learning the basics. Eugene just gives her a teasing look, calling her a shy little Mer because he knows she's just upset that he's finishing up. Mer freezes, her face turning bright red as her pride takes a massive hit from his teasing. She tells him not to cross the line, reminding him that she's technically lived for hundreds of years longer than he has. Eugene just laughs it off, calling her a shy little grandma instead, which makes Mare look like she's ready to commit a crime. But then the mood shifts as Eugene looks back at his paper and asks if she's just acting out because she doesn't want him to leave. Mer's face falls instantly, the realization that her only friend is leaving hitting her right in the gut. Eugene points out that for 2 years, he's been the only one coming here regularly to actually study Sienna's magic. We see a flashback of other mages looking absolutely terrified and overwhelmed, proving that Sienna's witchcraft was just too much for normal people to handle. But Eugene has been here every single day, stubbornly refusing to give up until he truly understood the core of his old friend's power. Mer looks at him with a mix of sadness and hope, asking if he's really planning to leave Aeroth as soon as the thesis is done. Eugene's expression is firm, he's got nothing left to do here, and he's never been the type to sit still. Mer starts rambling about all the jobs he could get, even suggesting he could become the next Red Magic Tower Master. She mentions that the captain of the Palace Mages is practically begging to recruit him, and the guy is always trying to be Eugene's best friend. She even brings up the prince, saying that working for royalty would give Eugene bragging rights for the rest of his life. But our MC isn't interested in titles or fame, he's got a much bigger mission in mind. Mur gets desperate, asking why he'd even go back to the Lionhearts when he knows he can't even become the patriarch. She admits that what he's done in just 6 months, simplifying Sienna's theories while improving his own magic, is absolutely insane. Eugene explains that this thesis isn't for fame, it's just for him to organize his own power, and he has no plans to share it with the world. He knows the truth, no other mage would be able to handle the circle flame method without blowing themselves up. Even his mentor REBORN looks at the notes and admits that what Eugene is proposing is physically impossible for a normal human. He explains that Eugene isn't using magic the way everyone else does, he's substituting his cultivation stars for magic circles. REBORN tried it himself and almost died when his mana started flowing backward, proving Eugene is built different. By becoming a 4-star master, Eugene successfully fused the eternal whole into his circles, creating something entirely new. This is the visual representation of his power, a perfect ring of energy powered by 4 burning stars. It works by constantly exploding mana within, just like Hamel did in his past life, while the ring keeps the energy from leaking out. And that, right there, is the circle flame method, the ultimate combination of warrior grit and mage brilliance. Eugene spent his years in Aroth diving into the most dangerous floors of the library, learning space and flame magic just to master his artifacts. REBORN helped him polish the rough edges, making sure his basic spells didn't conflict with his explosive new energy source. For 2 years, Eugene pushed himself to the absolute limit, living a life that would have broken any other 19-year-old. Back in the present, Eugene asks Mare if she's really mad at him for leaving. Mur tries to act tough, saying she has no right to stop him and that she's never wanted to leave the library anyway. But her voice cracks as she tells him to go ahead and leave her all alone in this boring, quiet, and lonely place. She forces a smile while tears start to well up, lying through her teeth about not being sad because she's not human. Eugene isn't buying it for a second, but Mare insists she's used to goodbyes since she's been around for centuries. Then, her voice drops to a whisper as she begs him to at least say goodbye properly, unlike Sienna, who vanished without a word. Eugene lets out a soft sigh and agrees, the weight of her loneliness finally getting to him. Mare immediately snaps back to her sassy self, calling him a piece of trash for being so calm while she's pouring her heart out. Eugene's just confused now, watching her storm off while she continues to insult him for no reason. She yells that she hates him and that he has zero respect for his elders, acting like a total brat again. Eugene just stands there, watching her small figure walk away as the silence of the library returns. Mur hides her face, admitting that her personality is based on Sienna's childhood, which is why she's so stubborn and emotional. She says she's aware of how annoying she can be, looking small and defeated. She feels stupid because she knows the real Sienna would never have acted this childishly. She looks back at him, her eyes searching for any sign that he doesn't think she's a complete failure. But Eugene just gives her a warm, genuine smile, telling her that the real Sienna would have acted exactly like her. Mare doesn't believe him, reminding him that he's never even met the great sage. Eugene's gaze is intense and certain he knows her better than anyone else in history. Mur thinks he's just talking about the fairy tales he's read, but Eugene cuts her off, saying his thesis will be done soon. He tells her he'll be finished before the summer ends, looking out the window at the bright Aroth sky. Mur crosses her arms, asking what that has to do with anything. He flashes a big, confident grin and promises to come see her one last time before he leaves. Mur gets all flustered again, threatening to kill him if he's just planning to make fun of her. Eugene just waves her off, promising he has something important to tell her when the time comes. As Eugene steps out, he's immediately greeted by the most annoying face in Aroth, Captain Tremple Wizardor. Our boy's face instantly twists in disgust. He really can't stand this guy's flower boy energy. Eugene knows exactly why the captain is here, and he's already exhausted just thinking about the sales pitch. Tremple starts rambling about how that empty position in the Palace Mage Troupe is still waiting just for him. Eugene doesn't even slow down, giving him a blunt no thanks while walking away. Tremple starts sweating, asking about Eugene's thesis and offering to proofread it himself. He starts flexing, saying that while REBORN is a master of summoning, he's the king of combat magic. Eugene just looks at him like he's an idiot, pointing out that Tremple doesn't even know what the thesis is about. The captain gets a little creepy, admitting he's desperate to know the secrets Eugene and REBORN are hiding. Eugene stays firm, saying it would be a total insult to his actual mentor if he let someone else peek at the work now. Tremple tries to suggest keeping it a secret, but Eugene just ducks away, ending the conversation right then and there. The captain is left standing there, defeated and sweating, realizing he's just been completely shut down by a teenager. Eugene huffs as he walks away, cursing under his breath about how much he hates the political vultures in this city. He imagines Tremple being even weirder if he knew the truth about the Eternal Whole, and the thought alone gives him the creeps. He knows that even a high-level mage like Tremple can't see the difference between his magic and normal circles just by looking. Eugene smirks. Being able to hide his true power from the best mages in the world is a massive tactical advantage. Cut to a massive training hall where a literal storm of mana is swirling around Eugene. Roberian is watching from the sidelines, looking stunned, as he admits that Eugene's raw force has already surpassed a 5th circle mage. But Eugene isn't satisfied. He says he's still hitting a hard limit at the 4th circle level. He wonders if his understanding of magic is still lacking, looking at his hands as the energy fades. Roberian explains that it's not his brains, it's just that his current method has reached its content limit. He breaks it down. Eugene is trying to cram 4 stars and 4 cores into a system that just wasn't built for that much pressure. The room behind them is literally cracked and shattered from the pressure of Eugene's incomplete magic. Roberian gets serious, warning him that since this magic has never existed before, the risks of leveling up are totally unknown. He begs Eugene one more time to stay away from advanced magic for now. He tells him that 5th circle magic should be easy, but he must never ever attempt the 6th circle until they know it's safe. Eugene nods, looking calm but secretly knowing he's probably going to push the limit anyway. Roberian asks if he's still planning to travel instead of going straight back to the Lionheart clan. Eugene flashes a grin and says he's going to the Luhar kingdom to try their famous ice crab. In his head, we see the real reason. Luhar was founded by his old powerhouse comrade, Moron. Roberian is confused, thinking Eugene is just a food nut since Aroth has plenty of crab restaurants. Then Eugene says after that, he's heading to the Nahama desert to eat some cactus scorpion. Again, the real reason is his past life. Nahama was the last place anyone saw the Saintess, Anise. Roberian just laughs, offering to buy him a lobster dinner since Eugene clearly has a thing for shellfish. They head to a high-end restaurant, but as soon as they walk in, Eugene realizes he's been set up. Our boy's face goes blank as he sees who is waiting for them at the table. It's the Prince of Aroth himself, Hanem Abram, looking way too pleased with himself. The prince apologizes for interrupting their meal, but says he wants to get straight to business. He offers Eugene the captain position again, but this time he swears it on his royal name. Eugene points out that it would be impossible for a kid his age to lead the palace mages. The prince leans in with a shark-like grin, saying he's not talking about now, he's talking about 10 years from now, when he's the king. Roberian looks visibly shaken by how casually the prince is talking about taking the throne. He warns the prince that the current king is still healthy, and that talk like this is dangerous. But Hanem is confident, saying the succession is already guaranteed and the people are behind him. He tells Eugene that by the time he's king, Eugene will be more than qualified to lead the nation's strongest mages. Eugene just stares him down, saying the prince is judging him based on his current skills, which are already changing. The prince just smiles, knowing that Eugene and Roberian are hiding something huge. He says he won't pry into their secrets, but he's already made his own assumptions. We see through the prince's eyes, Eugene's body is literally glowing with a terrifying amount of mana. The prince knows it. Eugene has successfully mastered the eternal hole through Sienna's witchcraft. He asks if he's right, and Eugene just gives a cold look, saying the prince already knows the answer. Eugene thinks to himself that while he shouldn't lie to royalty, he definitely isn't going to be honest either. He tells the prince flat out, he doesn't hate Aroth, he just doesn't want the job. The prince realizes that mere power or status isn't going to be enough to keep Eugene in this kingdom. So, he pivots to a much more dangerous lure, education. He reveals a secret. Sienna created 3 volumes of witchcraft, and while one is in the library, the other 2 are in the royal treasury. Eugene and Roberian both freeze, their eyes going wide with total shock. Eugene remembers Mare telling him that Sienna kept the other 2 volumes for herself. Roberian demands to know since when the royal family had their hands on Sienna's greatest work. The prince clarifies that they only have copies gifted to them by Sienna herself, not the originals. Eugene's voice is sharp as he asks if the prince is really offering to let him see the forbidden magic texts. Hanem admits he can't do it now, even with his royal favor, because they are the most important texts in history, but he promises that once he is king, he will have the power to show them to Eugene. The prince looks absolutely demonic as he asks Eugene what he thinks of the offer. Eugene is tempted. He's spent 2 years realizing how broken just 1 volume of witchcraft is, and he wants the rest. He thinks that the other volumes might hold clues about where Sienna went, clues that even the kingdom of Aroth missed. But he's a tactical genius, so he tells the prince he'll drop by Aroth once the throne is officially his. The prince smirks, realizing Eugene is keeping his options open, and agrees to send a letter once he's king. Eugene thanks him for the consideration, but you can tell he's already planning 5 steps ahead. Back at the library, Mur is sitting alone, looking dejected as she flips through a book. She's looking at Eugene's finished thesis and realizing that, structurally, he's done something flawless. Even though it's not as perfect as Sienna's original version, it far surpasses any circle magic currently known to man. Eugene walks in and sees her reading, giving her a soft "hoo" as she compliments his work. Mur tries to act tough, calling the level of completion exceptional, even if it's selfish since only he can use it. She asks the big question, when is he finally leaving Aroth? Eugene says he's leaving the day after tomorrow, admitting he needs one day to just rest and party with the tower mages. Mer sighs, envying him for getting to eat delicious food while everyone celebrates his success. Eugene gives her a playful, knowing smirk, his golden eyes shining. He reminds her that he promised to tell her a secret before he left, but then he trolls her, asking if he can just tell someone else and have them pass it on to her later. Mer's face goes full-on angry mode, her patience finally reaching its breaking point. She yells at him, suspecting he's just worried she'll leak his secrets to the other Tower Masters. She reminds him how much the Green Tower Master harassed her while he was away, but she never said a word. She explains that witchcraft is literally impossible to hack. All her conversations are stored in a deep, secure vault. She promises that unless someone literally destroys her entire being, his information is 100% safe. Eugene looks at her, his expression softening as he realizes it's time to be real with his only friend. Mer asks him one more time what the secret is, and Eugene just drops the hammer. I reincarnated. He stands there with a confident smirk, while the blue ghost of his past self, Hamel, looms behind him. Mer just stares at him, her brain short-circuiting as she asks what kind of nonsense he's talking about. Eugene doesn't blink, repeating that he has every single memory from his past life. Mer starts panicking, telling him it's not a funny joke, and that she's not even going to laugh. But then Eugene looks her dead in the eye and says his past name, Hamel Dinus. The realization hits Mer like a freight train, her eyes widening in pure disbelief. Eugene gives the most badass grin yet, identifying himself as Hamel the Foolish as his past spirit shines behind him. Silence fills the hall as Mer just processes the fact that she's been hanging out with a legendary hero for 2 years. Eugene asks if she finds it hard to believe, looking every bit like the warrior he used to be. Mer mumbles that it actually makes a lot of things about him finally make sense. It explains why he could master the Eternal Whole in 2 years, and why his combat senses are so terrifyingly sharp. She looks at the blue spirit behind him and admits that if he really was Vermouth's comrade, he could only be Hamel. Mer reflects on the legends, saying that Hamel was always the unique one of the hero party. She mentions how Sienna grew up with elves, looking like a total badass in the past. She talks about Moron, the son of a great tribal chieftain from the frozen north, and Anise, the saintess nurtured by the cardinals of the Holy Empire. Then she looks at Vermouth, the greatest hero, who actually started his life as a slave. We see a flashback of a young, shredded Vermouth in chains, surrounded by demons. He stole a demon's sword and slaughtered hundreds of monsters to lead his fellow slaves to freedom. Mer says she always thought those legends were exaggerated because they sounded too insane to be true. But Eugene just smiles and calls Vermouth a total monster, confirming the legends were likely 100% real. Mer continues, saying Hamel was unique because he didn't start outstanding or have a special background like the others. He was just a kid who picked up a sword to survive after his village was completely wiped out by monsters. He became a mercenary, fueled by pure, unadulterated hatred for the Demon Kings. Despite being a nobody, he grew strong enough to stand beside the greatest legends in history in just a few years. Mer realizes that if he's Hamel, his ridiculous growth rate as Eugene isn't a fluke, it's just who he is. Eugene laughs it off, saying it wasn't necessarily just growth. We see a flashback of Hamel being beaten into the dirt by Vermouth, bleeding and exhausted but never giving up. He says he didn't care about being called a genius, he just had one goal. He wanted to beat Vermouth just once, but he was never able to do it until the day he died. Mer snaps him out of it, asking how he can call his own face handsome when he was known for having a nasty personality. She gets quiet again, asking why he's telling her this when she doesn't know where Sienna is. Eugene gives her a soft, genuine look, saying he's not fishing for information. He tells her that ever since he met her 2 years ago, she reminded him so much of Sienna. Mer gets flustered, admitting she was made with Sienna's childhood as a base, as Eugene reaches out a hand. He gently pats her head, asking if he's crossing a line by treating her like his old friend. Mer's face turns bright red as she tells him she'll forgive him just this once, since he was Sienna's comrade. Eugene's expression turns sharp as he asks if she thinks Sienna is really dead. Mer yells that there's no way, and Eugene agrees. Sienna isn't the type to die without leaving a final message. He looks at the ghosts of his past, Anise, Vermouth, and Moron, standing in the light of the library. He knows his friends are still out there somewhere, and he's not going to stop until he finds every single one of them. With a determined look in his eyes, our boy Eugene declares his new mission. The hunt for the legends begins now. Eugene isn't just planning to find Sienna, he's planning to drag her back, no matter what it takes. He looks at Mer with a confident smirk, asking her if she doesn't miss her creator after all this time. Mer is caught off guard, her eyes widening as the thought of seeing Sienna again hits her hard. Eugene starts trash-talking his old friend, calling Sienna a piece of work for neglecting her spirit for over 2 centuries. Mer immediately gets defensive, yelling at him to watch his mouth, but Eugene just laughs it off. He's the only one alive who's earned the right to insult her. Mer stops him, her expression turning deadly serious. She needs to know for sure if he's actually the hero from the legends. Eugene agrees to prove it, but he has one condition. She has to stop calling him the foolish every 5 seconds. The two stand before the massive core of the witchcraft, the air thick with ancient magical resonance. Eugene raises his hand and swears on his very blood and the honor of the Lionheart name that he is Hamel Dinas. Suddenly, the library erupts in a pulse of blue light as the witchcraft acknowledges his soul, sending a shockwave through the room. Mer's eyes glow with data as she explains that many mages have tried to pick her apart, but there's one secret they never found. She tells him that their conversation is now locked away in the deepest root of Sienna's magic, safe from any prying eyes. Mer folds her hands, her voice trembling as she prepares to drop a bombshell that's been hidden for 200 years. She reveals that right before Sienna retired and vanished, there were signs that something had gone horribly wrong. Eugene's heart sinks. He can tell by the look on Mer's face that this isn't going to be good news. Mer recalls a day a week before Sienna left when they were both on this exact floor of the library. Suddenly, the great sage fell to the floor in agony, groaning that her familiar spirit, the one guarding a specific location, had been killed. That familiar wasn't just anywhere, it was guarding Hamel's grave. Sienna's face in the memory is pure nightmare fuel, twisted with a level of rage that could burn down an entire kingdom. Eugene is stunned. He never even knew he had a grave, let alone that someone had the guts to break into it. Mer explains that Sienna vanished shortly after that incident, and Mer hid this memory to protect her creator's secrets. She didn't want to cause trouble for Sienna, but now she realizes that Eugene is the only person in the world who deserves to know. Our boy's expression turns cold. The thought of someone messing with his corpse is a level of disrespect he won't let slide. He repeats the words, "my grave," over and over, trying to make sense of why it even exists. He remembers the final battle with Belial and how Alika's curse should have annihilated both his body and soul instantly. Mer points out the obvious. If his soul was fine enough to reincarnate, then his body must have survived the battle too. Eugene's eyes sharpen as he realizes that Sienna might have been the one who engineered his rebirth from the very beginning. Night falls over Aroth, but Eugene's mind is racing as he walks through the quiet streets. He wonders where Sienna would have hidden his grave, knowing that heroes usually pick a spot with deep personal meaning. It wouldn't be where he died. That place was a hellscape, so he starts thinking about the significant places of his past. His eyes light up as he realizes the most likely location, his old homeland. Suddenly, a voice calls out to him from the shadows, breaking his train of thought. It's Balzac, the Dark Tower Master. Eugene tells him to stop hiding since he knew the guy was following him from the start. Balzac just smiles, looking like a cool villain in his shades, and asks if Eugene's bad mood is because of him. He mentions that he heard Eugene is heading to Luhar and Nahama the day after tomorrow. Balzac acts concerned, reminding him that the northern region of Luhar is uncomfortably close to the demon realm of Helmud. Eugene just stares him down, asking why that should matter to him. Balzac warns him that the Lionheart name won't protect him there, and that the local royals have been getting too friendly with demons lately. He explains that even his master, the Demon King of Incarceration, can't keep all the bloodthirsty demons in Helmud on a leash. Eugene's blood runs cold as he asks if the Demon King of Ruin is actually preparing for another war. Balzac shakes his head, saying that as long as Incarceration stays silent, the King of Ruin will likely follow suit. But we see Eugene's internal thoughts. The Demon King of Ruin is the strongest of them all, a monster among monsters. He remembers seeing that thing just once in his past life, and the memory alone is enough to make a hero tremble. Hammel's face in the flashback is dripping with sweat and terror, haunted by whatever cosmic horror he witnessed. It happened in a wide, open plain, a moment frozen in time that changed everything. He describes it as a color that was moving, not a being, but an existence that shouldn't be possible. Back then, even his legendary party was paralyzed. Nobody even suggested fighting it because they knew they'd just be erased. If the Saintess Anise hadn't used her prayers to keep them sane, they all would have lost their minds right then and there. Balzac continues his warning, saying that just because the big kings are quiet, it doesn't mean the world is safe. He looks out over the city, his voice calm but filled with hidden meaning. He reminds Eugene that demons are a species built for violence, and centuries of peace have made many of them incredibly restless. Eugene asks if these rogue demons would actually dare to attack him despite the current treaties. Balzac's eyes glow behind his shades as he says there are plenty of demons who would do anything to break the silence of their king. He mentions Duchess Sibella, a high-power demon, who is itching to fill one of the 3 empty Demon King seats. Eugene just scoffs, asking why they don't just vote for a new king like civilized people. Balzac laughs, but Eugene is internally calculating. He knows he's not strong enough to take on a high-ranking demon yet. He decides that Luhar is too dangerous for now. He'll hit the desert of Nahama first to search for his grave. He thanks Balzac for the warning, shifting his travel plans to stay out of the direct line of fire. Balzac tells him to be careful in the desert, but he's not talking about the heat. Eugene asks if he's worried about sandstorms, but the answer is much darker. Balzac leans in and whispers a name, Amelia Merwin. She was a master dark mage even before her contract, and she's been given a level of freedom that's unheard of. Balzac pulls out a black envelope, telling Eugene to hand it to her if they ever cross paths. He claims that this letter will keep her from killing him, no matter what Eugene might have done to piss her off. Eugene takes the envelope, suspiciously asking if he's allowed to see what's inside. He rips it open immediately, but his face quickly turns to one of pure confusion. His eyes go wide as he realizes the Dark Tower Master is playing games with him. He looks inside the black paper, but there isn't a single word written on it. Eugene calls him out, asking why the hell he gave him an empty envelope. Balzac just snaps his fingers and smiles, saying the content doesn't matter, only the fact that Eugene is carrying a letter written by him. He tosses the empty letter back to Eugene, who catches it with a look of utter annoyance. Balzac admits he can't stop the random dangers of the desert, but he can handle Amelia Merwin's temper if she sees his seal. Eugene stands there in the middle of the street, finally asking the big question, what does Balzac actually want from him? Balzac just says it's a small gesture of goodwill, completely ignoring Eugene's obvious distrust of dark mages. Our boy Eugene doesn't hold back, bluntly asking Balzac if he's gay and has a crush on him. Balzac freezes, his cool villain persona completely shattering for a split second as he lets out a confused what. Eugene explains that being this nice for no reason is super suspicious, and it's honestly making him a little worried. Balzac is visibly flustered now, holding his head as he tries to regain his composure. He swears he just wants to build a close relationship as one human to another, but Eugene isn't buying it. Eugene decides to just take the letter anyway, admitting that everyone in this city is trying to recruit him for his potential. He invites Balzac to his farewell party, but then immediately tells him not to actually show up. He gets close, his eyes glowing with a menacing light, as he tells Balzac that if he shows his face tomorrow, he'll hate him even more. Balzac just smiles and agrees to stay away, impressed by Eugene's generosity as the kid walks off. Balzac watches him go, standing alone under the streetlights as he contemplates the monster he's helping to grow. The next day, the farewell party is in full swing, and it's a high-class affair filled with food and the elite of Aroth. The Blue Magic Tower Master approaches Eugene, asking why a powerhouse like him was actually invited to this thing. Eugene just sips his drink, casually pointing out that he didn't invite any of the other Tower Masters he doesn't like. He flashes a sharp grin, letting the man know exactly where he stands in Eugene's rankings. The Blue Master laughs, telling him not to be too hard on the others. They're only annoying because Eugene is just that talented. He jokes that he must not be talented enough for Eugene to recruit, even though he wouldn't dream of stealing Roberian's pupil. The conversation turns to Balzac, and Eugene notes that even Roberian probably wouldn't have liked having the Dark Master here. Eugene asks what kind of person Balzac really is, mentioning that he heard the guy used to be in the Blue Magic Tower. The Blue Master gets a distant look in his eyes, saying Balzac has always been a complete mystery. We see a flashback of a younger Balzac, an exceptional mage who suddenly abandoned everything to go to the demon realm of Helmut. The Blue Master admits he only got his current position because Balzac chose to leave, and he was way weaker than him back then. 10 years later, Balzac came back as a dark mage and took over the Dark Magic Tower with overwhelming support. He says Balzac could have been the greatest mage in history, but human magic just wasn't enough for him. He wanted to surpass the Demon Kings. The Master pivots back to the present, mentioning that he heard Eugene is heading to Nahama. He gives him a piece of advice. As soon as he hits the desert, he needs to hide the fact that he's a Lionheart. Eugene nods. It seems like everyone in Aroth is giving him the same warning about that place. The Blue Master explains that Nahama's assassins are operating in broad daylight now, and even the Lionheart name won't stop them from picking a fight. Eugene promises to keep it in mind, looking out at the party one last time before his journey officially begins. Cut to the desert, where a massive sandstorm is tearing through the landscape. A single boot steps into the shifting dunes, the heat rising in waves from the ground. Eugene is fully geared up, his sword strapped to his hip and reflecting the harsh desert sun. He's wearing a hooded cloak, looking like a lone wanderer as he stares into the vast, empty wasteland. He smirks, noting that his cape of darkness would usually stand out, but it's got transformation magic to keep him hidden. The cape actually resonates with his senses, regulating his body temperature so he's comfortable even in this sweltering heat. He pulls out a magic map from Roberian, which uses coordinates to show him exactly where he is on the globe. He's currently at the west end of Nahama, and he knows that if he heads north, he'll hit the border of Tarath. He was planning to go to his hometown first, which used to be on that border, but he realizes there's no point now. For 300 years, this unnatural sandstorm has been slowly eating away at the nearby lands, devouring entire villages. Tarath was too small to fight back, so they just gave up their territory as it turned into desert and became part of Nahama. Eugene's eyes burn with anger. He knows these sandstorms weren't natural, they were artificially produced by sand mages to steal land. He remembers 300 years ago when Nahama tried to invade the Kiel Empire during the chaos of the Demon King's rise. He hated this country in his past life for their cowardice, and 300 years later, he still feels the exact same way. He turns his gaze toward the horizon, deciding that finding his tomb is the top priority. His boots crunch in the sand as he begins his march into the heart of the enemy's territory. He thinks of Sienna, Anise, and Moron, telling them to just wait a little longer. Our boy flashes a predatory grin. He's coming for all of them, and woe to anyone who gets in his way. He disappears into the blinding light of the desert. Back in the present, a group of desert scouts is watching the horizon through their telescopes. They spot a lone figure walking through the dunes, seemingly unfazed by the heat or the terrain. The leader is impressed, calling Eugene an amazing guy for daring to cross this wasteland alone. He notes that most foreigners hire massive caravans or guides, but this kid doesn't even have a camel. The younger scout wonders if this is some kind of tribal ritual, given how focused the kid looks. He remembers their own tribe's coming-of-age rituals, where boys are sent out to survive the desert on their own. The leader is skeptical. Why would a famous member of the Lionheart clan come all the way here for a ritual? He admits he doesn't know the reason, but his orders are clear. Make sure that boy doesn't enter the Kajani desert. He stares through the lens, his expression hardening as he resolves not to question his master's decisions. They're shocked by how fast Eugene is moving, acting like he was born in the desert despite being a foreigner. Suddenly, the leader's eyes go wide as he realizes something is very wrong. He screams that the target is running directly toward them at a terrifying speed. They thought they were keeping enough distance to stay hidden, but they clearly underestimated Eugene's senses. A flare of blue mana erupts from the dunes, the heat of the desert being replaced by a much more dangerous fire. The leader recognizes it instantly, the white lion's mane of the Lionheart's white flame method. Eugene is a blur of motion, sand flying everywhere as he closes the gap in seconds. The leader is sweating now, wondering exactly when the kid noticed they were even there. He realizes it's too late to run. Eugene is coming for them way too fast to avoid a confrontation. He tries to calm himself down, thinking that maybe this is actually a good opportunity to finish the job. He screams at his men to get their weapons out, his voice echoing over the desert winds. He orders them to pretend to be bandits, figuring that if they just steal some valuables, Eugene might move on without realizing who they are. The warriors leap into action, their curved blades flashing as they prepare for a bandit raid. Eugene watches them approach, instantly noting that their stealth is trash and their clothes are obviously a disguise. One warrior swings a massive blade, but Eugene's eyes are locked onto the leader. He realizes the guy is actually using sword soul, a technique far beyond any common desert bandit. Eugene smirks. For 2 years he's been buried in books and ink, and he's been itching for a real fight. He grips the hilt of his sword, his muscles tensing as the excitement of battle returns to his body. He's tired of being active with a pen. He wants to feel the weight of a blade in his hand again. The first warrior's blade is shattered instantly as Eugene parries with overwhelming force. The leader is stunned, feeling the lightning-fast vibration of the impact through his own weapon. Eugene kicks off the sand, creating a massive explosion of dust that blinds his attackers. The warriors try to surround him, but Eugene is moving like a ghost through the sandstorm he just created. He stands in the center of the desert, looking calm as 5 elite fighters close in on him. Suddenly, several glowing blue orbs manifest around Eugene, humming with high-density mana. The leader's jaw drops. The kid just cast multiple spells without a single incantation. The magic circles rotate around Eugene as he stares down his enemies with cold, golden eyes. In a flash, the magic missiles tear through the air, knocking the warriors off their feet before they can even scream. They're left groveling in the sand, their weapons broken and their pride completely shattered. Eugene walks up to the leader, resting his sword on his shoulder as he looks down at the bandit. He asks them who they really are and why the hell they've been following him like lost puppies. The leader tries to stick to the script, stammering out that they're just bandits looking for a quick score. Eugene just laughs, saying that if lousy bandits in this country can use sword soul, Nahama must be the strongest nation on earth. He mocks them, saying that if a group of 100 bandits is this strong, the national army must be able to conquer the continent. He spreads his arms wide, sarcastically praising the amazing power of Nahama's criminal underworld. The leader tries to say they're special, but Eugene cuts him off, telling him to stop the bullshit and be honest for once. He grabs the man's chin, his face twisting into a terrifying expression as he threatens to find out the truth the hard way. The leader thinks to himself that this kid doesn't sound like a young master, he sounds like a drunken, battle-hardened mercenary. The bloodthirst radiating from Eugene is so intense that the scout can't believe it's coming from a spoiled, rich kid. Suddenly, Eugene vanishes in a cloud of sand, leaving the scout staring at nothing. The man panics, thinking Eugene used blink, but our boy is just that fast. Eugene reappears right in front of him, his blade clashing against the leader's sword with a deafening clang. The scout realizes Eugene is using sword soul too, his mana refusing to break under the pressure. Eugene stomps the ground, the impact of his step sending another wave of sand into the air. A massive dust cloud erupts, completely swallowing both fighters as the sun is blocked out. The scout is blinded, desperately trying to predict if the next attack will be another magic missile. He puts up a mana shield with everything he's got, bracing for a magical impact, but a beam of blue light cuts through the dust, hitting the shield with the force of a falling star. The shield shatters into a million pieces, the impact sending the leader flying backward. He can't believe it, his ultimate defense was just deleted by a simple spell. He realizes the force behind Eugene's magic missile is way beyond anything he's ever seen before. The screen fades to white as Eugene prepares the final blow, leaving the desert warriors to realize they just picked a fight with a legend. The blade hums as it stops inches from Ramon's face, the sheer pressure of the mana nearly blowing the guy's head off. Ramon's eyes are bugging out, his breath hitching as he realizes he was a split second away from meeting his ancestors. Eugene casually pulls back and takes a relaxed stance, looking like he's bored with the whole life-or-death struggle. Our guy flashes a bright, mocking grin that says, "I could have killed you 3 times already, so why do you look so stressed?" Ramon is shaking with rage, asking Eugene why the hell he chose not to land the killing blow when he had the chance. He screams that being spared by a kid is the ultimate insult to his honor as a desert warrior. He lunges forward again, the sand kicking up behind him as he tries to reclaim some dignity through violence. But Eugene is just playing with him now, weaving through Ramon's strikes with the grace of a ghost. Our boy's face is cold and focused, his hand tightening around his hilt as he prepares to end the swordplay part of the evening. The desert air rings with the sound of clashing steel as Eugene parries every single desperate strike from the captain. He actually starts enjoying himself, thinking how nice it is to finally fight someone who can at least use sword soul. Eugene laughs, telling Ramon he needs to put a lot more bloodthirst into his swings if he actually wants to land a hit. The MC's eyes glow with a predatory light, moving so fast that Ramon can only see flashes of silver and blue. A clean strike catches Ramon across the chest, blood spraying into the hot desert air. Ramon grunts in pain, checking the wound and realizing Eugene is still pulling his punches just to drag the fight out. He loses it completely, letting out a roar of frustration because he knows he's being treated like a training dummy. He swings with everything he has, but Eugene just leaps into the air, looking down at him with zero concern. The MC lands softly on the dunes, the distance between them growing as he prepares to change tactics. Then, Eugene does something that leaves Ramon speechless. He slowly and deliberately sheathes his sword. Ramon is beyond confused, demanding to know why the kid is putting away his weapon in the middle of a duel. He yells that he hasn't lost yet, but Eugene just gives him a "sure buddy" look and clicks his scabbard shut. Eugene cracks his knuckles with a massive smile, telling the captain he's going to make him lose using nothing but his bare hands. Ramon's veins are popping out of his forehead. He's never been disrespected like this in his entire military career. He charges forward like a madman, his curved blade cutting through the air as he tries to cleave Eugene in two. Eugene ducks under the swing with ease, his body low to the ground and coiled like a spring. In one fluid motion, our boy drives a devastating fist right into the captain's gut. Ramon coughs up a spray of blood, the wind knocked out of him as Eugene's knuckles bury themselves in his stomach. Before the guy can even fall, Eugene grabs him by the face, his golden eyes burning with a terrifying intensity. He slams Ramon's head into the sand with enough force to create a literal crater in the dune. Eugene towers over him, asking one simple question: "Who the hell are you?" Terrified and broken, the man finally talks, stuttering out that his name is Ramon Schulhoff. Eugene isn't satisfied and slams his head into the dirt one more time just for good measure. He yells that he doesn't give a damn about his name, he wants to know whose orders he's following. Ramon grits his teeth, trying to stay loyal even while his blood is staining the desert floor. Eugene doesn't have the patience for silence and drives the guy's face deeper into the sand, making the ground shake. One of Ramon's subordinates finally breaks, screaming for Eugene to stop before he kills their captain. The soldier reveals their master is Tyree al-Madani, the man who rules this region. Ramon tries to tell his adjutant to shut up, but the guy is too scared of Eugene to listen. Eugene looks up, curious about this new name he's just been handed. The soldier explains that Tyree is the emir of Kajitan, the big boss of the city Eugene just passed through. Eugene realizes this means the bandits who attacked him are actually the official soldiers of the local government. The soldier stammers that they were ordered to chase young Master Eugene, which earns him an annoyed look from our boy. Eugene asks why the emir is so obsessed with keeping him away from Kajitan. The soldier begs him to let go of the captain, promising that they were just told to make sure he didn't enter the desert. Eugene looks toward the horizon, noting that Kajani is the name of the desert where his old hometown used to be. He remembers that this desert didn't even exist 300 years ago. It was formed recently by unnatural sandstorms. He puts the pieces together. The Kajani Desert is likely the secret base for the sand mages who are stealing land. He also remembers Amelia Merwin, the legendary dark mage whose dungeon is supposedly hidden deep in the wastes. Our boy crosses his arms and goes silent for a moment, weighing his options as the desert wind howls around them. He points at the subordinates and tells them to get lost and head back to the city. But then he points a finger directly at the defeated Ramon and tells him, "You're coming with me." Eugene declares that he's getting into that desert one way or another, and he's going to use the captain to solve any problems that pop up. He smirks, suggesting that Rahman can just use his status as a high-ranking soldier to clear their path. Rahman looks horrified, realizing he's just been drafted into a suicide mission by a 19-year-old psychopath. Eugene starts the blackmail, threatening to go to the main Lionheart house and report that the emir tried to assassinate him. Rahman panics, knowing that a political disaster with the Lionhearts would lead to his emir's head rolling on the floor. Eugene adds fuel to the fire, mentioning that he happens to be carrying something extremely valuable. He shows off the hilt of the windstorm sword Winade, the legendary blade of the great hero Vermouth himself. He tells Rahman that everyone will believe the emir sent his men to kill a Lionheart heir and steal a national treasure. The captain looks like he's about to faint as the weight of the situation finally crushes his spirit. In his head, he sees a vision of his own execution and realizes there's no way out of this trap. Defeated, he bows his head and agrees to follow whatever young Master Eugene says. Eugene gives the camera a truly villainous grin. The journey is back on track, and he just gained a high-level bodyguard for free. Now we see the two of them trekking through the endless sand, looking like the world's most awkward travel duo. Rahman is walking behind him, internally crying about how he's betrayed his master by becoming Eugene's lackey. His orders were to stop the boy, and now he's literally escorting him into the one place he was supposed to protect. Eugene breaks the silence, casually asking Rahman what his official rank is back in the city. Rahman stands tall for a second, identifying himself as the captain of Legion 2 of the Red Desert Warriors. Eugene nods, noting that his combat skills actually fit a high-ranking officer, and then asks if there are desert mages in the area. Rahman acts confused, asking what he means by that. Our boy isn't in the mood for games and clenches his fist, threatening to give him another bare-handed lesson if he keeps playing dumb. Rahman stammers that the desert mages only serve the royal family and would never be out here in the middle of nowhere. Eugene gets right in his face, his golden eyes piercing through Rahman's lies. He bluntly asks the captain if he's actually stupid or just a very bad liar. Rahman is sweating bullets as Eugene prepares to drop some cold, hard facts about the geography of this place. He points out that the Kajani Desert used to be a lush forest belonging to Turath before a sudden sandstorm changed everything. He mocks the Sultan's claim that the desert's expansion was fated by the heavens as an excuse to station warriors there. He jabs a finger into Rahman's chest, telling him that Nahama is only bullying Turath because they're too weak to fight back. Rahman insists his master would never be involved in something so wicked, looking genuinely hurt by the accusation. Eugene smirks, calling him naive and correctly guessing that Rahman himself is originally from the Kajani region. He figures Rahman was a lucky survivor who was raised by his master, which is why he refuses to believe his savior is a land thief. The captain looks devastated, the truth of his own past being used to dismantle his loyalty. Eugene warns him that things are about to get complicated because the Lionheart name is like a beacon for trouble. He tells Rahman that if he enters a place where the desert mages are doing their dirty work, it's going to be a total pain for everyone. Rahman takes a deep breath and admits he finally understands the gravity of what's happening. He steps forward with a determined look, promising that if they encounter any desert mages, he will be the one to protect Eugene. He swears that even the Sultan's mages will have to show some respect to a captain serving under the emir of Kajitan. Eugene just shrugs, looking like he couldn't care less about Rahman's protection, but letting him feel useful for a minute. As they keep walking, Rahman asks the million-dollar question. Why is Eugene so desperate to go to a place with nothing in it? Eugene keeps his back turned and simply says he's there to find a grave. Rahman is confused, asking why Eugene didn't mention he was visiting an ancestral site earlier. He offers to take him to the local graveyard, but Eugene stops and looks out over the dunes. He says the grave he's looking for isn't in any official cemetery, it's hidden in a place only he knows. Suddenly, they crest a hill and see a beautiful, lush oasis sitting right in the middle of the wasteland. Rahman is stunned, saying there shouldn't be any water for miles in the Kajani Desert. Eugene doesn't even look excited, he just stares at the water and says, "It's fake." Rahman asks if it's a mirage, but Eugene corrects him, this isn't a trick of the heat, it's intentional, illusion magic. Rahman starts panicking, but Eugene tells him to shut up because his denial is starting to get on his nerves. He points out that every desert traveler will be drawn to an oasis, making it the perfect bait. Rahman finally catches on, his hand going to his sword as he asks if people are waiting to ambush them. "We'll see," Eugene says, walking calmly toward the oasis like he's inviting the attackers to try their luck. Suddenly, a sharpened blade shoots out from under the sand right beneath Eugene's boot. Rahman screams for him to watch out, reaching out a hand as the trap is sprung. But Eugene has already reacted, his body twisting in mid-air as a group of masked killers leaps from the dunes. He looks back at Rahman with a mocking expression, asking him if he really thought he wouldn't see that coming. Eugene calls upon an intermediate-rank wind spirit, his mana flaring as a massive vortex starts to form around him. "Gale!" he shouts, and the desert floor literally explodes under the pressure of the wind magic. Rahman is sent tumbling backward by the force of the blast, shielded only by his own survival instincts. Eugene hovers in the air for a second, looking down at the sand with eyes that have seen 1,000 ambushes. He spots an assassin trying to circle around him, but the guy is already dead, he just doesn't know it yet. One of the attackers emerges from the sand, looking battered and bloodied but still ready to fight. Eugene lands right in front of him, looking like a god descending into a sandbox as the assassin falls to his knees. Suddenly, more figures start popping up from the dunes, surrounding Eugene in a wide circle. These guys aren't just bandits, they're wearing professional gear and move with the discipline of elite killers. Eugene stands in the center, looking completely bored even as 5 high-level assassins draw their weapons. Rahman comes running back, screaming at the top of his lungs for them to put down their weapons immediately. He gets between Eugene and the killers, acting as a shield for the young master. He identifies himself as a warrior of the Emir and declares that Eugene is his master's personal guest. He warns them that if they don't back off now, he'll take it as a direct challenge against the government of Kajitan. But the assassins don't move a muscle, their cold red eyes staring right through Rahman's authority. Silence falls over the dunes as the two sides have a standoff in the sweltering heat. Rahman is shaken, asking them if they're deaf or just suicidal. He screams it again. "This guy is a lionheart! You're all going to die if you touch him." Eugene just puts a hand on Rahman's shoulder and gives a dark laugh, telling him he's just making things easier for them. Rahman is stunned as Eugene explains the harsh reality of the situation. He points out that since they've already seen their faces and attacked, these assassins can't let them leave alive. He figures they'll use poison or drugs to make sure no word of this reaches the capital. Rahman grips his sword hilt, realizing there are just too many of them for him to handle alone. Eugene just steps forward with a predatory grin, gesturing for the whole group to come at him at once. He asks if he should go first, and the air around him begins to hum with a terrifying amount of mana. Cut to a flashback where the Saintess Anise is scolding Hamel for carrying around a literal wagon full of weapons. Past Hamel just yells back that they'll be useful one day, looking like a stubborn brat with a scarred face. Sienna jumps in, telling Anise to leave him be because the bastard never listens to anyone anyway. Anise points out that Hamel's behavior is toxic because he makes poor Moron carry the entire load. We see Moron pulling a massive wooden cart overflowing with axes, spears, and swords, looking like he's questioning his life choices. Hamel shamelessly claims it's fair because he won a game of rock, paper, scissors to decide who would be the pack mule. He starts deflecting, pointing out that the wagon is also full of Anise's heavy holy water and Moron's own massive axe. Anise gives him a terrifying, glowing-eyed stare, saying she only carries the holy water because Hamel and Sienna use it up so fast. Hamel yells at Sienna, and saying they wouldn't need a wagon if she just used her summoning magic properly. Sienna screams back that he was the one who said they should carry everything manually because summoning takes too long in a pinch. Hamel turns to the great hero Vermouth, asking him to settle the debate once and for all. Vermouth just keeps walking, coldly stating that his own weapons aren't in the wagon so he doesn't care. Hamel huffs, complaining about Vermouth's convenient pocket-plane magic while Sienna laughs at him. Sienna offers to teach him magic if he begs on his knees, giving him a smug look that makes Hamel's blood boil. Back in the present, Eugene stands surrounded by assassins and realizes how much he missed out on by not having a subspace artifact back then. He whips his cape of darkness open, the fabric billowing out like the wings of a predatory bird. A massive spear manifests in his hand, and Eugene shouts that he's going to do things exactly like he did in his past life. He declares, like Hamel, as he leaps into the fray, his mana exploding in a shower of purple sparks. The assassins are caught off guard as Eugene moves with the raw violence of a mercenary master. One attacker tries to strike, but Eugene is already above him, the spear leveled at the man's throat. The spear tip shatters the assassin's defense, looking like a bolt of lightning cutting through the desert sun. Our boy switches weapons mid-air, spinning a curved blade through the air to catch another killer off guard. He drives the point of his spear straight through an assassin's chest, the impact sending blood flying everywhere. The ground craters as Eugene lands the blow, proving he hasn't lost any of his past life brutality. Another masked man tries to sneak up behind him, but Eugene's golden eyes have already tracked the movement. He spins around with a flash of steel, parrying a strike that would have ended a normal mage. Eugene's movement is a blur as he kicks off the sand, closing the gap before the assassin can even blink. 3 more killers charge in together, their eyes glowing with a desperate, murderous intent. Eugene just gives them a side eye, looking like he's bored of their amateur hour tactics. He fans out his hands, and several magic circles manifest instantly, glowing with a dangerous blue hum. A barrage of magic missiles tears through the attackers, knocking them back with the force of multiple cannonballs. One assassin gets a throwing knife through the skull before he can even land, falling like a sack of bricks. Eugene pulls out yet another weapon from his cape, a short sword humming with high-density mana. He clenches his teeth, his face a mask of cold aggression as he systematically disassembles the enemy group. The sound of clashing metal fills the air, but the assassins are clearly outmatched by Eugene's versatility. One guy gets a heavy axe to the shoulder, the sheer weight of the strike nearly splitting him in half. Eugene spins through the air, looking like a whirlwind of death as he switches weapons for every single strike. A heavy axe flies through the air, looking like a spinning wheel of jagged steel. It catches an assassin right in the face, the impact turning the guy's head into a mess of red and black. The body falls into the sand as Eugene lands gracefully, already reaching for his next tool of destruction. A flare of light erupts as Eugene unleashes a high-level mana burst, shielding himself from a desperate counterattack. He cuts through the last standing assassin with a perfect horizontal swing, the speed of the blade creating a vacuum behind it. Eugene stands alone in the middle of the dunes, his cape fluttering as he surveys the field of corpses. The battle lasted less than a minute, leaving the oasis stained red with the blood of elite killers. Rahman is watching from the distance, looking completely terrified because he realizes he can't even see where he could have helped. Eugene looks toward the sky, several floating weapons circling him like a crown of steel. He slowly lowers his arms, his mana receding as he lets the weapons fall into the sand around him. The field is silent now, just Eugene standing amidst the carnage like the legend he used to be. Rahman stammers that Eugene didn't even use the legendary Wined and only used magic for support. He asks why Eugene had to kill all of them, looking at the bodies with a mix of awe and horror. Eugene turns around, his face illuminated by a blood-red glow as he explains that professional assassins never talk anyway. He says he doesn't have the diplomatic skills to persuade people who are happy to die for their mission. Our boy starts walking again, casually asking Rahman if he's still planning to tag along. He tells the captain he only brought him for his emir's status, but these guys clearly didn't give a damn about who he works for. Rahman insists he can't go back now, asking if he can stay to see what actually happens next. He looks at Eugene with a new kind of respect, the kind of respect you give to a monster that can eat you alive. Eugene grunts, telling him he's not very helpful but agreeing to let him follow as long as he doesn't become a hindrance. He warns Rahman not to expect any help if things get ugly, but suddenly, the ground beneath them begins to rumble. Eugene leaps back as a strange energy pulse erupts from the very center of the battlefield. We see the fallen assassins' bodies beginning to bubble and dissolve into a dark, pulsating red mist. Eugene realizes the truth. These guys weren't just an ambush. Their entire mission was to become a living sacrifice. A massive vortex of sand and blood swirls into the air, creating a terrifying mana storm in the middle of the desert. Our boy's eyes widen as he senses an astronomical amount of dark mana surging up from deep underground. He draws his blade, his face sweating as he shouts a warning that something massive is about to crawl out of the earth. Getting swallowed by a giant monster usually ends in a slow, painful death, but for our guy Eugene, it's just a shortcut to a secret lair. A massive sandstorm rips through the desert, spinning like a deadly vortex that no normal human could survive. Rahman is losing his mind, screaming for the young master to run while the sand literally tries to bury him alive. The storm grows into a massive pillar of sand, tearing up the landscape and leaving Rahman completely defenseless. He shields his eyes, realizing this isn't just bad weather, it's something way more calculated and abnormal. It hits him that this is high-level magic, and he wonders if the legendary sand mages are actually behind this chaos just like Eugene predicted. Rahman looks absolutely horrified as he remembers the sandstorms that wiped out his own village in the past. He stares at the towering cyclones, paralyzed by the memory of seeing his entire home swallowed by the desert. Desperate and fueled by rage, he charges into the wind with his blade drawn, refusing to let the desert take anything else from him. He swings his sword with everything he's got, trying to cut through the very air as the sand whips against his skin, but his blade just passes through the grit, and the realization starts to sink in that he's totally outmatched. He grits his teeth in frustration, knowing deep down that his skills aren't enough to stop a catastrophe of this scale. The ground beneath him turns into a trap, and Rahman starts sinking into the sand like it's a hungry mouth. While Rahman is panicking, our boy Eugene is standing perfectly still, channeling Gale's wind to keep the storm at bay. He's calm, analyzing the situation, and realizing that even his wind magic can only hold the sand back for so long. He considers using a teleportation spell to escape, but then he notices something shifting deep beneath the surface. The ground vibrates violently as something massive and ancient prepares to breach the sand. Rahman screams out in terror, but Eugene just watches with those cold, golden eyes, ready for whatever is coming. The guide is struggling just to keep his head above the sand as the earth literally splits apart around him. Eugene clicks his tongue in annoyance, reaching out his hand because he knows he has to save his guide's life. He uses a burst of energy to launch Rahman out of the sinking sand, throwing him to safety. Rahman flies through the air, completely stunned by the MC's strength, even in the middle of a disaster. He shouts back to Eugene, terrified that the young master is sacrificing himself to save a guide. Eugene just snaps at him to stop being an idiot, and just run while he still has the chance. Suddenly, the entire desert opens up as a colossal sandworm erupts from the ground, its mouth filled with thousands of jagged teeth. Eugene finds himself staring right down the throat of the beast, realizing this is the monster that's been causing all the trouble. With a deafening roar, the sandworm snaps its jaws shut, swallowing our hero whole in a single bite. Rahman lets out a soul-crushing scream, thinking he just watched the most talented warrior of the new generation die right in front of him. he collapses to his knees, haunted by the thought that Eugene gave up his life just so a guide could live. His hands tremble as he grips his sword, the guilt of Eugene's death weighing heavier than the sand around him. His fear turns into a burning resolve. He decides he's going to honor Eugene by acting like a true warrior. Ramon lets out a war cry and charges back toward the monster, determined to slay the beast and at least recover Eugene's body. Meanwhile, inside the beast it's pitch black and smelling of rot, but Eugene is falling through the throat completely unbothered. He thinks about how sandworms work. They're basically living trash compactors that dissolve everything they eat for energy, meaning there's usually no way out. But Eugene just smirks, because he's not everything else. He fires up his white flame method, lighting up the darkness with pure mana. He focuses his power, creating a massive explosion of magical circles that begin to tear the monster apart from the inside. The blue flames roar through the beast's gut, turning the internal organs into ash in seconds. He activates his circle flame method, charging his blade with enough power to level a fortress. Outside, the giant worm begins to thrash and convulse as it realizes it swallowed something way more dangerous than a snack. With one massive vertical slash, Eugene cuts through the monster's thick hide, spraying green blood everywhere as he exits the beast. He lands on solid ground, looking like an absolute boss while the massive creature collapses behind him. He shakes off the gore, but he quickly realizes he isn't back in the desert. He's landed in some kind of man-made structure. The sound of his boots clicks against the stone floor of a dark, damp tunnel. He spots fresh blood on the walls and realizes this wasn't just a random hole in the ground. He deduces that the summoning magic only triggered the sandstorm, but the sandworm itself was already living here for a reason. Eugene puts a hand to his chin, wondering if he's accidentally stumbled right into the sandworm's nest, or something even more interesting. He remembers old lore about mages who use sandworms as dungeon makers to dig out secret laboratories away from prying eyes. A memory of Sienna flashes in his mind. She used to talk about how these creatures can dig out entire labyrinths in no time. She'd explained that in just 10 days, a single worm can create a complex underground fortress. Once the digging is done, the mages just kill the worm and use magic to turn the tunnels into a permanent base. Eugene remembers teasing her in his past life, asking if she was planning on hiding in a desert hole too. In the present, Eugene pulls out a magical map, realizing that the sassy archmage was actually giving him useful survival tips all along. He sees a path on the map and realizes this hidden dungeon might actually lead him directly to his old homeland. With a confident grin, he readies himself to explore, knowing that the real fun is just beginning. Elsewhere in the tunnels, Ramon has been captured and is being held by a group of mysterious figures. He looks exhausted and beaten, staring up at his captors with a look of pure defiance. A group of masked assassins surrounds him, their eyes cold and clinical as they look down at their prisoner. Ramon is being held in place by sand magic, looking confused and demanding to know who these people are. The lead assassin mocks him, laughing at how Ramon thought he could actually kill a giant sandworm with his pathetic skills. The assassin waves his hand dismissively, telling Ramon they only brought him here because they have some questions they need answered. Ramon grits his teeth, his eyes narrowing as he realizes he's fallen into the hands of the very people he was searching for. The assassin leans in close, his voice dropping to a whisper as he mentions the name they're really interested in. He asks what a spoiled brat from the legendary Lionheart family is doing all the way out here in the Kajani desert. The assassins loom over Ramon, demanding to know the connection between the Lionhearts and the local desert warriors. They point a finger at him, accusing his master of planning to betray the desert nation of Nahama. Ramon stays silent, sweating under the pressure but refusing to give these rats any information. The lead assassin gets right in his face, trying to intimidate him into admitting that his emir is a traitor. He tells Ramon that it was his job to keep outsiders away, and by acting as a guide, he's basically signed his own death warrant. The group stands in the dark cave, the tension so thick you could cut it with a knife as Ramon realizes he's in deep trouble. Ramon calls them out, realizing that the oasis and the sandstorm were all just illusions created by their magic. The assassin just flexes his hand, telling Ramon that he clearly doesn't understand just how screwed he really is. He uses sand magic to crush Ramon further into the ground, making him groan in pain. They tell him that they're the ones asking the questions, and they don't care about his master's honor. The assassin coldly explains that Ramon is going to die either way, so he might as well choose the peaceful way and talk. They are obsessed with why Eugene Lionheart is here, convinced that his presence means a massive political betrayal is happening. Ramon is struggling, his mind racing as he realizes his master might have actually been involved in this mess. He shouts back at them, disgusted that they're using such dirty tricks to invade other territories. He demands to know why the royal guards are hiding in a hole instead of protecting the kingdom. The assassin just scoffs, telling him he's wrong, and that it would take hundreds of mages to do what Ramon is accusing them of. Ramon looks completely lost now, asking the simple question, then why the hell are you here? The assassin silences him with another blast of magic, reminding him that they don't owe a dead man any answers. The leader's eyes glow with a purple light as he asks one last time why Eugene is in the desert. Ramon screams at them that it doesn't matter because they already killed him by letting the sandworm swallow him. The assassins start debating whether it was a waste of time to capture Ramon if the main target is already dead. They whisper among themselves, looking back at the dark tunnel where the sandworm disappeared. They start questioning if it's even possible for a human to survive being eaten by a creature that size. One of them points out that there was a giant hole blasted through the sandworm's side, which shouldn't be possible. They realize that if Eugene broke out, he's currently wandering through their secret base. Ramon's eyes widen in hope, realizing that his dead young master might actually be alive and kicking. The assassins start making plans to capture Eugene and erase his memories, so they don't start a war with the Lionheart clan. The leader laughs, thinking maybe they can even get a reward from the Lionhearts for rescuing their lost son. But suddenly, the leader stops talking as he feels a massive, cold presence right behind him. From the shadows of the tunnel, a lone figure emerges, looking completely untouched by the chaos. It's Eugene, and his expression is so terrifying that the air in the cave feels like it's freezing over. The assassins are paralyzed, wondering how the hell he got past all their elite guards without making a sound. Eugene's eyes flash with a deadly light, and for a second they see the silhouette of a much more dangerous warrior. The scene shifts to the tunnels behind him, which are now filled with the stench of death and silence. The assassins realize their entire outer defense squad is dead. Warriors who could hide in plain sight were taken out like they were nothing. Eugene mocks them, saying their assassins were trash because they relied too much on stealth and had no real mana control. He thinks back to the real desert assassins he fought in his past life, monsters that were more demon than human. He looks down at these weaklings, disgusted that Nahama's standards have fallen so far in 300 years. Eugene wonders if the Sultan is just incompetent or if something even darker is happening in this country. Ramon cries out in joy, practically celebrating that his master is back to save his skin. Eugene looks at his guide and wonders why the guy didn't just run away when he had the chance. He casually walks toward the assassins, telling them he's the one with the questions now. The lead assassin drops into a combat stance, trying to use his sand magic to trap the MC. He shouts "Sand Prison," and massive pillars of sand erupt around Eugene, boxing him in. But Eugene doesn't even flinch, he just reaches into his cloak and pulls out a small, glowing shard. He drops the fragment of the moonlight sword into the sand, and the air begins to hum with unstable energy. He whispers "boom," and the moonlight energy reacts with the mana in the air. A massive shockwave of pure white light shatters the sand prison, turning the assassin's ultimate move into dust. The assassins are absolutely bug-eyed, unable to comprehend how their magic was just deleted. Eugene stands in the center of the dust cloud, holding the shard like it's a simple toy. His gaze is piercing, looking at them like they're just insects waiting to be crushed. The leader is panicking, trying to figure out if Eugene used a dispel spell, which shouldn't be possible at his level. He realizes that Eugene didn't just break the spell, he literally ate the mana that was powering it, a skill that doesn't exist even in the world's best magic schools. The leader realizes that capturing Eugene alive is impossible, and he orders his men to kill him at all costs. Eugene cracks his knuckles, noting that since they attacked first, he doesn't have to feel bad about what's coming next. A dark, predatory grin spreads across his face as he prepares to show them the true meaning of a magic warrior. The assassins charge, but their movements look like they're in slow motion compared to our guy. They try to weave complex hand signs for a combined spell, desperate to overwhelm him with numbers. A massive wave of sand and stone surges toward Eugene, threatening to crush everything in its path. Eugene just stands his ground, the blue mana of the white flame ritual swirling around his feet. The impact is massive, shaking the entire cavern and sending rocks falling from the ceiling. But through the dust, Eugene's golden eyes glow brighter, and his smile tells them that they've already lost. The sand wave crashes into him, but it's like hitting a mountain, the magic just shatters against his aura. Eugene tosses the moonlight shard into the air, using it as a catalyst for his own attack. He fires a beam of pure magical energy that slices through the dark like a laser. The beam hits one of the assassins directly in the face, ending the fight before it even truly began. The other mages watch in horror as their comrade is blown away like he was made of cardboard. Eugene releases a burst of pressure that's so heavy the remaining assassins can barely breathe. He slams his hand down and a massive pillar of light erupts, obliterating the ground beneath the villains. He leaps into the air, moving faster than their eyes can follow, appearing right above the group. The two remaining assassins try one last desperate move, their hands trembling as they realize death is staring them in the face. Eugene sees right through them, mocking their obvious attempt to create illusions of themselves. He looks up, spotting the real attack, a rain of magical daggers hidden in the ceiling. He whips out a flexible blade, moving with the grace of a dancer as he prepares to counter. In a flash of steel, he deflects every single dagger, turning their secret trap into a pile of useless metal. The last assassin looks like he's seen a ghost, his mind completely broken by Eugene's godlike reflexes. Before the guy can even blink, Eugene is behind him, his blade already in motion. With a single clean strike, the assassin is silenced forever, the red light of the cavern making the scene look like a nightmare. Eugene lands softly on the ground, the fight over in less than a minute. He walks over to the only survivor, the leader, who is now shaking on the floor. Eugene looks down at him, his voice cold and demanding, asking what they were really doing in this hole. The leader can't even speak, his throat tight with fear as he stares at the spoiled brat who just slaughtered his entire team. Eugene calls them out for being weaklings, noting that there's no way the Sultan would hire such low-tier trash for an important mission. The assassin tries to play dumb, but Eugene isn't in the mood for games and pins him to the floor with a dagger. He tells the guy flatly, "Talk or die. I don't have the patience to torture someone as pathetic as you." Broken and terrified, the man admits that they aren't actually under the Sultan's command. Eugene's eyes narrow as he asks if the local emir is the one behind all this madness. The assassin reveals that while the emir is cooperating, he isn't the real boss. Eugene lets out a sharp breath, his mind connecting the dots before the man even says the name. The man gasps out the name, Amelia Merwin, confirming Eugene's worst suspicions. Eugene looks around the cave, the realization hitting him like a physical blow. He's inside a dungeon owned by a legendary lich. He calls BS at first, noting that Amelia's main dungeon is supposed to be hundreds of miles away in the Assur Desert. The man explains that Amelia has been traveling back and forth between this place and her main base for the last 6 years. Eugene wonders why a monster like her would care about this specific spot in the middle of nowhere. The assassin hesitates, but the look in Eugene's eyes tells him that silence is a death sentence. Eugene threatens him with a fate worse than death, reminding him that the Lich wouldn't be nearly as kind as he is. The man spills everything, explaining that this labyrinth was built 10 years ago to help turn the surrounding land into desert. He reveals that 6 years ago, they found a giant, ancient gate deep underground that refused to open. They couldn't budge the door, so they had to call in Amelia Merwin to use her dark magic to force it open. Eugene's expression goes dark as he realizes the significance of the 6 years ago timeline. With a quick motion, he ends the man's life, having no more use for a traitor and a coward. He stands alone among the bodies, the silence of the dungeon returning as he begins to process the truth. Ramon finally gets free, looking at the MC with a mix of awe and total terror. Eugene realizes that all these weak mages were just disposables hired by Amelia to keep people away from the gate. Ramon rushes over, begging Eugene to leave before the Lich herself shows up. He's trembling, knowing that if this really is a dungeon of the Black Thorn, they are as good as dead. But Eugene just smirks, telling his guide that they're already way too deep to turn back now. He guesses that Amelia isn't actually here right now, since she's probably busy at her real home in the other desert. Ramon is losing it, pointing out that she could literally teleport back at any second and kill them both. Eugene counters that if they leave now, she'll just track them down and kill them later anyway for making a mess of her house. He walks deeper into the darkness, his cape fluttering behind him like a shadow. He admits that he wanted to avoid a fight with the Lich for a bit longer, but destiny clearly has other plans. Ramon follows behind, looking like he's walking toward his own execution. Eugene asks him why he's still following if he's so scared, but Ramon has a surprise for him. The guide grips his chest, swearing that since Eugene saved him twice, he'll give his life to help the young master escape if the Lich returns. Eugene looks him up and down, bluntly asking what a guy with his low skill level is actually going to do against a legendary mage. Ramon won't back down, his honor as a desert warrior finally outweighing his fear of death. Before the guide can finish his speech, Eugene moves with a "s" sound, appearing right in front of him. With a quick strike to the neck, he knocks Ramon out cold before the guy can do anything reckless. He looks down at the unconscious guide, telling him to just stay out of the way while he handles the real business. Eugene stands at the edge of a massive pit, the air becoming heavy with the scent of ancient mana. He thinks back to the assassin's words. 6 years ago is exactly when he was 13 years old. That was the year of the blood succession ritual where he dominated his siblings and entered the Lionheart Vault. He pulls out the necklace he took from that vault, realizing that the moment he claimed his past life artifact, the seal on this place must have weakened. His face twists with pure, unadulterated rage as he looks into the depths of the pit. He stares down at the giant gate that the mages couldn't open, his golden eyes burning with the fury of a betrayed legend. He realizes that Amelia Merwin isn't just a dark mage, she's a grave robber who's been trying to break into his final resting place. Eugene stares into the abyss, his voice a low growl as he realizes he's finally found it. His own grave. Walking into your own funeral 300 years late is a trip, but for Eugene, it's about to become a literal nightmare. He takes a cautious step over the threshold, his boots clicking against the cold stone of the inner sanctum. He channels a massive amount of blue mana, the winds of Wined swirling around him like a protective cloak as he descends further into the dark. The scale of this underground tomb is staggering, a massive vertical shaft that looks more like a cathedral than a simple grave. His eyes lock onto a massive set of double doors at the bottom, and he realizes this must be the entrance the sand mages were desperately trying to break open. Eugene lands softly on the platform in front of the gate, his senses on high alert for any traps or lingering spirits. To his surprise, the doors are already slightly ajar, and he knows there's only one person powerful enough to have forced them open: Amelia Merwin. He pushes the heavy stone doors aside, the sound of grinding rock echoing through the silent tomb like a death knell. He steps inside, the air smelling of ancient dust and a faint, lingering scent of magical energy. The interior is grand but devastated, with pillars cracked and the ceiling partially collapsed from some ancient struggle. He scans the floor, noticing deep gouges and impact craters etched into the very foundation of the room. These aren't just signs of age. Eugene realizes these are clear traces of a high-level battle that happened centuries ago. A vision of Sienna flashes in his mind. He wonders if she was the one who fought here, unleashing her witchcraft to protect his resting place. He walks alone through the wreckage, looking like a ghost haunting his own past as he searches for what's left of his legacy. Then, he stops dead in his tracks, his breath hitching as he sees something he never expected to see again. Standing in the center of the hall is a pristine statue of a warrior, looking exactly as he did in his previous life. The statue's face is carved with incredible detail, capturing the rugged, battle-hardened look of Hamel the Foolish. Eugene lets out a dry, shaky laugh, the irony of looking at his own memorial hitting him harder than any physical blow. He reads the inscription at the base. It lists his name and years, calling him a piece of trash and an idiot in the old language. But beneath the insults, the tone shifts, calling him brave, faithful, wise, and great. Eugene covers his face, cursing under his breath because his old friends actually had the gall to write something so sentimental. He's teary-eyed, grumbling that they should have said those nice things to his face while he was still alive instead of waiting until he was 6 feet under. He stands before his own likeness, feeling a crushing weight of regret for leaving his comrades behind so early. The silence of the grave is heavy, a moment of peace for a warrior who has known nothing but conflict for 2 lifetimes. He sits on a piece of rubble, piecing together the history. Sienna must have come here 200 years ago to fight off an unknown invader. He knows Sienna was the most powerful witch in the world, her magic capable of rewriting reality itself. But seeing the room in ruins, he realizes that even she wasn't able to achieve a perfect victory. A memory of Sienna looking back at him surfaces, making him realize that the illusions he saw in Aroth were definitely a message she left for him. He concludes that she must have been badly injured in the fight here and went into deep hiding to recover. He wonders who could have possibly pushed her that far, maybe a demon king, or the mysterious demon king of incarceration himself? Eugene stands up, knowing that sitting around won't bring his friends back. He has to find Sienna and get the full story. He decides to search the rest of the tomb, hoping she left behind a clue or an artifact to help him on his journey. He walks deeper into the vaulted halls, the shadows stretching long against the ancient stone walls. He imagines his old party, Sienna, Anise, and Moron, crying as they set up this statue, mourning the man who gave everything for them. Then he thinks of Vermouth, the stoic leader, and tries to imagine him shedding a tear, but he just can't see it. He remembers a time after a brutal battle where the rest of them were celebrating their survival. Vermouth would just stand there with a pained expression, blaming himself because his friends got injured. Past life Hamel would always get annoyed, clicking his tongue at Vermouth's perfect hero act. Hamel would shout at him, asking if he thought he was a god, and why the hell he even bothered traveling with them if he wanted to do everything alone. Anise would chime in, telling Hamel to stop being a jerk to their leader. But Hamel would see right through her, knowing she also thought Vermouth was being way too hard on himself. The flashback ends with them bickering like a dysfunctional family, a memory that brings a bittersweet smile to Eugene's face. Thinking about those days makes him tear up again, and he curses his own emotions for being so raw. Suddenly, his survival instincts scream at him, and his eyes snap toward a new doorway. He finds a smaller, ornate door tucked away in the corner of the hall, and it's already been cracked open. Eugene is wary. This isn't just a tomb, there's something else hidden deep within this labyrinth. He carefully pushes through, his hand hovering near his blade as the hinges let out a high-pitched squeal. Inside, he finds yet another door, and standing right in front of it is a figure that shouldn't be there. He stares at a massive suit of armor, wondering who or what could be guarding this inner sanctum. Eugene calls out, demanding to know what the thing is and why it's blocking the path. The armor begins to move, the metal plates grinding together with a sound that sets his teeth on edge. A heavy footfalls echoes through the chamber as the guardian stands up, towering over our hero. It's a full suit of plate armor, looking ancient but pulsing with a dark, unnatural energy. Eugene realizes it's not a demon, it feels completely hollow, lacking any spark of life. His eyes widen as he shouts undead, demanding to know what kind of monster is standing in his grave. A raspy, hollow voice echoes from within the helmet, answering with a name that sends a bolt of electricity through Eugene's soul. The knight claims to be Hamel the Foolish, drawing a heavy blade that looks terrifyingly familiar. Eugene is stunned, his face twisting into a mask of pure, unbridled fury at the sheer audacity of the claim. He mocks the creature, calling it out as a pathetic death knight that's deluding itself into thinking it's a legend. But then, the realization hits him. This is his grave, and that armor is likely filled with his own stolen, mummified remains. He charges forward, his mana exploding as he screams for the bastard to take off its helmet. The knight's visor glows with a malevolent red light, reflecting the soul of a monster that's been stuffed into a hero's shell. Eugene lets out a roar of rage, swinging his fist with enough force to shatter stone, determined to tear the mask off this imposter. The MC is sent flying back as the knight counters with overwhelming physical power, the shockwave nearly collapsing the tunnel. The knight slams its sword down, a massive impact that sends shards of stone flying through the air like shrapnel. Eugene recovers mid-air, his cape snapping in the wind as he prepares a magical counterattack. He pulls out a pair of daggers, his face a mask of rage as he asks which bastard dared to put a fake soul into his old body. His eyes glow with a terrifying intensity, the pressure of his mana making the very walls of the tomb vibrate. He dives in with a high-speed slash, the daggers glowing with blue flame as he tries to find a weak point in the knight's defense. The two warriors collide, the impact of their weapons creating a spark that lights up the entire room. The knight is incredibly fast, swinging its heavy claymore with the precision of a master duelist. Eugene uses his agility to dance around the strikes, his daggers clashing against the knight's armor, with a series of high-pitched pings. He manages to nick the knight's shoulder, but instead of blood, a burst of dark, crackling electricity leaks out. Eugene realizes the thing is protected by a mana shield, but something about the energy feels wrong. He corrects himself. It's not mana. It's a demonic force shield, the signature of a high-level dark mage. The knight lunges forward, its blade glowing with red malice as it tries to skewer our hero. Eugene crosses his daggers, bracing for an impact that feels like a runaway train hitting him head-on. The force of the blow sends sparks flying into his face, and he's forced to use his feet to maintain his balance on the slick floor. He slides back, his boots leaving deep ruts in the stone as he tries to create some distance. His hands are numb from the vibrations, and he realizes that this Death Knight is significantly stronger than a normal undead. He deduces that Amelia Merwin must have used his empty, soulless body as a vessel for another, more savage spirit. If this knight was crafted by a lick as powerful as Amelia, it might actually be as strong as a Lionheart Patriarch or a Knight Captain. Eugene grits his teeth so hard they might shatter, the insult of his body being used like this, fueling his fire. He stares at the knight, his golden eyes burning through the dust and shadow with a murderous intent. He lets his mana explode outward in a blue supernova, activating his full combat mode. The knight doesn't wait, it charges with a speed that defies its heavy armor, closing the gap in a heartbeat. Eugene teleports behind the beast, but the knight predicts the move and swings its blade backward without even looking. Our boy pulls out a healing potion, downing it mid-fight to keep his stamina from flagging. They clash again, a whirlwind of steel and magic that begins to turn the burial chamber into a pile of rubble. Eugene uses a spear next, trying to use the reach advantage to poke through the gaps in the knight's plate. He slams the spear down with a vertical strike, the energy impact creating a crater beneath the knight's feet. But the undead monster is relentless, shrugging off the damage and pushing forward like an unstoppable force of nature. Eugene's mind is racing, analyzing the knight's patterns and looking for the tiny opening he needs to end this. The knight holds its sword vertically, its stance perfect and frustratingly similar to the one Eugene used in his past life. Another massive clash sends Eugene skidding across the room, the raw power of the knight starting to take its toll. He digs his fingers into the stone to stop his momentum, his breathing becoming ragged. The knight looms over him, its red eyes glowing with a cold, mocking light. Eugene switches weapons again, this time wielding a heavy blade, his face set in a grim expression. The knight actually speaks, noting that the boy is surprisingly skilled with multiple weapon types. Eugene just laughs, telling the imposter that if it wants to pretend to be Hamel, it better learn to talk less and fight more. The knight mocks his weakness, claiming that despite his skills, the boy is still too fragile to survive this encounter. The monster surges forward, its blade a blur of red energy that cuts through the air with a terrifying whistle. Eugene counters with a flurry of spear thrusts, the impacts creating a series of small explosions against the knight's shield. The spear snaps under the pressure, the metal head shattering into 100 pieces. For a split second, they are face to face, the knight's massive form towering over our hero. The knight whispers, "What a shame," as it prepares a point-blank execution strike, but Eugene's eyes flare up. He's got a trick up his sleeve that this monster isn't ready for. A massive clang rings out as Eugene manages to deflect the killing blow at the very last microsecond. The knight is actually surprised, wondering how a mere human could have dodged a strike that was literally unavoidable. Eugene stands tall, holding a standard sword, his aura becoming even more focused and sharp. The knight realizes it wasn't just luck, it was a perfect, high-level parry. Eugene explains with a smug grin that he didn't just parry, he aligned his mana wavelength with the attack to completely negate the force. His hand is still shaking from the effort, and he realizes he's not yet strong enough to keep doing this forever. He decides he has to end this fight in a single blow, even if it tears his current body apart. He focuses all his power into a single point, the magical circles behind him spinning with a deafening hum. He launches a multi-directional attack, shadows and light clashing as he bombards the knight from every angle. His muscles are screaming in pain, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he pushes past his human limits. He tells himself it doesn't matter, remembering how he fought with a much worse body back when he was a dying man in the demon realm. His mind is clear, his soul focused on one goal, reclaiming his legacy and crushing this abomination. He charges one last time, his sword glowing with a brilliant, blinding light. The knight readies its defense, but Eugene's movement is so fast it looks like he's flickering out of existence. He pours every ounce of mana into Winnied, the blade becoming a pillar of pure, cutting wind. He lunges for the knight's chest, a strike that's meant to shatter the core of the undead beast. The final clash begins, the energy between them warping the very air as they reach the climax of their battle. Eugene's mana shield is cracking under the strain, and he coughs up blood as the recoil of his own power hits him. He doesn't care about defense anymore, he concentrates every single drop of his mana into the edge of his blade. The impact is apocalyptic, a massive explosion of mana and demonic force that clears the entire floor of dust. The knight is forced back, its chest plate glowing with a volatile purple light as its internal systems start to fail. Eugene follows up with a series of lightning-fast slashes, moving like a blue blur around the staggered guardian. He shouts at the knight, demanding to see its real face before he sends it back to hell. He brings his blade down in a clean vertical line, the energy cutting through the air with a high-pitched scream. He passes by the knight in a flash, the metal of the guardian's helmet finally giving way under the pressure. The knight stands frozen for a moment as its helmet begins to crack and fall apart. The metal pieces clatter to the floor, revealing what's been hidden behind the mask for 6 long years. Eugene turns around, his heart pounding in his chest as he demands the monster look him in the eye. The helmet falls away to reveal a man with wild red hair and eyes that glow with an animalistic hunger. Eugene is stunned. Even after hundreds of years, the body looks as fresh and healthy as the day he died. He mocks the knight, calling his old body hot, but noting how well it's been preserved by Amelia's dark magic. But his smile is cold as he tells the creature that while the body is great, the soul inside is ugly. The knight lets out a guttural, terrifying scream, the demonic force around it turning into a red aura of pure insanity. It discards its sword, realizing that it doesn't need a weapon to kill a brat like Eugene. The monster moves with a speed that shouldn't be possible, appearing in Eugene's blind spot in an instant. Eugene barely has time to react as a clawed hand swipes at his head, the wind pressure alone cutting his cheek. They clash again, but this time it's personal. The knight is using its bare hands, moving with the ferocity of a wild animal. Eugene is forced on the defensive, his sword barely managing to keep the monster's claws away from his throat. He's shocked. All the knight did was drop its sword, and suddenly its speed and power have tripled. He realizes this is the knight's true ability. It was actually weaker when it was trying to use a weapon it wasn't adept with. Eugene knows he's in a race against time. Death Knights can heal most wounds instantly, so he has to destroy the heart to end this. He's already exhausted, his mana levels running dangerously low despite his genius cultivation method. He feels his grip on his sword slipping, his muscles spasming from the sheer effort of the fight. He bites his tongue to stay focused, telling himself that he has to make the impossible possible, just like he always did. The beastman charges, its face twisted into a mask of pure demonic rage. It leaps through the air, its claws glowing with red energy as it prepares to tear Eugene to pieces. Eugene counters with a burst of magical orbs, the blue light clashing with the red demonic force in a chaotic explosion. The knight shreds through the magic like it's nothing, its momentum completely unchecked. It lands on all fours, its posture shifting into something that's definitely not human. Red demonic force coats its hands and feet, forming ethereal claws that look capable of cutting through solid diamond. Eugene recognizes the style, the savage combat, the beast-like posture, and it finally clicks. He realizes Amelia stuffed a lycanthrope soul into his human body, creating a hybrid monster of nightmare proportions. The werewolf knight roars, a sound that vibrates through Eugene's very bones, and lunges with a series of savage strikes. Eugene sighs, grumbling about what a mess his old body has become, and pulls out his last trump card. He throws the moonlight sword fragment directly at the beast's chest, the shard glowing with a cold, pale light. The fragment reacts with the demonic force, creating a massive disruption in the knight's energy flow. Another explosion rocks the tomb, the two warriors caught in the center of a magical storm. Eugene grits his teeth, realizing the fragment can't fully dissolve the demonic force, it can only weaken it for a few seconds. He seizes the opening, charging forward with everything he has left. The beast screams in pain as its demonic armor starts to flake away, leaving its physical body exposed. They exchange a flurry of blows, blood and sparks flying as they push each other to the brink of total destruction. The knight's clawed hand reaches for Eugene's chest, its fingers digging into his armor. Eugene is slashed across the torso, a deep wound that sprays blood onto the cold stone floor. But he doesn't stop. He grips the moonlight fragment in his bare hand, ignoring the way it burns his skin. He slams the shard directly into the knight's chest, the mana-eating energy sinking deep into the monster's core. The knight lets out a final, agonizing scream as its demonic energy is violently sucked out of its body. The back of the knight's armor explodes outward as the energy surge passes through it, leaving a massive hole. Eugene is covered in his own blood, gasping for air as he stares at his fallen enemy. The demonic force finally dissipates, leaving the knight's defenses completely shattered and useless. "Now!" Eugene shouts, drawing his last bit of strength to deliver the finishing blow. He drives his sword through the knight's heart, the cold steel finally putting an end to the mockery of his existence. Eugene is on the verge of collapsing, his vision blurring as his mana circles finally spin to a halt. The beast-man collapses, the light fading from its eyes as the borrowed soul is finally expelled. The moonlight fragment falls to the floor, its light dimming as the battle finally reaches its end. Eugene leans on his sword, his body trembling from the sheer exhaustion of fighting himself. He looks down at the body, a mix of pity and fury in his eyes. He scoffs at the fallen monster, noting the irony of its Hamel claim while he stands there, the true legend reborn. The Death Knight has a glowing red core right in the center of its chest, pulsing with a dark energy that's literally keeping this monster alive. The Beastman realizes Eugene is onto his secret and tries to cover the core, looking genuinely worried for the first time in the fight. Eugene just laughs, coughing up blood but still finding the energy to mock the creature for hiding its heart like a coward. The knight lets out a deafening roar and charges, swinging its clawed hands with enough force to tear through solid steel. It tackles Eugene, slamming him across the floor as they both skid through the ancient dust of the tomb. The impact is massive, pinning Eugene against the stone wall as the knight tries to crush the life out of him. The knight has our guy pinned, staring him down with those glowing red eyes, looking like a predator about to finish its meal. Eugene coughs up a thick spray of blood, his internal organs taking a massive hit from the knight's sheer physical pressure. He spits more blood in the monster's face, mocking it again and telling it that a lycanthrope's soul could never truly be Hamel. The monster screams back, still trying to cling to the lie that it's the original legend, its rage making its demonic force flare up. Our boy Eugene doesn't care about the threats, he just gives the beast the middle finger, proving he's still got that foolish Hamel attitude. The knight raises its massive claws, the dark energy around its hand glowing with a lethal purple light. It slams its hand down into Eugene's shoulder, the sound of bone cracking echoing through the chamber. Eugene lets out a pained grunt as the monster's claws sink deep, the demonic force starting to burn his skin from the inside. He wonders for a split second if this is really how it ends, but he quickly shuts that thought down. He didn't reincarnate just to die in his own grave. His hand begins to glow with a faint, unstable light as he prepares to use a technique that could either save him or kill him. He knows that if he uses this ultimate move, he might be paralyzed for days afterward, but he doesn't have any other choice. He visualizes the move, Ignition, a technique from his past life that allows him to burn his mana for a temporary godlike power boost. The recoil will be legendary, but Eugene knows he needs it to rip this fake knight into 1,000 pieces. As he prepares to trigger Ignition, a vision of his past self appears behind him, ready to unleash hell one more time. But before he can pull the trigger, Raman comes sprinting into the room, shouting the young master's name at the top of his lungs. The guide looks absolutely terrified as he sees Eugene being treated like a ragdoll by the undead monster. Eugene is annoyed, wondering why the hell his guide followed him here after he specifically knocked the guy out to keep him safe. Raman draws his sword, his eyes filled with a desperate loyalty as he charges at the giant monster. The knight barely even glances at him, keeping its claws buried in Eugene while it prepares to swat the guide away like a fly. With a casual backhand, the knight sends Raman flying across the room, the impact sounding like a bag of rocks hitting a wall. Raman hits the stone hard, gasping for air as he realizes just how wide the power gap is between him and this undead beast. Still, the guide doesn't give up. He pushes himself back up, charging again because he can't stand to see Eugene die. The knight doesn't even use its magic. It just shatters Raman's sword with a single punch, turning his only weapon into scrap metal. The monster grabs Raman by the throat, hoisting the guide into the air while still holding Eugene down with its other hand. Raman gasps out for the young master to run while he tries to hold the monster back, even though he knows he's about to die. Eugene just looks at the situation and chuckles, noting that Raman is in no position to be acting like a hero. Raman is stunned, wondering how Eugene can still laugh while his body is being shredded and his guide is about to be strangled. The knight grows bored and tosses the guide aside, its focus returning solely to our main lead. Eugene uses that small opening to roll away, his movements shaky but his eyes still sharp and focused. The knight lunges, but Eugene manages to evade, though the effort clearly drains what's left of his energy. He kicks the monster back, creating a few feet of distance so he can catch his breath. Both the hero and the guide are battered and bruised, staring down the unstoppable killing machine in the center of the room. Raman limps over to Eugene, trying to support the young master even though he can barely stand himself. The guide tells Eugene that he'll create one last opening for him to escape, willing to throw his life away for the Lionheart name. Eugene just smirks, his golden eyes glowing with a renewed fire as he tells Raman that won't be necessary. He points to the massive ornate door right behind them, the one that even the sand mages and the lich couldn't open. The knight mocks him, grumbling that the door is sealed by ancient magic and that nobody in the world can open it. Eugene's grin widens. He tells the monster that hearing it's impossible just makes him want to open it even more. He knows that behind that door lies the true secret of his grave, and he needs to check it before he risks using ignition. He tells himself that if Sienna really built this place for him, then the door won't be a wall, it'll be a welcome mat. He puts his hand on the stone, his blood smearing across the ancient runes, as he claims his rights as the owner of the grave. With a low rumble, the unopenable door begins to slide back, the ancient seal dissolving instantly at Eugene's touch. The Death Knight looks absolutely flabbergasted, its red eyes wide with disbelief that a mere boy could bypass the Archmage's lock. Eugene grabs the stunned Raman and pulls him inside, the light from the inner sanctum blinding them both for a second. The massive stone doors slam shut right in the knight's face, locking the monster out of the most sacred part of the tomb. Raman collapses on the floor, panting and terrified, wondering what kind of holy ground they've just stumbled into. He looks around at the pristine white stone and the shimmering mana in the air, his jaw dropping at the beauty of the room. Eugene doesn't let him enjoy the view. He gives the guide a quick chop to the neck, knocking him out cold again. Raman flops onto the floor, and Eugene sighs, noting that it's better for the guy to sleep through the next part. He thanks the guide for the effort, but admits the guy wasn't really helpful at all in the actual fight. Eugene turns his attention to the room, his expression going from tired to completely shocked as he sees what's waiting for him. He grits his teeth, cursing his old rival Vermouth for being a crazy bastard and leaving such a ridiculous object here. His mind drifts back 300 years to the land of Helmud, specifically near the castle of the Demon King of Slaughter. The old party was searching for survivors after the battle, and they found a hidden path leading deep underground. Sienna had analyzed the ancient text on the walls, realizing the ruins were from an era even older than their own legends. In the very deepest chamber, they had found it, a glowing, ethereal blade known as the Moonlight Sword. Hamel had been excited because all his weapons had broken during the war, and he desperately needed a new blade. He had confidently claimed the sword for himself, thinking his master-level skill would be enough to tame it. But as soon as his hand got close to the hilt, the sword's energy had reacted violently to his soul. He had been knocked to his knees, coughing up blood because his body couldn't handle the sword's immense power. In the end, Vermouth was the only one who could hold it, which had always been a point of frustration for our guy. But now, standing in his own grave, he sees that same Moonlight Sword hovering above an altar, waiting for its true owner. The Moonlight Sword, the most straightforward and fitting name for a blade that looks like it was forged from starlight. Eugene remembers how Vermouth ditched his legendary sacred sword the moment he got his hands on this thing. It was way stronger than any other holy weapon, even with its deceptively simple and plain appearance. Eugene looks at the glowing weapon now, realized that Vermouth must have left his best sword here as a final parting gift. A crescent moon of pure energy hangs in the air above the blade, bathing the room in a cold, blue light. He notices the moon is a crescent now, whereas it was a full moon when they first found it, meaning the sword might be in a weakened state. He realizes the sword might be reacting to the small fragment he's been carrying around this whole time. He panics for a second, realizing he left that critical fragment stuck in the Death Knight's chest outside the door. He looks at the sword and asks, "Vermouth, did you leave this here because you knew I'd want it?" He scoffs, calling his old friend an idiot for giving him such an amazing weapon after he was already supposed to be dead. He shakes off the sentimentality, knowing he has a limited amount of time before the Lich shows up. He realizes he's trapped, there's only one way out, and the insane Death Knight is waiting right behind the door. The Lich Amelia Merwin is an even bigger threat. If she arrives and finds him here, his journey ends permanently. He walks toward the altar, his resolve hardening with every step he takes toward the legendary blade. He wonders what was going through Vermouth's head when he decided to stash the world's most powerful sword in a tomb. The room is silent, save for the hum of the blue mana radiating from the pedestal. The truth hits him. The sword isn't just a memorial, it's a tool for his comeback. Eugene reaches out, a confident smirk returning to his blood-stained face as he prepares to claim his prize. He thinks back to his failure to hold it 300 years ago and wonders if being a Lionheart descendant will make a difference. He tells himself he has to hold it, the hero gave it to him, and he's not going to let that gesture go to waste. As his fingers get close, a massive discharge of energy erupts from the blade, pushing back against his hand. His face contorts in pain, his eyes narrowing as he fights against the sword's rejection. He only touched the light, but his lungs feel like they're collapsing and his mana is screaming in protest. He activates the white flame method, flooding his arm with mana to stabilize the connection with the sword. Sparks fly as the two powers clash, the blue mana of the Lionhearts wrestling with the cold moonlight of the blade. Eugene notices that the sword is definitely broken into pieces, held together only by the shimmering mana blade. With a final, desperate shove, his hand closes around the hilt, and a massive shockwave rocks the entire chamber. The room is flooded with blinding white light as the sword finally accepts its new master. Eugene is blown back by the recoil, sliding across the floor as the energy slowly starts to settle. He's gasping for breath, his hand trembling, but his eyes are fixed on the weapon now firmly in his grasp. "I got it," he whispers, a look of pure triumph breaking through his exhaustion. He stands up, holding the massive hilt in one hand, looking like a true warrior king in the blue light. He analyzes the weapon, noting that it's exactly what he expected, a broken relic that's still more powerful than anything he's ever seen. There is no physical blade, only a hilt that projects a blade of pure energy when fueled by the user's mana. The crescent moon's sigil on the sword glows with a haunting light, pulsing like a living heart. He channels a burst of mana into the hilt, and the light explodes outward, illuminating every corner of the tomb. A beautiful, swirling vortex of moonlight flows out of the handle, weaving itself into a sharp, luminous blade. The blade is perfect, a jagged edge of starlight that seems to hum with the power to erase anything it touches. Eugene can't help but laugh, feeling the raw, terrifying force of the weapon vibrating through his entire arm. He holds it high, the blue flames of his aura mixing with the moonlight to create a spectacular display of power. He realizes the sword is starving for mana, drinking his energy like it's been waiting 300 years for a decent meal. He's got enough mana to fuel it for now, but he knows this isn't a weapon he can handle for very long. He calls it a shitty but great sword, loving and hating how much it demands from its wielder. With this sword, he knows he won't even need to use ignition to turn the Death Knight into a memory. But before he leaves to finish the fight, he decides he has to check the actual casket to see if any other secrets were left behind. He pushes the stone lid of the casket aside, the heavy slab of rock sliding off with a loud thud. He stares inside, and as he suspected, there is no corpse. His old body is currently outside trying to kill him. But then, something catches his eye on the bottom of the stone box. He sees an inscription that says, "Perhaps one day, we will meet in the world you hoped for." He recognizes the handwriting immediately, it's Sienna's, and the message was clearly meant for him to find. His eyes widen as he sees a small, green, leaf-shaped artifact lying at the bottom of the casket. Outside, the Death Knight is still prowling the hall, its heavy armor clanking as it searches for a way through the magic door. The Beastman is furious, remembering how even its master couldn't scratch this door after countless attempts. It realizes that if the boy can open the door, he's too valuable to kill until the master returns to interrogate him. The knight worries about the master's rage. It's already broken its helmet and used its forbidden claws without permission. It knows it has to prove its usefulness, or it'll be discarded like garbage by the Lich. Suddenly, the massive doors begin to creak open again, and the knight stops in its tracks. Eugene steps out of the light, looking remarkably calm for someone who was just being torn to pieces a few minutes ago. He leans against the doorway with a cocky grin, asking the knight if it was waiting around just for him. The knight demands to know how he got inside, its voice filled with a mix of confusion and pure hatred. Eugene just shrugs, telling the monster that he just did, keeping his secret identity close to his chest. The knight's red eyes flare as it asks what he saw inside the sacred chamber. Eugene puts a finger to his lips and tells the beast it's a secret, taunting it one last time before the final round. The knight loses its mind, letting out a roar that shakes the very foundations of the dungeon as it charges forward. Eugene's face goes cold, his golden eyes narrowing as he readies his new weapon. He grips the hilt of the Moonlight Sword with both hands, channeling every ounce of mana into the energy core. The two warriors collide in a massive explosion of red and blue light, the final showdown for Hamel's legacy, beginning in earnest. Our boy Eugene isn't playing around anymore. He's got that cold killer look in his eyes that tells you someone is about to get deleted. The Death Knight is panicking, its red eyes bulging as it senses a terrifying power coming from Eugene's new weapon. Eugene swings the Moonlight Sword, and the shockwave of pure energy sends a blast of mana that nearly blinds the monster. The knight tries to jump back, realizing that the distance it once felt safe at has completely disappeared. It lands in a defensive crouch, trembling and confused by what just happened to its ultimate defense. The monster stares at its own hands, horrified that its demonic claws were shattered just by the light of the sword. Eugene is feeling the weight of the weapon, his body nearly buckling under the insane mana drain of the broken blade. He's gasping for air, his vision getting blurry as the sword continues to devour his energy like a black hole. But he still gives that savage grin, satisfied that he's finally managed to strip away the monster's demonic force. The knight grits its teeth, its pride wounded as it realizes it's being dominated by a brat in its own house. It flexes its heavy iron gauntlets, deciding that if magic won't work, it'll just use raw undead muscle to finish the job. The massive armor-clad beast starts walking toward Eugene, each step heavy enough to crack the stone floor. Eugene deduces that the monster has given up on using magic because the moonlight sword just cancels it all out anyway. He laughs at the beast's choice, telling it that trying to outbrawl a weapon master is the dumbest move it could make. He draws a second, normal sword, planning to dual-wield the moonlight blade with his standard steel. A massive explosion of dust and rubble clears as they clash again, the entire room turning into a demolition zone. They exchange a flurry of strikes, the moonlight sword leaving trails of glowing blue energy that cut through the knight's heavy plates like butter. Eugene maneuvers behind the beast, his eyes glowing with the focus of a predator. The knight is forced to leap away, its movements becoming frantic as it tries to escape the erase effect of the moonlight blade. Eugene taunts it, asking if it's scared since he hasn't even delivered a full-power swing yet. He shouts Windstorm Sword Wined, activating his second legendary weapon and summoning a massive cyclone of wind. The Tempest spell rips through the chamber, lifting the heavy stone debris and turning the room into a blender. The knight is caught in the vortex, its massive weight not even enough to keep it from being tossed around like a toy. Eugene is pushing himself to the absolute limit, his eyes reflecting the chaotic energy of the storm he's created. He uses the wind to guide shards of broken stone, turning them into magical projectiles that pelt the monster from every side. The knight is bombarded, its armor chipping and cracking under the relentless assault of wind and rock. Eugene lands softly, grumbling that if he was at his 300-year peak, he would have beaten this thing to death by now. He slams his sword down, sending a wave of mana through the ground that erupts beneath the knight's feet. The knight tries one last desperate defensive posture, but Eugene is already mid-air, ready to drop the hammer. He slashes through the knight's shoulder, the moonlight sword slicing through the metal as if it weren't even there. The monster is sent skidding across the floor, its red core glowing brightly as its internal energy starts to leak out. It stares at its broken breastplate, unable to comprehend how its perfect armor has been shredded so easily. In a fit of pure animalistic rage, the beastman lets out one final, world-shaking scream. It gathers all its remaining demonic force, forming a massive, dark orb of energy above its head for a suicide attack. Eugene just scoffs at the move, telling the idiot that saving his ultimate move for the end was his final mistake. He charges through the dark energy, the moonlight sword absorbing and scattering the demonic force as he moves. With a brilliant flash of blue light, he cuts right through the monster's desperate attack, neutralizing it instantly. The two warriors stand back to back for a split second, the silence after the explosion deafening. Eugene pulls out the fragment of the moonlight sword, the small shard reacting to the main blade in his hand. The fragment glows with an intense light, crackling with energy as Eugene takes full control over its power. He smirks, realizing that with the full hilt in his hand, he can manipulate the fragment however he wants. He lunges one last time, the sword aimed directly at the glowing red core in the knight's chest. The knight tries to block with its hands, but it's too slow and too weak to stop our guy's momentum. Eugene drives the moonlight sword deep into the knight's chest, the blade of light piercing right through the red core. A massive eruption of mana and blood explodes from the beast's chest, lighting up the entire tomb in a crimson glow. The knight collapses onto its back, the red light in its eyes finally starting to flicker and die out. Eugene stands over the body, his mouth full of blood as the recoil of the fight finally catches up to him. He doubles over, vomiting a thick pool of blood onto the floor, his body shaking from the massive mana exhaustion. He gasps for air, noting that even though he used as little power as possible, that shitty sword still nearly killed him. The light of the moonlight sword fades away as Eugene runs completely out of mana, leaving him with just the empty hilt. He curses the shitty-ass sword one more time, but he's clearly glad it did the job. He walks toward the fallen knight, his steps heavy and slow as he prepares to make sure the thing is truly dead. He stares down at his own 300-year-old face, feeling a strange mix of pity and disgust for the monster that inhabited it. The red core is cracked, but the body is still intact, making Eugene worry that the monster might still be able to regenerate. He grits his teeth, fueled by a deep fury that anyone would dare to turn his legendary remains into a puppet. He raises his standard sword, determined to destroy the body and the core completely before escaping with Rahman. He brings the blade down with everything he's got, aimed directly at the knight's throat. Suddenly, his golden eyes go wide with fear, and a cold sweat breaks out across his forehead. His sword stops just inches away from the target, frozen in mid-air by an invisible suffocating pressure. His hands tremble as he realizes his entire body has been locked down by a high-level paralysis spell. Eugene lets out a frustrated curse, his smirk turning into a grimace as he realizes exactly who just entered the room. From the shadows of the doorway, a pair of elegant sandals steps onto the stone floor. The Lick Amelia Merwin has finally arrived. Eugene lies there, battered and bloody, staring up at the woman who holds his life in her hands. He tries to move, but his muscles are completely locked. He realizes Amelia is only letting him speak because she finds it amusing. Even in this state, Eugene's got nerves of steel, asking the lick if they can at least talk face to face. Amelia slowly walks toward him, her voice cold as she admits she's been thinking about exactly how to break him. She's got plenty of ideas, but there's one specific form of torture that's her absolute favorite. She describes a nightmare, dragging him to the surface and burying him alive in the scorching desert sands. She won't kill him. Instead, she'll force his eyes and mouth open until the sun cracks his tongue like a dry branch. Her plan is to turn him into a scarecrow, twisting his limbs and piercing his fingers with metal until he's nothing but a living statue. Suddenly, Eugene's hand begins to twitch, moving against his will as Amelia's dark magic takes control. The magic crawls up his arms and across his shoulders, forcing his body into the very pose she just described. She whispers that even after his eyes fail, he'll feel every bit of the agony, a pain so sharp it'll be impossible to ignore. Eugene says he'd probably die of shock first, but Amelia just smiles, promising she won't let him have the mercy of death. She's determined to make him the permanent guardian of her desert, a warning to anyone who dares enter. He'll be stuck there for a long, long time, at least until she gets bored of looking at his suffering. Eugene glares back, his golden eyes filled with pure spite as he asks if she even knows who he is. He calls her out by name. Amelia Merwin, the Blackthorn and master of this twisted dungeon. Amelia ignores the recognition, looking down at the broken Death Knight and complaining that Eugene broke her pet. She wraps herself around him like a snake, saying that even if the body was useless, it still belonged to her. Eugene doesn't miss a beat, mocking her for having such a gross pet and asking why she didn't bother giving it a bath. He tells her the rotting corpse smell is too much to handle, but before he can finish, she backhands him across the face. The force of the blow sends Eugene tumbling across the stone floor, his sword clattering away. Amelia's eyes glow with a dangerous light as she snaps that only she has the right to talk about her property that way. Eugene spits out some blood, clicking his tongue in frustration as he struggles to sit back up. He realizes her physical strike actually broke the paralysis spell for a second, and he wonders if he has a shot at killing her right now. But he quickly shakes the thought. Amelia is on a completely different level, and even using his ignition technique wouldn't be enough. He grits his teeth, hating that he has to rely on a favor from someone like Balzac, but he's out of options. He stands his ground, asking Amelia if she recognizes the name Balzac Ludbeth. Amelia's eyes narrow behind her veil, clearly annoyed that he's bringing up another high-level mage. Eugene smirks, pulling out a black envelope and claiming that Balzac gave him a personal letter just for her. With a flick of his wrist, he tosses the letter into the air, mana sparking around it. Amelia catches it easily, her expression shifting as she senses the powerful magic sealing the parchment. She recognizes Balzac's seal immediately, but she's genuinely confused why he'd give something so valuable to a kid like Eugene. Eugene plays it cool, telling her the letter is his insurance policy. As long as he has it, she can't touch him. Amelia looks at him with a mix of curiosity and skepticism, sensing there's more to the story. She explains that she owed Balzac a massive favor from years ago, one he had never bothered to collect until now. Dark purple flames erupt from the letter as she realizes Balzac has officially transferred that favor to Eugene. She sighs, admitting that as long as the request is within her power, she's forced to honor it. Eugene watches the letter burn, knowing he just bought himself a very expensive ticket out of death. Amelia gestures to the room, telling him that if he asks for his life, she'll spare him, but he still has a lot of explaining to do. Eugene looks her dead in the eye, the shadow of his hair covering his face as he prepares his request. With a terrifying, blood-chilling grin, he tells Amelia his one wish: kill yourself. The room goes silent, and for a moment, Amelia's mask of calm almost slips into genuine rage. She reminds him that she only promised to do what she could, and killing herself isn't on the menu. She gives him a final choice: talk and live, or keep being stubborn and die right here. Eugene stares at her, the weight of the situation finally sinking in as he realizes he can't talk his way out of this one. Amelia tries to sweeten the deal, promising she won't cripple or torture him if he just cooperates. She leans in, her eyes glowing with purple light, fascinated by how a kid managed to find a tomb that even the Sultan didn't know about. She starts theorizing, wondering if there was a traitor among her mages who helped him sneak in. Eugene's mind is racing. If he asks for mercy, she'll use her magic to rip every secret from his brain anyway. He knows that at her level, she doesn't even need to torture him. She can just overpower his will and make him a puppet. Amelia starts pacing, her heels clicking on the stone again as she grows impatient with his silence. She stops and turns, asking if his hesitation should be taken as a no. Eugene considers using ignition to make a break for it, but he knows she'll just paralyze him again before he hits the door. Amelia starts the countdown, her voice dropping to a low, lethal whisper as she reaches 1. He wonders if revealing his identity as a Lionheart would help, but he doubts a dark mage like her gives a damn about a family name. She reaches 2, extending her hand as dark energy begins to swirl around her fingers. Eugene realizes that if he tells her the truth about the Moonlight Sword, she'll spare him. but she'll definitely steal the blade for herself. She's about to hit 3 when she suddenly freezes, her eyes widening in genuine shock. Something has changed in the air, a pressure so intense it makes the entire tomb feel like it's about to collapse. The broken Death Knight slowly stands up, its movements no longer jerky but smooth and filled with a terrifying power. Eugene feels a wave of pure, concentrated malice washing over him, a feeling he hasn't felt in 3 centuries. Amelia instantly drops to one knee, her arrogance completely gone as she trembles in the presence of this new entity. She stammers out a question, wondering what could possibly bring such a powerful being to this pitiful place. The puppet looks up, and it's clear the soul inside has changed. It's the Demon King of Incarceration. The tomb falls into a heavy, suffocating silence as the Demon King stands before Eugene and the kneeling Amelia. Eugene's blood runs cold as he realizes he's staring at the very monster his original party failed to kill. The Demon King speaks, and the sound of his voice alone is enough to make the walls of the tomb crack. He reveals that he's been watching Eugene through Balzac's eyes, meaning everything Eugene has done was already known. Eugene is paralyzed again, but this time it's not magic, it's the sheer, overwhelming pressure of a godlike being's presence. The Demon King looks around the tomb, asking if Eugene came here to pay respects to his ancestor's friend. He gestures toward the coffin, acknowledging that the man buried here was indeed Hamel Dynus. He praises Hamel, saying he was the most talented and strongest among Vermouth's companions, and his best friend. Eugene is losing his mind internally, wondering why the hell a Demon King is standing here, talking about his past life like they're old buddies. He grits his teeth in rage when the Demon King calls Vermouth dear, hating the implication of their relationship. The Demon King notices the hostility and admits he understands why Eugene sees him as an enemy. He claims that he and Vermouth built a genuine friendship based on mutual understanding, and that dragging that old war into the present is silly. He says he respects the Lionhearts because of Vermouth, but he's not going to force Eugene to respect him back. The Demon King leans in, his hollow eyes staring straight into Eugene's soul. He says that out of all the Lionheart descendants he's seen over the last 300 years, Eugene is the one who reminds him most of Vermouth. Amelia listens from the ground, her mind racing as she hears the Demon King acknowledge the Lionheart lineage. She looks at Eugene's silver hair and golden eyes, finally connecting the dots and realizing he's the real deal. The Demon King scolds Amelia, calling her dungeon pitiful and mocking the fact that she's using a Death Knight as a vessel. Amelia is visibly shaken, her voice trembling as she asks how she's supposed to handle this unexpected visit. The Demon King shrugs it off, telling her that how she reacts is entirely up to her. She asks if he's here to protect the lion cub, and the Demon King simply says it's his duty to look after his friend's descendant. Amelia is furious, but terrified, accusing him of suppressing her freedom, something he usually claims to respect. The Demon King ignores her, looking at Eugene and seeing the echoes of the great hero Vermouth within him. He tells Amelia that while he respects her, his respect for Vermouth is on an entirely different level. Amelia can't believe it, asking why he cares more about a dead man from 300 years ago than a loyal servant who is alive and serving him now. She starts to stand up, her frustration boiling over as she tries to challenge his decision. Instantly, the pressure in the room triples, slamming Amelia back down to the floor as purple sparks fly. The Demon King looms over her, his aura turning pitch black as he prepares to put her in her place. Amelia is sweating, her eyes wide with terror as she realizes she's overstepped her bounds with a literal king. He tells her coldly that her freedom is nothing compared to the respect she owes him. He allowed her to mess with Hamel's grave, but harming a Lionheart is where he draws the line. Eugene picks up on a specific word, asking what the Demon King meant by saying he can't accept it, at least not now. He demands to know the truth, refusing to be intimidated by the monster in front of him. Amelia snaps at him, calling him an arrogant kid and telling him to show some respect to the king. The Demon King looks at his hand, musing that 300 years is a long time for humans, and he's been generous enough. Amelia gazes up at him with a mix of awe and fear, her heart pounding as she realizes the weight of his words. He explains that his kindness toward the Lionhearts was a choice, not an obligation, and he won't let people forget that. He reminds them both of his true title, the ruler of countless demons and the king of Helmut. Eugene feels his heart clench, the mere sound of the Demon King's declaration making it hard to even breathe. The Demon King tells Eugene to take a message back to his family. Freedom without responsibility is just self-indulgence. His face goes dark as he delivers a final warning. If the Lionhearts stop respecting him, he'll stop respecting them too. Eugene realizes this is more than a chat, it's a declaration of potential war after centuries of silence. He asks why the Demon King is finally breaking his silence after 300 years, and the answer is chilling. The Demon King says that the promise Vermouth made is coming to an end, and the wheel of fate is starting to turn again. He wonders aloud if anyone will be able to stand in Vermouth's place and stop that wheel from crushing the world. Eugene presses him, desperate to know what the original promise actually was. The Demon King just smirks, telling Eugene he doesn't have the right to know because he's not Vermouth. He lets out a dark, mocking laugh, calling Eugene a foolish lion. Eugene's eyes widen in shock as the Demon King drops a bombshell that shakes him to his core. He tells Eugene that his very existence, his entire soul being reborn, was only possible because of the promise Vermouth made. Eugene can only whisper what as he realizes his reincarnation wasn't an accident or a miracle, but a deal with a demon. The Demon King turns to Amelia, ordering her to leave this place and return to her dungeon immediately. Amelia is hesitant, still wanting to get answers out of Eugene for breaking into her territory, but the Demon King shuts her down, telling her she won't get a single word out of him. Amelia tries to argue, pointing out that Eugene killed her pet and opened a door that she couldn't scratch for decades. The Demon King looks toward the door Eugene opened, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. He looks back at Eugene one last time, the atmosphere in the room slowly beginning to normalize. With a wave of his hand, the darkness begins to recede, and the heavy pressure starts to lift. The Death Knight's body begins to glow as the Demon King prepares to exit the vessel. Shards of ice and stone fall from the ceiling as the magic dissipates, returning the tomb to its natural state. The Demon King casts one last spell, ensuring that everything that happened here stays hidden from prying eyes. He tells them to look closely. From now on, there is only a grave here, and nothing more. He finishes by stating that nothing happened here, effectively erasing the event from the world's memory. Amelia can only stare in silence, her pride completely shattered by the encounter. The Demon King asks Amelia one last thing before he leaves. Does she actually like using that body as a vessel? He says his business here is done and that he's officially returning Hamel's body to the grave. Amelia tries to get one last dig in, asking if he's sure since it's the body of his precious friend Vermouth's companion. The Demon King looks back with cold dead eyes and simply says, "Hamel is not my friend." The soul of the Demon King exits the Death Knight, and the heavy armor collapses to the ground with a loud metallic crash. The armor lies empty and lifeless once again, leaving Eugene and Amelia alone in the wreckage of the tomb. Eugene lets out a breath he didn't know he was holding, while Amelia glares at him, her hatred deeper than ever. She tells him he was lucky this time, but her eyes promise that there won't be a second chance. A swirl of purple dark magic begins to wrap around her as she prepares to teleport away. She stands tall one last time, holding her staff as the portal consumes her. She thinks to herself that while she can't touch him now, she'll be waiting for the moment the promise officially ends. A twisted, manic grin spreads across her face as she vanishes, leaving Eugene in total darkness. Eugene stands alone in the silence, surrounded by dust and the remains of his own past. His fists tremble as a wave of pure, unadulterated rage boils up from his gut. He lets out a guttural scream of frustration, slamming his fist into the stone wall of the tomb. The wall shatters under the impact, stone flying everywhere as he vents his anger. He kicks a pile of rubble, unable to process the fact that his entire new life might be a puppet show orchestrated by his old friend. He drops to his knees, gasping for air as the weight of the Demon King's words echoes in his head. He curses the Demon King, hating that the monster knows exactly who he is and how he came back. He repeats the words to himself, "Your existence, your soul, it was all because of Vermouth's promise." He tries to make sense of it. Did Vermouth really make a deal with the devil just to bring him back 300 years later? He shakes his head, remembering the Vermouth he knew. The hero would have died before making a deal that didn't involve winning the war. Besides, that promise was supposed to be about peace, and Eugene can't see how his rebirth fits into a treaty. He remembers the Demon King's cold dismissal, "Hamel is not my friend." Eugene spits on the floor, returning the sentiment, and calling the Demon King a piece of trash. He looks back at his grave, the reality of his situation feeling more like a prison than a second chance. He realizes that Amelia still has his old body, and he failed to destroy it like he wanted. The warning about the promise ending haunts him. If the peace is over, the world is about to drown in blood again. He wonders who will be the one to step up and stop the wheel from turning this time. He's sick of the riddles and the secrets, hating how everyone from his past seems to be playing a game he doesn't understand. Eugene's gaze turns sharp and determined. If the wheel is coming for him, he's not going to stop it, he's going to destroy it. He realizes his reincarnation must have been Vermouth's doing, not Sienna's or Anise's as he originally thought. He looks at his hands, wondering what Vermouth was thinking and what he expects Eugene to do now. As he searches the floor, he finds a single, vibrant green leaf lying near his old coffin. He remembers that 200 years ago, someone invaded this grave, and Sienna came here to stop them. Sienna fought a massive battle against the intruder before vanishing from the face of the earth. He picks up the leaf, realizing it's a leaf from the World Tree, an incredibly rare and powerful artifact. This leaf is a one-way ticket, allowing the user to warp to the Elven Forest from anywhere in the world. He wonders if Sienna used it to escape when she was cornered, and more importantly, who was strong enough to push her to that point. A dark realization starts to form in his mind as he imagines the intruder who fought Sienna. If the person who fought her was actually Vermouth, what could have possibly been the reason for them to turn on each other? He drifts back into a memory of the very first time they all met, back when he was just a rough mercenary. Sienna had hated him at first sight, complaining to Vermouth about bringing an everyday mercenary along. Anise hadn't been any nicer, straight up calling him a stray dog with no class at all. And Moron was just his usual self, shouting about wanting to fight brave warriors from across the sea. But Vermouth had been the one to insist, looking Hamel in the eye and saying it had to be him. The legendary party had stood before him, and Vermouth had officially asked Hamel Dynus to be his companion. Hamel had just given them the middle finger, laughing and saying he'd never obey someone weaker than himself. Vermouth didn't get angry, he just offered a bet. If he won their duel, Hamel would join them. The fight hadn't even been close. Vermouth had absolutely demolished him, sending Hamel flying with a single strike. Vermouth had looked down at him with that same calm expression, simply stating that he was the stronger man. Hamel had been furious, gasping for air and demanding a rematch immediately. But no matter how many times he tried, he couldn't even touch the man who would become the great hero. By sunset, Hamel was broken and exhausted, staring up at Vermouth's sword planted in the ground. He had finally asked the question, why would a hero like Vermouth want someone as weak as him as a companion? Vermouth had just reminded him of their promise. A deal was a deal, and Hamel was now part of the team. Hamel couldn't understand it. There were thousands of warriors who would have lined up for a chance to serve the warrior of light. Vermouth had turned to him, his voice filled with a strange certainty, saying Hamel was the last one he needed. He extended his hand, telling Hamel that together they would kill every single demon king. Back in the present, Eugene stares at the world tree leaf, the memory of that day feeling like a lifetime ago. If everything, the reincarnation, the necklace, the promise was all Vermouth's plan, then why leave so many pieces behind? He thinks about the message Sienna left in the coffin and the illusion of her he saw back in Aroth. He realizes her message about meeting in the world you hoped for might have been referring to his rebirth all along. He shakes his head, refusing to believe the worst-case scenario, that Vermouth actually betrayed their friends. He looks at the leaf with renewed purpose. There's only one way to get the truth, and that's to find Sienna and ask her himself. The Emir of Kajitan is sweating bullets, looking like a man who just realized he's been playing poker with a shark. Eugene leans back with total confidence, reminding the Emir that he knows exactly how much he's asking for. And he's not budging. The Emir tries to play the victim, claiming he didn't send his men out for petty thievery, but Eugene isn't buying the act. Our boy makes it simple. It doesn't matter what the Emir intended, his men still attacked a Lionheart, and that's a debt that needs paying. The Emir desperately tries to spin the narrative, claiming he was actually trying to protect Eugene from the dangers of the desert. He explains the shaky politics between the desert nations, saying that the Emperor of Kiel is always looking for a reason to start trouble. He mentions the dangerous mages hiding in the sands, claiming he was just making sure Eugene didn't stumble into a nest of scorpions. He argues that if he had openly helped a Lionheart, it would look like his nation was bowing down to the Kiel Empire. The Emir tries to flip the script, asking why Eugene was heading toward the Kajani Desert, a place where nobody lives, in the first place. Eugene just takes a calm sip of tea, telling the Emir he didn't come here to be the one answering questions. The Emir doubles down on his lie, insisting his men were just shadowing Eugene to keep him safe if things got hairy. He sighs, putting the blame on Rahman Schulhoff for not carrying out his orders properly and causing this mess. The Emir even has the nerve to say that Eugene was the one who suddenly attacked his men while they were keeping a respectful distance. Eugene hides a smirk behind his hand, realizing the Emir is completely clueless about the Lick Amelia Merwin or the legendary tomb in his own backyard. Our guy decides to play along for now, saying he'll accept the misunderstanding as long as his family gets a proper explanation. The Emir's face pales, realizing that an explanation to the Lionheart family usually involves a lot of blood and missing territory. Eugene lets the pressure sink in, acting like he's worried about how his hot-headed family might react to their safety being endangered. The Emir starts shaking, terrified that this little incident could spiral into a full-blown war between two powerful nations. He finally breaks, looking Eugene in the eyes and asking the one question he should have asked at the start. What do you want? Eugene doesn't hesitate for a second, casually dropping a price tag of 500 million sell like he's ordering a side of fries. He smiles, telling the Emir it's a small price to pay to repair a relationship that's been soured by such a big mistake. The Emir is stunned by Eugene's boldness, realizing this 19-year-old kid is a more dangerous negotiator than most veteran kings. He quickly agrees, saying he'll pay whatever it takes just to calm Eugene's anger and keep the peace. But before the Emir can relax, he asks Eugene one final thing. What exactly did he see out there in the Kajani Desert? Eugene gives him a classic "I'm lying through my teeth" grin, claiming he saw nothing but endless sand and heat. He knows the secret is safe, he's got everything from the tomb packed away in his subspace cloak, and Amelia definitely isn't going to talk. Eugene adds one more condition to the deal. He's taking Rahman Schulhoff with him to pay for threatening his life earlier. The Emir is more than happy to get rid of the failure, even offering to execute Rahman right then and there to prove his loyalty. Rahman's heart skips a beat as he stares at his master, realizing just how little his life means to the man he served. Eugene waves it off, saying he's not a monster, he's just going to take Rahman back home to clean toilets for the Lionhearts. The Emir bows, relieved to be done with the negotiation, while Rahman stands there, stunned by his new fate. The scene fades into a dark, gritty memory, smelling of iron and old blood. We see a battlefield littered with fallen knights, their white armor stained red under a heavy, overcast sky. In the middle of the carnage, a blonde woman in holy robes is kneeling in prayer, while a younger-looking Hamel stands behind her. This is Anise, the party's saintess, and she sounds like she's starting to lose her mind after seeing so much death. She questions why an all-knowing god would let so many young sheep bleed out in the dirt like this. Hamel looks at her with a mix of pity and annoyance, telling her she's clearly had way too much to drink. Anise screams toward the sky, demanding to know why the light hasn't chased away the darkness like the scriptures promised. Hamel just looks ahead, his voice calm as he tells her they don't need a god because they have vermouth. He admits he doesn't care about her religion or her god of light, but he believes in the man standing at the front. He smirks, calling vermouth a ridiculously strong bastard who can handle whatever hell the world throws at them. He argues that since God couldn't fix the world, he sent the living miracle known as vermouth to do the dirty work instead. Anise looks up, her eyes wide and blurry from the drink, genuinely surprised to hear something so profound from a guy like Hamel. Hamel immediately loses his cool, shouting that he's only saying it because he's tired of listening to her drunk ramblings. He reaches out, telling her to stop hogging the bottle and hand it over so he can have a drink too. Anise pulls the flask away, claiming it's not alcohol but holy water, and she refuses to give it to a non-believer. Hamel jokingly claims he'll start believing right now if she gives him a sip, but she just calls out his fake faith and keeps it for herself. Back in the present, Eugene stares at a massive stone monument, his mind still stuck on the memories of the saintess. He's at the sacred grounds of Hogani, the exact spot where a legendary statue of Anise stands tall against the blue sky. Legend says that 200 years ago, Anise stood here to pray before starting a mysterious pilgrimage across the desert. Eugene knows the truth. Anise came here to pay her respects at his grave, the one place he just left behind. He pieces together the timeline, noting that Sienna retired first, and then Anise went on her final journey a few years later. He realizes that if Anise had actually managed to enter his tomb, she would have fixed the mess Amelia Merwin made. His eyes go cold as he wonders if vermouth was the reason Anise disappeared too, just like what happened to Sienna. He didn't find any clues in Hogani, so he turns his attention back to the World Tree Leaf, the only real lead he has left. Rahman walks up behind him, his presence a reminder of the life Eugene now controls. It's been a week since they arrived at the sacred grounds, and Rahman is wondering if Eugene is finally ready to move on. Eugene looks at the pilgrims kneeling in the dust, his mind made up and his expression unreadable. He tells Rahman that it's time to stop chasing ghosts for a moment and head back to where it all started. A massive, ornate portal stands in the middle of a grassy field, with several figures waiting for someone to arrive. Cyan is pacing back and forth, looking both eager and pissed off that Eugene has been gone for 2 whole years. He's showing off a sharp, competitive grin, ready to see just how much stronger his brother has actually gotten. The portal flares with blue energy, casting a long shadow over the grass as the traveler finally steps through. Cyan's face drops the instant he sees the person emerging. The pressure coming off Eugene is on a whole different level now. Ancilla stands nearby, noticing her son's sudden hesitation as he stares at the silver-haired genius. She asks if he's unhappy that his brother is finally home, but Cyan's feelings are way more complicated than that. He admits that he wanted Eugene back, but part of him is terrified of what this means for his own future. Cyan says that if Eugene wants to be the head of the family, he'd probably just give up and let him have it. Ancilla looks at him with a sharp, calculating gaze, telling him that Eugene won't become the patriarch as long as Cyan doesn't back down. Cyan shouts back, arguing that the position should only belong to the strongest Lionheart, and right now, that's clearly Eugene. Ancilla tells him he's an adult now and he needs to make his own choice, either fight for the throne or step aside. Cyan grits his teeth, knowing that his mother isn't actually giving him a choice, she's testing his resolve. Ancilla sighs, acting like she was too strict with him, but her eyes never lose that manipulative spark. She mentions she doesn't want to be like Theonis, referring to a family member whose greed ruined their own child. Cyan insists he's different from his cousin Eode, and Ancilla finally gives him a small, rare smile of approval. She promises to respect whatever choice he makes, as long as it's a decision he can live with. She reminds him that Eugene is his brother, regardless of their bloodline, and he needs to treat him as one. She tells him to have a real conversation with Eugene once he's settled, and the talk of succession can wait until then. Cyan lets out a breath, trying to steady his nerves as the blue light of the portal begins to fade. Eugene steps fully into the light, wearing a new, fur-lined cloak that makes him look every bit like a high-ranking lord. The whole welcoming committee is standing there in the garden, but Eugene looks like he's bored before the conversation even starts. He asks why they all bothered coming out to greet him when he would have just seen them at the house anyway. Suddenly, a massive, bearded man comes charging at him, tears streaming down his face as he bellows, "Son!" The giant man tackles Eugene in a bear hug, sobbing loudly and causing our MC to look completely bewildered. Eugene realizes this absolute unit is actually his father, Gerhard, who has clearly been hitting the gym non-stop while he was away. Gerhard laughs through his tears, saying his new look is all thanks to a man named Sterod. Eugene facepalms, remembering that Sterod is Gargus's father, and he definitely told Gerhard not to take whatever crazy medicine they were using. He notices Ancilla and Cyan watching the reunion, and the atmosphere in the garden turns a bit more formal. Eugene offers a polite bow, telling them not to make things awkward since they are all family after all. He looks around, noticing a very important person is missing from the group. Ancilla explains that the Patriarch is currently at the Black Lion Castle, preparing for the upcoming coming-of-age ritual. Eugene realizes that time is moving faster than he thought, and the next big family test is already upon them. He remembers that while the blood succession ritual involves everyone, the coming-of-age ritual is strictly for the direct bloodline. Ancilla mentions that Eode, who should have gone through it last time, has been basically kicked out of the family, so they skipped it. But next year, Eugene, Cyan, and Ciel will all be adults, making this the most extravagant ritual the family has seen in decades. Eugene asks if the Patriarch was the one who wanted such a big event, but the truth is a bit more political. Ancilla admits it was the Senate's idea. The old elders who really run things behind the scenes are the ones pulling the strings. As Eugene starts walking toward the estate, Ancilla notices the tall, bearded man following closely behind him. Raman Schulhoff looks like a fish out of water, his desert robes clashing with the high-class elegance of the Lionheart Garden. Ancilla points her fan at him, asking Eugene who exactly this stranger is. Eugene introduces him as his new subordinate, Raman, and asks him how old he is just to be sure. He tells Ancilla that Raman is trustworthy because Eugene picked him personally, and he's just going to use him for random jobs. Eugene calls out for Nina, the young maid who has always been loyal to his side of the family. Nina steps forward with a bright, welcoming smile, happy to see her young master back in one piece. Eugene tells her to take Raman and teach him the ropes, starting with cleaning the barns and the tourney hall. Nina looks surprised, wondering if it's really okay to treat Eugene's personal subordinate like a low-level servant. Eugene makes it official, telling Raman that Nina is now his senior and he needs to learn everything from her. Raman looks at the tiny maid who looks 10 years younger than him, his pride taking a massive hit in front of everyone. But he clenches his fist, deciding that even cleaning toilets is worth it if it means paying Eugene back for sparing his life. He imagines a future where he stands as a legendary warrior behind Eugene, ready to risk his life whenever the young master needs him. As the others leave, Cyan stops Eugene in his tracks, his voice low and serious. He says that if Eugene is done playing around with his servants, they have some real things to talk about. They walk into a more secluded part of the garden, the silence between them thick with unspoken tension. Cyan stops and turns his back to Eugene, finally asking the question that's been eating at him, "What even are you?" Eugene looks at him with a blank expression, not sure if Cyan is being serious or just starting another fight. Cyan turns around, his voice shaking as he asks if Eugene is actually 19, because no human should have that much power at that age. Eugene gives him a playful, mocking grin, telling Cyan that he's actually a reincarnation from a past life. Cyan immediately snaps, telling him to cut the bullshit and give him a real answer. Eugene laughs to himself, realizing that even when he tells the literal truth, people are too stubborn to believe it. He asks Cyan if he's really that shocked at how strong his brother has become in just 2 years. Eugene flares his mana, the blue flames of the Lionheart style erupting around him with terrifying intensity. Cyan flinches, his eyes wide as he realizes the gap between them hasn't just stayed the same, it's grown into a mountain. He mutters that even though it's been 2 years for both of them, it feels like Eugene lived through 20 years of training in that time. Cyan admits he tried his best too, reaching the 3-star level of the White Flame method while Eugene was away learning magic. But he's already sensed it. Eugene has already reached the 4-star level, a feat that usually takes decades of work. Cyan looks at the ground, his voice small, as he tells Eugene that he should be the one to become the next Patriarch. Eugene looks at him like he's grown a second head, asking why the hell Cyan is trying to dump such an annoying job on him. Cyan shouts that he can't handle the position anymore, not when it's so obvious that Eugene is better in every single way. Eugene tells him he can just take the job if he wants it, but Cyan refuses to accept a title he hasn't earned through strength. Eugene offers a hand in a challenge. They'll have a duel, and if Cyan wins, Eugene will accept whatever choice he makes. Cyan looks confused, pointing out that if he actually won the duel, he'd be the one becoming the Patriarch anyway. Eugene acts surprised, mocking Cyan for being smarter than he expected, and causing the poor guy to explode in anger. Eugene says the Patriarch position is for people with ambition, and he has zero interest in being tied down by family politics. He tells Cyan that if he really wants to change his mind, he's going to have to do it by force. Cyan takes a deep breath, suggesting they just try a friendly sparring match instead of a full-blown duel for the throne. Eugene's grin turns predatory, telling Cyan right now that he won't be able to win no matter what he tries. Cyan throws a mock punch at Eugene's shoulder, calling him a bastard, but clearly feeling a bit more relaxed. The scene shifts to the training grounds, where a group of knights and instructors are watching the two brothers face off. The sound of clashing steel rings out as Cyan and Eugene move at high speed, their practice swords blurring in the air. Eugene is impressed, noticing that Cyan can now control his sword soul easily and maintain it for a long period of time. He realizes that a kid with Cyan's level of mana at this age is probably one of the rarest talents on the entire continent. But Cyan is starting to panic, realizing he's getting exhausted way faster than he should be in a normal spar. It feels like he's swinging his sword at nothing, as Eugene's blade deflects every strike and sends Cyan's momentum flying in the wrong direction. Another heavy clash sends a shockwave through Cyan's arms, forcing him to let out a grunt of pain. The onlookers realize it's no use. Cyan is giving it everything he's got, but Eugene isn't even breaking a sweat. One of the instructors wonders if he could even defeat Eugene if he used his full power, and he's starting to doubt himself. He realizes with a cold shiver that the answer is almost certainly no. Sir Hezar, another high-ranking knight, notes that while Eugene was strong 2 years ago, he's now gotten overwhelmingly more powerful. He watches as Eugene takes every single attack without moving even a single step from where he's standing. With a sudden flick of his wrist, Eugene sends Cyan's sword flying and knocks him back with a massive surge of mana. Cyan hits the ground hard, looking up at Eugene who is standing over him like an unbeatable wall. Cyan is breathless, asking how the hell Eugene was able to deflect every single one of his best attacks so easily. Eugene just shrugs it off, calling it regular old parrying, which only makes Cyan shout at him for lying. Cyan points out that Eugene didn't just bounce the attacks off, he made them slide away, forcing Cyan to waste more mana than he needed to. Eugene admits Cyan has a good eye for detail, and Cyan finally swallows his pride and asks Eugene to teach him. Eugene lets out a terrifying, wide-eyed laugh, looking like a madman as he mocks Cyan for wanting to learn from him. Cyan tries to keep his patience, his hands trembling as Eugene finally agrees to show him the secret. Eugene says that if Cyan gets strong enough, there won't be any need for Eugene to ever become the patriarch. He looks around at the staring crowd, deciding that there are way too many people watching for a real lesson. He gestures for Cyan to follow him, walking away from the training grounds and toward the privacy of the estate. Eugene reminds him that Cyan will never actually be stronger than him, but he can still be strong enough to lead. Cyan is hesitant, still feeling like he's being tricked into taking a job Eugene doesn't want. Eugene puts it bluntly, he doesn't want the position, so how could he possibly be a good patriarch if he's forced into it? Cyan thinks to himself that Eugene has already rejected the offer at least 3 times, and he's clearly not changing his mind. Cyan lets out a fake cough, acting like he's doing Eugene a huge favor by accepting the burden of leadership. He laughs, telling Eugene that he doesn't have the qualities of a patriarch anyway because he's not prepared and hasn't had proper lessons. He even mocks Eugene for living half his life in the country, but Eugene ends the joke with a swift kick to Cyan's shin. Cyan yelps in pain, asking what that was for, and Eugene just calls him a piece of sheet with a satisfied look. Cyan quickly recovers, asking when exactly Eugene is going to teach him that insane parrying skill. Eugene says he's a bit busy right now, so he'll just write down the instructions later and give them to him to train with. Cyan wonders if he's being lied to again, but Eugene insists that as long as Cyan trains hard, he'll be able to learn it. The scene shifts to the old and rough peaks of Mount Uklas, located in the southern part of the Kiel Empire. This is legendary Lionheart territory, given to the family 300 years ago after Vermouth retired from public life. Perched on the highest peak is the Black Lion Castle, the place where Vermouth lived the longest, and where his body is buried. Inside the castle, a group of hooded figures sits around a circular table marked with the Lionheart crest. A man with long white hair is reading a letter, the atmosphere in the room cold and formal. He notes that Eugene has officially returned to the main residence, and the word travels fast among the elders. He says the timing is perfect, as there are only 2 months left in the year before the big ritual. He asks the others if there's any real need to summon Eugene to the castle early, or if they should just wait. A voice from the shadows calls out the man at the head of the table for doing something unprecedented. They mention how a child from an indirect lineage being adopted into the main house is something that has never happened in family history. This man is Doiners Lionheart, the oldest man in the family and the head of the Senate, the White Lion of Immortality. He admits that while Eugene has proven his worth, the whole situation has been messy for the family's traditions. The camera pans to a woman sitting at the table, long silver hair flowing over her shoulders. This is Carmen Lionheart, and she reminds everyone that she met Eugene herself in Aroth and his potential is the only thing that matters. Doiners glares at her, his glowing eyes showing his annoyance as he tells her that her insight doesn't represent the whole family. Carmen just lets out a puff of cigar smoke, looking completely bored by the old man's talk of tradition. Doiners clenches his hands, his face twisting into a cold smile as he says he'll check Eugene's worth for himself during the coming-of-age ceremony. The Senate elders are huddled in their dark room, finally admitting that Eugene Lionheart is the real deal when it comes to potential. They note that both Eugene and Cyan are hitting adulthood in just 2 months, which means it's officially time to pick the next head of the family. Doiners, the creepy old head of the Senate, brings up Eugene's recent vacation to the desert of Nahama. He's clearly been keeping tabs, mentioning Eugene's insane magic talent in Aroth and how he even got the crown prince's attention. Doiner's eyes glow with a cold light as he declares that the Lionhearts are a pack of lions, and no lion should be allowed to just wander off on his own. Patriarch Gilad looks stressed, insisting that they should respect the child's own decisions regarding his future. Doiners gives a snake-like smile, saying he'll respect those choices right after he finishes restricting them. He leans in, asking Gilad if he's secretly planning to recommend Eugene as the next patriarch over his own biological son. Gilad doesn't back down, saying that if it's what Eugene wants, he's keeping the possibility wide open. Suddenly, Carmen Lionheart chimes in, slamming a pocket watch onto the table and ending the tension. She blows out a cloud of cigar smoke and blunt force honesty, telling them that Eugene has zero interest in being the patriarch. Doiners just chuckles, his face twisting into a mask of pure malice as he hopes Eugene doesn't change his mind once things get spicy. Eugene is standing there, looking like he's ready for a fight even in a fancy suit. He's talking to Ancilla, genuinely surprised that they're being sent to the castle instead of the elders coming to them. Ancilla explains that Ciel is already there, and the 2 boys need to pack their bags and head out immediately. Eugene asks for the timeline, and Ancilla makes it clear, as soon as you can move. Our guy doesn't waste time, turning to a confused Cyan and telling him they're leaving right now. As they walk through the halls, the contrast between the two is obvious. Eugene is walking with purpose while Cyan looks like he's following a storm. Cyan pulls out the book Eugene wrote for him, looking a little traumatized by the contents. He shouts at Eugene, asking if he's serious, because the training method in the book looks more like core torture than actual magic practice. Eugene casually looks back, telling him that's exactly how he did it, though he toned it down for someone of Cyan's level. He delivers a hard truth. Cyan has to keep pushing through the pain, even if he's vomiting blood, if he wants to survive. With a terrifyingly intense gaze, Eugene tells him this is the bare minimum required to even dream of becoming the Lionheart patriarch. Cyan looks like he's about to cry, clutching the book like it's his own death warrant. He calls Eugene a bastard, but Eugene just laughs it off, saying he loves hearing insults from his favorite student. Cyan tries to change the subject, noting that this is the first time in history a coming-of-age ceremony is being held at the Black Lion Castle. He guesses that the Senate is probably watching them closely because of the scandal with their cousin Iode. Cyan warns Eugene that the elders are likely planning to teach them a lesson and show them who really runs the family. Eugene asks if the Senate is planning to warn Cyan too, but Cyan's too caught up in his own ego. He thinks that since he's the future head, they might just want to congratulate him early. Poor kid is dreaming. Eugene's thoughts drift to something much bigger, the possibility of finally visiting the Great Vermouth's grave. His eyes burn with a golden fury as he focuses on his real mission. The castle is hidden in the peaks of Mint. Uklas, and its exact location is a secret even the current patriarch doesn't fully know. Eugene refuses to believe the history book saying Vermouth died peacefully. He's determined to see the body with his own eyes. Cyan starts geeking out about the legendary weapons they might see, like the demonic spear Ruintos or the pulverizing flail Ziggalard. The demonic spear Ruintos, a jagged blood-red blade once belonging to the demon king of cruelty, and the pulverizing flail Ziggalard, a massive, spiked club taken from the demon king of slaughter. Doiners currently holds the spear, while his grandson Dominic, the battalion captain, wields the flail. Cyan yawns, noting that Doiners is way past the age of retirement and should probably hand over the spear already. He jokingly wonders if the old man is going to give it to him, but Eugene just ignores the daydreaming. Back in his room, Eugene pulls out the moonlight sword, the pale light of the blade illuminating the space. He examines the broken edge, sensing the ancient and hungry mana residing within the steel. He curses the stupid-ass sword because it sucks his mana dry the moment he draws it, even with his massive reserves. He holds up a small glowing fragment he got from the auction, watching it resonate and pull toward the main blade. He realizes the sword will only return to its true, world-breaking power once he collects every single missing piece. But he's not in a rush for gear. His primary target is finding where Vermouth is rotting. He looks out the window, wondering what to do with the massive statue of himself he has hidden in his subspace cloak. He considers setting it up right in the middle of the Lionheart estate just to mess with everyone, but realizes he can't meet the patriarch yet. A devious, wide-eyed grin spreads across his face as a much better, much more chaotic idea hits him. Eugene gets dressed in his fur cloak, looking like he's ready for a royal gala or a bloodbath. Cyan walks in, looking at Eugene's fancy gear and asking if he's going on a date or a picnic. He stares at Eugene's cape of darkness, clearly jealous of how cool it looks and how much magic it holds. He mentions he heard the cape has pocket dimensions and several convenience spells cast on it, which only makes him more annoyed. Eugene hits him with a sharp, "I'm not giving it to you," shutting down Cyan's puppy dog eyes before he can even ask. The brothers stand before the massive portal gate, the blue energy swirling with the weight of ancient magic. The gatekeeper announces that the path to the Black Lion Castle is officially open. Eugene leads the way, his face set in stone as Cyan follows, looking a little nervous about what's on the other side. They step through the light, their bodies disappearing into the void between locations. The transfer is violent, wind whipping around Eugene's face as he realizes something is very wrong with this portal. Cyan lets out a high-pitched scream as he realizes they aren't stepping into a castle, they're falling from the freaking sky! Eugene just smirks, enjoying the rush and noting that the elders decided to make things spicy from the very first second. They are plummeting thousands of feet toward a dense, green forest at the base of the mountain. The coming-of-age ceremony hasn't even started, and the Lionheart heirs are already fighting for their lives. Eugene hurtles through the air, his cloak flapping like wings as he stabilizes his descent with practiced ease. He spots the Black Lion Castle perched high on the summit, realizing just how much distance the elders put between them and their goal. The Lionheart flag flies proudly in the distance, a silent challenge for the two brothers to reach it. Eugene's grin turns predatory. If Vermouth's grave is on this mountain, he can turn this ritual into a personal treasure hunt. Down below, Cyan is still screaming his lungs out, flailing around like a helpless bird. Eugene notes that if this is part of the test, there's probably some safety measure to keep the precious heirs from becoming pancakes. He decides to let Cyan handle his own mess for a bit, surrounding himself with a sphere of wind magic to slow his own fall. The camera zooms out to show the massive tower of the Black Lion Castle, where the spectators are waiting. Doiners and the other elders are standing on the balcony, watching the two dots in the sky through magic binoculars. Doiners asks if Eugene is using a magic artifact to stay afloat, but one of the mages corrects him. The elder is impressed, noting that Eugene isn't panicking at all, and is using pure magical proficiency to guide his landing. The mage explains that even the most basic floating magic is a fourth circle spell, requiring serious focus, but Eugene is doing way more. He's maintaining balance and a constant speed from a massive height, which is at least fifth circle territory. Doiners turns to Patriarch Gallade, asking if he knows exactly how many stars Eugene has achieved in the White Flame method. Gallade admits that the last report he got said Eugene hit the 4th star last year, while he was still in a Roth. Doiners laughs, finding it insane that a 19-year-old could reach the 4th star so quickly, and suspects he's even higher now. One of the younger elders stammers that it's impossible for a kid to reach the 5th star before even becoming an adult. Carmen Lionheart snaps at him, telling the old man that just because he's incompetent doesn't mean Eugene is. The elder gets offended, shouting that he's been treated as a respected member of this family for 10 years. Carmen doesn't even look at him, telling him to stop calling her sister, when his face looks like a crumpled grandfather's boot. The elder points an angry finger, accusing her of acting like a 20-year-old maiden when she's actually over 60. He shouts that she has zero dignity, but Carmen's patience has officially run out. She lets out a tiny burst of mana that snaps her cigar in half and shuts the old man up with pure, murderous intent. Doiners breaks the tension, noting that Eugene has finally reached the ground, and it's time for the next phase. He calls out for Dominic Lionheart, the 1st Battalion captain, who looks ready to tear someone apart. Gallade tries to object, worried that testing the kids the moment they land in a monster-infested forest is a bit too much. Doiners ignores him, asking the Patriarch if he really has so little trust in the children he raised. He says this isn't some continuation ceremony for branch families. The difficulty for the main lineage shouldn't be adjusted for age. He takes a cheap shot at Gallade, saying that if he wanted things to be easy, he should have brought his disgraced eldest son, Iode, along. Gallade's face goes tight with regret as the elders continue to mock the failure of his firstborn child. Doiners tells him to let go of his attachment to Iode, who is apparently living a comfortable life of exile at his mother's house. He reminds everyone that while Iode can never be the head, he still technically has the right to the ceremony. He just chose to run away. Doiners places a heavy hand on Gallade's shoulder, a gesture that feels more like a threat than a comfort. The elders look down at the forest, their expressions filled with a twisted sort of excitement for the bloodbath to come. Down in the woods, the silence is broken by the guttural roar of two massive twin-head ogres. A flash of steel cuts through the air as Eugene decapitates one of the beasts before it can even swing its club. The massive body hits the ground with a thud, and Eugene lands gracefully, not even a hair out of place. He notes that this is his second kill already, and he finds it strange that two ogres would be sharing the same territory. He looks up at the towering trees, realizing the elders weren't lying. This entire forest is a massive artificial breeding ground for high-level monsters. He notices that unlike previous tests, their mana hasn't been limited, meaning the elders actually want them to use their full power to survive. Eugene starts walking deeper into the dark woods, his senses dialed up to 11 as he listens for the next threat. He senses a sudden shift in the wind and smirks, whispering, as expected. Suddenly, a massive, scaly monster bursts through the canopy, its jaws wide open as it dives toward Eugene. Eugene dodges the strike by an inch, the wind from the monster's speed whipping his cloak around him. He looks up at the beast, asking how long the rider planned on hiding behind a wyvern. The rider is CL, and she looks absolutely stunned that Eugene was able to dodge a high-speed aerial ambush so easily. Eugene mocks her, saying the wind was noisy and her approach was anything but subtle. He laughs, telling her that if the only challenge here was monsters, it would be way too easy for him. Seal hops off her mount, looking at Eugene with a mix of concern and confusion, asking if his head hurts. Eugene is baffled by the question, wondering why she's asking about his health in the middle of a fight. Ciel explains that there is a powerful mental barrier spread throughout the forest, designed to cause extreme brain fog and disorientation. Eugene admits he felt a little dizzy when he first landed, but Ciel is shocked that's all he felt. He taps his forehead, boasting that his mind is way too strong to be broken by a low-level illusion spell. Seal mentions that Cyan is currently screaming and running in circles because the barrier is reflecting his deepest fears as ghosts. Eugene just shrugs. He went through way worse mental torture in his past life, and this forest is a joke compared to the demon realm. Seal admits she was originally going to wait and see how he handled the fear before attacking, but she's lost her patience. She draws her slender rapier, the steel humming with a sharp lethal mana. Eugene smiles, saying he never thought he'd actually end up fighting her, but he's not going to complain. He draws his own sword, his aura erupting as he warns Ciel that he has no intention of going easy on her. Ciel doesn't wait for a signal, launching herself forward with a speed that turns her into a blur of silver and gray. Eugene stands his ground, his sword held in a perfect defensive stance as he waits for the impact. The sound of clashing steel rings through the trees as Eugene parries her first 3 strikes without breaking a sweat. Ciel flips backward, using a tree trunk to pivot and launch a follow-up attack from a different angle. A massive shockwave erupts as their blades meet again, tearing up the grass and sending dirt flying everywhere. They move through the forest like ghosts, the sound of clank 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 echoing as they trade a dozen blows in seconds. Ciel realizes her speed isn't enough, so she starts using her mana to create afterimages to try and confuse Eugene's guard. Eugene just laughs, pointing a finger and reminding her that she can't dodge in mid-air once her momentum is spent. Suddenly, Ciel's wyvern, Waiwi, lets out a deafening screech and dives back into the fray to assist its master. Ciel uses the distraction to launch a high-altitude strike, her rapier glowing with a piercing blue sword aura. Eugene notices she's actually using the wyvern's momentum to speed herself up, which he finds pretty clever for a kid. She zips past him like a shooting star, her blade narrowly missing his neck as he tilts his head at the last microsecond. Her eyes are wide with concentration. Realized she's fighting someone who doesn't just react, but predicts. She lands a glancing blow on his cloak, but Eugene's counterattack is already in motion. Ciel clicks her tongue in frustration, realizing she's being led into a trap by Eugene's deliberate movements. She tries to leap back into the sky, but Eugene is already there, having predicted her escape route. Eugene's aura flares purple as he swings his blade with enough force to shatter the surrounding air. Ciel screams as a magical rope. The Cape of Darkness's power wraps around her waist mid-flight. She's yanked violently out of the air, her rapier flying out of her hand as she slams into the forest floor. Eugene lands softly, holding the end of the rope with a satisfied "got you." Ciel grunts, struggling against the bindings and shouting that she's not done yet. Waiwi the wyvern sees its master in trouble and charges at Eugene with its massive, razor-sharp jaws wide open. Eugene doesn't even draw his sword, simply leaping over the beast's head and letting it crash into a tree. He lands with his sword drawn, the cold steel reflecting his golden eyes as he prepares to end the beast. Ciel panics, screaming at the top of her lungs for him not to kill her pet wyvern. Eugene stops, looking completely baffled by the weird nickname Waiwi she gave to a literal monster. He mutters to himself that Ciel is a thick-skinned little brat, considering she was the one who tried to ambush him first. He lets the wyvern go, calling it a lizard piece of shit and telling it got lucky today. But just to be sure it stays down, he delivers a massive kick to its snout, sending the beast reeling. Eugene leaps into the air one more time, his cloak billowing around him as he prepares to finish the spar. He pulls back a fist, focusing his mana into a single devastating point of pressure. He slams into the ground right next to Ciel, the impact creating a crater and pinning the wyvern down by the neck. The monster is officially out for the count, its eyes rolling back as it whimpers in fear. Ciel calls him a bitch, looking absolutely furious that she was defeated so completely. She manages to grab her rapier again, her aura burning with a desperate final surge of energy. She launches one last, all-or-nothing lunge at Eugene's chest, her speed faster than anything she's shown before. Eugene just watches her come, his expression calm and his movements terrifyingly precise. He raises his bare hand, the blue mana of the Lionheart style swirling around his palm. Ciel is shocked, wondering if he's literally lost his mind trying to stop a sword aura with his bare hand. But Eugene doesn't just stop it, he grabs the air around the blade, twisting the trajectory. His fingers close around her wrist, the sound of bone creaking as he completely kills her momentum. CL lets out a grunt of pain as he yanks her forward, throwing her off balance. He finishes the move with a swift trip, sending her face first into the dirt for the second time. He pins her down, sitting on her back with a smug grin that says, "I told you so." CL finally yields, her voice muffled by the grass as she asks if he could please go a bit easy on her. Eugene says he'll think about it, but only if she promises to stop attacking him like a wild animal. She sighs, admitting the fight is over and that she never really had a chance of winning in the first place. Eugene stands up and dusts himself off, looking like he just finished a light jog instead of a high-speed duel. CL stands up too, looking a little battered as she asks how he predicted she was going to change her rapier's trajectory at the last second. Eugene gives her a terrifying grin, admitting it was actually a half-and-half chance, he just got lucky. CL's jaw drops, realizing that if he had guessed wrong, his hand would have been sliced clean off. Eugene just laughs, telling her he only put his hand out because he was certain she wasn't good enough to hit it anyway. He tells her that while the surprises have been fun, it's time for some real answers. CL tells him to just go find the Black Lion Castle himself, acting like she doesn't know anything. Eugene snaps back, saying he knows how to find a giant castle on a mountain. What he wants to know is why this ritual is so annoying. CL finally spills the beans, revealing that there are 60 Black Lion Knights currently patrolling the mountain. That number includes all the battalion captains, who are basically the elite of the elite. She explains that they are spread out all over Mount Euclid, specifically looking for Eugene and Cyan. Eugene is stunned, noting that 60 knights is a massive overkill for a simple coming-of-age ceremony. CL warns him that the Senate leader, Doiners, values Eugene's potential so much that he's basically turned this into a manhunt. Eugene thinks to himself that 60 knights is way too many just for an ambush of 2 teenagers. CL confirms his suspicion, saying the knights aren't just there to attack, they're positioned to stop him from wandering anywhere he shouldn't. Eugene's eyes widen as the realization hits him like a lightning bolt. The knights are guarding the one place he needs to find, Vermouth's grave. Our boy Eugene is standing deep in the woods, questioning why there are barriers meant to keep people out of certain areas. CL explains that the mountain is crawling with monsters, not just regular ones but demonic beasts strong enough to eat ogres for breakfast. Eugene looks genuinely surprised, his eyes widening as he processes the news. He can't believe they're actually raising demons here just to give the Black Lion Knights some combat practice. His blood starts to boil because this mountain is supposed to be the resting place of the Great Vermouth, and letting demons roam near it feels like a total insult. CL is taken aback by his sudden outburst, wondering why he's getting so worked up over family tradition. She gives him a suspicious look, asking since when he became such a hardcore Lionheart patriot. She tries to calm him down, mentioning that she's been on raids before and the demons are never allowed near the actual gravesite. Eugene remembers that the creepy Senate leader is watching him, so he realizes sneaking around to inspect the mountain might be too risky right now. He decides it's time for Plan B, head straight for Black Lion Castle, and face the music. He spots CL hopping onto her wyvern, Waiwi, and calls out to her. With a straight face, he asks if he can just hitch a ride since they're both heading to the same place anyway. CL isn't having it, she gives him a firm as if and gets ready to take off. She warns him to move fast, because the other knights are closing in to ambush the candidates. Eugene just gives her a side-eye, clearly not worried about some knights. Suddenly, he lunges forward, reaching out with his hand as if he's about to snatch something right out of the air. CL's eyes go wide in shock as she realizes her brother is actually making a move on her mount. In one smooth motion, Eugene leaps onto the wyvern's back, catching CL completely off guard. He's got a mischievous smirk on his face, channeling his mana to take control of the situation. A massive shockwave of energy blasts downward, pinning the beast to the ground before it can fly away. Eugene lands firmly in the saddle, grabbing the reins like he's been riding dragons his whole life. The poor wyvern lets out a terrified shriek as Eugene's overwhelming pressure crushes its spirit. He leans in close, his eyes glowing with a terrifying intensity as he tells the beast to fly or get beaten into a pulp. CL is literally tossed off her own mount, tumbling through the air in total disbelief. She screams out for Waiwi as her ride disappears into the clouds with her brother. She hits the ground running, fuming with rage at the sheer audacity of what just happened. She looks up and screams at the sky, calling him a bastard while Eugene just looks down, telling the wyvern it's dead if it tries to go back for her. As they soar high above the trees, Eugene spots something on the horizon. A whole squad of wyvern-riding knights is heading his way, cutting through the sky in a tight formation. He scans the group, noting that Carmen isn't among them and none of these guys look particularly strong. The lead knight tells his squad to keep their attacks light since this is just a test for the kid. Eugene acknowledges their skill, admitting that even in his past life, he'd never seen a knight order this well trained. But he scoffs at the idea of a test without any killing intent. To him, that's just playing house. He flashes a wicked grin, deciding that he's going to be the one testing the Black Lion Knights today. Without hesitation, he dives off the wyvern, plummeting straight toward the enemy squad like a human meteor. The knights panic, screaming for the others to stop him as they realize the kid is actually charging them solo. They quickly draw their bows, the sound of bowstrings creaking as they aim at the falling target. Eugene maneuvers mid-air with insane agility, dodging the arrows as they whistle past his ears. He fires off a series of magic missiles from his fingertips, turning himself into a one-man aerial artillery battery. He spins through the air, his cloak fluttering like wings as he maintains perfect control of his descent. The mana beams streak through the sky, forcing the knights to scatter to avoid getting blasted. The knights try to deflect the magic with their blades, but the sheer force of Eugene's power is pushing them to the limit. In a flash, Eugene disappears and reappears right behind one of the knights, moving faster than the eye can follow. He clashes blades with a senior knight, the sound of steel on steel ringing out across the mountaintop. The knight's face is a mask of pure sweat and terror as he realizes his strength is being completely overwhelmed. Eugene releases a burst of wind magic, blowing the knight back and clearing a path for himself. Suddenly, a booming laugh echoes through the air as another warrior charges in with a massive weapon. A heavy spear thrust misses Eugene's head by an inch, the sheer power of the strike creating a visible ripple in the air. Eugene recognizes the man. It's Nathan Lionheart, the vice captain he'd seen back in Aroth. Nathan lands on the back of his wyvern, looking at Eugene with a mix of respect and annoyance. He asks where Eugene left Lady Seal, clearly realizing our boy stole her ride. Eugene casually points to the ground below while charging up a new spell in his hand. Nathan's eyes narrow as he prepares for a real fight, realizing he can't treat this kid like a student anymore. A flurry of spear strikes and magic collisions erupts, turning the sky into a chaotic mess of sparks and energy. Nathan is forced onto the defensive, his feet skidding across the scales of his wyvern as he tries to hold his ground. He looks stunned, his brain struggling to process how he's losing a spear fight to a 19-year-old. Eugene uses the momentum to launch himself even higher, leaving the vice captain in the dust. He smirks, realizing he doesn't even need to finish this fight. All he has to do is reach the castle to win. Suddenly, a massive object streaks through the air toward him, moving with the speed of a cannonball. It's a giant boulder, and Eugene is forced to bank hard to the side to avoid getting crushed. He's confused, wondering where the hell a flying stone came from in the middle of the sky. A voice whispers "Hi" right in his ear, and he looks over to see a face he definitely wasn't expecting. A massive kick catches him dead in the arms, sending him spiraling toward the earth at terminal velocity. Eugene tumbles through the air, trying to regain his balance, as the ground rushes up to meet him. He uses a burst of mana to cushion his fall, sliding across the grass and leaving a massive trench in his wake. He sticks the landing, but he's immediately on guard, sensing a massive presence walking toward him. He remembers Seal mentioning that some of the captains would be joining the hunt, so he's not shocked to see a heavy hitter. Step forward, Carmen Lionheart, the 3rd Legion captain. She looks at him and asks if her greeting was a little too rough. The other knights catch up, surrounding the area as Carmen takes center stage. Eugene just smiles, asking if all this attention is their way of showing him some love. Carmen bluntly tells him they're only here because he's doing way better than anyone expected, unlike his brother Cyan, who's currently running for his life from illusions. She tells him not to be upset about being ganged up on, it just means he's the main event. She pulls out a pocket watch and clicks it open with a sharp clack. The deal is simple: if he can last 3 minutes against her, the test is over and she'll take him to the castle personally. Eugene repeats the words 3 minutes, a look of pure disbelief crossing his face. Carmen asks if he thinks that's too long, even offering to drop it down to just 60 seconds if he's scared. Eugene starts laughing. He gets that she thinks he's just a kid, but her arrogance is actually hilarious to him. He fires back with a savage burn, telling her that as a young and unwrinkly guy he's fine, but he's worried her old bones won't last 3 minutes of moving around. The pocket watch trembles in her hand as the insult lands. She definitely didn't expect the kid to go for the age joke. The knights in the background are absolutely terrified, their faces turning pale because they know exactly how scary Carmen gets when she's annoyed. She tosses the watch to Nathan, telling him to start the clock for just 1 minute now. She's going to end this fast. She takes a step forward, and the ground literally cracks under the pressure of her aura. She ignites her mana, a fierce blue flame erupting around her as she enters a combat stance. Eugene draws his blade, looking more excited than he's been in years. The clash begins with a deafening boom as their energies collide in the center of the clearing. Carmen moves like a blur, her strikes coming in with enough force to shatter stone. Eugene barely manages to parry, his arms vibrating from the sheer impact of her punches. She's a beast, throwing a heavy hook that Eugene has to weave under just to keep his head on his shoulders. Another massive explosion of mana rocks the forest, sending a shockwave that levels the nearby trees. Eugene's boots skid across the dirt as he tries to find an opening in her relentless assault. Carmen looks slightly impressed, letting out a soft ooh as she realizes the kid is actually keeping up with her speed. Eugene dual-wields his blades, his silver hair flashing as he prepares to counterattack. Carmen admits to herself that his reaction speed is way faster than she anticipated. Her eyes go cold as she decides it's time to take this a bit more seriously. She lunges with a strike so fast it creates a sonic boom, tearing up the ground beneath her. Eugene blocks the hit, but the force sends him flying backwards through the brush. He recovers instantly, closing the distance and aiming a precise strike at her shoulder. Carmen catches his blade with her bare hand, her mana skin acting like unbreakable armor. They lock eyes for a split second, both of them pushing their power to the absolute breaking point. A massive burst of light blinds the surrounding knights as the two powerhouses trade blows. The exchange is a total blur of motion, a high-speed dance of death that most people couldn't even track with their eyes. Eugene thinks to himself that her skills are incredible. She would have been a legend even 300 years ago. He compares her intimidating aura to Amelia Merwin, but realizes he can't fully judge since Amelia was actually trying to kill him. He smirks, feeling a bit disappointed that he has to hold back his best moves just to pass a test. Carmen lands a heavy punch right against his blade, the impact echoing like a thunderclap. The air itself seems to shatter as they unleash one final massive wave of energy against each other. Eugene stands his ground, his breathing steady as he holds his sword up to his face. He calmly tells her that the 3 minutes are already up. Carmen freezes, her expression shifting from intensity to total shock. She realizes he's right. The time has passed, and she wasn't able to land a single critical blow on him. She clenches her fist, frustrated that even though she was controlling her strength, she couldn't overpower a kid. Eugene asks if there's still a minute left, mocking the earlier deal she tried to make. She's stunned, asking if he was actually counting the seconds while he was fighting her for his life. He just shrugs it off, thanking her for going easy on him with a cheeky tone. A slow, rhythmic clapping begins to echo from the shadows of the trees. A massive man in a regal uniform steps out, looking at Eugene with pure admiration. He's carrying a box that radiates a dark, terrifying energy, and Eugene can sense something legendary inside. Eugene realizes it's the Zigguard, a hammer that once belonged to a demon king, which means this man is a monster in his own right. Meet Dominic Lionheart, the First Legion captain. He laughs, saying he can't believe Eugene is only 19. He admits he thought the rumors about Eugene's talent were exaggerated, but seeing him in person proved they were actually underselling him. Eugene gives a respectful bow, keeping his good boy mask on for the higher-ups. Dominic turns to Carmen and asks if she's done testing the boy yet. Carmen sighs, her competitive fire cooling down as she admits that was more than enough. They turn their backs and start walking toward the castle, telling Eugene to follow them. Suddenly, a familiar scream rips through the air. Ciel has finally caught up, and she is absolutely livid. She's riding Waiwi, who looks equally exhausted, and she's demanding to know how Eugene could just ditch her like that. Eugene just laughs it off, pointing out that she found her way here just fine because her wyvern is smarter than she is. He flashes a bright smile and asks her for a ride to the castle since his legs are tired. Ciel's face turns bright red, her anger momentarily replaced by total confusion and a bit of a blush. Eugene tilts his head, asking if she really doesn't want him to ride along. She mumbles that she doesn't mind, her voice losing all its earlier venom. They take to the skies, joining the rest of the Black Lion Knights as they head toward the massive fortress on the hill. Eugene tells her to stick closer so she doesn't fall, while Ciel stubbornly claims she wouldn't die even if she did. Eugene complains about the wyvern's scales, calling the beast a fucking lizard if it's really that sensitive. Ciel defends her pet, insisting that Waiwi is just a very sensitive soul. Eugene reaches around and grabs her waist to steady himself, causing Ciel to jump in surprise. She doesn't pull away though, she just looks ahead with a small, genuine smile on her face. They fly past the other knights, looking like the most powerful pair of siblings in the world. Eugene notices she's taking the long way and asks what she's doing. She laughs, saying they should just enjoy the view for a bit since it feels nice to fly without a deadline. Eugene just wants to get to the castle, eat a meal, and take a hot bath, knowing he's about to hear a ton of lectures. The sun sets over the mountains as they finally approach the gates of the Black Lion Castle. The Lionheart flag flies high above the stone towers, signaling the start of the next phase of the ritual. Inside, Carmen is walking with Eugene, her signature cigar finally lit and smoke trailing behind her. She complains that the Black Lion Knight Order is dangerously short-staffed these days. She notes that for a family with 300 years of history, they have surprisingly few people they can actually trust. Eugene points out the obvious: the Black Lions are only for family members, unlike the main residence's White Lion Order. Carmen confirms that it's because they handle all the messy business of the family that outsiders can't be allowed to see. She stops and looks him dead in the eye, formally inviting him to join the Black Lion Knight Order. Eugene reminds her that he already turned down that offer 2 years ago. She counters that back then she hadn't seen his skills for herself, but now there's an empty disciple position in the 2nd Legion. Eugene asks what the 2nd captain has even been doing for 2 years if the spot is still empty. Carmen smirks, saying the captain found one guy, but his personality was so rough that nobody could stand being around him. She tells Eugene he'd probably get along with him and that it would be a great honor for the family. Eugene shuts her down, stating that he prioritizes his own honor over the family's expectations. Carmen gets serious, warning him that the Senate is already wary of him after his suspicious trip to the Nahama Desert. Eugene narrows his eyes, asking if she actually thinks he was plotting something with the desert people. She reminds him that nobody expected the Ioti family to fall into dark magic either, so they can't take any chances. She warns him that people will try to use his talent to start a power struggle, even offering to help him become the patriarch just to get him on their side. Eugene snaps back that he has zero interest in becoming the patriarch. Carmen asks if the Sultan of Nahama promised him wealth or fame to get him to talk. When she confirms this is an interrogation, Eugene just smiles and tells her he doesn't need to answer her then. He walks up to a set of massive double doors, sensing that the real interrogation is waiting on the other side. They push the doors open, and Eugene is greeted by a room full of the most powerful people in the Lionheart clan. The council is seated at a long table, their eyes all locked onto the young man who's been causing so much trouble. There's Doiners, the head of the Senate, with that creepy, all-knowing smile on his face. Patriarch Gallade sits there too, looking stern but curious about what his adopted son has to say. The other Senate members, including the magic specialists, look at him with pure skepticism. Dominic and the other Legion captains are present, turning this into a full-blown military hearing. Eugene gives a shallow bow, introducing himself with a calm confidence that irritates the elders. He says he has something he wants them to see before they start asking their questions. He reaches into his spatial storage, his hand glowing with the light of a summoning spell. With a heavy thud, he drops a massive stone statue and a gravestone right in the middle of the hall. Doiners and Gallade both lean forward, their expressions shifting from annoyance to pure shock. One of the elders demands to know what the hell a gravestone is doing in their council room. Doiners stands up, his yellow eyes fixed on the ancient carvings on the stone. He walks over to inspect the statue, his hands trembling as he reads the script. The camera zooms in on the text, showing a name that hasn't been spoken in this house for 3 centuries. Doiners whispers the name out loud, Hamel Dinas. Gallade slams his hands onto the table, his face pale as he realizes the magnitude of what he's looking at. He repeats the title, Hamel the Foolish, the legendary hero who died to save the Great Vermouth. He demands to know where Eugene found this and how it's even possible for it to be here. Eugene looks them straight in the eyes and delivers the killing blow. He found it in the real Sir Hamel's grave. The entire room goes silent as the reality of the situation sinks in. Eugene just uncovered a 300-year-old secret that could destroy the family's legacy. Eugene stands before the silent council, explaining that his 2 years in Aeroth weren't just about reading books. Through the secret witchcraft left behind by wise Sienna, he managed to pinpoint the location of the true Hamel's grave. The elders are stunned, with Doiners looking like he's seen a ghost as he asks how a kid could uncover something even they couldn't find. Eugene casually plays it off, suggesting that Sienna probably intended for a Lionheart to find the truth eventually. He reminds them that Hamel wasn't just some guy, he was their ancestors' closest friend who sacrificed everything so the others could live. With a fake embarrassed scratch of his head, he tells the story of how he wandered the desert and stumbled upon the hidden tomb. He explains that the place was a wreck, and the only things left worth saving were the statue and the headstone he's currently showing them. The room goes cold as he mentions the Death Knight made from Hamel's corpse and his encounter with the legendary Lick, Amelia Merwin. The magic specialist in the Senate nearly jumps out of her seat, screaming about how he could possibly be alive after facing someone like Amelia. Eugene's eyes grow dark as he drops the real hammer. He survived because the Demon King of Incarceration himself stepped in. The Patriarch and the Senate head look like they've been struck by lightning at the mention of the ruler of the demon realm. Eugene explains that the Demon King stopped Amelia from killing him specifically so he could deliver a warning to the human world. He relays the Demon King's cryptic words that peace is a privilege, not a right, and it won't last forever. Doiners stares at him with a look of pure dread, realizing that the status quo of the last 300 years is about to shatter. Eugene tells them that while the details of Vermouth's old promise are a mystery, the world needs to start preparing for an all-out war. He quotes the Demon King one more time, making it clear that if humans stop showing respect to the demon realm, the goodwill stops immediately. The elders let out a collective breath, the weight of the news finally sinking into the room. The Patriarch sits back, looking exhausted as the gravity of Eugene's words shifts the entire political landscape. Doiners admits they expected a simple interrogation, but Eugene has handed them a problem that could end the world. One elder argues that as long as they don't provoke the Demon King, the peace might still hold for a while. But Patriarch Gallade isn't convinced. He knows that a warning like this means the end is already inevitable. He points out that the constant border skirmishes might already be part of a larger plan by the Demon King of Incarceration. Doiners gives a grim smirk, asking the Patriarch if he's brave enough to go ask the Demon King himself. He reminds everyone that the 2 strongest Demon Kings are still very much alive and supported by an army of dark mages and monsters. 300 years ago, even Vermouth and his 4 legendary friends couldn't finish the job, leaving the 2 most powerful kings standing. He yells at the room, asking who among the current Lionhearts has even a fraction of the power needed to kill a Demon King. The Patriarch fires back that this isn't just about their family, the entire world is in the Demon King's crosshairs. Doiners agrees, but reminds him that as Vermouth's descendants, the Lionhearts will be the first ones expected to die on the front lines. He looks Gallade in the eye and bluntly asks if he truly believes the family is ready for that kind of slaughter. Another elder chimes in, blaming the Holy Empire and other nations for keeping their armies on the border and provoking the demons. He's convinced that those Demon King haters will start a war the moment they hear about this warning. The Patriarch scoffs, calling their military posturing a stupid performance that will fall apart the second things get real. Eugene and Carmen watch as the most powerful men in the world descend into petty bickering and finger-pointing. Our boy looks bored, thinking about how slow these guys are while he's already focused on his goal, killing every single Demon King. Doiners turns back to him, asking what he plans to do with the artifacts he brought from the desert. Eugene says he wants to place the statue and headstone in the most fitting place, right next to their ancestor Vermouth. He points to the inscriptions, reminding them that Hamel's original grave has already been desecrated and destroyed. Doiners reads the insults carved at the top, and Eugene has to quickly tell him to skip the piece of trash part and read the rest. The lower text is a beautiful tribute to Hamel's bravery and sacrifice, written by the friends who missed him. Eugene makes a compelling case, saying it's only right that the hero who died for their ancestor finally gets to rest beside him. He pulls out his Mentee of Siena card again, reminding them that he carries the legacy of two of the original heroes. He frames himself as the last person to pay respects to Hamel, making it his personal duty to see this through. He stands tall, declaring with full authority that he should be the one to carry the items into Vermouth's grave. Doiners rubs his chin, clearly swayed by the logic but still hesitant about the family's most sacred secrets. He reminds Eugene that almost nobody is allowed into the ancestors' resting place. It's the ultimate taboo. But Patriarch Gallade speaks up, agreeing that it's only fair for Hamel's memorial to be placed next to Vermouth's. Carmen watches the exchange, silent as the elders begin to fold under the pressure of Eugene's request. She smirks through her cigar, thinking it only makes sense for the guy who found the stuff to be the one to deliver it. The Senate head finally gives in, sighing as he agrees to open the path to the secret grave. Eugene's inner monologue is screaming nice as he realizes his plan to infiltrate the grave is actually working. He knows he won't be able to crack the coffin open yet, but just getting the layout and location is a massive win. Doiners tells him they need time to prepare the ritual to open the path, so he needs to wait in his room for now. Eugene agrees, wondering if the grave is sealed with some high-level magic that even the elders struggle with. The Patriarch calls for Captain Xenos to escort Eugene to his quarters. As Eugene leaves, Doiners stops the Patriarch, telling him they have a lot more to discuss regarding the looming threat of war. Eugene walks through the silent grand halls of the castle, following the massive frame of the 2nd Legion captain. He recalls the rumors about Xenos, a man with a personality so abrasive that he drove away every single one of his students. Xenos stops and asks the kid to show him the statue and the headstone one more time. Eugene is confused, asking why a tough guy like him would care so much about some old rocks. The captain's voice starts to tremble, his tough exterior beginning to crack in a way Eugene didn't expect. Suddenly, Xenos is a total mess, tears streaming down his face as he says he just wants to give the hero some flowers. Eugene is absolutely floored, backing away in shock as the legendary captain turns into a sobbing fanboy. Xenos tries to play it off, claiming he has a medical condition that makes his eyes leak meaninglessly. Eugene just stares at him with a look of pure what the hell, realizing his past self has some very weird worshippers. Hamel turns to her, sweating and panting, and tells her that her fire blast spells aren't exactly creative either. A bouquet of white lilies is placed carefully at the base of Hamel's headstone, a scene that would be peaceful if it weren't so bizarre. Captain Xenos is literally on his knees, weeping like a baby in front of the statue of the foolish hero. Eugene watches from the side, cringing so hard he wonders if Xenos is actually one of his long-lost descendants. He quickly does the math and realizes it's impossible. He died a virgin 300 years ago, so there's no way he has a bloodline. He gathers his courage and asks Xenos if he has some kind of personal connection to Sir Hamel. Xenos wipes his face, trying to regain some dignity as he prepares to drop a major revelation. He looks Eugene dead in the eye and declares that he is actually Sir Hamel's disciple, leaving Eugene completely speechless. Eugene's brain is buffering because he knows for a fact he never taught a single student in his entire past life. Xenos explains that his lineage comes from Vermouth's 2nd son, a branch family that split off from the main house long ago. While the main family got the white flame ritual, Vermouth chose to teach his 2nd son the secret techniques of his best friend, Hamel. Eugene's eyes widen as he realizes that his old rival actually went out of his way to preserve his fighting style. Xenos asks if Eugene found any secret technique manuals inside the grave in the desert. He mentions that he watched Eugene's fight with Carmen and saw something he recognized instantly. He points out the way Eugene deflected her punch, claiming it was a perfect execution of one of Hamel's signature moves. He notes that those techniques are impossible to learn without a deep understanding of mana, unless you had a manual to guide you. Eugene thinks to himself that that bastard Vermouth really did spend his time teaching others his personal secrets 300 years ago. He asks why Vermouth would bother teaching his own son Hamel's style instead of his own. Zenos explains that as the family grew, they needed hunters to keep the other branch families in check and deal with the black sheep. Eugene realizes the cold truth. Vermouth raised his second son's line as hunting dogs, to keep a leash on the rest of the clan. He gets a smug little grin, realizing even Vermouth considered his techniques strong enough to take down the main family's power. Zenos holds out his hand, practically begging Eugene to share any secret texts he might have recovered. Eugene scratches his head, deciding it's time to flip the script and take control of the captain. He points out that since he learned from a direct source, that technically makes him Zenos' superior in terms of seniority. Zenos looks like he's just been slapped, his brain struggling to process a teenager calling him a junior. Eugene leans in with a shadow over his face, telling the captain that if he wants to be a disciple, he has to treat Eugene as his senior brother. Zenos is so desperate for the knowledge that he ignores the disrespect, asking again if there really was a manual. Eugene lies through his teeth, saying he memorized the book and then burned it so it wouldn't fall into the wrong hands. He offers a deal, treat him as a senior, and he'll fix the wrong parts of the techniques Zenos has been practicing. They stand in the courtyard, the power dynamic completely shifted as the captain considers the offer. Zenos asks one more time, his voice trembling with hope, if Eugene really has all the techniques memorized. Eugene gets annoyed, telling him to pick between formal and casual speech because his mixed sentences are driving him crazy. The captain looks like he's about to have a heart attack, asking if he seriously has to call a kid senior brother in public. Eugene graciously says they can keep it private to avoid the inconvenience of explaining it to others. With a look of pure pain, Zenos finally chokes out the words, "All right, senior brother." Eugene immediately starts bossing him around, asking his junior brother how long he plans to keep him standing out in the cold. They move to a private room, sitting across from each other as the real lesson begins. Zenos says there are 10 total skills passed down through his family that were originally taught by Vermouth. Eugene is stunned, thinking to himself that he only ever gave a name to one of his moves. Everything else was just instinct. He tells Zenos to describe the skills so he can compare them to the ones in his head. Zenos starts with the first one, the Hamel method's principle, ignition. Eugene literally facepalms, wondering if Vermouth was the one who came up with such a lame-sounding name. Zenos says he's not sure who named it, but that's how they've been studying it for centuries. Eugene curses his old rival under his breath, telling the captain to keep going through the list. The screen shows a list of legendary-sounding moves like Thousand Thunders, Asura Rampage, and Eternal Purgatory. Eugene looks like he's about to have an aneurysm as these names trigger some deeply suppressed memories. Flashback to 300 years ago, a younger, wilder Hamel is screaming Asura Rampage while tearing through monsters. He's a whirlwind of violence, hacking apart demons with a maniacal grin on his face. Sienna is watching from the side, looking completely confused as she asks what his yelling has to do with swinging a sword. Sienna screams back that she has to say the spell names just to cast them. It's not like she chose the names herself. Hamel turns to the Saintess Anise, pointing out that her Holy Cross move is just as basic. Anise, looking as serene as ever, asks if shouting Asura Rampage actually makes him hit harder or something. Hamel just gives her a thumbs up and a toothy grin, saying he needs to shout it just to feel the hype. The tank of the group, Moron, starts cheering, saying he thinks the names are actually really cool. Hamel laughs, telling Moron that he's the only one who gets it, while a massive demonic shadow looms behind them. Back in the present, Eugene is clutching his head, dying of embarrassment that his teenage edgelord phase became a family legacy. He realizes Vermouth must have memorized every single stupid thing he shouted in the middle of battle, and wrote it down for his kids. In another flashback, Hamel is screaming Thousand Thunders while unleashing a lightning-fast flurry of strikes. He's moving so fast he's a blur, leaving a trail of dead demons in his wake. Vermouth is watching silently from the background, his face neutral as he mentally checks off memorization complete for the move. The scene shifts back to Zenos, who proudly declares that they're going to practice Eternal Purgatory today. In the courtyard, a group of knights is shouting the cringy move names at the top of their lungs, and Eugene looks like he wants the earth to swallow him whole. The list of the Hamel method appears again, each name a reminder of the MC's darkest secrets. Eugene thinks to himself that he should have regressed instead of reincarnating. At least then he could have killed his past self before he named these moves. Zenos asks if the secret text he found actually contained all these specific skills. Eugene quickly says the book didn't have any of these embarrassing names, suggesting Hamel must have been way more mature when he wrote it. Zenos looks hurt, clearly not realizing his hero thinks the family's pride and joy is a total joke. The captain stands up, his aura flaring as he tells Eugene that even as a senior, he won't let him insult the techniques. Eugene relaxes into the sofa, clarifying that the skills are great, it's just the names that are garbage. He clutches his chest and asks Zenos to be honest. Doesn't shouting Asura Rampage feel even a little bit weird? Xenos thinks about it and admits that even Dame Carmen's ultimate move is called Destiny Breaker, which is also pretty intense. Eugene sighs and pulls out a quill, telling Xenos to write down everything he knows so he can fix the errors. The sun sets as they work together in the quiet room, the legendary warrior refining his own style through his disciple. Eugene suddenly asks if Xenos has ever actually been inside Vermouth's secret grave. Xenos explains that every captain of the Black Lion Knights has to enter the grave once to swear an oath of protection. Eugene leans forward, asking what the place is actually like on the inside. The captain is hesitant to share secrets, but describes it as a massive, holy temple rather than a simple tomb. He suggests that Vermouth might have actually achieved godhood when he died, and the place was built to worship him. Eugene scoffs at the idea of his old rival being a god, but he can't deny the power that was involved in his reincarnation. He thinks back to the fight between Vermouth and Sienna. If Vermouth was really a god, he wouldn't have struggled so much. Xenos finishes writing, handing over the detailed breakdown of the family's combat methods. They stand up, Eugene holding the parchment like it's a piece of evidence from a crime scene. He mutters about what a mess they've made of his style, trying to fix inconvenient parts that were actually there for a reason. He slams the paper onto the desk, his eyes glowing with authority as he prepares to rewrite history. The quill moves like a blur as he scratches out the mistakes and adds the correct mana flow for each move. Xenos is shocked when he sees Eugene crossing out the words Hamel method entirely. Eugene tells him to keep in mind that the techniques aren't some holy scripture. If you get too restricted by them, you'll never get stronger. He advises the captain to start thinking outside the box and move away from the rigid structure they've been following for 300 years. Xenos asks if Eugene has actually mastered the style himself, and Eugene just gives him a "are you kidding me" look. The captain apologizes, admitting he just wants to see the true potential of the style he's dedicated his life to. Eugene lets out a long breath, standing up and preparing to give the man the demonstration of a lifetime. He tells Xenos to watch closely, drawing his blade as the temperature in the room begins to drop. He ignites his mana, a fierce blue and white flame erupting around his body as he enters a perfect stance. He unleashes a move, a swirling vortex of energy that tears through the air with terrifying precision. The mana density in the room becomes so thick it's hard to breathe as Eugene shows what the Hamel style really looks like. A massive explosion of light fills the room as he completes the technique, leaving Xenos absolutely paralyzed with awe. The residual energy swirls around the room, a perfect display of mastery that the captain has never even dreamed of. Xenos stammers out Eternal Purgatory, shocked that Eugene could cast such a mana-hungry move with zero effort. Eugene asks if he's satisfied, but the captain immediately begs to see another legendary skill, Destructive Divine Chi. Eugene just sighs, telling him that wrapping mana around his body is the entire secret, and he shouldn't overthink it. As they walk out, Eugene tells his junior brother to reject anyone else who tries to take him in as a disciple. Xenos looks worried, asking if he really has to turn down high-ranking knights like Carmen. Eugene gives him a stern look, asking if he's really going to let someone else boss his senior brother around. The captain immediately folds, promising to reject everyone else and protect Eugene's status. Later that day, Eugene is finally relaxing over a massive meal, tearing into some meat like he hasn't eaten in weeks. He looks like a normal teenager for once, enjoying the peace and quiet of the castle. Ciel is sitting across from him, resting her chin on her hands and smiling as she watches him eat. She asks what he and Xenos were talking about for an entire day, wondering if he's finally decided to join the Knights. Eugene just says the captain taught him a bit, keeping the secret of their master-student relationship under wraps. She asks if he ever went to royal parties in Aeroth or met any promising young mages through his mentor Roberian. She notes that, as the future of the Lionheart family, Eugene is going to be flooded with marriage offers starting next year. She mentions princesses from the Sea Kingdom and the Luhar Kingdom are already being discussed as potential candidates. Eugene's brain freezes as he hears about the Luhar Kingdom, remembering his old friend Moron. He imagines a descendant of Moron as a massive, hairy man in a dress and immediately loses his appetite. Suddenly, Cyan walks into the dining hall looking absolutely thrashed and covered in dirt. Eugene is surprised he's back so soon, admitting he thought his brother would be lost in the illusions for days. He gives Cyan a teasing smirk, asking if he saw any scary ghosts out in the woods. Cyan looks like he's about to vomit, muttering about the horrors he faced while Eugene was busy stealing wyverns and bullying captains. He glares at Eugene, realizing his brother arrived at the castle within an hour of the ritual starting while he suffered all day. A maid suddenly bursts into the room, looking frantic and out of breath. She tells them they have an urgent message. A very important guest is arriving at the warp gate right now. Ciel is confused, noting that she hadn't heard anything about an official visit being planned. The maid explains that the visit was decided during the emergency meeting with the elders. Eugene stands up, his eyes narrowing as he asks who could possibly be important enough to interrupt their ritual. The screen shows a mysterious woman with long flowing hair. It's Auxiliary Bishop Christina from the Holy Empire, and her arrival means the peace is officially over. The massive warp gate at Black Lion Castle hums with energy as it prepares to bring in a high-ranking guest. The entire Lionheart leadership, from the Patriarch to the Senate head and the Legion captains, is lined up to show respect. A pair of elegant boots steps out of the light, and the atmosphere in the room immediately shifts. A group of holy knights walks out first, clearing the path for their leader. Eugene's heart nearly stops as he looks up, his eyes widening in pure disbelief. It's like looking at a ghost. The woman standing there is a dead ringer for his old comrade, Anise. She bows gracefully, thanking the Lionhearts for the grand welcome with a polite smile. Doiners greets her as Lady Bishop Christina, admitting he didn't expect a high-ranking official to travel this far in person. Christina remains calm, stating that she must respond whenever she is summoned for a holy matter, and asks to be guided to a private area. As she walks past, the knights follow, leaving the Lionheart heirs staring at her back in confusion. Eugene's expression is cold as he watches her. He knows better than anyone that appearances can be deceiving. Suddenly, Christina stops in her tracks and turns her head slightly. She catches Eugene's eye and flashes a mysterious, knowing smile that sends chills down his spine. Eugene is frozen for a second, his brain trying to process why a total stranger would look at him like that. The holy group continues walking, leaving the siblings standing in the middle of the path. Ciel immediately nudges Eugene, her voice sharp as she asks if he's ever met that woman before. Eugene snaps out of it, bluntly telling her that this is the first time he's ever seen her face. Ciel isn't buying it, demanding to know why the Saintess candidate would give him such a specific smile if they were strangers. The scene shifts to later that evening inside the castle's grand guest quarters. Eugene sits alone, sipping tea while thinking about Christina Rogeris, the adopted daughter of a cardinal and the only Saintess candidate in the world. He knows she's destined to take the title of Saintess in a few years, making her one of the most influential people on the continent. A knock at the door breaks his concentration, and he tells the person to come in. A nervous maid peeks her head in, assuming it's Captain Xenos coming to see him again. But when she reveals the visitor is Auxiliary Bishop Christina, Eugene's eyes narrow in suspicion. Christina enters alone, her presence filling the room with a calm but heavy aura. Eugene keeps it professional, introducing himself and asking why she's come to his room without any bodyguards. She smiles serenely, claiming she received a divine revelation from the God of Light specifically about him. Eugene looks skeptical, asking her to explain exactly what kind of revelation could involve a Lionheart branch member. She shuts him down instantly, saying she can't share the details with someone who isn't a believer in their faith. Eugene is annoyed, asking why she even brought it up just to leave him hanging. He asks if that's all she had to say, ready to kick her out of his room. Her smile widens as she reveals the real news. The Senate has finally agreed to open the doors to Vermouth's grave. Eugene is stunned to hear that she's the one who will be accompanying him to the mausoleum. She confirms that witnessing the hero's resting place is exactly why she traveled all this way. As they walk through the dark corridors of the castle, Eugene follows a few paces behind her. He breaks the silence, asking if he can pose a personal question to the future Saintess. He asks if the role of Saintess is something passed down through a specific bloodline. Christina looks amused, wondering why a warrior like him is suddenly interested in the church's genealogy. Eugene explains that during his time in Arath, he saw ancient paintings of the legendary heroes from 300 years ago. He lists them off: Vermouth, Moron, the Foolish Hamel, and finally, Anise the Faithful. He looks her dead in the eye and tells her straight up that she looks exactly like Lady Anise. The camera zooms in on her face, but she doesn't flinch or show any sign of surprise at the comparison. She simply thanks him for the compliment, her expression remaining perfectly unreadable. Eugene thinks to himself that she must hear this all the time from the priests at the Holy Empire, which explains her lack of reaction. She calls it another miracle of God that he sees the likeness of a legendary saintess in a mere candidate like her. She turns the tables, asking how much he really knows about her background. Eugene recites the facts. She's the adopted daughter of Cardinal Rogeris and the star of the Eurus Church. She reveals a darker truth. She was an abandoned infant left in a basket in front of an abbey, a child meant to be raised by God. Because of that, she has no idea who her real parents were, so his theory about being Anise's descendant is something she's happy to believe. Eugene counters that history says Lady Anise died without ever having any children. Christina smiles enigmatically, reminding him that even Anise was human and might have wanted a child in secret during her long travels. She ends the conversation there, telling him that her answer should be enough as they reach the exit. Eugene watches her go, thinking back to the snake-like woman he knew. Anise was exactly the type to have a secret family and tell no one. But he still feels a sense of unease, like there's a deeper mystery behind this woman's existence. He realizes that asking her about her ancestors might have been a low blow, given her history as an orphan. They step out into the cool night air, flanked by holy knights as they move toward the Forbidden Zone. The castle walls loom over them as they head toward a section of the mountain that few have ever seen. Eugene shivers slightly, noting that the air up here feels unnaturally cold and heavy with mana. Suddenly, a white cloak is thrust into his hands, catching him off guard. Christina tells him to put it on, showing a rare moment of practical concern. She wraps her own cloak tighter as the wind picks up, her eyes fixed on the path ahead. Eugene asks if they are heading to the Tower of the Round Table, but she shakes her head. Her eyes glow with a faint light as she points toward the back of the castle, declaring that the path to Vermouth's grave lies hidden right beneath their feet. Under the light of a massive full moon, the two figures walk along the rocky cliffside far behind the castle walls. Christina breaks the silence, asking if Eugene has always been this interested in the heroes of the past. She explains that the Holy Empire has eyes everywhere, including the territory of Nahama, where Eugene was spotted recently. She admits she knows exactly why he went to the desert, and her bluntness catches him by surprise. Eugene doesn't get defensive. He admits he felt the gaze of the church's spies while he was wandering the holy land of Hogani. He asks if the only reason the church is watching him is because of this supposed God's revelation. Christina stays vague, saying she only told him so that he'd keep the possibility in mind as they approach the grave. Eugene smirks to himself, thinking that not only does she look like Anise, but she's inherited that same annoying, manipulative personality. He thinks back to his past life, remembering how Anise would sit by the campfire and listen to everyone else's stories while never sharing a word of her own. Even then, he could tell she was hiding something deep, a secret that she refused to let anyone close to. Every time someone mentioned the cardinals who raised her, her face would shift into a twisted, bitter smile. He realized 300 years ago that Anise absolutely hated her past, and it seems history is repeating itself with Christina. They reach the edge of a jagged precipice, the ground dropping away into a dark, bottomless abyss. Christina points down into the darkness, claiming that the path to the founder's mausoleum is waiting at the bottom. Eugene is stunned, asking if she's seriously telling him to just jump off a cliff to find a grave. She gives him a playful look, acknowledging that he can use magic but warning him specifically not to fly on the way down. She reaches out a hand, telling him he'll understand why the moment they start to fall. Eugene takes her hand, his grip firm, as they prepare to take the ultimate leap of faith. They dive into the void together, the wind whipping around them as they plummet through the night. As they fall, the air around them begins to vibrate with an intense, holy energy. Christina reaches into her robes and pulls out a golden staff, her eyes glowing with divine power. A massive golden cross erupts from the tip of the staff, lighting up the entire canyon with a blinding brilliance. Suddenly, two pairs of giant ethereal wings sprout from Christina's back, slowing their descent instantly. The wings spread wide, casting a golden glow that turns the dark abyss into a sea of light. Eugene looks up in awe, his heart racing as he tries to make sense of the divine spell. For a split second, the image of Christina is replaced by a vision of a naked angel with flowing hair, a vision that looks exactly like Anise. He gasps, his eyes wide with shock as the connection between the past and present hits him with the force of a hammer. Christina pulls him close as they float gently toward the ground, looking like a goddess descending from the heavens. Eugene stammers out that he just saw an angel, his cool exterior completely shattered. Christina laughs at him, asking if he's been taking hallucinogens because there's no angel here. She explains that the spell is called Light's Wings, a mid-level divine technique that protects them during long falls. She tells him there was never any danger, but Eugene is still stuck on that vision of Anise's face. He stays silent, knowing what he saw wasn't just a trick of the light. The ghost of his past is literally haunting this mission. They finally touch down on solid ground, and Christina announces that they have officially arrived. Eugene looks around, expecting a dark, dusty tomb, but he's greeted by a sight that leaves him speechless. The camera zooms in on his eye, reflecting a world of vibrant color and life. They are standing in a massive, sun-drenched field filled with white flowers and a crystal-clear blue sky. Christina kneels down, running her fingers through the lush green grass. She notes that while it looks and feels real, there is zero life energy coming from any of it. Eugene recognizes it immediately. This is a massive subspace created by high-level spatial magic. He wonders if Sienna was the one who built this, or if Vermouth's power had grown to a level that defied all logic. They walk through the field, their footsteps the only sound in this unnervingly peaceful world. In the distance, a grand temple stands alone, and right in front of it is a statue of the great Vermouth. The statue captures the hero in all his glory, looking down with a stern, immortal gaze. Eugene looks at the beauty of the place and asks Christina if she finds this fitting for a grave. Behind them, the Patriarch and the Senate head appear, having used their own keys to enter the subspace. Doiners smiles with a rare touch of warmth, stating that they would have opened this place to all Lionhearts if it didn't need to be guarded so strictly. He agrees with Eugene's earlier request, saying it's a meaningful idea to place Hamel's statue beside his longtime friend. The elders look at Christina, acknowledging that they can't ignore her revelation given the current state of the world. Doiners explains that opening the path requires the combined acknowledgement of both the Patriarch and the Senate. He notes that the founders will explicitly forbade entry except for the most sacred family ceremonies. Christina points out that they are making a huge exception for her today, which is unprecedented in Lionheart history. She maintains her polite mask, but insists that her reason for being here is far more important than any tradition. The patriarch admits the timing is terrible, but he knows he can't push back against the Holy Empire right now. He looks at Eugene with a pained expression, frustrated that Christina stubbornly insisted on following his son into the mausoleum. He says that under normal circumstances he would have disregarded her request, but the alliance between their nations is too vital to risk. He mentions the warning from the Demon King of Incarceration again, emphasizing that they can't afford to ignore any potential divine messages. He demands that Christina finally reveal exactly what her secret revelation says. Christina takes a step forward, her aura flaring as she prepares to drop the biggest bombshell yet. She formally introduces herself with all her titles, speaking on behalf of the Pope and the Holy Empire of Eurus. She stands before the two most powerful men in the family and declares her status as the chosen witness of the God of Light. Her voice booms through the subspace as she demands that they open the great hero Vermouth's actual coffin immediately. The Patriarch and Doiners look absolutely horrified, realize that the church is coming for their deepest, most dangerous secret. Christina screams that the great Vermouth's soul never actually ascended to heaven. She points her staff at the statue, claiming the hero's soul is still wandering the earth, lost and without salvation. Doiners looks defeated, telling the Patriarch that as a Senate member, he will follow whatever decision is made to avoid a scandal. The Patriarch gives a grim, resigned smile, wondering how it came to this, that he'd be the one to desecrate his own ancestor's grave. The three of them walk toward the temple, the air inside cold and heavy with the weight of centuries. Christina notes the grandeur of the temple, but points out that the inside is strangely empty, lacking any real decorations. The Patriarch explains it was Vermouth's final wish, no statues, no carvings, and absolutely no worship of his resting place. He admits that putting Hamel's statue in here technically breaks the rules, but since it wasn't made by the family, they can justify it. Christina calls the whole scene beautiful, a perfect connection of brotherly love from 300 years ago. She's convinced that Eugene being the one to find Hamel's grave was all part of God's grand design. Eugene snaps back, asking if the insult of Hamel's corpse being turned into a death knight was also part of that divine plan. Christina goes silent, the tension between her and Eugene reaching a breaking point as they stare each other down. She recovers with a sly smile, claiming Eugene was only able to find his way through the darkness because he was guided by a string of light. Eugene is disgusted by her reasoning, thinking that not even the real Anise used God as an excuse as much as this woman does. They reach the center of the temple, their boots clicking against the polished marble floor. The massive white sarcophagus of the Great Vermouth sits on a raised platform, illuminated by a single shaft of light. The Patriarch tells them to come closer and observe as he prepares to break the seal. The two figures stand before the tomb, a moment that will change the course of history forever. Eugene's mind is racing. He didn't expect to actually see inside the coffin this early in his journey. He internally begs for there to be a body inside, bones, a mummy, anything, as long as Vermouth is actually dead. The Patriarch places his hands on the heavy marble lid, his face pale with dread. Eugene realizes that if Vermouth is really dead and lying there, his own suspicions about the hero's betrayal might finally be laid to rest. He thinks back to the Demon King's words about love and how Vermouth forced Sienna to flee into hiding. He can't accept that his perfect, powerful rival would end up as anything other than a legend. His teeth are bared in an intense snarl, his mana flaring up in a chaotic surge of emotion. "Be dead so I won't be suspicious of you," he screams internally as the lid begins to slide. With a heavy thud, the lid falls to the floor, and the interior of the coffin is revealed. The Patriarch staggers back, pointing into the sarcophagus with a look of pure, unadulterated horror. Christina's eyes are cold and wide as she mutters, "I knew it." The camera pans down to show the truth. The coffin is completely empty, not even a speck of dust remains. Eugene's face is a mask of pure rage, his veins popping as the betrayal he feared is finally confirmed. He clenches his fists so hard the knuckles turn white, his mana turning into a dark, violent aura. The Patriarch stammers that the missing corpse can only mean one thing: the founder isn't dead, and is hiding somewhere in the world. Christina turns to Eugene, her voice dropping to a serious, commanding tone. She officially declares that Eugene Lionheart is the next hero chosen to succeed the Great Vermouth. She claims this is the will of the God of Light and the Pope, and that she will be by his side as a witness to his journey. The Patriarch is confused, asking what the hell she means by calling his son the hero. Christina drops the final bomb. She believes that Eugene isn't just a successor, but the actual reincarnation of Vermouth himself. She says it makes sense why the soul didn't enter heaven. It was sent back into a descendant's body to face the coming darkness. Eugene starts laughing, but it's a dark, bitter sound that has zero humor in it. The elders and Christina stare at him in shock as he clutching his head, his laughter turning into a roar of anger. He mocks them, asking if they seriously believe he's the reincarnation of that great man. He points a finger at Christina, screaming for her to stop the BS and asking how her god could dare to harass him like this. Christina gets defensive, telling him not to look down on God's revelation and that her theory was just her own personal deduction. Eugene declares that he doesn't believe in her God and has zero intention of playing the hero for anyone. He turns to the patriarch, his expression softening just enough to show a hint of respect. He apologizes for his harsh words but makes it crystal clear that he will never accept being recognized as their hero. He reiterates that he doesn't want the patriarch position and he has no interest in joining the Black Lion Knights. He tells them that just because he won't do those things doesn't mean he will dishonor the family or his father. The patriarch looks shaken but nods, agreeing to respect Eugene's decision regardless of the church's claims. Eugene flashes a wicked, confident grin, looking more like a demon than a hero in this moment. He turns back to Christina and asks her to deliver a specific message to her almighty God of light. Christina is confused, asking what he could possibly want to say to a deity. Eugene slowly raises his middle finger and tells her to tell God to buzz off. The patriarch's jaw hits the floor, his face going pale at the sheer blasphemy of the gesture. Christina is frozen in total shock, her holy mask completely shattered by the insult. Eugene turns his back on them all, his cape fluttering as he starts walking out of the silent temple. He casually announces that he's said everything he needed to say and he's going to get some sleep. The patriarch screams after him, asking what they're supposed to do with Hamel's bronze statue now. Eugene stops for a second, his voice cold and heavy with a strange kind of sadness. He says that Hamel probably wouldn't want to rest in a place where his comrade isn't,